bitch, jumping that fire, jumping that bitch, hitting that fire, jumping that whip, thumbing that bitch, coming that bitch, ho, drumming that bitch, chopper doing circles, it's a bird, take him to the potty, he's a nerd, pop out, I ain't seen niggas hit corners in the motherfucking burbs, pop out, done politicking with the competition, what's the word? Put that on my mama, nigga, 8 in the process. Nigga tryna tippy-toe through the progress. Tongue-tied when the truth is an object. What's the pros and the cons of this next check? Wasn't nobody round, I was independent. In a 97 bomb with the windows tinted. Heard a bomb got a strap in the party. Who the fuck like this in a party? Beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up, beat 'em up. I was seeing double in the projects, mad at myself, learned to put it to the side. Mama had to cater for the coupe that we rode after school on the way to pop pies. And niggas wanna play both sides, it's a red dot, don't get on the wrong red eye. It's a headshot, they can't woo them guys. Fuck around and bag 2 of them guys. I'm OD in Paris, I'm OD in France. I thought that I told
Morning.
you I need the advance.
What up?
I
love this song. I gotta let it play out.
To me as a fan, I netted 10 million and did a little dance. I'm
Yes,
fucking
sir.
the world. I am in my pants.
Game
My
day,
uncle
you
told
know
me that
it.
I had a chance, so then I
Game
popped
day.
out and did it again and did
It's
it
time to close
again
the series
and did
out.
it again. I cannot respect them. Where did he begin? If
Yo, sorry I missed like the last 8 streams. Big dog work and keep me mad busy. Yo. Ace, life first. For real. Life first. Appreciate you for stopping in today, though. But life always first, you feel me? You know, get the bag. Get the bag. You know what I'm saying? I'm here every day. I'll be here when you got time. For real. Gotta listen to this part. Seen that TikTok, bro? Said fuck that 24 hour? Yeah, we just not doing that, bro. We just not hitting 24 hours. That's crazy. Yo, what up, Suhai? How are you? How are you? How's it going?
I'm not a trending topic. I'm a polo. Y'all niggas playing with me, man. I am the Omega. PG Lane Rolling Gang. SIE, don't you address me?
Yeah.
Lesson with 4 letters.
Doing good? I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. That emoji crazy? Yo, I may or may not have one of those in the works. You gonna hit 500 soon? You damn right we are. You damn right. I may have an emote like that. BMA soon. 49. We gonna hit it before my 4 months. Watch. 500 before, what's today? Wednesday? Before Friday. 500 before Friday. Yes, sir. Yo, what up, Glitch? What up? How are you? How's it going? 500 before Friday, watch. LFG, I'm putting in the title. Put in the title first. 500 followers. But we hit 500 before Friday. Good. Feeling fresh? There we go. Before Friday. Live. Smoking on top 5.
Stop playing, I'm that guy. Number 2 DM in my bitch. That's cool, that's why.
W's. So how's everybody doing? I hope you're good. W. I love them songs. Good intro for today, you know. Morning. Good morning, Saul. How are you? 10 hours? Yes, sir. Find out why I'm top 8%. What's the occasion? I forgot why I said why we're doing a 10 hour, but I'm a man of my word, and we're here for 10 hours. I do not remember why. Gameplay today? You damn right. We got 10 hours to fill. You know what I'm saying? So we got to play some games. We got to. We definitely have to play some games today. Let me clear out my watch later while I'm doing this. 10 hours? You know it. Do we hit 500 before the stream's over? That'd be crazy. 500 before the stream's over? That'd be... I don't remember why 10 hours. Was it a promise to Illy? She did 12? It may have been. We're going to play 5% of Red Dead. Yesterday, Ace, we played 2% of Red Dead. 14.5K. Ooh. I definitely can't be here the whole 10 hours, unfortunately. That is okay. You know, I know it's late for you, Suhai, so I really appreciate you even being here for real. I appreciate you being here because I know that it's late for you. You know? I know it's late. Trust me. I'll be feeling like that in the West Coast people's streams, even though you're like way more ahead than I am with the West Coast people. But them West Coast streams, I'll be struggling. I'll be struggling sometimes to stay up. You know? I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm like tired as hell, and I'm just like, I need a little bit more content. When you wake up, you might still be here. That is true. I might still be here, actually. I'm sorry, my brother. It's okay. I can't blame you for your time zone. You know what I'm saying? West Coast streams hurt me. 3-hour time difference. Yeah, it's 2 for me. And, like, I can't blame you for the time difference. I'll be trying, bro. I'll be trying to stay up. I really do. I went to bed early just to be here. Oh, look at you. I love you guys. Now, you know what's crazy? What? Well, what? Lakers fan in the East. Bro, I'm telling you, these Golden State Laker games are late. What time is it today? Like, it is hard being a Lakers fan if you don't live on the West Coast. During yesterday's stream, I woke up and you were streaming at 6 a.m. Yeah, we were on 8 hours yesterday. It was crazy. Night game? Yeah, it's at 9 p.m. my time. The game tips off at 9. Like, it's 7 West Coast time. For me, it's 9 p.m. W with the long streams. I enjoy them. Yeah, 8 hours kind of feels like nothing almost, which is weird. Man, the game aired at 10:30 my time. It's insane. Like, we needed some kind of compromise, you know? Can we just make it so we're all at the same time now, please? Why can't we do that? Like, can we, like, negotiate times, please? Like, well, like, what's going on? Like, how come we can't just, like, you know, what just happened? Hold on, Saul. Friend Saul. Wait, did he RR? Did you RR before I do this? Oh yeah, you RR'd. Okay. Never mind, we're good. You RR'd. I thought you got timed out for a link or something. They finna make me call off work just to watch the game. I'm saying, bruh. Yeah, he RR'd. I had to check. I was like, no, I got you. Oh, he lost and then RR'd. He lost the gamble and RR'd. I feel it. I feel that. For my time zone, 10-hour stream about to end at 9 a.m., which is a long time since it's only 11 p.m. Yeah. We're going from 10 to 8 p.m. What is RR? So if you put exclamation mark RR, it's Russian roulette, right? And if you lose, you get timed out for a minute. But if you win, you survive. Wait a minute. What's up? Well, I got a diamond on my back? Wolf. Wait. Hold on. I think I meant to give you a sword and I was tired. Hold on. You are VIP, though. But I meant to give you a sword. I need to change. Hold on. Wolf needs a sword. There you go. I'm dead. It's okay. I'll be back. Yes, Saul has risen. Welcome to the club, Wolf. You got a sword now, Wolf. My fault. I meant to give you a weapon. I'll be a VIP one day, 100%. Oh, my God, you will, Ace. You will. For real. My fault. There we go. Diamond and a sword. Did I go full Indiana Jones now? Am I Tomb Raider? You are. You're the best of the both. You're the best of them both. You know? Oh, yeah. I'm taking mod away from my brother and giving him VIP because he's asleep during streams. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the club. I soon hope I'll be a part of. Yo, you know what? That's a good point. Like, while I'm in here, 69, 420. Underscore 69, 420. Gotcha. There we go. Welcome to the squad.
Ass and she jumped.
It
I
feels
was being
weird
fair.
talking with no
I didn't
music.
say, yo, Kate, you lying bitch. I don't believe.
I need, like, music. I hope I can be part of it soon as well. Oh, you will. I already know, Suhai, you're on track. Trust. I'll save up points for the scary. I'm not looking forward to the scary. I'll be honest with you. I'm not looking forward to the scary. I'm definitely not. Yesterday, I was doing some editing, because I'm trying to be more responsible with the content. And it was already painful watching my first stream again, but then rewatching it while editing is painful. That was a painful. It felt like torture almost. Oh my God. Yo, what up, Jay? What's up? As long as I can manage my health and watching your streams, I'll be at every stream. I hope. Yeah. Health and life first. Health and life first. You know what I'm saying? It's actually easy to save points if you just fight the urge to avail points. Yeah, you just got to fight that urge. How are you, Jay? How are you? Points for scary? Oh, I'm close. Shit. What up? I'm telling you, Glitch, we watched it yesterday. My first stream. It was painful to watch. It was painful. I was literally talking like this my first stream. Well, okay, guys. Thanks for watching. I don't know if this is going to be a daily thing, but we'll see. How long have you been doing content creation aside from Twitch? Since 2013. Off and on since 2013. Oh, I got a VIP badge? Nice. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I may be streaming today. How are you, Chad and Skratsx? I am very good. I'm very good. I've been doing content creation off and on since 2013. And I've had a few viral moments, but I just never capitalized on it. It's a process, man. Yeah. It was just painful to look back. Sorry, just been busy. Jay, you are okay. Don't apologize for missing streams. You're good. A decade, decade. Yeah, we are coming up on a decade, actually. I remember I was like, yeah, this YouTube stuff, it could be cool. Back in the, so I was on YouTube. I don't know if you remember Niga Higa, when he was the #1 YouTuber. I've been on YouTube for a long time, watching YouTube. And then I saw the rise of PewDiePie when he was going back and forth with a gaming YouTuber I used to watch, I've heard Twitch is being ditched by many popular streamers for revenue stealing. Have they? Niga Higa, legend. Holy Soy German. Ola Soy German. Him. Obviously, I still watch Philip DeFranco. Who else did I used to watch? He doesn't make videos now because he got canceled, but Tobuscus. Remember watching Vanos and Dan DM Skyrocket? Yeah. Who else? I remember when Logan Paul came from Vine over to YouTube when Vine shut down. And King Batch and them came up. I remember early RDC. I've been in these streets, in these YouTube streets for a while. And so I used to make talking head skits. H2O Delirious, yeah. Old Logan Paul was garbage. New Logan Paul was garbage. KSI, yeah. Back when he was playing FIFA. Back when he was playing FIFA and shit. I remember them days. Those were good days. Good times. And so I used to make talking head videos where I'd be here and then I'd jump cut and I'd be over here and then I'd jump cut and be over here. Him and Deji playing horror games. Yeah. I used to watch, I don't know if you know the channel Vlog Brothers, but I watched them a decent bit. I watched the most random shit on YouTube. Back when the internet was funny and not soft. Yeah. When you could make jokes and not have to worry about how people would necessarily be super mad. Man got a whole wife and kid now. Yeah. Yeah, for real. Big Juggernugget. I remember McJuggernugget. Man. What a time. What a time. Old YouTube, man. Old YouTube. Back when, if you did YouTube SEO right back then, all you had to do was you just took a bunch of keywords and put it in the bottom of your description and your video would blow up. Yeah, no ads. Angry Grandpa. I remember Angry Grandpa. I didn't watch him a ton, but I remember him. Popular almost got done dirty. There's a lot of YouTubers who just got done dirty, to be honest with you. There's a decent bit. But man, Good times. Good times. And so, like, 2013, I was like, you know what? Nothing's going to happen, but I kind of want to try it. I'm just going to make random videos and see what happens. And then life happened, you know, as it does. And I just didn't have time to commit to it. You know, I was in college. I was working. Stuff in life happened. And so I kind of just went to TikTok always. And I just stopped. And I would like upload every once in a while, you know. And then, yeah. And so this is the longest that I've committed to making content, like, consecutively, you know. He got divorced and he dated some other chick and she cheated on him, accused him of SA, and then he dated another chick and she broke up with him. Damn.
Outside smoking a cigarette, you know, and
when this first loaded, I kind of thought this was Duke Dennis. When it was like
something
when it
that
was
didn't
about here.
outside smoking
When
a
it was, like,
cigarette, you know,
fading in.
and I seen something that didn't seem right to me, you know.
Jesse Moore was waiting for a cab outside his neighborhood CVS near Arcade and Maryland Avenue in St. Paul.
I seen a man come in the store. I asked him for a lighter. He ignored me, you know. And he had a mask on.
Moore did not know the man with the mask was Simon Hansen. Minutes
Dan,
before he walked into the
he's got 2 kids
CVS,
now?
investigators say he tried to rob the corner gas station down the block. Moore watched through the window as Hansen pulled a knife and demanded money from the clerk.
I was standing right here. I was outside looking in, you know. So I took it upon myself to go back in the store. Because the lady, you know what I'm saying, she was behind the counter. She just got to give him everything.
Moore says Hansen was preoccupied and didn't answer him when he asked.
I'm not gonna lie to you. This may sound mean. Robbery doesn't look like it's his kid, like it's his kind of crime, right? Like he doesn't look like he'd rob somebody. He looks like he'd do a different kind of crime. If you catch my drift, you know what I mean? He looks like a banker. Like, if I had to choose his crime, I just feel like he'd have to let you know that he lives in your neighborhood. You know what I mean? Like, if you catching my drift.
Ask what he was doing.
He's talking to the cash, the drawer, the money drawer. Like, I need all the money. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's the money? He counted. And as he
No, you wrong for that.
that she's not finna do nothing no more, I jumped
just
on the counter.
saying.
And when I jumped on the counter, he's still not even knowing I'm on the counter. When he was finna leave out the door,
I'm just
that's
saying,
the picture
bro.
you got. I kicked him in his face. And when I kicked him, he lost
him
his
in the
phone.
face.
There was
Damn.
a struggle. Moore says he slammed Hansen around and tried to restrain him until police arrived.
So I ended up just
Like, doesn't he? He just looks like one day you're going to get a knock on your door and he has to notify you that he lives there. Why does it look like he had to do this crime to be seen as more hard? No, I 100% agree. You know, like, he's trying to show that he's like that because people probably say the same thing as me.
just let him go. But I ended up taking all the money from him, you know? And before he can leave, just know that mask came off.
Still wearing the boots that stopped a robbery, Moore says he would do it again.
Damn, the Nike boots. Okay.
To protect the
That man deserves a Nike sponsorship.
woman he loves and the people at his neighborhood store.
Stomped him out. I'd switch whole neighborhoods if he knocked on my door. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I'm not gonna lie to you. One day, it was my old apartment. I did one of those searches to see how many of them were, like, around. There's more than you'd think. There are more than you think. I do not recommend searching that, to be honest with you. Yeah, don't do the search. There are more than you think. It's kind of wild, actually. You done it too? Yeah. It's crazy. Like, damn, how many of y'all, like, what the fuck kind of world am I living in? It's bad. Do not do that search. It's not worth it. I promise you. It is not worth it. You know, like, this is one of those situations where ignorance is bliss. Ignorance 100% in that situation is just, that is bliss. For real. Like, don't look. It's a mistake. Okay. I feel like I got to warm up today. We got to get the video blood warming up. That was a good start to the warm up. I feel like we do like some daily dose. I feel like we hit a little daily dose, you know, and DM you a vid. Okay.
Hello,
bet.
everyone. This is your daily dose of internet.
Hold on, daily dose. Hold on. See, need a warm up from switching scenes.
Hello, everyone. This is your daily dose of internet.
What do you? What the fuck? Like, why? Why? And he's lucky. What restaurant is this? Taco Bell or something? It's not a Popeyes. Yeah, what was the reason? Man saw McRib. He's lucky this was not a Popeyes. Or he's getting his ass beat. Zaxby's? I think so. I think it is a Zaxby's. Like, he just... If this was Popeyes, he's getting his ass beat. Is that a chicken or is that a taco? That is Taco Bell? That's what I was thinking originally. Look at the cup. Yeah, it is. That is Taco Bell. You're right. See, this is like Taco Bell. Like, you could do stupid shit like this, right? You can't do this at Popeyes, Waffle House type shit. Yeah, that was Taco Bell. I saw the logo. Yep. Taco Bell. Popeyes, they gonna run your fade? Yeah, and they gonna beat your ass till the cops come through. He needs it. He deserves that. This is actually a normal way of ordering in Ohio. Yo, Leon, thanks for the bid. Thank you. Yeah, they don't play around. They in training constantly. You know, it's almost like they have a required amount of ass whoopings to hand out. Dudes at Popeyes, they gonna pop your eyes out. Exactly.
Come on, inside. You wanna come in?
That shit happened in my house the other day. If you were here, you know. That same shit happened here. That thunder is fucking crazy.
Apparently,
That thunder is crazy.
the sewers in New York City are pretty scary.
When you go into a Waffle House and they arguing and the chef smoking a cig, you know the food gonna be good. Yeah. That's how you know you're at the right Waffle House. Whoa.
If you ever want,
Whoa.
New York City are pretty scary.
That would scare me, yeah. That would scare me.
If you ever wondered why it kinda hurts to eat a pineapple, this is why.
They laughing as if they see that every day. Yeah, they're used to it in New York. No offense to my New Yorkers, but New York is kind of wild.
There are little tiny microscopic needles inside of pineapples that pinch you when you eat it.
Yeah, they've seen worse, actually. So there's needles in pineapples? I mean, I don't really eat pineapple. Like, I don't really like it, but I didn't know that there was... Or is this just... Floridians be worse? Yeah. Where that 40-pound steel land? This doesn't feel natural. This feels like we fucked up this pineapple some way. This feels like a microplastic type situation. I ain't eating pineapple no more. This feels like a microplastic situation here.
This poor little guy forgot how to do it.
Wow! Yay!
Oh, God. Oh. I thought he was going to fall. I love this kid. I've never seen this kid before. I thought he was going to fall. 100%. What the fuck? I thought he was doing a gang sign. What the fuck? A bear, bro? Hell no. Hell no, bro. No. I'll be gone. Forget that. Yeah. Hell no.
This guy was trying to move a snake that was in the road.
Yo, I tried this as a kid. I tried this shit as a kid, but I tried with a bucket. And I came at it with the bucket kind of like this, but I was on this side, which was stupid. And the snake, it snapped forward, and I dropped the bucket and ran in my house crying. I was like 8 years old. It was stupid. It was so stupid. And it's why I don't like snakes. I ain't be messing with snakes. Yeah, it's not worth it. He looks like Alex Jones. That's Steve Irwin. What kind of person would ever go near a snake? I don't fuck with snakes.
Don't kill him. Oh, God.
How did that happen? How did he end up all the way over there?
He's trying to move a snake that was in the road.
Okay, he had it. What happened? Like, he had it. I've dated a few snakes in my teens. We all have. He got unbalanced. Like, why did he panic here?
Don't kill him.
Like, how? What happened? Oh, ball was snapped. Yeah. Play started. You're hurt. Sit up. And he got off the line. We love that quick release.
This fan's
He had to get to the second level. This bathroom fan sounds like Patrick.
sounds exactly like Patrick from SpongeBob screaming.
It does. That does sound like Patrick.
This fan sounds exactly like Patrick from SpongeBob screaming.
I'd never fix that. You have to leave it. Mad stupid. Snakes are dangerous. The Glock in my pocket. Like, I'm not even wasting a bullet on them. I'm just not going near them, bro. I'm just not going near snakes. You know, it's not worth it. This gave me a bad memory of a video we watched on stream earlier, like last week. My dogs be murdering snakes. As long as they're not poisonous, you know, they got a good shot. This reminds me of that dog video we watched last week. Not the most recent one. The one where the girl was living in the dog bed and stuff. We love the aggression. We love the aggression. Man, that tsunami looked dangerous. The one piece of volcanic fire in my pocket. We love the aggression here. No, he's like, where's mine? He said, get the fuck out the way. Yeah, move, bitch. Fuck out of here.
The small city held a meeting on May 4th, so all the government officials dressed up in Star Wars gear.
Thank you.
This reminds me of a Reddit story that I heard. Doggy just wants some snacks. Yeah, it was his time. This is cool. I'm not about to flame them. This reminded me. Oh, there's Darth Vader right here, by the way, too. 10-hour stream sounds great, but I'm trying to give you 10 hours of back shots. I last like 4 seconds. Welcome in, Jamal. This reminds me of a Reddit story I heard where this guy, they were having a Halloween party. And so he came to work dressed as Batman and was doing the voice and everything. But he didn't see the company email that said that because they had a big meeting, they were postponing the costume party. And he was the only one dressed up. You know, he was the only one dressed up for the meeting. And he thought he would have time to change, but the important meeting was there already. And I would have died there, bro. I would have. We will be pausing a lot, but 10 hours will get done. That's a lot of pause. No, he wasn't dressed up. His was he was justice. I feel you. I feel you. Just massage it in for the rest of the 10 hours.
Thank you. All members are present. We have a quorum. Next.
I have that camera. I have this camera. This camera? I have this. That's a 3, right? I think so.
Quorum. Next up is our first one of a kind.
Where do you think they're going?
That is. I know that's not safe. That is risky as fuck. His face is smushed in that Boba helmet. To the horse trailer store. Yeah, this is not. I know that's not safe. That's not a good move. What's stopping you from using your camera for work as a streaming camera? One, I'm too lazy to set it up, and I don't have all the stuff for it. It's just much easier for me to just plug a webcam in, to be honest with you. If I move setups, I may just install it, but right now it's just a webcam, which is good. That is some only in Mexico stuff. Yeah. Like, yeah, if the horse jumps, then what? Got the Mexican dad truck and everything. Is it weird that I low-key like these trucks? Like, they have character to them, you know? They have some character to these kind of trucks. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why, but I low-key like these. But this is crazy. That and they never die? Yeah, they do seem reliable. If that horse jumps, that AK-47 in my ball is going to do something. I don't think you need to do something. The road is. I ain't at the crib yet. I'll be back. All right, bet. I feel like the road will do
This
something.
cool teacher wanted to get a
I've seen this.
haircut in the boys'
I've
bathroom.
seen this TikTok. The fact that they let this kid do this at school is cool. W teacher, yeah, like the fact that this kid's allowed to do it at the school is cool. Like that's a good school.
This house was on fire when a surprise popped out from the garage. Don't worry, the little guy was fine.
Oh, okay. I was thinking there was another surprise. Okay, the puppy got out. Good. I think I'm done. I thought that teacher was messy. Does he look like Kind of. Kind of looks like Messi. Not a lot, but I can
cool
see it.
This teacher wanted to get a haircut.
Like, when it's blurred, I can see it.
In the boys' bathroom.
I can kind of see it. That's fire, though.
This house was on fire when a
That's pretty
surprise
cool,
popped
though.
out from the garage.
I was doing a side eye and saw Messi. Yeah, like if you get out the bathroom, teacher was trying to vape. Oh, you see the puppy right here. I thought there was gonna be another surprise coming, but like that's cool that the school lets him do that. My hating ass school would not have let that shit happen.
Don't worry, the little guy was
You know?
fine. A thief
Oh,
used a
smack him.
construction vehicle to steal an ATM machine.
Wait, what? What'd he say?
A thief used a construction vehicle to steal an ATM machine.
He thought this piece of shit was gonna steal the ATM. He thought this was gonna steal the ATM. Like this was really gonna work, bro. This is crazy. Bro rented a whole tractor for $5K max, right?
One of my subscribers
That's insane. Stupid ass Robert, bro, graduated from Netflix movie. It indeed worked.
recorded this video
But you're not getting away on a tractor with the whole ass ATM there.
of an opossum carrying 10 babies.
I've never seen a possum in real life. Ever. I hear they're mean as fuck, but I've never seen one. If his face is blocked, then maybe. I don't think that he did. You don't want to either? I heard they're really mean. Like, really mean.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Later. They're mad scary? Really? They are? I just heard that they're mean. Right? I heard they're really mean, but I haven't ever seen one or really heard about one. Especially when they get mad at you. That is what I've heard. That they get wild. What's mean? Possums. Possums, right? That's what they're called. Possums. I heard they get real mean. They really mean, huh? That fast sprint legs I have. I got chased by one in the woods before. Really? Actually, yeah, like it looks mean. It looks mean. Especially if they have kids. They look mean. They just hiss? Huh. Yeah, I've heard like I've never seen one though. So like I've never seen a raccoon in real life. I heard they can be mean. I've never seen a possum, none of that. I know some dudes that eat possum meat, and I'll be like, yeah, you do that. Yeah, I'm not. I'm just not doing that. I'm just not eating that. Stay away from my garbage. Like, I'm just not eating a possum. You know, that's just not happening. Not on my watch. Hiss. Okay, let's see.
From a freak avalanche.
Okay. Some humans probably look at possum and think it has the same personality as a cute-ass animal. There probably are some. I'll be honest with you. My grandpa boss goes bear hunting, and that'd be crazier. Yeah, I'm just not bear hunting. I'm just not doing it. It's just not happening with me. Yo, low-key, before I watch this video, I think I kind of want to do like, they do that up in the north in Michigan? Really? It's America's marsupial. Ugh. Also, Skratsx. What's up? What up, chefs? What up? How are you? So how you changed your picture. What you doing when the bear turn around after you shoot it? Yeah. What's good, homie? Yo, what up, Duck? How are you? Yo. What up? Do it. Give Duck a follow for real. And should replace the bald eagle. Could you imagine if that was our national bird, our national animal? Okay. This is true, though. People who live in Texas, when it gets below 60, it gets cold here, bro. Good to see you. Thanks for the shout. Absolutely. Duck streams are awesome. They're legitimately good. I love them. Freaking beautiful, man. I love to hear that. For real, for real. This is true. Like, it gets cold, bro, when it's below 60 here, because think about it. It's raining here. Well, today it's cold. Today it's colder. But it's been like over 90 the past couple days. I'm getting my jacket on. People who live in California moving into their brand new $10 million home. Also true. I saw this shit and thought it was funny. I think my humor's broken. No, like, you're legitimate. This is true. This is true. Right? This is also true. $10 million in California, not getting you much. Yo, what up, Mary? How are you, Mary? How's it going? Powerpuff intros up 13. 1 minute. Hold on. Hold on. Yo, what up, Dom?
Only playing by
What
myself.
up? How big is it? My phone is about like.
Don't forget,
here. Yo, what's up, Oreo? Thanks for the follow.
Privately.
I'm good. Got my errands done. Going to relax for the rest of the day off. How
We're
are
not
you?
playing privately.
Digimon intro? Digimon is good, but I never watched the show. How we doing? Pretty good. I'm not gonna lie to you. We are pretty good over here. Oh, man, what's up? What's up, Wario? What's up? What's up? Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. We are 10 away from 500. 10 away. Do we hit 500 this stream?
One of us.
Yes.
Gobble, gobble, one of us. We accept
Yes,
the one of us. Gobble, gobble, one of us. We accept the one of us.
One of us. Glad to hear, bro. Let's get that 500. I think we get the 500 today. Also, we have the one of us sound, but if you're a Nemo person, we have this.
Shark face!
Mm-hmm. Did everyone post a link in your Twitters and such? Oh, you don't have to do that. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. 100% we do? I think so. Oh, Suhai, Mary's been here. Mary's been here for a while. Let's get it done. No, they have to do that right now. Like, Mary's been here a while. Mary's been here. Oreo's new, though. Oreo's new. Let me see if I got some people to follow. Yo, I appreciate y'all.
Give me a hell yeah!
Hell yeah! 500 is a huge. Let's fucking go. 500. We're close to 500. And my 4-month stream anniversary, so I'll be streaming I will have been streaming for 4 months in 2 days. I tagged the wrong person. Sorry. Oh, you're good. You're good. People who live in Florida trying to be normal for 10 seconds. This is also true. There's some great people in Florida, for the record, but you know. I live in Florida. I said there are great people, but you know. Oh, there it is. Big. Hey, big 4-month anniversary coming up. Let's go. Yes, sir. What's up, Mozzie? What's up? How are you? And that Floridian, I take offense. I told you, I said beforehand, there are great people who live in Florida. You know, it's just the Florida man stories. Them Florida man stories. Oh, hold on. My fault. Them Florida man stories, you know?
Ask who promised
Yeah.
who
Florida
promised John Wings?
Yeah. Yeah, bro.
KB, nah, chill. Cause it's sticking me and I can't stop laughing. Dog said I should call and ask, hey, nah, for real. They gonna be like, what? Said, man, who promised John Wings? Who the hell is John, sir?
Yeah. I am good. I'm good. You know why, too? Big Lakers game today. You know what I'm saying? Big Lakers game today. We could end the series today. You know what I'm saying? We could end the whole series. Now, they'd be crazy with the Gators. I'm not going to lie. As a Floridian, I've seen some stuff. Really? I personally, I'm not going to lie to you. I would be afraid of them giant-ass Gators. We saw a video like a month ago where someone was playing hide and seek and was playing peekaboo with a Gator, and I couldn't do it. Facts, I got a big game tonight? Oh, yeah, we did. Nothing keep me away from Skratsx stream. I appreciate that. People who live in New York haven't explained 24/7 that it's not just all NYC. Swamp puppies, yeah. I have seen one gator in the wild in my many years here. He was in the ocean. An ocean gator? I'm a Golden State Warriors fan. Yo, Oreo. Look, just know that I love you, but today we're ops. Tomorrow we're cool, though. You can't run, though, because they're faster than us. Yeah. That is true. People who live in Ohio, when they see a meme about their state for the 1,000th time. Or Ohioans. You acting like the Lakers winning tonight? Look, they are, bro. People told me, look, there's people who came through here telling me Warriors in 4, Warriors in 5. And, like, look, bro, let's just be real. And if the Warriors do lose tonight, just know that there's plenty of room here on the Lake Show. Contrary to popular belief, do not run in zigzags if one is chasing you. How do you get away from a gator if they're chasing you? The way he bit the laptop, though. How do you get away from a gator? Just run? Okay, you just got to run really fast. Okay. Like, I know, like, they say if a bear is starting to attack you, you have to make yourself look bigger. And you got to, like, make crazy noises. You know? So I was just wondering, like, what do you do there? You know? I heard, like, the technique for a bear is you have to, like, make yourself big. You have to be like, hey, bear. Hey. And start yelling, like, some crazy shit. You know? That's what they say. But gators feel obviously different. If it's black, fight back. The bear, yeah, if it's a brown bear, you're dead, right? Right? If it's a brown bear, you're dead. Or a grizzly. We got gator farms here. People like raise gators. If it's brown, get on the ground. Oh. Make a lot of noise for black bears, run like hell, or climb for grizzlies, right? Black bears, you have to fight. So, grizzlies can climb trees, right? How do you get away from a gator? 12 gauge would be my guess. That is always a good option. Run as fast as Usain Bolt. Yeah, I thought grizzlies could climb trees. So you can't climb a tree or you're fucked. You know? Because the only real gator attack I've seen is that one where they were at the kids' party. Do you remember? It's like a year ago where she put her arm in for some reason and the gator bit her arm and tried to do that roll. Just remember, if you find yourself in a position where you can see a polar bear, you're already dead. Yeah, polar bears are different. You're dead if you see a polar bear. If I see a bear running at me, I'm killing myself instantly. My brain is just gun shut off. Black bears seem pretty cowardly. We just saw it. Let me pull the video back up. They seem kind of cowardly. Like, they seem like they're just as afraid of you as you are of them. Let me look it up. Like, we just saw the one in the dumpster. Hold on. Let me see. Not gonna lie, I would just run if I come across a dangerous animal or bring the AK-47 to my lung. I'll scare a bear away by violently shooting myself, definitely on purpose. Yeah, I see you. I see you. You know, that's the strat. Nah, imagine seeing a chimpanzee running at you. Chimpanzees are high-key scary because they're strong as fuck. Cough, non-core bread eater, or you can save yourself by giving the animal collard greens. You think so? I'd share. I'd give it to it, Illy. Welcome in, Illy. How are you? Illy, are you streaming today? Are you? Yeah, like, you see, like, look at this bear. Although in this situation, I'm probably running tomorrow. Okay. Is your internet back? That, and if you try to hide things from them, they take it from you. Hey, y'all, sorry I'm late. Judas, you are perfectly fine. So if you try to hide your fingers, they will bite them off. Like, in this situation, I'm running. No. Damn. In this situation, I'm running, right? But look how scared this bear feels. It just got found out from the hiding spot, right? And it didn't go after him. It turned and ran the other way. You know? So I feel like bears, black bears, I'm good. I'm good. You know? Like, I'm good off that. That was the Bill. What was Bill not going to do to that bear, though? True. Think it was stuck inside? That is true, too. Isn't it in California where there's, like, a lot of bear sightings, or am I tripping? Right? Right? Compilation. He's removing a log. Yeah, I think so. Oh, shit, my makeup's looking good today. I see you. I see you, Judas. I'd run from that bear, too. Oh, I would, too. I've seen, like, bears in gas stations and stuff. It's probably stressed. Oh, yeah, because I wonder how long it was stuck in the garbage for. How'd the bear even get locked in there, though? It probably did a thing where it, like, slammed the lid shut, right? I don't know how the lock got on. But I don't know. Hey, bear. I went for a dark vibe. Let me see if I can find a photo of it. Okay, bet. Let's look. 6 bear encounters that will leave you shook.
These 6 terrifying bear encounters will probably give you nightmares for
They might just lock it at night and not notice that the bear got stuck inside. That's true. In my mind, I was thinking like someone ran and just locked that bitch in there. You know? I imagine them seeing they're like, oh shit, and then why you for real fine as fuck? I think you are, Oreo. You know what I'm saying? I think it's you. You know, I appreciate that though. I think it's you. I think, you know, that's much more you. Next guy's problem, exactly. They'll be like, someone else will be braver than me.
Exploring a forest in northern Alberta, 2 hunters encountered something extremely terrifying, and what they were about to experience would make an ordinary...
Imagine crawling through a tight, small cave and a bear appears in front of you all of a sudden, instant death. So I can't even imagine crawling through a tight, small cave. You know? Like, have you seen those videos where people see like a hole in the ground and they're like, oh, let's see what's in there? Not me. I'm not that curious.
Person panic.
Now, if you see a baby bear run away, yeah, because the mom is close. I'm not dumb enough to do that. Same, actually.
As the hunters get to observe
people who crawl through caves are high key nuts.
Happening
yeah,
in real time, right below their tree stand.
Yeah. Okay. They got hands.
However, after things finally seem to be calming down, one of the bears appears to be smelling the men's can of tuna and proceeds to do this.
Shit. That is terrifying? Yeah. Family, what's good? Yo, what's up, Killmonger? What's up? Sent it to you? Okay, hold on. What's up? How are you? Oh, hell no. Yeah, you see that bitch climbing up there. Ah, okay. I see you, Judas. I see you. No, that's done? Yeah, I'm not I'm not doing that. I saw a photo of a person crawling through a tight, small space which had a hole on the other side, and the bear was right in front of them running at them. Yeah, fuck that. Makes me feel ill thinking about it since I heard about the dude that got stuck, and they just had to seal up the cave with him inside. Whoa. Now I'm throwing the tuna? I ain't even like tuna. Yeah. Look, like, hell nah, bruh.
Unbelievably, the men remain calm and silent, even as the predator keeps slowly climbing up the ladder and getting closer.
Yeah, so climbing trees, no go.
To them by the second.
Tuna salad's all right, but tuna by itself? 10-hour turn up, you know it. The goal, we're hitting 500 today. We're hitting 500 today.
The intense encounter.
Have y'all watched Cocaine Bear? No, but I heard that movie's crazy, actually. Have you?
The bear decides to climb down the ladder and join its friend. Number 4.
Dang, it's been an hour already?
What would you do?
Really?
If
Damn.
you and your friends encountered two
It's so good.
adolescent grizzly bears in the middle of nowhere, this question was
Yes, you should watch it.
unfortunately presented to
Man,
a
working
group
at the
of
office
hikers
today.
in Alaska when they encountered these two fearless brown bears.
Okay, so these bears are the ones you get on the ground. Yeah, it was mad funny. So brown bears, these are the ones you just gotta protect your vitals, right? You gotta protect like your neck and shit. Or no? Because like fake dead. Okay.
Hey, chill.
In reality, the bear died in 3 hours. Oh, the cocaine bear. Brown bears, you have to lay down or pass out for real. I think black bears you can run or something like that. So I know black bears, like, there's pretty scary bears from what I'm seeing. Like, black bears don't look like they're like that. You know? They don't look like they're like that. They don't have hands. But these have hands.
Yeah, back off. Yeah, I know we're close, but we're not that close, man.
I sent a photo in your DMs.
Although
yeah. Hell no. Brown bears could slice you open easily? Hell no, bruh. Hell no. Hell no. Mm-mm. We're not gonna be friends. You're gonna be lunch. Like, hell no. Mm-mm. Yeah, I'm running late, though, because I could do my makeup in 10 minutes. It turned out to be 20 minutes. We're not going to be friends, bro. You going to be lunch? Mm-hmm. Don't run, but you can intimidate black bears. Nah, he playing too much. Just made someone rage quit in 2K. Don't you love that? Did you ever see that movie Grizzly Man? It's a documentary. No. Is it about someone who, did he get hurt? Or did he survive the grizzly interaction? I mean, I guess he did because there's a documentary. But you know what I mean.
frightened by the predators,
Making anyone rage is just
surprisingly appear to stay calm, even cracking jokes during the encounter.
Yeah, we know
he lived with them, like some Tarzan shit, except with bears. The Revenant told me all I need to know about grizzly bears. They don't play. Yeah.
Run this place. We know you run this place.
Isn't it crazy that it took Leo being just mauled by bears to win an Oscar? In that situation, you're dead. You're stuck in there. Yeah, in that cage. Watch a trailer. Red Dead Bear Hunt later. We may need to just to spin back on him. It is called Grizzly Man. Let me grab it. As soon as this video's over, I'll watch the trailer. I got you. Let me put it in my notepad so I don't forget. There we go. My mom doesn't know this, but when I come home and I find her asleep, I check to see if she's breathing. She had bad sleep apnea or however the fuck you spell it. If she's breathing okay, I let her sleep. And if she's not breathing well, I wake her up to get her in a position that's better for breathing. W son.
Yeah, this is some real Alaska stuff right here. Yeah.
Look how happy they are.
Shark face!
Sir, look how happy they are. That's not me.
Yeah, I know. It's
Is this an iPhone 8? It's an iPhone 8?
It's really cool, but also kind of really not cool. Yeah.
Just in case.
Can't you, for sleep apnea, get a machine to help you breathe? Yeah, you can. They're expensive, though, I
The men
think.
still try to back away calmly, while the bears keep acting as though they're
You
smelling
can, which
something
she is supposed to be getting one soon. Good.
tasty near.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
That and they mad loud? Yeah, they are loud.
All right with it so far.
That's the iPhone 30 Plus Supreme. Not even realize it. Oh. It's hard to sleep with someone who uses them. I hear they're loud. Yeah, they are loud.
Luckily, both animals eventually lose interest in the men and simply turn around and keep walking down the trail. Number 3. At Miette Hot Springs, a hungry black bear was seen rummaging through an outdoor...
This is where I usually see, like, black bears. She's supposed to go into surgery, but they won't let her get into surgery until she can finish with her knee surgery. That's why I'm never going into caves. Yeah, you cannot catch me in a cave. You will just never see me in a cave. Hell no.
Or trash can when a local tourist...
Knee surgeon, sleep apnea surgeon? So my friend, I think it was when he was in Mexico. There's this place... like where you can go through like this hole and it leads you into some water into a cave, and he went there, and I was like, "There's just no way, bro. I'm not going into the Cave of Wonders, bro. It's not happening. Unless it's some tourist cage and they got like 50 people with me. Let's go splunking. Like that just sounds terrifying.
His luck at passing by it. Watch and find out.
Why did this motherfucker like? If you see a bear let me go a little bit forward. If you see a bear right here, you're not trying to walk in, right? You just wait till the bear leaves. Someone got to pay me what Elon Musk has right now? Yeah. Caves are mad scary, though, especially the ones with a lot of water in them. I don't do confined spaces. Me neither. I need to have an exit, too, and one that is not difficult for me to get to. Well, she needs to get surgery for her nose and some shit in her head that's causing the sleep apnea, and then she's supposed to get knee surgery for each knee. We got a lot of caves near me. I want to try this McDonald's frap. I've heard McDonald's fraps are good. I heard they're good. Yeah, I hope the surgeries go well, Sora.
Springs, a hungry black bear was seen
Also need air holes?
rummaging
Yes.
through an outdoor trash can when a local tour...
Like, hello? You see the bear, bro. You see it. Why are you trying to walk in?
When a local tourist tried his luck at passing by it. Watch.
But what are you doing? You see the bear. Hello?
And find out what happened to him. At the beginning of the video, the bear...
No, he thought it was a dog. He's like, I'm about to pet this dog. I'm up in the chop with speed.
to be minding its own business and peacefully enjoying the leftovers found in the trash can.
This has to be California, right?
Even
10-hour incoming, you say? You know it, Solo. You know it.
Eventually, though, a tourist tries to calmly walk past the animal, but things don't play out as he'd hoped. After having
California with Floridians. What it do, baby? Bro, as a death wish, clearly. Like, if I see a bear, I'm just not going there. Can you just get attacked already?
The man quickly backs off and is even told by...
Like, don't go near a bear when it's eating. Why would he do this? He's clearly an idiot. Nah, bears are light work, especially since I can beat a silverback in a fight. Yeah. Did you see that there was a survey where they interviewed a bunch of guys, and like, I think it was like 70% of men said they could solo a lion? Like, they said they could just beat up a lion if they wanted to. Bears over gorillas. There was a survey, I think it was like, who would you rather fight, elephants, hippos, gorillas, or bears? I'm gonna just beat this shit up. 10-hour stream, you know it, boss. They think they Samson, bruh. They do. Men are dumb. We are.
Other tourists to leave completely.
They probably took the survey in front of their girlfriend. I feel like if they didn't have their girl near them, they would admit that they could not solo a lion. You make me horny for real, yo. I don't know if that's good for you or bad for you, but thank you. Thank you. Bears are physically stronger with better bite force than bear. Do you mean gorillas are physically stronger? Or bears they have better bite force than gorillas. So bears over apes and gorillas. I swear I can't believe I have a fave emote. That emote is good. Same. No. What were we reacting to today? So we already got off on a tangent of bears. I mean, bears are stronger in bite. Okay, that's what I thought. A lion would just rip your leg off. They could smack your head off with their paw. A gorilla could bench 4K pounds. Gorillas are crazy. So we do have another speed dating video. today. I found one today as I woke up. We reacting to random ass videos. You know it. I'm not gonna lie to you, chat. I woke up at 9 a.m. I looked at my clock and thought for sure it was 10 and I was panicking. I remember having this debate with someone and it was the most enjoyable debate I have. These vids are mad funny. I love it. I obviously won because I'm a god and you're good at arguing. Tell him your wife water broke. I mean, he has to save that for when it actually does, right? He'll need proof. Or just like contractions, man. False alarm.
Decides to ignore them.
Back away. Back away slowly. Get away from there. Back away.
This would be an older man. Bro, I can't believe this shit right now. What happened? Yeah, you got to save that one. Not gonna lie, all I'm thinking about is the all-day summer camp. We basically did that yesterday. Basically. It was funny.
Way slowly. Keep going. You're too close.
Why would he? Remember I told you what happened between... Yeah. I do remember, Judas. Some old man, too. They'd be the most wild people. Yeah.
Thankfully, nobody is hurt during the
bro,
encounter.
what are you
and the
doing?
bear got to enjoy
Step
the
that
rest
driver
of
right
its
now?
meal.
I'm sorry.
Number 2. In the Alaskan wilderness, these two hikers were faced with a very dangerous situation.
Oh, shit. Boomer mindsets. You know you fucked up when the bear's on its hind legs. Old people are stubborn as fuck. You know what's funny about that, Killmonger? So my mom currently is going through this thing where she's trying to get her dad's keys, where she has to tell him he cannot drive anymore. And she said that is one of the most difficult things to go through right now. He can't hurt at me. I'm a senior citizen. He has respect for his elders. That's the bear trying to scare you off? Yeah. If the bear is squaring up, GG's.
When a young
I think people forget that bears are about double the weight of gorillas, like 15 plus miles per hour faster with claws and a crazy bite force. And they're predators, right? So I usually you fear predators first because they kill more often. You know what I mean? Like gorillas, like they can fight and stuff, but they're not just hunting animals 24/7.
And curious bears started following them around. Watch to see how things play out.
Uh-oh.
At first, the men start recording immediately as the predator can
Gorillas
be
weigh
seen
350
lurking
tops.
just a few feet
I will
away
say if
from
gorillas usually actually knew how to live and fight and shit, they'd be one of the strongest, if not the strongest animal. If bears get in a kangaroo stance, you know you fucked up. Yep, bears are dangerous. Tell them you got to walk your pet fish and that it got lost in a trash can, which was rolling down a skiing path that broke its legs, and you had lunch. Yeah, they eat berries and fruits. That stick getting snapped in half? Yeah, this is about to be bad.
They do their best to calm it down.
The guy is now the bear's dinner. Yeah. They're like, oh, go on. Brown bears weigh between 180 and 1,300. What's the stick gonna do? Yeah, you need a different kind of stick if you catch my
the
drift.
hikers around as they try to avoid becoming its next meal. However, the animal continues
Skratsx,
to
what's up?
intimidate them.
Are you
by
afraid of snakes? I wouldn't say I'm afraid, but I do not fuck with them. This is why you're my Twitch lawyer. What's up, Billy? People don't know this, but there was a drawing, no physical proof of a gorilla ripping a person in half in the 1880s. They finna be a snack for real? 31K. Jesus, okay. No one fucks with snakes, to be honest. Yeah, I don't fuck with snakes. And how are you, Red Fox?
showing off its size.
I hate snakes. Same. I just don't fuck with them. 30K? No.
Eventually, the hikers and the bear managed to end up just a few feet apart, and the men braced themselves.
Damn, Nature,
for
you
the
scary.
worst
She a
case
psycho.
scenario.
My girl loves snakes. Does she have a snake at home, Oreo? Went from 18 to 31 in 4 days. She does? Yeah. There was a show that would do animal fights in CGI. Yo, I look away for a bit. Where the bear at? It's right here. It's behind my head. So I blew up my pocket. 4 ads, SMH? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Oreo. Fucking so blind right now? No, Judas, my head was blocking it. My head was blocking it.
Although risky, the hikers decide to turn their backs to the animal and walk away as fast as they can as the video comes to an end.
Me, I'm backpedaling like I'm a cornerback here. I'm not turning my back to a fucking bear.
Number 1. The clip you are about to see is both blood-chilling and disturbing. It shows a bear encounter where staying
I'm blind on my
calm
vision, all blurry,
doesn't work.
teary-eyed,
The
and shit.
video
Are you
starts
okay,
with
Judas?
Hunter Blake Barnett's team attempting to scare off a dangerously close black bear. From the very start, though,
It's easy to get rid of this bear. They're prepared. Where's the clip? They're prepared. You see what's in his hand. I got you. I hope so. I hope so too.
the video starts.
You see what's in his hand right here, my boy. A little better today, but keep having to lay down. It's the usual though. Yo, I hope you feel better soon, Red Fox. I do. Ain't no way I'm turning my back to a dangerous animal. I'm saying, bears have crazy durability. Bears look cute sometimes, but they dangerous as shit. Bro got the rifle. How did I get rid of this bear? Yeah, like it's easy. You see this in my hand? That bear's not touching me. Like we just firing rounds. We're just firing rounds. They're seen to take a full shotgun shot at close range and run it. Really? Bro finna 360 no scope that shit? If not a friend, why friend shape? Bro became a Face Clan member. Like I'm telling you.
Blake Barnett's team attempting to scare off
Just
a dangerously
bam.
close black bear. From the very start.
Some states protect bears though. You can go to prison. Oh yeah. Yo shit, this is why bears don't like us. If I miss every shot, not to worry. I got a cyanide pill for me. You got to head tap it if you want to. Yeah, you have to. Sorry, disappeared. My Wi-Fi is experiencing outages. Yo, Mary, I'm not going to lie. We, in this community, we are fighting the internet people. We have a war against ISP providers. You know, we got Xfinity. We got Spectrum, Cox. Like, we are adding just people to the list of people we need to fight here. This damn internet. Animal Face-Off, is that the CGI thing? My SP is pretty solid. You should have hit me up when I had Spectrum. So, like, I plan on getting rid of them. I'll still fight them, though. What was it? Animal Face-Off. Okay. Yeah, the show. Shut up and get on that game, boy. Wow, okay, Jaden. This doesn't usually happen, but everything in my home runs on Wi-Fi, and I have no signal, so that is annoying. If the Wi-Fi don't work, nothing does. I feel that pain.
Though, it seems obvious that the animal has no
I
intention
feel that
of
pain.
leaving.
Yeah, we about to riot. How come they just don't shoot a bullet in the air? Is that a crime here? Like, if you're just making repelling noises, but you don't want to shoot it, if you don't fix your sleep schedule, I won't give you the forehead kisses you asked for before bed. Yeah, Jaden's a late night streamer now, by the way. He's a late night streamer now. He literally streams till like 8 a.m. now. My guy shoot the rifle, like he is a late night streamer now. You know what I'm saying? My brother is now a late night streamer.
Unfortunately, all the movement only makes the bear even angrier as it proceeds to attempt the...
I've been out for like 17, 18 hours? Yeah. They are far enough to where the rifle could be avoided.
Unthinkable.
So when it starts running at you, you gotta put a shot at its feet, and I bet it would fuck off real quick. Yeah, you don't have to shoot it. Just shoot around it. If I see a bear take one step towards me menacingly, I would shoot its kneecaps, and it's like... There we go. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At the very
fuck out of
last
here,
second,
Yogi.
One of the brave hunters managed to land a warning shot to the left of the bear, immediately scaring it back into the woods. Thanks for watching until the end.
Yeah, fuck out of here. Ooh, 15 scariest shark encounters of the year. See, that gunshot sound is loud. Yeah, black bears are bitches. Yeah, see, I would simply slam the bear on its back. Oh, you're like that, huh? Okay, see, he's one of them. Jaden is one of the ones that are like, yeah, I'm soloing a lion. I'm soloing a lion. A lion, fuck no. Call me pussy. Okay. I'm running. I don't think you can run from lions. I think that's like one of the worst things you can do. Oh, it's 10%. My bad. It's 10% of people. 10% of people think they can beat a lion in a fist fight. DDT them. I gotta go. Walking to class right now. We love you, Judas. I'm slamming that bitch. Okay. Call me the Flash. I'm gonna make it the impossible possible. We love you, Judas. See? 10% of men think that believe they can beat a lion in a fist fight. Mm-hmm. Oh, is this it? Let me see what this survey is. I'm just not beating that shit in a fist fight. They lucky I got carpal tunnel. Okay. Do they have numbers? Oh, they do have numbers. Let me look at this. Which animal would win in a fight? According to Americans. This is Americans, so remember that. I fight it. I'm going to look like I'm fighting Prime Mike Tyson. I'm good. If it's the cowardly lion from Oz, then maybe. I definitely could. Well, in my dreams and fantasies. So, respondents were asked to choose the which animal would win in a fight series in a head-to-head matchups. Figures shown are the percentage of times the animal won the fight. So 70. Wait, is this? Hold on. Let me read this right. And what? Okay, so this is the chart of what they think they can fight, like what they think they can beat. So they're saying, so this is saying like 26% of people could think they can beat an elephant. Americans is important information. Yeah, it is. I wouldn't even fight a goose. How the hell am I going to fight a bear? So this is which animal would win. Yeah. I call dibs on being the smartest in here. Elephant solos a lot of animals. Yeah, it does. Niggas scared of a goose? Not a singular goose. Geese. Not the elephant. Yeah. So 74% of people say they lose to an elephant. Right? And a rhino. So like people say they can beat geese, unharmed humans, ostriches, chimpanzees. That's kind of crazy. Chimpanzees is kind of wild, bro. I would solo that air over there. Come on now. Okay, I see you. I see you. Niggas think they beating their own kind. My fault. They think they got better odds against a fucking hippo than an unarmed human. Hey. Yo, Reaper's Pass. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Elephant is a Royal Rumble champ. Yeah, elephants are crazy. Elephants are wild, bruh. Man, I'll fight a goose, punch the fuck out of Daffy Duck bum ass. What can I use during the fight? It's just fist fights. It's just a fist fight, Glitch. Straight fist fight. 9 more. 9 more. See the white background behind the animals? Yep, I have a chance with winning a fight with the background. Bro, if I can barely fight a squirrel and these people think they can take on a chimpanzee, right? This is just straight hand-to-hand combat. I think I could beat a chicken, maybe a small dog. A singular goose, easy. Like, I'm not scared of a goose. Underarmed human, depends on the human. Ostriches, that's probably a no. Chimpanzees, that's definitely no. Not a horse. Coyotes, I mean, I've seen coyotes. I'm not too scared of them. But, like, you know, coyotes, I'm not really that scared of coyotes. Walruses, I've never seen a walrus up front, but I know that's not happening. I for damn sure know we're not beating a honey badger. Hey, I got to go take my grandma to the doctor's office, but I'm going to leave your stream running. Yo, Ace, I hope the doctor's appointment goes well. I hope it goes well. Thanks for stopping through. Not seeking the coyote smoke. Like, I'm not seeking it, but if I have to fight it, I feel like I have a chance there. Finally, a list I can beat, I'm kicking all their asses. That's because you're strange. Agent Strange. Hand-to-hand combat with these animals is crazy. Yeah. Hyena, you know you're not fighting just one hyena. Honey badger don't give a heck. Yeah, honey badgers are fucking you up. You've seen kangaroos. Kangaroos, like, hold on. Let me show. Hold up. You see what I'm saying? You see it? Yeah. Why did my Siri start talking? I'm fighting a kangaroo. That motherfucker can use his feet. That's cheating. No, it's. Yo, what's up, Neff? Kangaroos would fuck someone up. They can literally disembowel you with a kick. I've been trained in the art of hand-to-hand combat. Okay. Wolves also travel in packs, so definitely not surviving that. Yeah, so like animals that. Hold on. My Siri is still talking to me. Stop, Siri. Stop talking to me. I don't know what the. Thank you. It's talking. Good. Wolf's pussy, though, but they travel together. Mike Tyson over a kangaroo. Nice, you're almost at 500. We are. We are at 491. Wolf's pussy, though, you can beat those? Bitch them all. Yeah, okay. I forgot Jaden's like that. Just clicking through my recommend channels, I vibe with the stream. Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for stopping through. We stumbled on a great stream and a great community. What is this? Tense moments with a yeah, let's look at these kangaroos. Hello, YouTube. And this is just his hands, bro. We need to reach 500 by today's stream. It has to happen. I think it's happening. The dogs know, bro. It's happening. It's gonna happen. We hit 500 today. Look at it. Today is the day. I agree. It's happening today. Is it trying to drown the dog? If they get a clinch, you're kind of fucked. I agree. Like it's trying to. Yes, it is trying to drown him. Yeah. Nope. Can't watch if the dog gonna get hurt. It didn't. Luckily, it cut off. But he didn't read the title. I didn't. I just clicked the video. Kangaroo standing all big body. Bro trying to slam and shit. It's premeditated. So, pack animals like coyotes, hyenas. What else is one? Things like that, you're dead. Right? He know he come out that water, his ass is grass. I mean, so the thing is like, if it's just trying to box you, you have a shot, right? But if it kicks you, you're literally fucked. You're dead. If that kangaroo kicks you, it's over. Horses, obviously, you know, I've seen it in Red Dead. They just one tap you with the head and you're done. Orangutans, like any kind of monkey, like it's over. Any kind of like ape, they got you, bro. Pack animals, good luck. The coordination is insane. Yeah. Don't worry. You want to, you can win. Kangaroo gonna grab the dog and take it to suplex. Monkey versus monkey. Come on, man. Bro, I beat the shit out of a horse? Yeah, okay. Let that motherfucker kick you. Eagles got the talons in the beak, like, bro. So, yeah, eagles, especially because they're gonna fly, they're just gonna hit that thing where they swoop, and they're gonna keep swooping. Komodo dragon, one bite and you're done, bro. Komodo dragons, if I don't let the horse kick me, how would it be fair? I mean, that's true. If the horse doesn't kick you, a horse is not a hard fight. But you have to avoid the kicks. A moose, I've seen moose are pretty crazy. Please, a knuckle duster in my ass crack. Cobras, if they get the bite, the animal kingdom's just fucking scary. I agree. You're just not beating a moose. Yeah, moose are huge and crazy. A car not touching that shit, yeah. The size of a moose is staggering. I've never seen one in real life, but I've heard they are enormous. Just make sure the horse doesn't catch you in its rear view mirrors. Yeah. Moose total cars and still walk away. Buffalo. We saw something about a buffalo yesterday. Panthers. Which one's the master of like hiding? Panthers or leopards? I heard a zoo person said they heard a leopard growl and they shit themselves. Like they were doing like one of those jungle safari. How big is a Komodo dragon, by the way? Let's see. They're not big. They're not huge. It's leopards, right? I think it is leopards. I remember seeing one at the zoo and it was just a ginormous mystical being. The moose, they are big actually. They're 10.3 feet long. They're big. They're big. Like, look at this. Look at these motherfuckers, bro. Komodo dragons will kill you. They'll actually, like, they only need one bite. Bro, I'm barely half their size. Like, they'll kill you. People stopping their cars when buffalo walk down the street. Played a tiger screen in my computer and I jumped. I want no smoke. The sound of a moose makes, don't they make a creepy sound? Hold up now. Horses can be scary, not because of kicks, but they can trample you too. Let's get a moose pic. Okay, let me see what a moose looks like. Like, look at this one. Look at this one. This is one with no horns, especially if they come into you. Toxins in the saliva, yeah, they're killing you. Moose are huge. Mooses are definitely giants. Everyone who hit a moose with a car says it's like a brick wall. Like, moose, you're just not winning that fight, bro. You're just not beating a moose. Like, they're 6'5" on all fours, it says. Like, look at this. To its antlers, it's saying an Alaskan moose is 10 feet tall. Little ass nigga, come on. Tallest human, 8'11"? Who the fuck was 8'11"? Who was 8'11"? Wild animals are built different. Yeah, nature's scary. Not gonna lie, I'd rather take my chances with the moose than the giant bugs, though. Wait, as my soul is dying thinking about it. Yo, one swipe from a moose's head, a person head is about to be decapped. Bro, gonna chuck your shit. Who was 8'11"? It's me, bro. Sorry, but the 8 foot and the 11 are two measurements. Okay. That's scratched in my pocket. That nigga alive right now? Really? Who's 8'11"? Like, hey, yo, Google it. 8'11" is insane. Is it Robert Wadlow? No, he's 8'2". In Guinness World Book of Records. What? Back problems on 1,000? Yeah. Yep, those Komodo dragons' mouths are dirty as portable potties at Phil Collins concerts. Is it this guy? Him? This is the Guinness World Book of Records. He's the tallest living. Largest hand, his hands are almost a ruler. That's too much height. 8'11" human, all the joint problems? Yeah. That's crazy. Not gonna lie, if I'm not packing at that height, don't fuck with me. Who's that Pokemon? What's up, Chihuahua? What's up? Now, that's a tall man. That's insane. Imagine being that tall. You know how expensive that would be? Like, think about all the extra costs that you don't normally have to think about. Doorways, special cars, clothes. They had to compare a moose to an 8'11" human. That moose too big. Bro, that would be like chalking the end of a pool cue. Could you imagine? I'm 9'11". Oh, it's strange. She's the right height for something. You're 5'9". Like, damn. This guy's 2 feet taller than me. Like, damn. That's crazy. Search up moose sound. Okay, let me hear it. Yeah, you're just not beating a moose in a fight, bro. It's just not happening. It's just not happening. Hello. Hello, Cisco. How are you? What's good? Yo, what up, Zeke? What up? What up? What up? How was the IG, Zeke? How was it? Who we not beating? I don't know who it is, because I'll beat anyone. No, a moose.
Grunting.
A moose. Man, lower shelves definitely his mortal enemies. Yeah. When I would play ball with another friend, they used to call us the Twin Towers. Doing okay? Okay. Moose sounds.
Searching.
I don't want the baby moose. Give me the adults. Look at these. You're just not beating these in a fight, bro. Skratsx, I sent 2 possible emotes. Okay, I'll check in a second. All I'm going to say is if the gun jam, he going to get beat with the mob. Moose sounds are funny. You're an alligator bellow? That's a scary sound. Is it? Is it?
Crying.
My girlfriend just told me he's thinking of breakup on text. You know what, Cisco? I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, here's what I can say. You have us right now to hopefully provide a decent distraction. You know what I'm saying? Easy dub. What's that with it? Yo, what up? What up, Iser? Yeah, you don't text a breakup. I'm sorry to hear that. Send me that song. Thanks. Yeah, but I'll BRB. Gotta relax my eyes first. BRB. All right, bet. And gosh, she's gone. You don't want someone to break up in your breakup texter in your life. I agree. So these sounds don't sound. They don't sound intimidating. They're just big as fuck. I got the same and it suck. You might be dodging a bullet. Yeah. They don't sound intimidating, but these moose they're still winning. All right, I'm going to sleep. Time to cut this sleep cycle. All right, Jaden. Sleep well, my boy. Sleep well. Yeah, you dodged a bullet? On God, you did. You did. Top 5 most terrifying animal sounds. We got to hear it. For the alligator bellow, have a listen to that, please. Okay. So I got this top 5 terrifying animal sounds in Roy's. Mises? Yeah, we don't fuck with breakup textures around here. A lion. Okay. Welcome back, Judas. I'm lost. What's the problem? We don't fuck with breakup texters. Cisco said that their boyfriend is sent a text saying they're considering a breakup. And we said, we don't fuck with them. And you're dodging a bullet if you get a breakup texter. I'm going to whisper you to the best text message breakup song on earth. Thank you. Nah, I can take it lying easy. Okay. Not going to lie, if someone ends it, it wasn't meant to be. Sooner it ends better because the longer it lasts, the worse it becomes. I agree. Man, I might be one of them. No, Glitch. Message back like I'll save you the thought we done. No, Glitch. I always say, all right, like what happened to me? So I said this, like I had a breakup in November and it was via text. And they sent it to me and I just responded, bet. That's literally all I said. I said, bet. It was like, 3 years gone over text and I just said, bet. That's just me though. I said, bet, period. I just said, bet. Not gonna lie, if the person abused me enough, I'll shoot a breakup text. That's fair. That's cold, bro. I like what I don't know what to say. I was like, bet. You just have to take the hit, choose one, drop kick by a silverback gorilla, or get tackled by a moose. Ooh. What do you do there? You drop this kick. Drop kick by a silverback gorilla. I think I'm gonna take the drop kick because I don't feel like their legs are like that. I'm not getting tackled by a moose. Kind of my fault. I'm 19, still living with my mom, so we have to sneak around and wait till midnight a lot. That is not your fault. No, Cisco. It's not your fault. That is not your fault. Don't blame yourself for that. If you're truly in love, it wouldn't matter. Exactly. Like, that's not your fault. You know what I'm saying? Don't put that on you. That's not even like you're 19. You know what I'm saying? Like, no. That's not on you. It's not a good reason. He's a Looney Tune for leaving you. I agree. A lot of people live at home. Seeing the cost of living is 100% not your fault. Don't get in your own head. I agree. I'm sorry, but I don't see it as a problem. I may be a problem. I think it depends on the situation, though, Glitch. In this economy, yeah, shit, plus midnight, that's more romantic, not gonna lie. Take me instead. JK, I see you. I see you, Judas. So we got the lion sound. Here's the gator sound, Dom. Are you ready? I'm gonna turn it up. Whoa. Fuck that, right? Yeah. Whoa. Being at home is a low-key blessing rather than a curse. You as a person have more of the opportunity when living with your parents due to the cost of living. Most people don't see it like that, which is dumb. But hey, if he leaves, that's only a W for you. I agree. Why is the alligator looking at me like that? That is crazy. Listen to that bellow. Let's do it one more time. Yo, Cisco, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. Thank you. Peekaboo. You know they're doing peekaboo with that gator. Can gators jump? Can they? At the gator farm, they had this huge area with 100 gators, and they fed them. A lot of those sounds at the same time was terrifying. That sounds horrific. If you ever seen a video of them doing that in the water goes nuts and splashes from the vibration. They don't jump, they pounce. Nah, bro, that's scary. Yeah, like that's 492. Like, oh, they go like forward, but they're not jumping up. Imagine just hanging out here in Florida, lakes, and hearing that sound. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I am never getting in the water in Florida. It's just not happening. Like, am I safe on a table if a gator on my floor? I think they're running through that, right? They can swim on their tail, if I remember. Whoa. I gotta write an essay. Chat GPT, Judas. I'm not advising that, but I'm just saying that's a useful tool. Just make sure you edit it. Hold on. Crocodile galloping. Shit, we don't have gators, so I'm good. Yeah, we don't have gators in my neck of the woods. We got snakes and scorpions. Now my teacher knows ChatGPT. Yeah, that's why you gotta edit it. If it isn't a dead body in the water, it's a gator. Yeah, I'm just not doing it. I mean, Snapchat's AI. I'm good at bullshit. Not gonna lie, ChatGPT would have carried me. Gators gallop? Yeah, here and look at it. Gators are fast. Like gators are actually fast. It really is. It's even helping my taxes. I heard that it's doing better on taxes than like some financial advisors. I'm not taxes, stocks. Shit, I've been single for 5 years. I'm good with how I'm living, Cisco. But look, I know you may think you're the blame. You may be hurt from time to time, but as a woman, let's not let a relationship keep us down. We have to love ourselves and be better than before. And one day he may see that he made a mistake to break up with you. So just be you, girl. I feel you. Why is it galloping kind of cute? That's how they get you. That's how they get you. Not faster than me, though. Okay, I see you. And Illy spin facts, by the way. We got big-ass scorpions and snakes. Same. And spiders, bro. Look. The problem with Texas heat, and you probably have this problem too, Judas, in Arizona. It gets so hot that bugs just try to come inside. They just try to come inside. And so yesterday I was just sitting here. I was in JT's stream, and I see this gigantic spider just run. Just run. Hold up, you're in Texas too? Hell yeah. Yes, sir. Bugs need AC too? Yeah. And so they're just like in the house. It's crazy. Hey, man, if the bugs leave me alone, I'd let them in my house for real. Not fucking me. If I see you, it's up for you. I've been single as fuck, man. All my exes are assholes, and nothing's wrong with it. I'm not worrying about, oh, is he with her, or does he still love me? No, I got my dog, and we good. There you go. Like, them, you thinking they're cute is what gets you here. A rattlesnake try to come into my house? What the? My house, my sanctuary, get out, bugs. Exactly. When the bugs take over, they're going to be making sure I'm situated is all I'm saying. I don't think they're thinking about you, bro. Yeah. The gallop, they're fast, is what I heard. All right, tiger noise. Tiger noise, are you ready? You ready for the tiger noise? Here we go. I'm a gay guy, which is kind of also why I had to sneak around, but thank you, I'll keep my head up. Fuck using Raid, that shit don't work anymore. I'm getting the stomping. Yeah, Raid, they've adapted to Raid. Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. Could you imagine it being dark and you just hear this fucking roar? Hey, bitch, pick that fucking alligator up before I killed a bitch. Did I ever tell you about the wolf spiders I have, such as in my home? No. What's popping? Yo, what's up, Damage? How are you? We are just, we saw a survey where we were seeing what animals Americans said they can beat in a fist fight. You stomp, I'm a super soakum in Raid. Fabuloso Windex. Like a young Uncle Ruckus. Appreciate that, I guess. But they also purr and do the little kneading things with their giant paws. Yeah, they try to make you think they're cute. You know what I'm saying? They try. Like, tigers look cool. You know what I'm saying? But, they're not. I'm bisexual and my mom's Christian. I feel you. I was with a girl for 3 years and had to sneak everything. So eventually my mom finds out. I say if you're worried, just talk to her. Moms would be the most rather than speaking with it. Feels like kindergarten with Miss Johnson all over again with the sounds these animals make. I beat the brakes off a tiger if I get the drop on it first. You know, I feel you. I feel you, Damage. I'm glad you're confident, you know. I'm glad you're confident. I'm sorry I forgot to ask that, but you know I got your back. Keep going. Amen. Amen. Elephant. Okay, here we go. I didn't know about the other sound. Warriors in 7? Okay, real. I see you. Slap the tiger in real life, bro. I got a photo proof. All right. I need a photo proof. I need a real photo proof. I didn't know they make that sound. The vibration is crazy. Yeah, I didn't know about that one. Yo, why do elephants sound more terrifying than a lion? They do. Discord? There you go. Drop it in the Discord. I'm shitting my pants if I'm close enough to hear a tiger like that, not gonna lie. Yeah. Where's the attachment? I beat the brakes off an elephant too. Okay. True alpha male. Okay. Oh my god, Skratsx, let me find you a video. Okay. Gorilla. Okay. I was worried that it didn't make that sound that we grew up knowing. Yeah, it did not, and I'm alpha. I did not know it made more noises than one we grew up hearing. Hold on. Let me find another one. Hold on. I got you. I need a better Discord link. Hold on. Invite. There you go. There it is. I don't know why the link's not working all of a sudden. Edit invite link. Never. Generate new link. Copy. Let me fix the Discord command. Is it Nightbot that does it? Yeah, just imagine a drop kick. King Kong ain't got shit on me. Let me see. It's Fossabot. All right, let me fix the Discord command real quick. So gorillas deemed number 1. Imagine a gorilla yell at you like that and then punch you in the chest. You're finished. You're finished. That wind up is going to be crazy. Like, you're finished, bro. You're absolutely finished. There you go. Now it shouldn't expire. Like, you're just finished. And then, let me see. Nah, you punch him. You punch him when he yells. I guess you may have to. Punch in the chest by a gorilla. It was nice knowing you. Y'all want to see giraffes fight? Don't they fight with their necks? You're not punching the chest. Your chest is punched in. You gonna hear the air blown from a gorilla. Like, okay, moose attacks are increasing. When moose attack, let me see. Let's see.
Although they don't look too dangerous, moose are not to be tried.
Smack the gorilla and establish your dominance. Ah, okay. If you smack the shit out of a gorilla like hard enough, it'll be like, whew, damn, I'm not fucking with him. That's the alpha male now. I almost made a joke. I was gonna be like, the gorilla's gonna be like, I see why they call them monkeys.
Today's video was requested by
Sent it?
K50.
Don't giraffes fight with their necks? I'll check in a second, Judas. Don't they like just swing their necks around, right?
The comment section below.
You already know how they fight? They throw that neck back. They do.
Shark face!
What up, Incog? How's it going?
Are the largest members of the deer family. The males of the species are called bulls. They're easy to identify because of their giant antlers, which can spread 6 feet from end.
So their antlers can spread 6 feet like a wingspan? It's going to be like when Saitama paused his punch before he hit Genos in One Punch Man? Like, Jesus. I'm going to have to head out in 15 minutes to do a 9-hour revision session. How's that going, Incog? If you get taller than it and make enough noise, you think a gorilla would run or fight? It's going to fight you, I think. I think they're fighting you.
End to end. Bulls
doing well in economics and business. There we go.
Or for display when competing for
Yo, what up, YK? What up? What up? How are you?
They undergo a painless process before.
Also, you should watch the Instagram reel I sent you. Okay, I got 93% in business and 91 in economics. That's what we like to hear. We got geniuses in this community.
Back each year, a bull will typically shed its antlers each winter after mating.
Like, look at this. Look at this, bro. You're not what. Skratsx made me snort? On God? No, that was all you. They gonna fight gorillas or on-site animals. Yeah, they're definitely fighting. He's smart. You're smart too, Judas. You are. Boy, that's stupid as fuck. No, you're not. You're not. You're not. Yeah, they're on-site. And you're not beating a moose. Send my receipts, dog? Okay. Let's see these receipts. Let's see these receipts. Let's see the block. What is this? What is this? What other predators I done beat the brakes off them all? Bro, the meat on the antlers, right? What is this? What the Where's the smacking the tiger? I sent a video in the Discord for the vibe of today. Okay, bet. Great white sharks. What is happening? I'd bite a shark? Okay. I see you, damage. Damage. I don't know why I'm laughing at this. Bitch ass Tiger wasn't on shit. He knew to be respectful. Quick jab. Okay. Okay. The elephant. Okay. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Scratch, you can answer too. Top of my head, I think it's x squared plus 6x plus 8, right? Right? Just off the top of my head. All right, I gotta go. See you tomorrow. I'm really tired. Yo, Suhai, sleep well. Sleep well. Let me check. Remember I said it is x squared plus 6x plus 8. Off the top of my head. Like, I didn't even Google it. What up, Justin? How are you? Okay. What? What? Let me see what the vibe of today is. Okay. Oh, I love this. This is the vibe of today.
Luke Skywalker did Chris's lair. Bring him on. That's who he is. Lakers in 5. Yeah. Chris Paul, Logan Paul, Jake Paul, any other Paul. Chris Paul. Lakers in 5. Yeah.
Lakers in 5.
Right. Phoenix Sun, Capri Sun, Mohegan Sun. The sun's about to set. In Lakers in 5.
They're about to be
X squared plus 6 seconds fake.
on vacation.
Told you.
White side, back side, sunny side. Lakers in 5.
Lakers in 5. Yes, sir.
It should have been Lakers in.
I don't care what
You see me in the water with a great shark? Call the lifeguard for the shark. I see you, Damage. I respect it.
Tyler hero, superhero, guitar hero. Lakers in 6. Serge Ibaka, Chewbacca, Waka Flocka. Lakers in 5.
Lakers in 5.
Lakers in 5.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Lakers in 5. I don't care what you say. Yeah.
The Lakers been on them. Warriors, I'm telling you.
Bring them on.
I'm telling you. People were telling me Warriors gonna just kill the Lakers. Warriors in 4. Then they won game 1. Warriors in 5. Warriors in 5. Julian the Real, I got you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, stop doubting my squad, bro. Stop doubting my squad. Guangdong Tigers in 4. They can win. Warriors in 8-9. I think the saying is Warriors in 24 because they not winning this year. They just not winning this year. Oh, I forgot. Illy sent me these emotes. Illy, is it the top emote or the bottom one? Like the bottom half of the emote. The SpongeBob going to heaven one is great, by the way. That one is great. Okay, this is giraffes fighting. Yeah, they're just... So let me grab my belt. What's 2 plus 2? They're just swinging neck. Bottom? Okay. Scratch, are U.S. exams easy? I thought they were. I didn't really... Like, they're all multiple choice. No. So, there's an essay portion. And the essay portion is like an hour or two. Like an hour or two. But I thought it was easy. Swinging necks is a crazy statement. As I said that, I was like, ooh. Here's the one. Like, the swinging of the neck there is crazy. Okay, hold on. I'm going to start saying it's swinging necks. Imagine her neck slaps could kick a 100-yard field goal. Okay, let me see this.
I'll smack everybody in this motherfucker. I don't give a fuck if it was a baby in the backseat.
I call cap, blood. You ain't about to do shit. So whoop.
I'll smack.
Okay. They don't get a concussion doing that? Yeah. Giraffes. Scratch, you know what? Hold on, let me copy it. I don't think I've heard of it. Let me see. General Certificate of Secondary Education? Like, what do you do? Is it just a collection of subject tests? Babe, come swing that neck over here. I fucking love that video. Search up GSC past paper. Let me see. Let me see what we're looking at. Let me see. Okay. So you guys... So is it just a big test that has all these subjects? Did you see the link I sent yesterday by chance? No, let me look. Oh, the SpongeBob one. I saw it after. No, it's separate tests. This is a lot of subjects. What the fuck? What? So do you write an essay for each one, or are they like multiple choice / fill the blank shit in? Click physics. Oh, I know I wasn't doing good in physics. You can see what it's like. I know. Which one? AQA, CCEA, CIE. Which one do I click? Paper 1. EDXL. Yo, what up, Beck? What up, what up, what up? Okay, let me download it. How are you? Let me see what this is about. Let's see what we're doing. Planet nearest to the sun, okay. No, that's the easier one. That's foundation. Okay. All my kids' exams are finished. They had their last ones today. There we go. That shit gonna give you a virus? Oh, I'm not worried about no virus. I'm not worried about viruses. So it's just tests like these. Howdy, partner. What's up, awesome? How are you? Kiss everyone on the forehead. Kiss on the forehead. Right on the forehead. Okay. This is the easy one, though. Which one are you taking? Which one are you taking right now? Like, what physics are you in? Higher? I suck at science. The tests have barcodes. The fuck you buying tests now? You just scan it, right? All right, brother. I got to get lunch started. I'll keep you up for alert. Yo, I appreciate you, Reaper. I appreciate you. Yeah, they put it through a scanner to mark up. I'll be nice. Did they pass? Yeah, how long does it take to... You just scan the test now, right? You don't have to hand grade it? Hand grading sucks. Think I failed my state test? No, I believe in you, Judas. I believe in you. Same. And I like science, too. That's the crazy thing. You still have to hand grade? Nope, ours are essays. Damn. 2 months to grade? Nah, bro, I didn't study or nothing. I still believe in you. Oh, you don't grade them. They sent you... Okay. Got it. Physics, like, science was my weak point. It was my absolute weak point. I could not do it. It's because I just could not bring myself to care at all. And the exam board scans them all in. Oh, so it's like our SATs and stuff, right? Or our... and hires us to mark them digitally. I got the 5 papers in 5 days. I got the papers in 5 days. You got it. I believe in you, Incog. I believe in you. I know that feeling today, bro, struggling to care about much of anything. Yeah, like, you're just like, I just can't bring myself to care. You know? I can't bring myself to care, bro. You know? I could worry about these problems, but I just don't. I'm done. I'm falling asleep. Wake up, Judas. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. No, bro, I just gave up so long ago. No, don't you give up. You wake up. Stop yelling. You got to make sure you're awake. Got to make sure you're awake, Judas. Jesus, I actually slept. Good, Saul. I'm glad you got some sleep. I'm glad you got some sleep. I'm not going to lie, man. These West Coast streams are messing up my sleep schedule. Don't yell. Me and Saul's trying to sleep. Wake up. Get up. Get up. Check the block. I just did. I'm looking at it right now. So this is the math. I had my headphones on and your stream is playing. I am so sorry, Saul. I just sent the past paper I did. I am so sorry. I remember these. I remember this. I didn't have to do geometry. I was falling asleep and everything. Judas, I'll do it again. Don't make me. Don't make me. Don't make me. Skratsx, try to answer one. See, I didn't do geometry. I got to skip it. I tested out. You geek. I skipped it. I tested out of it. I was like, I don't want to do this shit, and I tested out of it.
Your body needs water, so drink that shit.
Skratsx stream is definitely very good to just tune in and listen to, even if you're not that much of a typer. That's why I like it. Yo, I appreciate that. I try to make it good for the lurkers, too. Go hydrate while I nap. Ain't no naps around here, Judas. Wake up. Go to the end of the paper. I got you. Oh, God, the flashbacks I'm getting looking at this. Thank fuck that was a long time ago. Yeah. Skratsx chat sees me. You see her. Let me see. Don't these add up to 180? Right? These angles? If you stay up, I'm going to give you this last glizzy I got left. No, they're equal. I don't remember, bro. I never took this class because I tested out. What are we doing? I'm looking at the exams that Incog is taking. I can't have my eyes open no longer. Do the chat see me? I got you. They see you. They see you, Illy. Why are you studying? Oh, I'm not studying. I'm just looking at this. I'm just looking at them. Do this one. Each card has a black circle, a white circle, or a black triangle, white triangle. Number of cards with a black shape. There's only, what? Number of cards with a white shape. Number of cards with a white circle. Express the total of cards with a black shape as a fraction of the total. I'm not doing it. Let's see. I'm not doing it. I'm just not. I just don't want to do math right now. I did, and it took me 15 minutes. I just don't feel, like, I know that's a longer problem, and I just don't want to do it right now. You know what I'm saying? I just do not want to do it. I have a love and hate relationship with going through clips, reliving the memories, but the effort to trim and delete. I'm not going to lie to you. Sora, after yesterday, I kind of never want to look at my old clips again. Going through that first stream yesterday was painful. It was painful. What happened yesterday? Incog, we saw my very first stream ever. If it's my bed, my wife will kick us both out. Yeah. Couch Ford is better? It is. It is. It was bad. Was it good? No. My first stream was not good. Ask him. It was not good. I'll go back and I'll show you, because my first stream was in January. It wasn't super long ago. I'm going to take my headphone out and I'll play you the end part. Me ending the stream. Let me go back. Hold on. I'll play you me ending the stream. Have you seen the new Youngboy leak? No. What happened? Is it a song or she did something? I need to see that stream. All right, I will play you the ending part, but I'm going to take my headphone out. Check chat. You mean in Discord? In Discord. Okay, bet. Okay, I'm taking my headphone out. Me being nice. Skratsx stream was, yeah, you're just being nice. I took my headphone out. I can't hear it. Ready? Skratsx, remember to eat 10 hours is way too long to not have something. That is a good point.
No,
I've been really bad about my eating schedule is so fucked up. So this is my first stream in January.
Save there.
You can already tell things are weird because we're playing games.
End for now. Thanks if you've stopped by, watched any of the stream. It's a good first stream. Good to rip the band-aid off and get over nervousness and everything. Kind of want to do this more often, so maybe tomorrow.
Fan of that background. Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Yeah. Thanks for watching, and I will see you later. Bye.
Shy Skratsx, yeah. Yeah. That was Pro look like Drewski. That was the first stream ever. You see how different it is? I don't like it. And you lost weight and also lost your shyness. Yeah. We lost weight and shyness, We're on the grind. We're on the grind. It was so bad, bro. It was so bad. What is this Drewski leak? Hold on. I mean, not Drewski leak, Youngboy leak. Is it a song? If it's a song, I can't play the leak because they took Dante down for something like that. I'll have to listen to it off stream or on my phone and mute mic. Oh, it's a song? Yeah. I'll bookmark it. I bookmarked it in COG and I'll listen to it off stream. It's 10 seconds though? Okay. I'll risk it for 10 seconds. As long as it's not the whole one, we're good. I'm listening to it.
Not a dime, she a quarter, she a token. Turned up, see the bitch have emotion.
Okay.
Talking a road like it's supposed to be. I got emotion. She wanna pop and she 6 have emotion. No, I'm not stopping this shit. I got emotion. She got her own shit, so she got motion.
Bro, I'm telling you, I need one of these. I need one of these. I need this. This shoe collection is crazy. Okay. 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 When's that getting released? I know it's a leak, but with W leak. Yeah, actually W leak. I need that. I need that. I need that. W leak. I'm cool with that. He releases an album every week. True, he does. Being on house arrest really made him push the music out. The confidence level grew, though, for sure. The progress is good, bro. Keep it up. Thank you. I was so nervous. Like I was saying yesterday, after that stream, I was like, am I doing this tomorrow? Yeah, it's a perfect time to grab my emote. Yo, good morning, Chameleons. Morning. I'll be feeling like Gucci because you be having me brick squad. Okay, I see you. Good morning. How are you, Chameleons? How are you? What was I doing? Oh, Illy, do you want me to crop it? Do you want me to crop the emote or no? Or are you just uploading it? Companies are too sensitive these days. After that dude lost the lawsuit, Let's Get It On versus Ed Sheeran, they've resorted to striking anyone that even plays the tune for 3 to 4 seconds on YouTube. Yeah. It is wild. It's wild. Okay. Let's see. Yo, JT, post these TikToks in the video thing. I see them coming through. Yes, but I'll tell you when my internet comes live. Okay, bet. Just like message me which part. My bad. You're good. You're good. I'm good. The kid's back in school, so I have some space to myself. Oh, I'm glad she's feeling better. I'm glad she's feeling better. Back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Honestly, we're the only country that sues for literally anything. Yeah, we do. I just done mad funny TikToks. Yeah, I'm looking at them. Hold on. There was a video that Iser put in yesterday when we were watching SpongeBob that I completely forgot about. I completely forgot about this. Oh, I'm so ready for the grind for a PC. You're going to get it soon. Watch. Us too? I'm so glad she's feeling better.
We're here at the Krusty Cooch for the first day of the hotly anticipated new menu item.
Title's wild?
And as you can see, it's really pumping. That's right, canned coochie. You heard it here first, folks. Let's go talk to the restaurant owner and find out what he was thinking.
Hello, I like coochie.
And what brought you to this momentous decision, sir?
Coochie.
Hey, yo,
I've
give
been
me
chasing that coochie my whole life. Canned
There's
coochie.
cursed episode of Sonic the Hedgehog if you're really into fucked up stuff. Canned
And what do you
coochie.
think about this, sir? How am I supposed to compete with canned coochie? I just can't seem to get anybody down to the nut bucket, and now nobody's gonna come. Pun entirely intended. This fish needs
What
to go
the
hop in line, because he needs to get himself some
I need some canned coochie.
Canned coochie.
Meanwhile.
Hey, Squidward. What do you want, Patrick? I was hoping to get myself some canned coochie. We're all sold out, Patrick.
That was good. DeAndre Swift on the Eagle got me hyped as fuck. Got me focused like fuck. I don't know why I'm not a big fan of DeAndre Swift. I'm not gonna lie to you. Oh my god, watch the Adult Swim SpongeBob after the scratch. You'll love it. It's not that much vulgar, but it's so funny. Okay, let me see. I'm not the big. I think it's because like he doesn't seem aggressive enough to me. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like he's not. It's not like he's not aggressive enough. Is this a six pack? Y'all up 3-1. Y'all think y'all beat? Yeah, we win tonight. We win tonight still. Man, I should call her. I feel that. W Coochie. How fresh that Coochie gonna be though? That's a good question. That's a good question. That's a good question. I thought you said you had a sponge in you. Oh, I thought you were talking about me. Here we go.
Krabby Patties are made out of crab.
Is there an expiration date? Maybe because they're canned right, it lasts longer. You know, like canned goods are supposed to last longer? They're not necessarily the freshest, but
Everyone knows Krabby Patties are me family's secret recipe, boy.
Then explain this.
Judas, this was what you were talking about yesterday. This is the conspiracy theory. You literally said this yesterday. It's crab meat.
Patties are me family's secret recipe, boy.
Then explain.
Man, I missed the canned fruit cocktail. Yo, them fruit cocktails, boy. Judas.
You said you fired Carl, the night janitor, but this is his tattoo.
Judas, you can see into, yeah, Judas can see the future.
You little yellow bastard. I treated you like a son, me boy.
And it's not just crabs. Squidward, those
Squidward's eating calamari? No. Squidward's eating calamari? Oh my god.
calamari rings are squid. And your chicken of the sea salad? Ha!
That's tuna.
Tuna. Chicken of the sea is tuna.
You fed ass to us.
I beg your pardon?
Whoa. Shit, I don't give a fuck. Calamari's gas, though. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Kill us? You're disgusting.
No.
Calamari's so good.
Bikini Bottom. We're all animals, boys and girls, eating each other.
Jeffrey
is what
Dahmer?
nature
He is.
intended.
Damn.
I'm just glad nothing disgusting happened.
Krabby
to a
Dahmer.
sponge.
Okay, just gotta scrub deep within your rolls of fat, and we're done.
Whoa.
I said nothing disgusting ever happens to a sponge.
I hope that's pudding in there.
Thomas the Tank Engine was huffing and...
Whoa. Bro, what is it? Yo, thanks for the bit. And thanks for the follow, For Real Dash. That was Adult Swim SpongeBob. Look at the TikToks in chat, by the way. I got you. Let me see him. SpongeBob explosive like Lisa did to Trans K9. Oh, God. That was a moment, huh? That was a moment for real. I'm shook if I guessed it. You did. What number is that? 7 away. Short but cursed. That was great. All right. Hold on. I'm waiting for the TikToks to load. Hold on. I'm opening them all. Not the Trans K9. Yeah, that's it. We're never going back to that time again. Don't worry, Dom. We are never going back to that video again in life. That was 11 out of 10. Fuck yeah, we will never revisit that timeline. Yeah, nope, not in here. Yeah, we will never visit that timeline again. Don't you worry, you're safe here. We are safe. Okay, let's see, Incog. Best way to sharpen a pencil. Okay. 98, how many points y'all? I'll chug sour cream dip before I see the dog lady again. Yeah, we're not. The flow is crazy. I've never seen, Kevin Gates. I'm scared. When I see Kevin Gates, I know it's about to get crazy. He said he was sharpening a pencil, you know? He was sharpening a pencil. When I see Kevin Gates on the timeline, I know it's about to get crazy, bro. You can't trust this man. What kind of sharpener he's using? That's what I'm asking.
Talking about I'm gay. Well, come bend that ass over there. Let me show you.
Kevin Gates.
Oh, don't feed it to the nigga.
Kevin Gates, bro. I'm telling you, whenever I see Kevin Gates, Two Turn Tony also has some wild reels. My favorite Kevin Gates skit, I'm bending over. Okay. Kevin Gates, man accused of stealing. Okay. Let me see. This feels like my own version of memes for Andante right now.
You think I'm stealing? On a cell phone?
Anybody see what he put on the story the other day? No, I stopped checking Kevin Gates' story. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I got some money, car key. I got some more money. That's it, bro. It just looks.
That is a lot of hundreds. Yeah. I'm not looking at the story.
Money years, bro. That's all it is, bro.
That's a lot of cash.
That's right. I didn't know that. Bring it up.
Want to watch some LTG clips? No. Not low tier God. Not here. Not LTG, bro. Not LTG. I'm surprised he can get his account snatched for it. Like, man. Kevin Gates, he has the wildest stories. What's LTG? Low tier God. He's a streamer. I personally do not enjoy LTG, but to each his own. Get that ass banned, Skratsx. I'm not watching it. I think he's banned too. I think he's banned on Twitch right now, so you can't show him even if I wanted to. I'm on Your Rages. I like Your Rage, you know what I'm saying? So if I had to pick, I personally don't really like low tier God, but to each his own. No shit, Sherlock. He watched a video of someone shooting themselves and laughed about it on stream. Did he? I didn't know that. I saw that he was banned, but I wasn't sure if he was unbanned or not yet. I didn't know he did that because I don't watch him. But here we go. Why is Twitch so sensitive though? Because they're trying to get advertisers. Brother, what? Yeah, he watched someone shoot themselves on stream and then laughed. That's crazy. YouTube is much more relaxed. YouTube takes down my shit all the time, unfortunately. Or it demonetizes stuff. He's called Low Tier God. Yeah, that's his name. YouTube, like you have to, well, they're big on language because they're trying to get advertisers too. But here we go. 1 in a billion moments.
From a freak avalanche in Nepal that caught one guitar.
Made fun of a fan for being autistic too. That sounds like him.
are playing local completely off guard.
That sounds like LTG.
Water on Venice Beach that
Are you safe on DMCA? Yeah, I don't have any strikes. So earlier, Alu asked me. He asked me how long I've been doing content, right? And I told him since 2013. And one of the big reasons I stopped was because of DMCA. I got 2 flags on the channel. And, you know, the third one means your shit's gone. Did you hit the record button? Thank you. Thank you. 2013, what? Yeah. No one to say from DMCA. I'll probably get DMCA for listening to songs these days. Well, yeah, 2013. I've been doing like off and on. Not seriously. This is the most serious I've been about creating content. But like 2013, I was just like off and on making YouTube videos and stuff. It's been a minute, you know? It's been a minute. But for streams, like Twitch just mutes the music. So I don't mind playing music for the most part. Leaks, though, I am worried about leaks. That's why I was like iffy about the YoungBoy thing. But it being 10 seconds, not that bad. But music, Twitch, they mute it. But what gets you is if I tried to upload, like, remember when we were watching MTV the other day? Stuff like that'll get snatched. So I have to go back and edit that out the VOD. I have to like speed it up and take the audio out. But other than that, like I'm pretty good on DMCA. But slowly but surely, I'm editing to build the YouTube channel up. So get ready. Get ready. A decade, bro. Yeah, a decade. Off and on.
you might not want to swim in to a mysterious ring over
Off and
Beijing,
on.
China
Maybe,
that looked like an alien invasion, and a storm chaser in Iowa who caught the
I have no
moment when
strikes right now.
lightning struck his friend's car. Here are
Lightning
the
struck a
craziest
car?
1 in a million moments caught on camera.
Okay.
The Van Dusen is a 63-mile tributary of the Greater Eel River in Northern California. It's a popular spot for camping, swimming, and picnicking. It's also great.
Is it weird that I've never been camping in my life? Is that weird? I've legitimately never been camping in my entire life. Ever. Like, nah, because I haven't either. Okay. And I've told the canoe, this is a kayak, but I've told my canoe story. And so I will never, no, because I haven't been either. Okay, good. I feel safer. I've told my canoe story, but this is a kayak, obviously. But, you know, I will never get in a boat like this again in my life. I went roughing it and camping a bit. How was it? I've been told camping is fun, but it doesn't really seem like it's my thing. Now I'm about that hotel bed. That's how I live my life. You know? Lurk, gotta quickly make some dinner. Back soon, bro. All right, have a good lurk. Make some good food. Make some good food. I'm just not, it doesn't seem like my style. My first choice is never sleeping on the floor. Amen. My mom used to say, she always says, like, my idea of roughing it is a hotel with no room service. So that's kind of how I live my life, you know? That's how I was raised. I can't do it.
Great if you're just going for a walk. On March 14th of 2023,
so Airbnb,
Maureen Smithy and her hut weren't
Airbnbs, they have some audacity these days with the cleaning charges. They want me to clean the whole damn house before I leave. That's insane. That's insane. I can't believe they're bringing back the hotel industry because of how weird they're being. They're like, if you don't, it's gonna be this charge. Don't use the remote. The remote battery better be at 76%, like how it was when you got here. It's ridiculous. These damn Airbnbs.
For what she calls a wet morning walk.
Right, a crazy dream last night? What was it?
Judging by their knee-high boots, they probably planned on getting a little wet.
What was it?
What they weren't expecting was a freak tsunami to wash ashore.
A freak tsunami? Being chased by some monster? I hate those dreams. Man, I need to take a trip back to New York. Yeah, you should. It's a good time, too. Holy crap, I'm scared. Yeah, a freak tsunami. Everything was like things that happened before, huh? All right, y'all, heading to work. Love y'all. Have an amazing day, everyone. We love you, Strange. Agent Strange. A tsunami of freaks? I could beat a tsunami easily. I see you. Hot. Whoa. Okay. Okay. Whoa! Tsunami didn't know this was stand your ground state. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, okay. This is the thing about people. They'll see shit like this happening. They're like, I've got to catch this on film. We've got to record this for the internet. I'm running, bro. I'm running. I'm out of here, bro. I'm not standing to watch all this happen. The accent, did you like it? Was it good or no? Yeah, the monster, I don't know, but the building was a hospital that I've been to, but everything was red. People walking around were people I know. Huh. I think I got tent banned on what? Me if there's a tornado. Right, like they're just like, I've got to see this through. Let me capture this on footage. Tent banned on what? Like, I'm out of here, bro. I'm a runner. Look at the water coming. Whole stream in that accent, I could give it a shot. If I spoke the whole time in this accent, I'd probably give way. I don't think I can hold it long enough. Yeah, I'm out of there. Some news anchor can show me what happened later. Exactly. Not me trying to stop my nosebleed in class. Yo, Judas, go get that cleaned up, please. You don't want to be bleeding everywhere. Challenge accepted. You know what I'm saying? I will do my best. I'll do my best. I really need to get my UK accent down anyway. I swear to God, you've been banned from this chat. Flash for a second. Here? In this chat? You're not banned here. I'll free you every time. Man, you're not going to do it the whole stream. I don't think I can, to be honest. I tried that with country. It's hard because, like, my accent slips. You know? I slip back to what's comfortable, unfortunately. Bro, the blood on the fucking table, Judas. Get yourself to a bathroom and clean yourself up, please. Please. Please.
Wow.
If someone else has again reported me for saying black man, I'm visiting them IRL. I don't care. Yes, it's not here. Saul, trust me. I will free you. I can't. I'm in the corner stuck between two people. Tell them to move, please. Be like, get out of the way. Move, please. It's an emergency. Practice makes perfect. It does indeed. It does. 100% not here. This chat's very chill. Exactly. I will not ban you. I'll free you. You'll be freed. Grab your fucking wipes and clean yourself up, would you?
Tsunamis are all about
Vince's
water
probably trolling.
displacement.
Accent practice
when
always
something
helps.
big
I agree.
falls in the river, all that water has
Now get blood on them, they'll move. Amen. See, it slipped. My accent slipped. See, it slips.
to go somewhere. This creates a tsunami wave that can have dire consequences at scale. Thankfully,
bloody
the Smithies
moving.
remembered
Get
their
out of there.
knee-highs that morning.
Would
They
ya?
noticed debris falling off the cliff and stuck around to see how stable it was. That cliff happened to be above Maureen's favorite summertime swimming
Time to make mixed race Jamal account. Yes.
hole.
Yes.
You could
Yes.
say she had a vested interest in its stability. Thankfully,
When I do a UK accent, I tend to go Australian and Scottish. See, the difference is like, I can't understand what region this sounds like. Hold your head up, love. I think you have to pinch right here, right? You have to pinch it. I'm not sure what you do. I don't know what region I sound like I'm from, to be honest. Did someone hear my name? You did not. You didn't. You kind of. Go VC Skratsx, I'll show you. Okay. Don't say no. Wait. Incog, I swear if you get me banned, I'm trusting you. Where are you, Incog? Go into the lounge. Let me hear the accent. Let me hear the accent. I mean, Scottish isn't even similar to English. See the thing? Okay, let me hear.
Yo, Skratsx, what you saying, bro?
Yo, the accent. How does it sound? How does it sound? How is it?
Like how I'm speaking right now, bro.
Okay, that accent is glorious. I cannot match it, to be honest with you. I can only speak a little
Cannot
bit.
match it, to be honest with you.
Can you say this following sentence? Can I have a bottle of water?
Can I have a bottle of water?
God, his accent is so good. Okay, Incog. Okay, I see you. He got the accent, Riz, bro. Incog's got the accent, Riz.
That's crazy.
He's got the accent, Riz, bro. I'm telling you. See, it's all right. It's all right. It's pretty hot, right? Damn. Yep, that's good. Yeah, it's hot. See? Look at you. Accent, Riz, my boy.
Look at me, man. I'm underage though, so like.
I mean, Judas is too, so you're good. You know what I'm saying? You see? You're good. All right. Thank you.
All right, in a bit.
See it. Making me giggling and blushing. See? Look at that. See? Yo, Duck. Duck just shouted me. Duck with the shout out. Thank you. Riz, I'm telling you, Incog. He's got the I gotta practice. Why'd you say my name? Not with the bloody nose. Not with your bloody nose. That shit was hot though, I'm saying, like, he got the accent, Riz.
Nobody was
I gotta
swimming
step
in
my
the
game
river
up.
when the cliff finally fell.
Male or female? Judas is a female.
Have you ever seen a natural ice ball? It's
If male, go away, please. Why'd you say my name though? Because you're the one that said it, Judas. He's in chat. He can see you.
a rare phenomenon that usually happens
Oh yeah, this wasn't just a random person. That was Incog. That was Incog speaking.
on the beach. These hikers found them in a cave in
You
British
guys want to do an E-date? An E-date would be crazy. An E-date would be crazy.
Columbia.
My bad, man,
On
you're
February
good.
25th of
I know you're a little sleepy, you know. An E-date would be crazy. I played Watch Dogs Legion, and that helped me a bit to hone my UK accent. I'm going to start doing that. You know what's funny? You know who has a decent one? I don't know if she still has it. Let's do an E-date off stream. Let me get to know you. Okay, I see you. I got the White Tea song loaded up already. Okay. Judas fell in love with Incog voice. I mean, it's a good voice. Gonna lurk, my dude. I'll keep stream open, though. Yo, Red Fox, have a good lurk. I hope you feel better. Help you feel better. You know, 15, minor. Yeah. Motherfuckers, dude, what's an E-date? So an E-date is like, let me show you a quick clip of what an E-date is. First guy's been throwing back for 500. Weak. Man, it's been a while since we saw that command. Let me show you. Let me show you what an E-date is. 15th of August. Yep, there we go. So, let's go to Kai Snap Live real quick. Wrong person. Yeah, wrong person. The accent's glorious, though. I'm not going to lie. What's an E-date, though? I'm about to show you. I'm showing you. Okay. So, this is an E-date. I don't know why Kai took his shirt off here, but I missed my command, too. Saving up for horror games is better. True. So, Kai here is the person that they are trying to date. These are the candidates for the date. And so it's an E-date. Whoever wins out of these gets the date. You see what I'm saying? That's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah. I'm too old for these. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm too old. Well, that'd be fun. Like that. I feel like I'm too old for those. You know? Like that's past my prime. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Young Skratsx. Like maybe. I got to see this. Have you not seen the E-date? The E-dates are wild. First off, what? I feel like it'd be fun, but I ain't that pretty looking. Judas, I'm sure you're gorgeous. To be all on camera and shit. Like, I feel like, Skratsx, you not too old for that. Bootleg Sidemen Tinder. So I think the Tinder was later. They've been doing the E-dates for like ever. Judas, first off, where are you from? Good question. Skratsx can be the host? Oh, I'd be a good host. You'd be perfect for that moment? I'd be a good host. You want questions? I got you, bro. I could be a good host.
2023.
Wait, what was this moment? Ice balls?
Phenomenon that usually happens on the beach. These hikers found them in
Okay, well, I'm from the U.S., but my family's from Mexico and Japan.
a cave in British.
I'd be a good host. I would. E-date reminds me a bit of speed dating streams. The Twitch be recommending me some streams. Yeah, that's basically what it is. I can't take dating like that seriously. Same, actually. Icy balls? I'd rather choke on Belle Delphine bathwater than watch that cringe, to be honest. Deadass, not at all. Yeah, like, it's not, obviously you can't take that seriously. You know what I'm saying? I got some Mexican blood and Japanese blood from Arizona blood. That is fire. I'll be joking around on the E-date. Same, actually. Same.
Columbia.
That is a fire combo.
On February 25th.
Older dating shows had a killer one.
Of 2023,
I'd be so
while
good on
hiking
those.
near Hope, British Columbia, two TikTokers stumbled upon a cave full of giant, perfectly shaped ice balls.
I thought they're like perfectly round. Huh. I thought this was going to be scary. See selfie on the block if you want. Only if you're comfortable with stuff like that. You don't have to. Were the Among Us character shaking ass? I need that. I think it's... Oh, speaking of that, I may or may not have an emote of that being made. Here it is. It's this emote. Skratsx, can I riz you up in voice? Yeah, hold on. Let me go. All right, riz me up. Riz me up, Incog. Riz me up. In a minute? Okay, let me know. I'm comfortable? Don't worry. Okay, bet. I think we don't have a selfies part. Riz, let's see. Riz, let me know. Let me know when. Among Us. There's no in. It's Among Us. In the block is fine. There it is. My mom, dad are originally from Colombia. My mom had me prematurely in America, and ever since they just stayed here. Colombia is cool too. That's cool. That's just pretty good. Okay. Yo, while we're here and this is a safe place, can I admit something to you? Can I admit something? I'm gonna say it softly, and I'm only gonna say it once. I may have thirst followed someone on Twitch yesterday. We doing voice reveals on stream right now? You sussy bucker. Incog's about to riz me up. You know what I'm saying? I'm just waiting for him to get in. Discord. Yeah, my mom and dad are from Mexicali and my team.
You what?
You know, my mic is dangling by a thread. I mean, if you can't, it's fine. You don't have to do it right now. We can do it later. Trying to get cello tape? Yo, Incog, we can do it later. Don't worry. We can do it later. No worries. I did, Glitch. I'm not going to lie to you. I did. Who? I'm going to tell him you want to go on a date with him? I'm not saying who it is. It'll take a second. I'm not saying who it is. I got in there, and then someone gifted me a sub, too. So I'm subbed. So if you see new emotes, you know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Yeah, my mom and dad are from Mexicali, and my tia's from Japan. Apparently my tia's from somewhere in Europe, I think France. That is cool. I'm not going to lie. I followed the Skater Scout. Like, I'm not going to lie to you, Illy. It was recommended to me. I was just chilling. It was in between streams, and I was like, I was chilling. I was like, damn, she bad. And I clicked the stream, and I was in there, and I was like, okay, this energy is crazy in here. This energy is crazy in here, right? And so I followed. She called out my name, and then someone gifted me a sub, and I was in there. Like, I was in JT's stream too, but she was on my other monitor. You know what I'm saying? She was full screen and everything. I dedicated this whole monitor to her. It was crazy. Next thing I know, like, I'm in there for hours, and I'm just like, the whole time, like, this is actually a really good stream, but damn, she bad. You know what I'm saying? I didn't hear what you said. My signal dropped at that exact moment. Okay, well, if I'm going to say it one more time quick. I may have thirst followed someone on Twitch yesterday. Felt good when she called that name, didn't it? Not only did she do that, yo, what up, Lando? Glitch. Not only did she call my name out, she said, yo, I like that name. And then she said my name and her name together, and I was like, yo, bro, busted. I know that feeling. Yeah. How's everyone doing? Pretty good, Lando. How are you? Someone in my server hates being called a furry, so I have changed. I won't call him that anymore. Help me decide what to call him. The choices are feline fucker or senior feline. Fell in love. It was crazy. Thank God JT got online so I could pay attention over here. I put JT on this monitor and I was talking in chat over there, so I didn't look over. I swooned. It was crazy. I haven't swooned ever. Forget it. I was like, thank God. Audio configuring? Okay, got you. I was like, thank God JT's online, you know? Thank God. She had me thinking about gifting subs. She definitely got you with a banger. Oh my God, Glitch, she did. She did. It was crazy. I was out here about to gift subs. Thank God I got that noti for JT. You know? Thank God. Because, man. Lady in the stream, Skratsx like, I like your name. Skratsx like, hey, you know? It's just a simple confession, you feel me? Will I be in the next stream? Probably. But if you see me, if you happen to stumble in there, mind your business. Mind your business, you know what I'm saying? Mind your business. You know, don't call me out. Shit, bro, Incog got me blushing and shit over that voice. You know what I'm saying? Don't call me out. Like, I could give 50 subs. Also, my grade just went down. Hold up. Okay, go check that out. Shoot your shot. You know, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I was like, whoa. is legit. I watch a streamer because of her voice. She's playing The Witcher 3. I followed. She said my name, and someone in chat said, "You need that wolf armor?" She said, "Yeah, I need that wolf on me." Been there for a while now. I'm stuck because I've been gifted a sub there. I'm telling you. Oh, shoot, Skratsx, thanks for gifting 50 in my stream. Shoot your shot, Skratsx? No. Hey, you gonna tell us who it is? No, I'm not. What's good, man? What's good, my G? Yo, what's up, Shadow? No, I'm not. I'm not. Can I guess it? I mean, if you can guess it in 3 guesses, Sora, I will whisper you and tell you you're right. All I have to say is, if she yells Skratsx, I'm going to unfollow and leave. No, she's mine. Bro, gatekeeping? I have to, bro. I don't want, like, me being in there and y'all be like, okay, Skratsx, I see you. We can't have it. When did you follow her? Oh, you're not looking at my followage. I'm not doing it. No, don't look at my followage. You're cheating. You're cheating. He called dibs. We'll find out. I will, bro. That's cheating. Can I hide my followers? Bro, you're cheating. You're cheating, bro. You're cheating. That's not fair, bro. That's cheating. What's followage? Like, can you see who I follow on Twitch? I don't know if you can. Let me see if I can hide that real quick. No cheating. Someone clip this shit? No. But it was yesterday. It was yesterday. What's going on? Shout out. I can't. Well, I feel like I'm in high school. No, you can't. Okay, we're good. I thought you were going to use my followers to cheat. What are you strange back here? But I literally was, you know, it happens. Be real, Shadow. You thirst followed someone before, right? I did. Is it someone we know? No. It's someone completely new. It's someone completely new. It's a new streamer. Well, they're not a new streamer, but like it's someone that I just encountered yesterday. Guys, it's me. It is Dom. How'd you know? Is someone huge on Twitch? College girls are weird. What happened? Skratsx saying don't cock block. No, I'm just saying like this. Look, because I know someone will do it. Yo, what up, JT? Thank God. There's my savior right there, JT. Come get it. I got you. What's her following size? I actually don't know. Join voice. All right, hold on. Everyone stop. Stop. Incog's about to riz me up. Walked into this cock blocking convo. JT, I can't tell you how grateful I am for you, JT. I can't tell you how grateful I am. Hold on. Before I tell you that, Incog's gonna raise me up. Hey, what's up, bruv? How are you?
What's up, bro?
All right, riz me up.
So
Riz me up.
All right, so Skratsx got to tell you right.
Crack God, man.
So basically, yeah.
Okay.
You ready for this?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Treat me like what Jesus. Don't get me dirty.
Damn.
Love on me. Love on me. She cannot come with. I just got a dick.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know the risk, bro.
You know what? I think the voice Riz is doing it, bro. You know, we got the music, the bass, I feel Riz. I was smiling and shit. Like, what's going on with me, bro?
Oh, nah, this is gay.
What just happened? Okay, shut up, Joe. Shut up, Joe. Okay. Damn, I just got rizzed up, bro. You saw that? Who's playing it? That was Incog. 2K for me. I feel you. I feel you. It was a good try. It was a good attempt. I appreciate you. Hey, Julian, don't be still my man to fuck. Yo, what? Got hit with the morning voice? I did. That was good, though, right? Judas was out here smiling in class. But, so JT, here's what I was saying. Here's what happened. That was so funny. All right, though, on Saturday, when I wake up, I'm going to raise you up. Okay. Okay. So here's what happened, JT. Here's what happened. Yesterday, I was on Twitch, right? I was on Twitch last night, in between streams. It was like right after Phyllis's stream. And I may have thirst followed someone on Twitch. Right? So that happened, JT. And I was in there and I followed. She said my name and she said, damn, I like that name. And then she said my name and her name together. And I was like, damn, did I just swoon? I think I just swooned over here, right? And JT, she had me thinking about gifting subs. And then I got your live notification. I was like, whoo. Woo. So it stopped me, you know what I'm saying? Thirst following's crazy. Everyone does it, Shadow. Everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody. JT downstairs said she got him. I said, yeah, you saved me, JT. You did. I appreciate it. You saved me. Like I saw her on the suggestion. Was like, damn, she bad. I want to get enough Riz for Skratsx to gift me subs one day. I mean,
I got that cream cheese coochie on rock.
I may. Oh hell yeah, my bad. I may have thirst followed once, but it's a trap. It is. I thirst followed yesterday. It happens, bro. After Phyllis' stream, red suit. God, I wish. You know what? Now I think about it, Wolf. It's Phyllis's fault. That's what happened.
You what?
It's
I
Phyllis's
beg
fault.
your pardon?
I thirst followed once and I'm still here. Hey. They say your name and they're like, welcome in. And damn right I'm welcome here. It was just too good, bro.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang! Bang! All right.
But I will say with some streamers, you can see whose channel they're currently watching. My tabs are closed. We're good. We're good. I had to check. It's Phyllis's fault. It's Phyllis's fault that happened. I definitely thirst followed Phyllis. Yeah, like, man, with Skratsx, I see you. Almost got it. Like, it's Phyllis's fault. She played that video with the girl in the red suit. Phyllis ain't here to defend herself because she knows. Better start covering your tracks. You know damn well I am. It's Phyllis's fault. She played that video with the girl in the red jumpsuit, and the red jumpsuit ain't win. I was in my feelings. That's why you can't just be following people when you're in your feelings, bro. Like, I was fresh off of Marvin's room. You know? Not gonna lie, this first stream where someone has said they like my voice. People don't like your, like, people say that. They don't say that to you. You have a good voice. Well, technically, I suggested the video, but she watched it. Red jumpsuit hurt everyone. Oh my God, it did. Yeah, you have a good voice. For real. His voice is good. It is. Like, glitched. She lost. I was spamming the lyrics in her chat. I was like, cups of the rose. Bitches on my old phone. I'm going to start rapping then? You could, bro. Yeah, what up, Jay? What up? What up? If she ain't want you, go for the mother. You know how it goes. Not going to lie. You might have to watch out for me because Illy always finds new people. That's exactly what I said. I'm not saying who it is. So, because I know Illy will be in there and she'll hit me with the Skratsx and the lizard emote. She'll hit me with the Skratsx lizard emote. They got featured on that cups of that, you know what I'm saying? Cups of the rose. Skratsx, watch out. I'm be the new Drake. I believe in you. I'm back, y'all. Welcome back. Welcome back. Because Drill is ass. Oh, God. I should call him. I forgot. I messed up. Hold on. Got those vocals? It's incog. I have to, like, do the whole thing or I fuck up the line. Fuck that nigga. Hey, lady, you eat corn? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to see. Illy's going to come through, and she's going to be like, Skratsx, ... Then she's going to say, hey, streamer, you eat cornbread? And I'll be like, oh, no. Oh, no. You'll be surprised how other enjoy voices. I said the same thing about my voice. It's still weird that people like my voice as well. Wolf's voice? Skratsx, what's up, Jay? I thought my voice was shit, not going to lie. No. You going to lose all the Riz on some cornbread? Yeah, she going to, like, block me, bro. I hate my voice. Apocalypse has a good voice, too. How are you? I'm good. How are you? How are you? What you gonna do if that girl thirst follow join? You're not gonna know. I'm just gonna be like, yo, unless she was like, thanks for coming in my stream yesterday. Then I'm be like, fuck, banner. Skratsx with your snap. I actually don't have Snapchat. I don't have one. I used to, but I don't have it anymore. I don't use it. Good, my boyfriend's coming to see me this weekend. Okay, I see you. Wolf's voice, no, stop right there. Wolf's voice is so good. She ignores me. I'm going to just say the Drake line from the song. I'm just kicking here there, you know? Finna get up in them whispers, shaking my damn head. You know, I almost clicked and said, hey, what's good with you? Don't be exposed to be in 4K. I'm just saying. I'm going to go to Hooters in a bit. Okay, I see you. But I think everyone does. Hates their own voice. Yeah. I got standard white bitch voice. Do you talk with an upward inflection or no? Better have you featured on everyone's streams. Okay, hold on. Let's do a Wolf voice check. So fucking excited. We're going to hang out at the park today. Also, Skratsx looking handsome today. Period. Skratsx, I'm going to test my vocals out. Do it. Give me a song. We said next. Drake. Give me a Drake song. Let's go with, we might as well just stay with Marvin's Room. Hate mine. Can't bring myself to watch my VODs for that reason. Dom, I'm not going to lie to you. Holy shit, this is so topical. Okay, Skratsx, I'm gonna hit a stream today. Perfect. Me editing back videos is bad. Hey, he better take you on a date and bring you back at 7 p.m. sharp before the streetlights are on. Yeah. Search and rescue. Yeah, yes. We should talk about what's the best approach to shoot your shot with a content creator on all different platforms. That is hard. I don't shoot my shot at content creators. That's my thing, you know? I don't. Like, I'll thirst for, but I'm not like one of those dudes that just like harass people in DMs and stuff, you know? I gave the speech the other day. Like, I'm not weird like that. I've been wanting wings, but last time I was at Wingstop, a homeless man took a shit on the floor I was eating. Yeah, that would ruin it for me. Help me. What's up, big boy? What's up? How are you doing today? You doing better? No, because I just shoot my shot. I mean, yeah. Look, one of my biggest fears in life is you send a DM, you're like, yo, and they screenshot and they go, you see the kind of shit I'm dealing with? Right? We're going to the park and hang out, and I'm bringing some friends with. Good. Are you doing better? Big boy, I hope you are. Nice. When that day comes, stay safe. Exactly. What if it's like someone you genuinely like? I don't know. What kind of streamer is she? What does she play? So when she started playing games, I was like heavily invested in JT's stream. So I was not paying attention, I'll be honest with you. Oh my God, that should be having me nervous? Yeah, I just don't. No, I'm not. How was your day? It wasn't any better? I hope it is. And if not, we're here to distract from the hardness of life, and hopefully that helps some. She go to Valorant, she's better than you. Yeah, she's immortal. Or what was she doing when she were watching? Chatting. She was just chatting. My brother taught me that you miss 100% of the opportunities you miss, so I just shoot my shot. It's either yes or no. That is true. Serious question. Was she a small streamer, you thirst follower, or was she doing numbers? She gets about, it went from between 80 to 150 viewers. So she's bigger than me, but she's not big. If that makes sense. Of course, Mama Illy, he's been in my life for 3 years, and he's been my sister's best friend since 5th grade. Me and my sister are the same age. I mean, before I kill myself, yo, I'm not going to lie, big boy, that's not something that I personally can do. Again, I'm going to say it like I yesterday. Give me a day, you know. Call someone you love and try to see someone who's professionally trained. That's okay. My ego's big. I also don't play games like that for real. Shooting a shot and the screenshots leaked to social media. Yep, that's why I keep to myself. Yep, I got to add. I am sorry. 4 ads to go. Damn. Yo,
play gifted
JT, thanks for the gifted.
7373737
So you're not gonna lie, big ego, but humble.
Twill
Not
play
say much.
gifted
Yeah.
a tier 1 sub to Big Boy 7373737. They have given 7 gift subs
Thank you for
in
the gifted.
channel.
Thank you. I sent a respectful message to showing interest. 10 minutes later, look at this weirdo. Yeah. Come hang and I hope things get better. Yeah, that's all I could do is I hope that hanging in here helps make your day a little better. You know, my ego is big compared to those at my level. I'm in your level without playing. It's kind of sad, you know what I mean? So she don't have it big. She ain't worth it if the paycheck ain't bigger than yours. It is bigger than mine. She's a bigger streamer than me. I got commitment issues. I don't know if I'd say I have commitment issues. I'm just kind of good right now. To be fair, one of my friends gets loads of these messages and some do come across as creepy. Yeah. Switching classes. See you in a bit, guys. Love y'all. Yo, we love you, Jay. Have a good lurk. But yeah. I don't know. I don't know about how you like do that with content creators. That's just not something I do. I think, big boy, you said you're a teen right now. The stuff that seems big in the world ending now won't be so big in your 20s and 30s. That is very true. It sucks because it feels like there's not a lot of people like that in my general area. Yeah, I just be kind of chilling, you know? Knox, I shoot my shot with someone, then we hang out a week later. I'm like, you sure? And they get bored and leave a while after. So I guess the thing is, like, I don't necessarily talk to people with the intentions of getting with them, if that makes sense. You know, because I'm very good on my own. I'm cool with me. I like me a lot, actually, which is saying something because I used to not. I like me a lot. So, like, I'm more on some, like, let's be friends type shit, but that takes a little bit, you know what I'm saying? It all feels awful when you're a teen. I want to go back to having those problems. I got grown man issues now. God, teenage issues were good. I don't shoot my shot. People come to me instead. Can we all agree Skratsx is hella underrated? Yo, I appreciate that. I talk to people with the intention of eating their ass. See, Snow's more forward than me. Damn Sora got Riz? On God, he does. He does. He does, you know what I'm saying? It helps that he's good at everything. But hey, if you want to learn how to shoot your shot, if you really want to learn how to shoot your shot, I got the perfect vid for you.
Show me how you flirt.
How I flirt. Okay.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm back. I clicked the wrong button. My fault. Remember I told you my we're good. Remember I told you that my muscle memory is different because my stream deck changed? Scaring us like that? My fault. I thought my headphones died. No, I'm good. I'm good. Let me reread the message. You said I'm gonna see if you're valid or no. Answer these 3 questions. So my favorite color is this kind of blue. I actually really enjoy this kind of blue. Favorite movie, Pursuit of Happiness. That movie gets me like inspired every time I watch it. Favorite song ever. Ooh, that's hard. That is hard. Favorite song is hard. Big button to stream deck. I did. Favorite song is difficult. What's my favorite song? Facts. When Will got that job at the end, right? When he got the job at the end, don't think I've heard difficult. Who's it by? Right now it's Dogtooth. I think my favorite song ever may be Human Nature. Ever, it may be Human Nature. That song is beautiful. That movie always gets me. Yeah, when they were in the bathroom, Skratsx, you deserve his bath scratch. Thank you. When they were in the bathroom and he was holding his son and the I forgot what he was selling, but he had that and they were in there and he was just kind of like crying and stuff. Bro, I'm telling you, the bathroom scene, it was damn. Like, that scene was crazy. And then when he got the job and he's walking down the street and he's going, I was like, you did it, man. You fucking did it. And that movie, every single time, makes me just, like, feel like I could do something. You know what I mean? Like, I watched that movie and I'm like, literally anything is possible. Literally anything is possible if you just keep putting the work in. You know what I'm saying? He had his foot on the door trying to stop people from coming in so he and his son could sleep peacefully. Best Will Smith movie, in my opinion? I agree. And it's my favorite movie. And you remember the Will Smith made Switch? Yeah, Switch. Holy. I can't believe that motherfucker made Switch and then made that masterpiece. Like, Switch. Holy shit. Holy shit. Good God. Another streamer that got him feeling some kind of way. But I Am Legend's up there. That dog scene too, yeah. But Pursuit of Happiness, I don't know, man. It's just been my favorite movie since it came out. I'm not someone who can rewatch movies frequently, but that's a movie I can rewatch every time, and I feel the same way every single time I watch that movie. And I think the thing that's special about that movie too is it puts me back to when my parents were, like, we were broke. Like, you know, poor kid here. And I saw my parents work to get to a better place. You know what I mean? Like, to where, like, they don't really have to worry about money and stuff. You know? And so, like, I don't know. That movie just hits me different. You know? It makes you feel something. You made it, cuz. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just cool. It's just a cool movie. I love it. Skratsx, what's your coochie pink? Were her titties out? Was her hair black? I don't know about the coochie part. Was she black? No, I almost gave away a big giveaway. But no, she was not. She had some melanin though, but she was not black. Biggie Smalls, good song. He's a good artist. I do love Biggie Smalls, good artist. What's up, sexy nigga? That username is, damn it. Yeah, you almost got me. You almost got me, Illy. You almost got me. You was close. I was about to just start chatting. Bro, I cannot take selfies even if it's the death of me. I don't really take selfies. I don't take selfies because weirdly enough, I don't like being on camera. I know that's weird as I'm as I'm on camera here, but I don't really like being like getting pictures taken of me. Which is also funny because I take pictures for a living. Illy's on the case. Huh? Yeah, I know it doesn't make sense. I know it doesn't make sense, Jack. Like, I'm streaming with the camera on, but I don't like pictures taken of me. So I don't really take selfies and shit. You know? I want to take a selfie for y'all, but it's okay. Judas, you don't have to. But okay. I sell pics of my feet. I respect the hustle. With some time, I think that a specific stream will pop up on my recommended. Probably, Wolf. I'm not going to lie to you. Honestly, Wolf, I may have to DM it to you because I think you'd enjoy the stream. Samsung camera, is it good? Telling you Detective Illy will find her. Okay. It's time to learn how to flirt. It is time to learn how to flirt. Are you ready? It is time. Yo, I forget I'm Hispanic, raised by Hispanic women. I will find this person, bro. Plus my fucking acne is golden. Man, I remember the bad acne days. My parents were not helpful there. When I had acne, you forget. I forget. Okay, I get you. You gonna realize what I'm about. I told you if you guess right, I'll tell you. DM it, go for it. Lips are sealed, bro code. See, that's why I fuck with you, Wolf. Hold on, Wolf. Because I know Wolf won't be like, hey, I see you here. No, I got you. Hold on. It's like he just doesn't know we get around. What? We gonna find this girl? There's a lot of Hispanic people in here. I forget about y'all. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, I was watching Lino too. You watch Game of... Wait, what's GOTG? Real, what's GOTG? I'm not gonna lie. Bro code wise, I don't know if I can tell any of y'all. I love you guys, but the bro code just right. We still looking for this girl? Skratsx recorded it? It's so shit. Is it? Let me hear it. Ooh, I almost clicked on the Twitch channel and almost started playing audio. Don't play it on stream? Okay, I'll listen to it later. If I send the selfie, do I send it in your DMs or the block? It depends on where you want. Fuck it, listen to it now. Well, I'll have to mute my mic so I can listen to it off stream. All right. All right, Wolf. DM. Well, so it doesn't mess up the channels. Listen to it now. I don't know what. Do what you want. I can mute and listen. Trust me. I don't care if nobody tells me. I will find out. Oh, I believe. What the fuck going on? We about to learn how to flirt via cut. Sure. Okay. Hold on. Let me mute my mic and listen to this. Hold on. Let me mute the mic. 1 second. If it's good, play. Right, Wolf? Incog is not playing. Hold on. I'll have to play it in a second. I'll have to play it later. You never answered my question. Oh, where to put it? You could put it. I'll make a selfies thing. Hold on. I'll just make a selfies thing. There you go. Put it in selfies. Put it in selfies, Judas. Am I unmuted? Put it in selfies. All right. And then we'll get the video going. Just 1 second. It's being weird, Incog, and it won't let me play it. I'll check in a second. I think it's because of the wave. First one's with auto-tune and sound effects. Second one is raw. Takes first, play the second one first. Okay. More. Save to files. Save. Hold on. Let me look at my files. Files. I don't know why it's saved. Yeah, it's in waves. It's okay. Wolf, you're so funny, bro. Why are we synced like this? I mean, you can just chill and relax. It's gonna come to you. True. True. That is true. We close the link. Hold on. Let me go. Let me pull this up. So we're ready. I say to her, let me send it to you again. I'm just going to download it and I think I can listen to it. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Hold on 1 second. All right. So, Incock, here's what I would say. If it's with a beat, I think you're fine. I think you're fine if it's with a beat. You know what I'm saying? Wolf did find Ketty Bell's Instagram. Did I follow it? No, I didn't. But he did find it. The beat trash? It is. We did find, like, he did. Just play it on stream? All right, I bet. I got you. Let me see if it'll play. I just realized there's something in my motherfucking hair. Also, here, let me send you. Okay. Let me get it. If you had the beat, see, like, a lot of what are they called? What are the ones without a lot of, like, songs without the instrumental sound interesting. Plus, if you were, like, louder. The first take, though, and no auto-tune. The first one is with auto-tune. I didn't listen to the auto-tune one. Let me listen to the auto-tune one. My parents in the second room? Yeah.
I need someone to be patient with me. Someone to get money will not take it from me.
Yeah, because you can tell you're quiet.
Need to be as famous as me. I don't think I'll be them at the places I be, but
like with a beat, if you put a beat behind it, you know? Wait, is she streaming right now? That's a good question. I don't have my Twitch thing open. Yeah, like if you was louder, I think it would work. You just got it, but I know your parents are in the other room. I feel you. Sent it? Okay, hold on. No, she's not streaming right now. She's not streaming right now. She's not live. She's not live. All right, let me see. Here I was laughing with my friend about a gift, so that's why I'm like that. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it louder. You're good. You lucky. Okay, Judas. Wait, was I ignoring the question? I wasn't ignoring the question, was I? Judas, I like your glasses. I was gonna like put it on stream, but I didn't want to like, you know, without permission. I don't know. I don't like how it looks, but yeah, a couple of times. My fault. Thank you. I like your glasses. No, it's fine. Go ahead. Here's Judas. Face reveal. Face reveal. I like your ring too, actually. I don't see anything in your hair. I don't know what you're talking about. I need a new one because the prescription ain't working. Really? How long have you had your glasses? Okay. I keep getting off track. My God, the gym fell out of the rings. I mean, it happens. Glasses certified fire, right? I think this year. Okay. I keep getting distracted, but here we are. 100 people, show us how to flirt. Take notes. Do you have your notepads open? Or your phone notes? Take notes.
Show me how you flirt.
How I flirt. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, baby.
Damn. What'd you think? How was that? She pulling or no? She pulling there? Yeah? Okay. She pulling there or no? Like, damn. Judas, that's you? Yeah, it is. Let me see it again.
How I flirt.
Hell no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, baby. Do you want some of this?
Damn. Take notes in the gym. I'm gonna miss out. It's okay. We got the VOD. I'd leave, not gonna lie. If she did that with me, I'll walk away fast. Okay. Let's keep seeing
I'm
it.
bisexual.
No, thanks. Oh, she hit you with the wink. She said I'm bi. Okay, let me hear it all. I interrupted her.
How I flirt. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, baby. Do you want some of this? I'm bisexual.
Damn. Okay. What the fuck? Wolf mod? Big W. Yes, he is. Wolf has the sword. That's less of a flirt and more of a beg. It kind of, yeah, it's not really flirting. We asked 100 people, how do you flirt? Here we go.
How do you flirt?
Oh, fuck.
I don't know what to say.
Oh my god, I'm too awkward for this. I can't flirt.
Show me how you flirt.
I would have hit. I see you, Snow. Wait, but who flirts with their sexuality? Let me show you how Mama Ellie look like. Yeah, DM her.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going, cutie?
You bisexual? I bisex too. Good work, dog. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. This may just be me. I just don't trust people like this. If someone like walked up to me like that, I feel like they're gonna try to rob me, bro. I feel like I'm getting robbed here. I may be weird, but I feel like they gonna try to rob me.
Oh, fuck.
I don't know what to say.
Oh my god, I'm too awkward for this. I can't flirt.
You know?
Show me how you flirt.
Hey. Hey, how's
For real, sounds like a setup. Yeah, like she trying to rob you of your seed and my possessions. Is what I feel like. I feel like my possessions are finna be gone. I'd say nicknames, but not this. Sounds like a setup. Mm-hmm.
it going, cutie?
That's really good.
Fuck my life.
Hi, hey.
There we go. That guy has Riz right there. Hello. Hey, how's it going? That laugh.
Hi.
W flirt. I can see it. Like he pulls. That's for real. Like,
Hey, how's it going, cutie?
That's really good.
Fuck my life.
Hi, hey.
Hi.
hey, hi, or hey. Don't laugh. That nervous Riz, you know? Nervous Riz is Riz.
How's it going?
Thank you. That's the Riz so far, you know? Just take notes, you know what I'm saying? It could be how to or how not to.
That's the best you could get out of me.
Hi, just wanted to say I thought you were really cute. You're also really tall, just my type.
Tall? Damn it. Tall? I'm not tall. Damn. Hey, yo, let me out. Like, I'm not tall. Sit back, short kings. Yeah. How tall are you? I'm 5'10". I'm short. I'm a short king. I'm a 5'10" short king. She's Asian. Everyone's tall to her. That's true. But it depends on what she deems as tall. Sora, did you message me who you think it is? Bro, it's okay. You can chill in my pocket. Thanks, Tom. Thanks. You know, thank you. Thank you. Start Marvin's Room vibe early? Yeah, I feel like, you know, I'm getting the Marvin's Room treatment here. Damn.
Do you want to get dinner?
Yes.
I mean, hers wasn't bad. She got nervous with the laugh, but it wasn't bad, you know? It wasn't bad. Fuck that tall. Like, damn. We're not actually miles apart. Only got a few inches on you. My dream as a kid was to be 6 feet. It really was. God, I wanted to.
That's the best you could get out of me.
Hi,
I'm just not gonna lie. Illy is really pretty, first of all. But her locks are fire.
Hey, I thought you were
Illy got me how tall are you? I'm 5'10". Illy has me out here thinking about getting locks. She has me out here thinking about getting locks. I'm not gonna lie to you. I want a 9'10". I wish. It's a pain in the ass. I always feel bad for sitting in front of someone. I block people's view, bro. 5'10" is tall. No, it isn't. It's not. It's not, bro. It's not tall. 5'10" is not tall. Stop being jealous, guys. Her locks are gas, bro. It's having me out here wanting to like start the journey, but I don't want the worms.
really cute. You're also really tall, just my type.
Run 5 feet. Shut the fuck up. 5'10" is tall. Get little Uzi dreads. I'm not. Okay, she pulled out the blicky. I'm sorry. Okay, tall. 5'10" isn't short, bro. You're perfect. Yeah, I'm like average. You know?
Do you want to get dinner?
Your smile is very beautiful. I love.
This sweatshirt is so cool. I fuck with this sweatshirt. You're tall, Skratsx? Okay, my bad. I'll accept it. This sweatshirt is gas. This is cool. You better? I take the compliment. I'm sorry. Skratsx might be short, but he got us all by a few inches. Trust me, I know. You can be tall and still be a short king. Yeah, you know. Short king stand up. I wish to be 5'2", bro, and you're 5'10". You still have room to grow, though. Although girls don't really grow a lot afterwards. But you still have room to grow.
Love the way you smell. Oh, that's...
Why'd she look at me like that? She was doing good until that last look.
Your smile is very
Like, really good? I'm like, oh, she's really happy.
beautiful. I love the way you smell.
Run. Get out of there, my boy. It was so good until she started looking at me crazy.
Oh, that's weird.
Yep, she got it.
I beg your pardon?
Mm-hmm. Like, it was so good until she was like, yeah, you smell nice, boy. What's it smell like? Yo, my boy, what up, Selena? What up, what up? I don't really grow anymore unless it's over the summer, but yeah, I'm done growing. No, what'd she do? Let me see. Okay, ready? So look at how she starts, Illy. You ready? Like I say, short people height go somewhere else, if you know what I mean. Here we go.
Your smile is very beautiful. I love the way you smell.
Man, that's the carne asada. Carne asada does smell good. Nah, yeah, like, she looked at me a little crazy. You know what I'm saying? If she wouldn't have looked at me crazy, it'd have been right. Oh, she said smell? I thought she said smile. No, she definitely said smell here. She looks like she want to chop me into pieces. Yeah, like, back up. Y'all gotta go? I'm going to lunch. Have a good lunch, Judas. We love you. Before I fuck you up. This sweatshirt's cool, though. Isn't it? I need this sweatshirt.
Oh, that's weird.
If she handed me a drink, I'm 100% spilling it by mistake. She realized it, though.
Show me how you flirt. My flirt is awkward. Listen, when I hit on the men's.
When she hits on the men's. Okay, hold on.
I can smell you. I can smell you.
Hold on. That was perfect.
I can smell you.
I can smell you. When I hit on the men's, when the males. Bro, that's actually cute, though. That's better than most of the hey we've heard so far. That is true. Let me go back to hers. Like, being yourself in front is the most attractive shit. I agree.
That is. Show me how you flirt. My flirt is awkward. Listen, when I hit on the men's species, it's like this. Comes out a little weird. Does it work? Quirky is a vibe, so yes.
I think I like.
I could see hers working a lot. I could see it working a lot, actually.
Weird things about people.
I asked him if he wanted to see my Spider-Man suit.
I do want to see the Spider-Man suit, actually. That'd work on me. What the fuck? Her Riz attempt is cute, though. I dig it when I hit on the males. Yeah, I know that works. Be your goofy selves and find other goofy people. Stay weird. I agree. Now she does that quirky shit on me with me, I'm gone. Yes, I believe I do. I like her confidence about being quirky. Yeah, I think it's the confidence. So there's two types of quirky, you know? Rapping is hard. What the fuck? Yeah. Trying to find your own style is hard. You just have to experiment, to be honest. But I fuck with confidence. That's like my favorite thing. I fuck with confidence, right? So if you're confident about your quirky, not that you do some weird shit, like on accident, you're like, I'm so quirky. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I mean? Like, I don't like that. We live right now. Oh God, we are.
Comes out a little weird. Does it work?
I keep rapping like other artists. That's just because that's who you hear. It'll happen as you keep going.
Quirky is a vibe, so yes.
I think I like weird things about people.
I asked him if he wanted to see my Spider-Man suit.
I feel like if someone was like, yo, you trying to see the Spider-Man suit? I gotta see it, bro. I was 6'1" at the beginning of the season, and my coach said I'm considered undersized, but once he felt out my throat span is 7 feet, and I can finish him faster than I run the 40s, he gave me a shot, and I grew a bit. Okay. I got the streamer. I'll DM it to you. Okay. All right. Let me look at my phone, and I'll tell you. I'll say yes or no right now. Damn. What confirmed it was this? Just DM it to me. Fuck. Okay.
Your opening line.
I mean, one of my first dates with my boyfriend, I declared the Declaration of Independence.
Wait,
I asked
wait.
him if he wanted to see my Spider-Man.
Check the VOD to make sure.
It's like this. Comes
Okay,
out
hold
a
on.
little weird.
Does it work?
Quirky is a vibe, so yes.
I think I like weird things about people.
I asked him if he wanted to see my Spider-Man suit.
That's your opening line.
That's a good opener, though, right? Like, that's a good opener.
I mean, one of my first dates with my boyfriend, I declared the Declaration of Independence, so I wouldn't say that.
You did what?
I got nervous, so I just started like muttering.
She said, all right, your turn? Okay, let's see, Illy. I got to investigate Skratsx to find... Yo, if you can find it, if you DM me, Illy, I will confirm. I will confirm. I will confirm. I will. If you find it, I will confirm. I will. You know what I'm saying?
He was like, what are you saying? So I spoke up and I just committed to the bit.
Show us how you.
If you go on a date and the girl just starts saying the Declaration of Independence, like, how you feeling there? How you feeling? So was this after JT raid? After... Oh, when JT raided out? No, it was before that. It was after Phyllis's raid, before JT stream. Like, what do you do if she starts just saying the Declaration of Independence?
You did what?
I got nervous.
Am I impressed that she knows the whole Declaration of Independence or no?
I just started like muttering. He was like, what are you saying? So
Call! Declaration of Independence, boy. This is one of the most important documents in mankind.
I spoke up and I just committed to the bit.
Show us how you flirt.
I guess I kind of pretend like I already followed them on something. I'm like, don't I follow you on Instagram already? And
Yeah, that works. Hair and color type? Can't tell you that. You just got to go for it. Call Freedom Boner. You know, Freedom Boners. If someone's like, don't I follow you on Instagram or something? How am I supposed to know? I don't know.
then I get them to follow me and then I DM them.
Honestly, I feel like I would flirt online more so it's like weird to do it in person. You know, voice memos, like gifts.
Voice memos. How do I feel about voice memos? Sometimes I get annoyed. There are times where I get a voice memo in my messages and I'm just like, fuck. Now I have to pause what I'm doing to listen to this.
Emojis.
What's a flirty emoji?
A flirty emoji, like the kissy faces, the...
Anybody can have the same hair? Okay. I'll say reddish and straight. There you go. Reddish and straight, Illy. But if you get it, Illy, DM it to me. I don't want it in the VOD. DM it to me. I sent a singing telegram. That'd be a good move. That'd be a good move.
What's a flirty emoji?
A flirty
okay.
emoji, like the kissy faces.
What's your flirty emoji? Mine is like, oh, I don't have it on here, do I? It's not on here. I found out everything for real? Yeah. I can't believe how you found out. I got sold out. It wasn't because of me.
Is the like wet emoji.
The wet emoji. Okay.
The tongue out.
Okay.
I send the kissy face when I flirt with her.
The heart
Okay.
eyes, I think, are cute.
The blushy face with the eyes are like.
I hate this emoji. Well, to be fair, I was in the chat and saw the VOD before I saw the message. It just confirmed it. I don't like this emoji. I don't like this one. I don't know why this one weirds me out, but I don't like it.
Like kind of close, and they're like, I think. Sorry.
Never seen that one? I've seen it and I just don't like it. Okay. Shower. Okay. Kissy face, relaxed face, eggplant, water, pinch fingers. Good emotes. Those are good emote choices. Okay.
Show me how you flirt.
Intense eye contact.
Eye contact.
Intense eye contact. Intense eye contact.
Eye contact is huge for me, so I'll definitely.
How intense is considered intense eye contact? Like what is considered intense? Like this? Or no? Is that too intense? Maybe? That too intense? Like this? Yeah, like that's what? The facial expression would be different, I assume? Probably. That's true. Skull emoji, good one. The smirk. I use the smirk. Vomit. Stone, okay. Top. Whimpers with a beard, laughing fire, nail. Okay. I've never seen the comet emoji used ever, I'll be honest with you. Tone, baby, camel. I've never seen the camel used. Okay, solid, solid. With her, I wouldn't mind the intense eye contact.
Definitely like look deep and like just like maintain it.
I just stared.
Staring? See, like if someone was staring at me, I would assume that they've either zoned out or there's like something wrong with me. You know? Because I'm someone who zones out and I don't even recognize that I'm like, if someone's in the area. But I don't zone out a lot in public, to be fair.
At their eyes, and usually they're taller, so I just kind of look up at them.
How do you flirt?
Oh my god. I'm like, okay, hold on.
Okay, let me see these emotes. Laughing, nauseated face, disappointed is good. The wave. This would be a good emoji. That's one I use. I use that a lot in Twitch chats, though, as a joke. Exclamation mark, I've seen you use that. Tone, skull, orange emoji. Pregnant man, okay. Tone, water. I can't. Heart, glasses. The glasses one is always good. Kissy face robot. Okay. Okay. Solid emotes. Solid.
Just sort of like a. Maybe just a little.
If it.
Ooh, not the noise.
Just sort of like a.
Okay, W pose. W pose. This working, you think? Someone try this next time. Get them out. Someone try this and let me know how it goes. Playing with the hair. Okay, I can actually see that. That's a good one.
Maybe just a little.
No, bro. Not the click. Me and Skratsx. Good one. Good one. Good one, Shadow. He's hitting the altar boys with that. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling.
If it were you and me in a bar, I probably would scope it out. Maybe I'd be on the.
FBI, open up!
Yeah, exactly. I use the facepalm, fire, 100, laughing, rolling, coughing, crying, wheelchair sign, Crip, of course. Money bag, the painting nails thingy, wink, smirk, yawn, flexing one, and for cringe, the two fingers pointing at each other. Phone in. Okay. Oh, we need the updated name, by the way. It's been a couple days. I need the updated name.
The dance floor, and I'd be trying to catch your attention, you know?
Did she just point? Pointing is a very good way to let someone know you're talking to them. Oh shit, Poe got emotes? I need to go sub to Poe. Pointing at someone, good way to get their attention. Hispanic Jamal, Adriano, Santiago, Carl, Danny, Jordan's pronounced like a Dominican, Jesus, Miguelito, Jonathan, Roy, Juan, Junior, Quincy, Eros, Angelo, Logan, Bartholomew, Carlos, Jorge, Pedro, Ramon, Andrew, Elijah, Kaido, Bruce, Helicopter, Alejandro, Miguel, Luis, Enrique, Dutch, Vanderlyn, Esteban, Julio, Ricardo, Montoya, De La Rosa, Ramirez, Pablo, Amadeus, Chansey. Okay. Hey, yo, shorty, some guy probably, yeah. Poe had his first affiliate stream yesterday. How was it? I missed it because I was too late. Because I got rated and my stream kept going. So I rated Phyllis. Okay, I can see this. This is pretty obvious. I mean, this kind of looks like I'm being told, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Please cut that.
Show me how you flirt.
I definitely touch my hair a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty obvious. Now that you got a Pokemon name at the end, I demand more. Yeah, more Pokemon.
It's a lot of moving my hair.
Hair touching's pretty obvious.
A lot of laughing.
I feel like my normal laugh is just annoying. So my flirty laugh is like me focusing on my flirty laugh.
Let me hear the flirty laugh.
Like get really giggly. Got you.
Pikachu, I like that.
How do you flirt?
I don't anymore.
Damn.
Girl, I've been married for 12 years.
You don't flirt with your significant other? Well, today is Shancy. Yeah. I'll do Pikachu tomorrow. Bet. You don't flirt with your significant other when you've been married? Don't you still flirt? Like you're supposed to flirt.
Oh, girl, I've been married for 12 years.
Damn. I thought, you know, I'm not married. I'm no expert. You do? Like, I feel like you're supposed to, you know? I feel like they'd like to know you're still interested in them.
Honestly, I forget how I flirt. I've been in a relationship for so long.
What is wrong with you guys? I feel like you're supposed to keep it up.
Married, I've been out of the game.
Just married people don't like, hello? I don't do flirting much. I just be saying I love you a lot. That also works. I never seen flirting or something because I don't know what the fuck they doing.
For like
Wait, you
6
can
years.
still flirt when you're married?
Thank you.
You don't flirt with your partner?
I'm gonna have to search. Heck. It's okay. I'll message you, Dom. I'll message you.
It's like literally just like a smack in the ass.
Show me.
Smack on the ass is a good flirt with your significant other. With consent, of course. You know, don't go doing that to randoms. Don't do it to randoms. I got you, bro. Let's just see it. I got you. You'll tell Dom after I worked hard to find it? That's a good point. That's a good point, Sora. That's a good point.
Tell me how you flirt with your husband.
I would start talking in
Also, I didn't even work hard.
Spanish because I feel like Spanish is more sexy and he speaks Spanish. Amor, ven acá.
What does that mean?
What's that mean?
Oh, like, honey, come here.
Okay. These notes looking crazy? Yeah, I feel like we're getting mixed signals. Someone's cool to me, though. I can't. BRB got a disappointment. Okay. Hope the disappointment goes well, Chameleons. Hope it goes well. See you later. Sorry, someone's cooler than me, though. I can't compete with that. In middle school, I got a girl expelled for sexual assault because she kept smacking my ass without consent. She kept texting me weird stuff, as you should have. Mas lengua. What does that mean? What's that mean? I haven't spoken Spanish in a minute. That happened to me in high school my senior year. More tongue. Oh, okay. That is a good one. Like, a girl would slap my ass and then she'd sit on my lap. But I was just like, and she'd do it in front of teachers, and I was like, okay, I guess this is happening, you know?
Do you and your husband flirt?
Do you and your husband flirt with each other?
With each other?
No, but we have like a sign that like I'm horny and
Lavate los manos? Lavate. Isn't that wash your hands? That's wash your hands, right? Yep.
I want sex. I'm like, babe. And then I look at his penis and I look up his face and then he knew right away.
Okay, got the signals. I had someone do that all night once, and I thought nothing of it. We really are oblivious. Yeah. I also wasn't really interested in her, though. So I just was kind of like, I guess this is happening. You know?
Are you partnered?
Dame tu culo? What the fuck does that mean? Give you. Culo? Is that head? Is that head? Booty. Damn it. I was close. Cabeza is Cabeza's head. My bad. It's been a while since I've had to speak Spanish. It's been a minute since I've had to speak Spanish, so bear with me.
And I look up his face and then he knew right away.
Are you partnered up?
I am. It looked like he
She's booed up.
needed a light for his cigarette, and I came up to him and said, "Hey, you look a little cold. Do you need a light?"
Damn. Okay. Boya bien chico. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what that one says at all. I don't know what that one says. Because I don't know. It's been a minute since I've had to read Spanish or something. Like, I can pick up bits and pieces. I don't know if that was smooth or goofy. Yeah, I think it's goofy because my pickup line here, I'd have been like this. So I saw the person outside smoking, and they had their cigarette, but they needed a light. So I went over there, and I grabbed a cigarette and said, "Stop doing that shit. That shit can kill you." And I just kept it moving, you know? That's W flirts. That's W flirts all day. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like this makes me push my hair back. You know? Like, don't want them. I feel like wanting something to live is the ultimate flirt. Right?
His cigarette, and I came up to him and said, "Hey, you look a little cold. Do you need a light?" And I gave him a light.
Bagged it.
It worked.
It worked, yeah.
Show me how you flirt.
Oh, I can't really do that.
Oh, I can't flirt.
So bad at flirting.
I'm a notoriously bad flirter. If I like you, I'm avoiding eye contact. I'm pretending that I didn't see you.
Discord DM. My favorite line is, "If you weren't white, maybe I like you." Damn. W negging. W. W negs. He has his cock very boy. Okay, that's what was said. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. Got it. I get it now. I get it.
When I first met him,
So bad at flirting.
I'm a notoriously bad flirter. If I like you, I'm avoiding eye contact. I'm pretending that I didn't see you.
when I first met him, I just acted like I wasn't interested. He's like, "Oh, you're so cool. Like, I want to get to know you better. Oh, you're cool too." Just
That wouldn't work on me because I'd actually assume that you're not interested in me and I just stop talking to you. So, like, if you're interested and you act not interested, I'll just boo, terrible woman. Like, if you act not interested, I'll just be like, yo, okay, she's not feeling me, and I'll just keep moving. Basically, she will either hate me, W. She will get mad at me, W. I get to argue, or she will try to win my recognition and change my mind. It'd be sad. I really don't like white women. I feel you, Jamal. I see you. I see you. But yeah, like if you act not interested, I'm just gonna take that. I'm just gonna take that and run with it. I'll be like, all right, thanks. I'll see you later, I guess.
I'm pretending that I didn't see you.
when I first met him, I just acted like I wasn't interested. He's like, "Oh, you're so
I like her tattoos though, by the way. I like her tattoos.
cool. Like, I want to get to know you better. Oh, you're cool too." Just not really giving him much.
I ask a lot of
Making Zika's 10 Dudro. I don't know what that means. I'll be real with you. This shit don't make sense to me. The only way I was ever Riz was the Duke way and spending money. Yeah, try to avoid the money Riz. The Duke way is cool. The Duke way is cool. Another good way, watch that video with Kai and Sky Jackson when he was on the phone with her. That was good, right? I think I only saw like 10 seconds to be fair.
questions.
Let's see, you got any good...
I just acted like I wasn't interested. He's like, "Oh, you're so cool. Like, I want to get to know you better. Oh, you're cool too." Just not really giving him much.
I ask a lot of questions.
Okay, we like someone who's interested in you. Ask me questions. We like the interest.
Let's see, you got any good movies you like to argue about?
What's your favorite go-to position?
Don't ask that. Don't ask that. Don't ask that.
I don't know.
How you doing today?
So what are you doing later?
What are you
Okay, very upfront, like that.
doing later tonight?
Can I buy you a drink?
Okay. Yo, Pac, what's your go-to position? Can you buy me a drink? I mean, depends on like your budget, I guess. Yeah, you can buy me a drink, sure.
Let's see, you got any good movies you like to
The Windmill.
argue
W.
about?
What's your favorite go-to position? I don't know.
How you doing today?
So what are you doing later?
What are you doing later tonight?
Can I buy you a drink?
What are you drinking? What are you doing? What do you do?
Okay. 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 Offering to buy the Henny is W Riz though? It is. Like, I'm cool with that.
Oh, what do you do? How do you do? What are you doing today?
That's your go-to when you're... Show me what flirting from you looks like.
When I was single at parties, I'd go up to people and be like, "Hey, you're cute. I'm
That works. That works. Although I still think I'm getting robbed, but it works.
Angel. What's your name?"
I don't really flirt. I just
Did you say I'm an angel?
Show me what flirting from you looks like.
When I was single at parties, I'd go up to people and be like, "Hey, you're cute. I'm Angel. What's your name?"
I don't
Oh, she's Angel. Okay, got it. I keep seeing those Riz videos, and it's just a guy who goes up to a girl and he says, "I want to go on a date with you. I will kill myself if you don't." And it's fake, but man, I feel bad sometimes. Yeah, that's crazy. That squirrel girl can get these nuts any day.
don't really flirt. I just go, "I feel like we have something here. So we should just either figure it out or stop talking." I don't
Okay, I fuck with that.
know. I just don't like wasting time.
I fuck with that energy. I'd be like, okay, bye then. Yeah, that's tough, my boy. Go seek counseling. I like that energy. Her energy's cool. I like that.
Flirt. I just go, "I feel like we have something here. So we should just either figure it out or stop talking." I don't know. I just don't like wasting time.
I'm from Boston, so it's very just, "Hi, what's your name? How you doing? Do you wanna get out of here?"
What is with the click? I mean, I like the forwardness, but the click is... I didn't mean it. I thought the squirrel girl was you. The click is throwing me off.
"I think you're really hot. Do you want..."
Okay, yeah, compliment me. A girl who wakes me up yelling at me and walks out might make me fall in love with her. Okay. Yeah, this is hard. I would say if I go out on a date with you, I would kill myself. I would not use that. I do not advise using that Riz.
Want to go home?
Excuse me. I don't mean to disturb you, but just saw you from across the way.
I saw you from afar.
Okay. They're using the yo. Excuse me, Miss Riz. You know what I'm saying? You got to start dancing and shit. You know what I mean? They got to start dancing.
I noticed you over there, and something about you just really caught my eye. So I was just,
You know, I know you're trying to leave, but excuse me, miss. I saw you from across the room. But I got to admit that you got my attention, and it's making me want to say yo. You know what I'm saying? That's the Riz that I'm getting here. I watched your VOD and JT VOD. Nothing gave it away except Debbie. Debbie? Who's Debbie? I never needed the Riz. They threw themselves at me for the last 12 years. I mean, I'm trying to get like you, Dom. Skratsx, give us an example of your Riz. I literally just talk to people. The thing is, like, I don't really use pickup lines. I just talk. But right now, I haven't used Riz in a while because healing. But, like, I'm just like, I'll just go talk to people. I'll be like, yo, like, because I go places that have stuff that is instantly built in to talk about, right? It's like, Skratsx, I bet you look like a nutsack, but that's fine because your ass fat. What? What? I know you're trying to chill, but excuse me. I saw you from over there, and I've never got this far. Just talking to people is honestly the best way. They get to know you, and if they're interested, they'll make it known. Yeah, like, I go places where there's built-in interactions, right? Because a lot of people get nervous and like, what am I going to say? What am I going to say? What am I going to say? And so, like, if there's something built in, it just makes it easier. If that makes sense. But I also don't really get nervous. So I'll just be like, yo, what's up? How are you? I saw you across there. Just had to let you know. You look cool. And, stuff like that. Or I'll ask them about, like, what they're doing. Shit like that. And I kind of gauge, though. I don't just approach people at random. Skratsx, you always got to like, you already got to like me? No, I'm just, I sit in a room for 6 to 8 hours and stream. That's all I do these days. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Good luck. Not sure it's a sure thing. Like, I just chill. And the thing is, I can, obviously, as you know, I can just talk. I can talk. And active listening, that's also a good skill you need for Riz. Active listening. That's always good.
wanted to maybe explore that a little bit with you, if that would be okay.
Ooh, pink overalls. Welcome in, Lisa. How are you today? Pink overalls. They're teaching us how to flirt, Lisa.
Oh, I like the straightforwardness. We don't got time to fuck around.
I mean, I'm 37.
Oh God. My fail attempt was so bad. Illy stopped talking. Damn. Yeah.
So do you have a girlfriend? Because I do beat bitches up, so I hope you don't have a girlfriend.
Whoa. Okay. Scary Riz. No. Scary Riz. Red flag? Yeah, that is scary. Instantly, yes, marry me now. There's someone for everybody. You know? I'm awkward. Like, I don't know. You know what's funny, Lisa? There was some married people here saying they don't flirt with their significant others. Like, they were like, oh God, I'm married. And I was like, don't married people flirt with each other still? Right? Do you have a girlfriend? Because I'll kill that bitch and have your kids. That sounds like, you see Norbit? When she's like, hey, Norbit, you got a girlfriend? And he's like, no, I don't. She's like, you do now. Right? I didn't even get back from Lisa because she beat my ass like 5 times. Till she realized my bitch is Krishan Rock. Then there's no winning that fight. You give me a hint or trying to risk? Because I've been locked in with this anonymous thirst follow. If I have a girl, simply, it's my girl, it's a princess. She don't fight, but I do. That's sad. Married people need to keep flirting. That's what I thought. I said, I feel like you keep flirting with each other. Right? Like, it's nice to let someone know that you've been with, that you still desire them. Right? I'm not married, but that's what I thought. That's what I thought should be the case.
So if they have a girlfriend,
she's so pretty though. Yes, she is.
Do you beat them up?
My flirt's real easy. Illy, did you hear this flirt? Did you hear this one? Did you hear this flirt, Illy? Listen to this.
You don't got time to fuck around.
I mean, I'm 37.
Show me.
Norbert was being assaulted in that movie? Yeah, he was. Poor Norbert. I'm not married yet, but she knows she desired, you know? Good. Without your dick, I'm a sucker. I mean, that's good flirting.
How you flirt?
So do you have a girlfriend? Because I do beat bitches up, so I hope you don't have a girlfriend.
So if they have a girlfriend, do you beat them up?
No, I'm leaving because I don't need to be out and your girlfriend is coming because she's gonna get beat the fuck up and you're gonna be embarrassed and she's gonna be embarrassed. So, you know, yeah.
That's crazy. Fellow brother, how you doing, man? I'm good, Pharaoh. How are you? I am really good today, to be honest with you. How are you? How you doing? Right? That flirt. I believe her. Oh, I know. I believe her too, to be honest. I believe her. I don't really riz people up, and truthfully, I don't know how someone will riz me up. I feel that. I feel that.
Show us how you flirt.
I've never flirted in my life.
I don't really know how to flirt. I've never flirted before.
I don't think I could do that, honestly. I love flirting, but I can't really describe how it is, like, mechanically. It's just more of, like, a feeling.
Just a feeling. I feel that. Some people just don't have, like, techniques, which makes sense. I'm good, man. New, so just chilling. Yo, thank you for stopping in. It means a lot. It means a lot. I appreciate you watching, like, stopping through and talking and everything. Not y'all believe I'll actually say that. College girls suck. We flirt and go a long way. We are. We're learning how to flirt, Pharaoh. We're learning how to flirt. I'll show you this line again. You know, this is the line that we've seen so far. Ready?
So do you have a girlfriend? Because I do beat bitches up, so I hope you don't have a girlfriend.
So if they have a girlfriend, do you beat them up?
No, I'm leaving because I don't need to be out and your girlfriend is coming because she's gonna get beat the fuck up and you're gonna be embarrassed and she's gonna be embarrassed. So, you know, yeah.
Show us how you flirt.
So, you know, we're just learning. We're taking notes and stuff. She bad as fuck? Yeah, she is. Yes, she is.
I've never flirted in my life.
Lurk, have a good lurk, Lino. Follow Lino if you don't. Follow Lino if you don't. Follow Lino if you don't. Follow Lino. Follow Lino if you don't. Oh. Thanks for shout out.
Come on! Let's get it done. He's literally last one.
Sam. See my boy Lino.
I'm healing. Hold on.
You see him?
Let's go, boy! Let's go! Let's go!
You see him?
Let's go! Let's fucking go!
That's frequent. Not this clip. I wasn't expecting the end of the clip. I wasn't. Do you see? See, Skratsx, follow me if you don't. Follow me if you don't. You see what I'm saying? That was great. If you do not follow Lino, I'm telling you, Lino, fight me now. Lino, what you doing to the chair, my boy? Lino is so funny, bro. So funny. Oh, man. So funny. I was in a moment. I feel you, bro. The energy was flowing. You know, you just got the dub. I feel it. I feel it. Me and the chair locked eyes. You love to see it, right? Like, I love the energy. You finally beat Lisa, Shadow. I see you. She'll spin back, though. L-Ad. I'm sorry, Broward. I'm sorry, Broward. It looks so breathable. Look, man, I feel it. I feel the energy, you know? When you go through, like, intense feelings and emotions like that, like, you got to let it out. You know? You got to. And that clip is just too good. And that is why you should follow Lino if you don't. I'm telling you, streams are too good.
I don't really know how to flirt. I've never flirted before.
Just take my follow, bro. I'm telling you, I was in Lino's stream at like 2 a.m. I was in Lino's stream at like 2 a.m. just watching. It's great. My favorite is when you raid him and he's just really not expecting it. He'll be chilling. He'll be chilling like this. And all of a sudden, the raid knows, you get the FBI open up. And he just snaps up like, hey, what the fuck? I love it. It is so funny. Not going to check you out. Love fellow creators. That's amazing. It is. You said his name's Lino? Yeah, he's right here. Here he is right here. It's so funny. It's so great. His stream, I'm telling you, bro. Lino's streams are too good. Hey. Yo, Pharaoh, thanks for the follow. Bro, Skratsx, we gonna fight, man. Stop. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. I just gotta call it how I see it. You know what I'm saying? I just gotta call it how I see it. It's just too fun to be in Lino's streams. Too fun. Too fun. Pharaoh, do you stream? Do you stream, Pharaoh? Okay, I'll let you in this time. That shit was so funny. It really was. Yes, sir? All right, bet. Follow. Got you with that follow, my boy. Yes, sir. God, I'm telling you. Lino's so funny, bro. Lino is so funny. Oh, he streamed? Bet. Yeah, I'm in there. I'm in there. Next one. Next stream. Damn, Apocalypse spun back on you. You know what I'm saying? He spun back.
Gonna be embarrassed. So, yeah.
I woke up to Lino fucking dancing with 20 motherfuckers in GTA in their swimwear. In there like swimmer, I'm saying. Okay, it's even. I'm glad I came here and I'm still dying. I'm telling you that clip was... One more time. One more time. One more time.
Come on! Let's get it done.
One more time. Let me full screen it.
He's literally last one.
We had like 10 people in the Thriller, bro.
I'm healing. Hold on.
Let's go, boy!
Bro.
Let's go! Let's go!
Fucking Skratsx.
Fucking go!
Shadow brought his hands today. Bro, I'm telling you, bro. That clip. Oh, yeah. And that is why Lino has the greatest emote on Twitch, bro. It is the greatest emote on Twitch. It's just, God, it's too good. The greatest emote on Twitch. Wait, what happened? Illy, you want to see it again? You want to see it again? That chair took them shots. I got you. No, no. What's up? Yo, what's up, Lev? His gameplay with Poe is golden. Oh, my fault. I won't play it again. I won't shout him out. Someone else, a mod or a VIP could do it. I personally will not. I will not. I got you. I will not. I will not. Play the clip again? Do we play it again? Where's my bonk stick, man? The chair finna get a belly in 8 months. Fucking, I'm done. Sometime. Thank you. There it is. I didn't do it. There it is. Look at it. I didn't do it. Can I get a bonk sound alert? I need. You know what? I'll put one in. Let me see.
I'm healing. Hold on.
Let's go, boy!
I'm telling you.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's fucking go!
Oh, man. I'm telling you, bro. If you don't follow fucking Lino's streams are too good. I'm sad I missed the Thriller one.
Sensational.
Indeed. I love you, man. Yeah, we love Lino. I wish I was the chair. Okay. Bonk. Bonk. There we go. This one, Lino? This one? Wait, what? Yeah. I'm gonna go make a clip of that. What? This one? This one good? Or I think it's the short one here. I think that's the bonk zone. I cannot. Yeah, perfect. Got you. There it is. It's in there. Ooh, that brother's floating in the air. I'm telling you, bro. Lino streams. I'm sad I missed the Thriller part, bro. I am sad I missed the Thriller part. There it is. There's the bonk sound. There it is. God, that was great. Let's fucking go. Look at the chair. Come here, bitch. There it is. Cooldown 2 minutes. You know what? Hold on. I'll lower that. I'll lower it. I'll lower the cooldown. Hold on. That's default. I got you. I'll lower the cooldown for that one. Viewer rewards, channel points. Let's open the channel points real quick. Let me see the list. Where the bonk at? Had fun in Phyllis' chat last night. Wasn't it fun? Watching those American Idol clips and everything. Phyllis' streams are really good too. Phyllis's streams are so good. Where is Bonk? I love it. Here it is. Edit. Let me lower this to 200 too. 300 is too much. And we'll make it a... Ooh, okay. There we go. It should be available now. There you go. My mom got the best streams. Phyllis' streams are so fun. Bro, why can't I be the chair SMH? Let me know when Lino's streaming again. W stream already? I just got here and I'm freaking dying. I am glad. I am glad. Y'all got me in tears. It's just best community, man. I'm telling you. We got the best community here. You know? Why didn't my mom tell me her job is dancing with a pole like I didn't get it? Maybe she was trying to be vague, you know? Maybe she was trying to be vague. Okay, I gotta finish this video. I gotta finish it. I've been recording for 47 minutes. I gotta finish this video.
So do you have a girlfriend? Because
Take notes. We're learning how to flirt. Skratsx, read my message. Did you just type one or did you DM me? All I gotta ask is, did you pull out? Okay. That is a good question. Is the chair, you gonna have mini chairs or? All right, we're finishing this. Take notes.
I do beat bitches up, so I hope you don't have a girlfriend.
So if they have a girlfriend, do you beat them up?
No, I'm leaving because I don't need to be out and your girlfriend is coming because she's going to get beat the fuck up and you're going to be embarrassed and she's going to be embarrassed. So, you know, yeah.
Show us how you flirt.
I've never flirted in my life.
I don't really know how to flirt. I've never flirted before.
I don't think I
Y'all some DM demolishers?
do that, honestly.
I love flirting, but I can't really describe how it is, like mechanically. It's just more of like a
Oh, poor kitty face.
feeling, you know what I mean?
I let them come to me. I don't really approach much.
What's an example of bad flirting?
No.
Bro, she aggressive? Yeah, she is. That's Peen Cat, best cat on the internet. Got a dick on his face. Okay, here we go. Let me see the example of bad flirting. Take notes. Take notes of the bad flirting.
I let them come to me. I don't really approach much.
What's an example of bad flirting?
No confidence.
Catcalling?
Oh, too aggressive.
Oh, I got this. Seen this too many times. Damn, girl, you sexy as hell. All right, so I mean, like, what's up? Like, you trying to come back to my place?
Yeah, don't do that shit. I flirt viciously. I thought the print was a stain. I bark at my bitches just, yo, what?
Aggressive.
Oh, I got this. Seen this.
I mean, if it works, you know what I'm saying? If it works, it works.
Too many times. Damn, girl, you sexy as hell. All right, so I mean, like, what's up? Like, you trying to come back to my place, or what's up? Like, what you doing after this?
What's up, Skratsx? You trying to fuck? I had one girl purr at me. I hate her now. That's a response for sure. That's a response for sure. You know what I'm saying? It is.
I'm trying to see what you on, and that is how you fumble it, right there. Right there.
I'm a dog. Why the fuck you purr? Yeah, like match the energy. Bark back. Match the energy. We're not cross species here. I did my peacock dance to lure Apocalypse. I mean, it worked. You know what I'm saying? It worked. W husband and wife combo. Look at the team. W furry Riz.
What's a bad way to flirt?
Normally pickup lines don't work on me because I think they're a bit cheesy.
I don't know, for some reason I can't take pickup lines seriously.
You in the wrong neighborhood, motherfucker. Yeah, like we're dogs over here. Like if I bark and you purr, this ain't gonna work because we're different animals. You know what I'm saying? If I bark, you bark. You know what I'm saying? That's how it has to go. Match the energies. That's what we look here. Reciprocation is key. Hey, what's up, Judas? What's up? Welcome back. You know?
Just end up laughing.
Can I have one pickup line that's like really dumb? Hey,
okay, give me the pickup line.
Hey, that guy over there, he thinks you're like really cute.
Damn, okay, I see you. W pickup line. How are y'all? Pretty good. Pretty good. I see you. You know?
My number one pickup line is just very direct. I will go up to guys and be like,
yo, I've actually never seen chest hair that goes up to the neck. I'm not saying good or bad, but I've never seen chest hair that goes up to the neck, bro. If he just let this grow, he could connect. He could connect from the beard to the chest hair. You know what I'm saying? That emote is great. Example of bad flirting, my life experience, is your PFP photo you in real life? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, Wolverine ass. Why does he have neck hair? This is chest hair. This is chest. I've never seen it extend up this far.
You're like, hey, you're really cute.
Does it work?
It has a decently high success rate, yeah.
Good for you, bro. Okay. Suit, no shirt. Okay, I see you.
It has a decently high success rate, yeah.
Not the Kappa, bro.
Get a discount on that dress? Oh, really? Well, it would be 100% off at my house.
Yeah, that shit's not working. That's just not working. Damn, like, that's not. He handsome? Yeah. It probably is working for some people, to be honest, because he's good looking. Had a guy try to get my attention for a friend of his. Only time I walked away from Pockets to get us drinks, and like, no, I'm taking, weirdo. At least you got the drinks too, you know. Get the drinks. Save some money out there. Man's got a whole universe growing under his shirt. Yeah, like it's like a whole, he fucked it up. I told you that line wasn't working. The line was not working. I told you. Handsome, but the line was kind of in.
Did you get a discount on that dress? Oh, really? Well, it would be 100% off at my house.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew he was going to fumble. Take your 50 Shades of Grey and pack it up. Fumbled? Yep. Attributes minus 100. Yep, I told you.
I recently was talking to a girl from Tennessee, and I thought about
from Tennessee, and this motherfucker's going to go, oh, you really are from Tennessee? Because you're the only 10 I see. Heart's been broke so many times. The sweater's from the 80s. Put it back. Yeah, Bill Cosby had this.
doing the 10IC
called it.
Pickup line. I'm like, this is exactly how I get on Match.
All I can think of is, are you from Tennessee?
Called it. Called it.
Because you're the only 10 I see.
What's a bad way to flirt?
Negging.
Negging.
If a guy or
Negging? Yeah. Don't do that. Don't neg, bro. Don't neg. You know?
a girl is like putting you down, and you're like, okay, dude, like you don't have to go that far.
Yeah, there's some pretty cringe ones. I've seen some videos of it. I can give examples. Get your corny ass, 10IC ass out of my state. Do you have a mirror in your pocket? Because I can see myself in them. Yes, sir. Negging, like, don't do it. Like, I've seen examples, it doesn't work. You know?
How do you flirt?
I talk shit. I would.
Okay, grandma, negging. Yeah, negging, Jamal, is when, like, let's say you see someone on the bigger side and they walk up and they're like, yeah, you know, you're pretty cute for a bigger person. I got a great quote from Ninja. Can I say it? No. Are you a Google? Because you're the only one I'm searching for. I see grandma. She's like, yo, I talk shit when I flirt.
Guy or girl is like putting you down.
You know what I'm talking about? If you're talking about Ninja who rapped the Logic line, that's what negging means. Yeah, it's when you just say something kind of mean. When you're like, yeah, you're kind of cute for a fat girl, you know? So you don't. That's what negging is. Are you a superhero?
Like, okay, dude, like you don't have to go that far.
How do you flirt?
Like I know she's. How much did I miss? I mean, we're still in the same video, so there's some. You want to see this one, Wolf? I feel like negging never works. It does on low self-esteem people, I think. Watch this one, Wolf.
Show me how you flirt.
So do you have a girlfriend? Because I do beat bitches up, so I hope you don't have a girlfriend.
So if they have a girlfriend, do you beat them up?
No, I'm leaving because I don't need to be out and your girlfriend is coming because she's going to get beat the fuck up and you're going to be embarrassed and she's going to be embarrassed. So, you know, yeah.
Show us how you flirt.
Norbit vibes? That's exactly what I said. Yeah. Oh, this is a different one. I see what Sora's saying. She aggressive? Hell yeah. I see what Sora's saying. This Ninja video.
Dude, stop negging. Don't neg. No one likes a negger. Dude, that sounds...
I see you, Ninja. I see what Ninja's doing. I see what Ninja's saying. I see you, Ninja. Ooh. I see it. I see it. Bro, why she cute as fuck, but attitude need to be chilled down? Yeah. Get her a Snickers. Back to we were about here. I
thought about doing the 10 IC pickup line. I'm like, this is exactly
What did he say? Skratsx, are you a bunk bed? I'm curious to see where this one's going. Am I a bunk bed? Okay. Bro, it's true. It is. Okay, Ninja. I want Illy Riz. I'm seeing it. I saw Illy's Riz to Pharaoh. That one was good. I see that one.
how I get on Match.
All I can think of is, are you from Tennessee?
Because you're the only 10 I see.
What's a bad way to flirt?
Trying to go, because he be on top of me. Okay, I see you. Okay. Illy got it. I see you. Damn. If I could rearrange the alphabet, I put you and I together. A classic. Look at your whispers. Okay, let me see. Let me check my whispers real quick.
Start counting down when you do it.
3, 2, this is a thriller.
1, go.
Okay. Hey. What? Yo, this is. Yo.
Oh my god, bro.
Yo.
Hey,
Lino.
Radio car and buy the music.
Lino. Put this shit on TikTok, bro.
Is it gonna cancel my emo?
Put this on TikTok. Put this on TikTok now. Put that on TikTok now. That is so funny. Skratsx, are you Rush? You trying to show all 32? Wait, hold up. Are you a chair? Am I? Put that on TikTok now. With the monkey mask right now. That is great. Put that on TikTok yesterday. I got you. Good. That is great. That is great. That is so funny. That was great. Okay. Because folks fuck the shit out of you. Bro, this dude's funny as fuck. I'm telling you, Lino streams are great. Where you get that at? Oh, that's a common one, isn't it? Bob, that's what you need.
Exactly how I get on Match.
All I can think of.
Are you a vegetarian? Oh, here we go. I need to see this.
Is, are you from Tennessee?
Because you're the only 10 I see.
What's a bad way to flirt?
Negging. If a guy or girl is like putting you down, and you're like, okay, dude, like you don't have to go that far.
Like, okay, dude, you're kind of hurting my feelings. Like, okay, hit him with it. I'm waiting. No, okay, not a vegetarian. Okay. Welcome to the planet Riz. Bro, what's up with all them hearts? Yeah, this isn't a sweater that I personally. This is giving me a teacher vibes. Right? Bonk emote. Bonk. Like, it's a lot of hearts. The necklace, the sweater. There it is. Good, because I want to make sure you enjoy the meat. Okay. I see it. Like, okay, masochism is fun and shit, but downgrading is something else. Yeah, you're like, okay, I see your pickup line. That really hurt my feelings. Okay. There it is. Back shots. You see it. That's what happens when you get a good line.
How do you flirt?
I talk shit.
Okay, Grandma.
I would honestly just be mean to them, I think.
Yeah, just be mean. Okay. Be mean is flirting. Okay.
Show me what that looks like.
Why are you looking at me like that? You're being kind of weird right now.
I don't know.
Oh, that wasn't that bad. I thought she was going to be like really mean, you know? When she said, I'm going to be mean, I thought she was going to be like, yeah, you look like fucking shit. Walk away from me, bitch. I was going to be like, damn, okay. My feelings. She's letting it be known she's on the market as a lover. Yeah, she's just, she's like, I wear my heart on my sleeve. See what I did there? You see what I did there? I wear my heart on my sleeve.
How do you flirt?
Bruh, my fault.
Shit.
My fault.
I would honestly just be mean to them, I think.
My bad.
Why are you looking at me like that? You're being kind of weird right now.
I don't know, if you like say something wrong, I'll like repeat it back to you. Or if you have a voice crack.
I deserve that. I deserve the bonk. I deserve that. Yeah, I deserve that. That was bad. I deserve it. It's okay. I deserve it.
I'm gonna imitate the voice crack. Yeah, I'm trying to neg you, basically.
Oh, not imitating the voice crack. Let me tell you something, bro. When my voice was changing and I had the voice cracks, that shit.
What was the reason?
My fault.
What was the reason?
I deserved that. When my voice would crack, that's the most embarrassing shit ever. You know? Like, that shit really lowered my confidence when my voice was cracking.
Is flirting something that works for you?
It does with my looks.
It either really works or it doesn't work.
Okay.
I once workshopped with some friends in a real-time life situation.
Did he say he workshopped with friends? Did they practice flirting with each other? He looks like the alien guy from Men in Black? Yeah, because I'll eat him like a snack. Okay. Would you ever date a person who laughs weird? It depends on how weird the laugh is, okay? Look, I'm not someone who likes to make fun of laughs, but there are some people who laugh where I quite literally hope they never laugh again. You know what I mean? You ever heard like a person whose laugh, if it's not, like, I don't mind a weird laugh, but if it's like something super annoying, I'd be like, yeah, I'm good on that. I don't want to hear this for the rest of my life. True? Yeah, you know exactly what I mean. There's some laughs where you're just like, please, I laugh like a jit. I mean, that's cool. That's cool. But like, let me see if I can find one. Bro, have you seen that video of the people who could get the weirdest laugh all together on a talk show? No. But if you whisper it to me, I will watch it right now. Let me see if I can find a good laugh. I got you? Okay, bet. Like, let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Huh. Check DMs for how I flirt? Okay, bet. Let me see the apocalypse flirtation.
Was your mother a beaver? 'Cause damn!
Okay. Okay.
If you were a booger, I'd pick you!
Okay. I know how to get a motherfucker to avoid flirting with me. How?
Did you just fart? 'Cause you blew me away!
Damn. Okay. Okay.
Nice shoes, what a thing!
Damn. Okay, Apocalypse, I see you. I see you. Damn. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Okay, I see it. Damn. Okay. Okay, I see you. Let me finish. Here we go.
Once workshop with some friends in.
He did say he workshops with friends. So him and his friends were together flirting with each other for practice. If you ask me for my IG, I'll give it to them and ask him to show me your booty hole. All right, sent. Okay. He said that he workshops flirting with friends. I like the clever shirt, but not on him. Yeah. Let me see this.
Situé par rapport à le public parce que la salle était grande.
Hello, YouTube.
Situé par rapport à le public parce que la salle était grande.
Je vous ai situé tout de suite.
What was, the fuck was that noise?
Il a été hyper cool.
Mais vous vous êtes déjà fait examiner, c'est quand même curieux, hein, rire comme ça vient.
What is? Oh, they're making these noises. Okay, okay, I get it now. I get it. She sounds like a gun. I get it now. Okay.
Non, c'est pas curieux le rire.
What was that? So they're making animal. These signs are the noises that they're making. I get it now.
Le rire, c'est de l'air qui passe au niveau du larynx. Et c'est vrai que je dois avoir un larynx plus ou moins.
What is that? Wait, is that what their laugh sounds like? Did they categorize them by how their laugh sounds? That's their act. They categorized them by their laughs. I thought they were making like, okay. That's their laughs, bro. Okay. I think the picture of what their laugh sounds like, that's exactly what I just figured it out. Okay. I get it now. Okay. I was confused at first.
Après, moi, quand je suis partie aussi. Hein. Il vous a déjà mis dans des difficultés.
So we have a chicken. I don't know what that is. Seagull, pig, horn, car, goat.
C'est pas possible.
These laughs look like they hurt. Yeah. She looks like she's embarrassed of her laugh. I legit thought someone was farting. Saying like, I was like, what is that?
Ça fait du bien quand même de rigoler. Donc, je repose ma question.
Her high-pitched laugh, maybe my favorite. Her high-pitched one, maybe my favorite laugh.
On ne tient plus la poule. Il vous...
Okay. This guy's like, this isn't very funny. Everybody else is laughing. I don't get it. He's just like.
La poule et la mouette qui s'y mettent, on est mal. Et claque ça derrière parti. Nassima! Votre rire
Bro, I gotta do some work, bro. Procrastinating. Get your work done, Judas. What, bro? Like, why am I here fake laughing? Yeah, like, look at him. Like, look at him. He's like.
Tiens plus la poule. Il vous.
Oh man, these laughs sound like they hurt, bro. Yeah, get your work done, Judas. I can hear the seagull now. It's her, but she's hiding her mouth so they can't see her laughing. I can see it. I can't because I can do my work at home. Do your work. Oh man.
Votre rire de klaxon vous a déjà mis dans des difficultés dans des endroits publics. Ce rire.
That dude gets me every time. Yes, like let me go back. We gotta hear it one more time.
Ça fait du bien quand même de rigoler. Donc je repose ma question.
Where is it?
On ne tient plus la poule. Il vous.
Seagull.
Il vous. Il y a la poule et la mouette qui s'y mettent, on est mal.
His laugh.
Klaxon est reparti.
What the hell? Okay, so let me break it down what we're watching. These people are categorized by what their laugh actually sounds like. 4 down, 6 to go. Has it been 4 hours already? Go back. So, like, this is what their laugh sounds like. One more time? Okay, let me play one more time. So here we are.
Je repose ma question. On ne tient plus la poule. Il vous.
You ready? You ready? Get ready.
Il y a la poule et la mouette qui s'y mettent, on est mal. Et klaxon est reparti.
Oh man.
Nassima!
Oh man.
Votre rire de klaxon vous a déjà mis dans des difficultés.
That's so
dans
funny.
des endroits publics. Ce rire de...
His laugh is so good. Yo, I don't know how to feel right now. Like, honestly, I hope that guy laughs a lot in life. I hope that guy laughs a lot in life, for real. Like, my God, that is great. That is so good, bro. I really hope he does. Reminds me of that funny person in the background who keeps making funny as fuck comments. Yes. I hate people who laugh like the pigs. The people who snort when they laugh, I find it, well, depending on who it is. Hi, Phyllis. How are you, Phyllis? Yeah, Illy, that's copy pasta. That's a copy pasta. Cassie's hands on WWE 2K23. Imagine all of them in a comedy stand-up in the audience. God, that'd be great. Skratsx play back? Okay, we'll watch it one more time. We'll watch it one more time. Where's the link?
Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, how are you, Skratsx? I'm good. Oh, that's the ninja clip. I almost played that one again. So we just watched this video in which they're categorized by how they laugh. Okay? This is how their laugh sounds.
Situé par rapport au public parce que la salle était grande.
Je vous ai situé tout.
Guys, you eat something? Not yet, no. I'm not actually hungry, though.
Mais c'est vrai qu'il a été hyper cool.
Mais vous vous êtes déjà fait examiner, c'est quand même curieux hein, de rire comme ça.
I will, though. I promise.
Non, c'est tout examiner.
This guy,
Non, c'est pas.
this guy right here, where's he at? Show the crowd again.
Hyper cool.
Hold on.
Vous vous êtes déjà fait examiner.
This guy, he doesn't think any of this is funny. This whole time, he's just like, cameras on me.
Quand même curieux hein, de rire comme
It's just not funny.
Non, c'est tout examiner.
Non, c'est pas.
Bro, off the beam. Guys, what do you guys do when you want to leave a conversation? I just leave. Yeah, he's just like, I shouldn't have sat in the front row.
Du larynx. Et c'est vrai que je dois avoir un larynx plus ou moins.
His laugh is the best one. Guys, I sent a clip whisper. Okay, bet. His laugh is the best one, bro. He looks like the kind of guy who says, oh, that's funny, but doesn't laugh. Yeah, he's like, oh, man, that's too funny. That's too funny. He paid the premium tickets too. Yeah, he's like, fuck, why'd I pay it today? Yo! Sonny!
Use the baby village.
Thanks for the raid.
In my basement.
What's up,
Do you have
Raiders?
a basement?
Welcome in. Welcome in. You came at a good time. We're discovering people's laughs. We also learned how to flirt. I have not finished that video, but we learned. We're learning about laughs. We should add that. We should add that raid to the end of stream time. Let's do 11 hours. W? No, we have 6 hours to go. You know what I'm saying? Is that a muscular potato? Is it? It may be. Okay, I gotta listen to this one more time. Here we go. How was stream, Sonny? We love Sonny. If you do not follow Sonny, hold on. Let me copy. If you do not already, shout out. We love Sonny. It was pretty good. Good. I'm glad. What'd y'all play? I saw you were on. I was lurking, but I didn't see. I can do it if you want. Oh, I got it. Thank you, though. Thank you, Sora. Thank you. We are learning about laughs, and we heard the best laugh I've ever heard in my life. I think it's around here. There it is. One more time. Oh. Is it weird that I want to make that a sound redemption, Illy? Just sounds like a bird. I wish I could isolate his laugh and make it a sound redemption. That's up there with like, please do it. That's up there with Kawhi Leonard laugh. Like, that's a better laugh than, where is it at? That's a better laugh than this. Like, it's a better laugh. I've seen this somewhere. I just can't put my finger on it. Do it, please. Okay, let me get the timestamp. 43 through 45. I'm gonna waste my points if you do up dead ass. Let me see. 43 through 45. All right, we're doing this. Petty's in a meeting? Damn. Oh, yeah, he said he's in, I forget what it's called. Evaluations or something? Blurb. Oh, I already have the tab.
I'm starting my stream up. Fuck it.
Oh, this is from yesterday. I was like, why do I have Leno's stream up? Before I do this, let me check Brower's Whisper. Twitch clip. Hold on. No!
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Hey, that nigga just booted up.
No.
That boy finna boot up. Ah, oh, my mama.
Thanks for the shout out. Yeah, I played different games. Okay, cool. Yeah, I forgot what game I was in there for. But I like had the tab open, like right before I booted. Why? I'm sorry. What are we watching? This is a Twitch clip. It got sent to me. I just got to hear Poe's reaction. I won't show. I'm just listening to Poe's reaction.
It's in my nose. It's in my nose.
I'm listening to Poe's reaction.
No.
You're right. I'm not showing it. I just got to hear. I got to hear Poe's reaction.
It's in my nose. Hey, nigga, your dog is trying to protect you. And
So the corn one? Do the corn one? Oh, did he watch the corn one too? Okay, let me make this blurb. It's in my nose. Let me make this blurb real quick. Hold on. I gotta make this. I gotta cut the sound. Hold on. 43.
Situé par rapport à le public, parce que la salle était grande.
Je vous ai situé tout
Mais...
Hold on.
Situé par rapport à le public, parce que la salle était grande.
Je vous ai
Hold on.
Mais...
Hold on. I'm looking for it. 43. I'm back. Welcome back. I'll send it. Okay. Welcome back, Chameleons. How's the dentist? 43 through 46, I think. This may be perfect, actually. Okay, I gotta go in peace, everyone. Yo, Petty, we love you. We do. Her laugh is scary. Up a little bit before that. A little bit more. There we go. That good? Well, fuck, I'm asking you. I beg of you, please. What? 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 Asking me what? Me or Petty? I think that's good, right? Is that good? Thing goes right there. Let me move it. It's about right there. Stop with this, man. I'm sorry. One more time. I'm just getting the timing right. I'm asking Petty about his Riz and asking you to never show that shit clip. There we go. I'm naming it. Illy, can you type that out one more time? The laugh spell. I need to name it that. Where is it? The tin. I just need it for the name. Why baby rage, Judas? What's going on? I need the name. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. The corn one's not as bad. Yeah, it's not as bad as the beans. I'm mad. Why are you mad? What happened? Why are you baby raging? What happened? Is it the beans? Was it the beans? That's my fault. That's my fault. That's my fault. I didn't know it was going to be beans. Speaking of beans, light the bean. Light the bean. Light it. It wasn't? Oh, okay. Light the bean. Light it. Yes. There we go. If you're new here and you're wondering about the bean emote, Pharaoh, what happens is Bean Man comes through. Bean Man redeems the fart sound. Bean Man dips out. It is a tradition. My bean's gone. I'm sorry, Broward. And it is a tradition that we've had for many months, you know? And so when Bean comes through, we light the bean, we spam the beans. You know what I'm saying? We spam the beans. That is a tradition here. Okay. Bean. Yeah. Okay, so why are you baby raging, Judas? Let me know. I love the stare. Oh, shit, I need it? Like, that's what happens here. You know what I'm saying? That's what happens. Okay, so like, okay. I'm listening. I'm just adding this to my channel points. I'm adding this. I'm listening, though. I am actively listening. Help, my alt Discord account got banned. What'd you do? You fell? Are you okay? Just deleted 25K files from my computer? Jesus. Where'd you fall? Not like downstairs, you just tripped. It said cyber terrorism? Whoa. I was sitting down and my friend moved the chair. No, they didn't pull the seat from you. Oh, no. Yeah, what did you do, Incog? What'd you do? Guess I know who I'm not DMing ever in my life. Yeah, I don't know, bro. Yo, just delete that shit. Fuck the alt. Get rid of that, bro. You do not need that. They asking for my ID and email. Oh. Yeah, don't send your ID. Don't send your ID. Don't do that. Yeah, don't send your ID. You know. What the fuck? Skratsx, what's your ID? I'm not gonna give you my number, but I'll show you it. Here's my ID right here. You see that? There's my ID right there. You see it? That's me. That's the most I can't show the rest, to be fair. So you like Sims? Like I can't show the rest, you feel me? Oh, there's too many thins here. Oh, there we go. All right. You know who Simba is? Let me see. Dude, I don't think we look that much alike here. I'm not gonna lie to you. I do not see it. Hold on, let me see. I don't think we look that much alike, bro. I don't see it. Riz Lord. I wasn't allowed to smile on my driver's license photo. I had to, Phyllis. I was not getting caught lacking. I warn you guys right now, be careful of what you click on. Just video and other links. Click on one of those in Discord. If you don't write, someone can get your IP, email, password. Yeah, I don't really click shit unless I know you. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it either. My friend tested his GIF on me once. I didn't care though. I click everything. I don't really click unless I actually know you. What was I doing beforehand? Oh, it's here, Illy. See? Sent you another whisper? Got you. Got you. It's here.
And linking up.
See, it's here. I am going to have to change the cooldown on that, though. He has my password and my credit. I have his SSN. We're not the same. The fuck is that noise? That's someone's laugh. Okay. Okay. Hold on. We need a cooldown. Hold on. Hold on. We need a cooldown. Hold on. We need a cooldown. We need a cooldown. Yes, thank you. Someone buy it again while I'm cooling it down. While I'm cooling it down. That's a duck getting humped by a zesty lawnmower. That is a new sound addition. New sound redemption, you know. Where I got 200, buy it again. Fine, I got you. This is the last one before I do it. Why is there no cooldown on here? There we go. There we go. The cooldown is back. What Live League vid did you get this off? I got it off of this video. A group of people with unusual laughs. Okay, back to what I was looking at. Back to what I was looking at. Okay, let me see this clip.
And linking up. That shit dead.
Bro, I'm telling you.
First one, that can happen to me. And linking.
Fucking love Lito, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Lito, I'm telling you. Here's the strat. Actually, what you have to do, because Lino's jump scares, too, are expensive. They're expensive. So you got to get the channel points. I can't wait to play a horror game with Filippo and Petty. That'll be so good, bro. And I got the channel points to jump scare. I got like 50K, Lino. I got 50K ready to go. You know, I've been putting in work in these streets. I swear to God. Why expensive, bro? Bro, mine aren't that much. Lino's are expensive, but I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. Who's your favorite freestyler? I don't really listen to freestyles like that. You trying to make an enemy? Bro, donate to the poor. I wish I could give channel points. You know, I'm just saying I got the sounds. Put on scam. Corn clip. Did you send it? Did you send it? Oh yeah, you did. I see it. I see it. Listen to Simba, LA Leakers, maybe you can. I'm gonna hide screen when it gets gross.
I can't watch it. What? What do you want? What do y'all got me watching?
Out of my man, I'm gonna cry. I don't think he's gonna do it.
What do y'all got me watching, bro? What do y'all got me watching, bro? Look at this man's face, bro. What do y'all got me watching, bro?
Fucking Poe, bro. See, that wasn't bad. He didn't drink it. We're good. We're good. It's over. I fucking love Poe. Poe is funny as fuck, bro. Poe's one of the funniest people out there. Like, for real. Poe is one of the funniest people. Cream corn? Yeah, he chugged it. Okay, I gotta finish this video. There's only like 20 seconds left. Hold on. There's only like 20 seconds. Just give me a second. I gotta finish it.
It either really works.
I've been
or it
recording
doesn't
for an hour and a
work.
half.
I once workshop with some friends in a real-time life situation. Should I just walk up to someone and be like, "Are you gay?" And they said, "Oh, please don't do that." So, yeah, I could use some work on my flirting.
W pickup line, you know? W pickup line.
Flirt with the camera right now.
I would make a camera joke, but I don't think it would quite click. That was a joke.
Yep.
All right, we did it.
Very good.
We did it. We made it through the video, guys. WVid. 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 I can finally stop recording. Okay. Okay. Do I have anything else? I told you I'm female? Yeah, he forgot. WVid L ending. Yeah, that ending was not the best. Girls want girls. Oh, you pulling out the Drake song? Okay. 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 Then go to true. Remove from watch later. Yeah, he's just giving you Drake lyrics right now. He's giving you Drake lyrics. I can't? With what? With what? Wait, you a guy though? Yes, he is a guy. Incog is a guy. You heard him talk. You know what I'm saying? You heard him talk. I also didn't finish this video, so we gotta finish what we start here. We can skip this part though. Why do you have so many balls? I don't know.
Of really cool stuff. Sometimes it's hard to believe. Have you ever seen the beach glow bright blue before? Well, if you have, you were probably walking or swimming in bioluminescent algae. Venice beaches.
Drake lyrics are so wild, bro. Yeah, like if you type out Drake lyrics, there's a lot of like love song lyrics, right? Where if you type them out, it gets pretty wild. It gets pretty. Is there a video about that? It gets pretty wild, bro. Let me see. He sounds so goofy. Weirdest. Search it up. Wildest lyrics. That's what I'm looking for. Weirdest misheard look. Misheard? I don't know if misheard is the one. Why does the water look like that? Oh, I'll show you why. Why is there a clip called Find Lino a UK ting? Who clipped that? Woot, 5 seconds, new record. You know how it goes. You know how it goes. There's this meme that says the more Y's you add to hey, the more interested you are in someone. And someone sent that to me and said hey with 4 Y's. So I thought they were joking and said he, and they got upset. Damn. Damn. We got 10 seconds. 'Twas me. Lino, what type you want? I mean, she not lying. A UK ting. Okay, I'm actually finishing this video. I'm not getting distracted.
After closing
I gotta
during
see
COVID
this.
Lockdowns.
I was curious.
On May 7th of 2020, a YouTuber named Lewis Cole heard his local beach was glowing bright blue. He hustled down to see what was happening.
No, you
What he
don't.
found reminded
You came in our beast? The accent got me trying to turn him into my chair.
him of Avatar.
Wait, for those who don't know the chair. For those who don't know what the chair means.
Come on! Let's get it done.
This is the chair.
He's literally the last one.
I swear to God. Also follow Lino if you don't.
Hold on.
You motherfucker! I just gotta show the chair so people know they need context. They need context.
Let's go. Let's fucking go.
There you go. You know, just had to. Chairs can't consent. Leave the chair alone. What? You know, I just had to give him context, Lino. I'm sorry. Rip the chair. You ever sell that chair? Let me know, Lino. Hit them pumps. Bro, like me with this fuck. I kind of interchange between hellos, hays, and highs. What do I do? I don't really know. I'm not really one who. I'm not the greatest texter. I'll be honest with you. I kind of like, unless like you're my friend already. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my gosh, that is crazy.
Like, unless you're my friend, I don't really text randoms like that. Whoa. Abdi is mad. Scratchy, you found him? I don't know. No one's told me I am, so I'm not sure, to be honest. I need to sub to Poe, bro. I need to sub to Poe. I don't trust you. You was trying to make me shake my ass on stream, wasn't you?
Oh, yes.
Skratsx, what's up? Doug Shake? On demand now? That's a big ask. That's a big ask. I'm not gonna lie to you. Look, this may be me. I don't care if the water's glowing. I'm not surfing at night. Or period, but especially not at night. By that water, someone called the Jaegers. That's a monster in the water. Like, it's nighttime, right? I'm just not doing it. The water looks cool though? Yeah, like I would look at it from afar. Hell no, can't see under the water. That is scary. Thank you, Lisa. That's exactly how I feel. Let me fly out there one day unless one scoops me up in America. For real, why would anyone want to do that? Right? You realize the water's algae, bro? I don't want glowing plants. I'm gonna be honest with you, Incog. That's the least of my concerns here. That is the least, like, plants is the least of my concerns in the ocean. Find me a breedable UK tank. Bro can't swim? No, I can swim. That's not my issue either. Looks nice to look all dry and safe and stuff. Yeah. There's things that were born to swim in this water. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
They're not swimming in radioactive water. Bioluminescent algae are glowing, single-celled organisms that live on the water's surface.
Incog sounds like he's seen some stuff, you know what I'm saying? Like, Incog sounds like he's been scarred.
When they're disturbed, they emit a bright bluish-green light. But don't go swimming in them so quickly. According to WebMD, many bioluminescent algae species are toxic.
Listen to Incog, he's 15. They are not dangerous. Like, Incog sounds like he's been scarred, bro.
In them and can harm humans too. Some species aren't that poisonous, but still have harmful side effects. There's also evidence that bioluminescent algae indicates pollution, global warming, or environmental change.
Pretty soon the whole ocean's about to glow then. You ain't seen real women yet? True.
Those changes can cause...
Love when a female beats me with a rubber baton while wearing a cop uniform and profiles me. That was very specific.
High nitrogen and phosphorus levels in the water, leading to what's called red tide during the day.
That was so specific.
On April 12th of 2000...
Holy shit. Imagine being on the ground for this. Scratch, should I tell you what happened last night? Sure. Read me them damn right slowly. We now see what Lino likes, yeah. This is why Lino gave me VIP. We the same person for real.
2022, a low-pressure system over the central U.S. produced 10 tornadoes in Iowa.
10 tornadoes?
One of those storms, an EF2 twister near Gilmore City.
Lino wants an abusive UK girl that'll arrest him. You know, that's a very specific search, but like being niche, that helps you, you know? Like, it's a good niche.
Attracted storm chaser and YouTuber Christopher Risk and his friends.
Who?
They drove out to Gilmore, a small town of about 500 people in northern Iowa. The storm touched down at 6:18 p.m. It
At this point, I just want someone. I mean, you got a lot of time, Judas. You know what I'm saying? You've got a lot of time.
mile path before dissipating 13 minutes later. Tornadoes don't travel alone. They usually...
She got to know how to tie me up and hang me off the ceiling fan by my feet. Okay. Okay. No, I don't. I mean, you do. You have a lot of time, Judas. You know what I'm saying? A lot of time. My new Riz is I'm just going to play on my Crumble videos. That's my new Riz now. They'll be like, oh, show me your Riz. And I'm going to play a Crumble video. You know what I'm saying? So I sit in my room with my peanut butter complexion. Then your mother into the room, creeping through the window, twisting onto the memory foam. LTG quote. Love to see it.
usually
Love
spawn
to see
from
it.
powerful thunderstorms. While trying to get the perfect
I love
shot,
how Skratsx reads the messages if they're normal. You know, I'm playing the straight man here, you know?
Chris Cap...
The funniest thing I love is when I post TikToks, every once in a while, I'll have people go, bro's not going to talk about the message that's underneath him. Bro going to get all the women. Humble as fire. Yesterday, Pharaoh, I read the menu sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Come get beat with me, Skratsx. I got you. You know? The more the merrier, they say. You know? The more the merrier. But yeah, sometimes I read the menu. You know what I mean? And I'm just going to play it for him.
captured the 1 in a million moment.
Guys, you have a TikTok? I do. I do have a TikTok. It's right there. I'm gonna fall asleep in 6 period. Wake up, Judas. British, ain't it? We legit think the same. It's crazy I do that all the time. I did. Here, I'll show you a clip. I have a clip. Bro, goddamn nigga. My bad. I should have gave you a warning. Wake up, Judas. That's the 5,000th time today. My bad, Judas. My bad. You know, I just got to make sure you're up. So here's how we do it. Next. This is a clip. This is from the last one. This isn't from the most recent one. Let me turn this shit down. This is from the last one.
Buttermilk pancake. Cookies for breakfast. A fluffy pancake. A fluffy pancake cookie. Topped with a smooth buttermilk glaze. And a buttercream dollop.
Give me a hell yeah. Hell yeah. Why you sound so breedable? Sometimes I am, you know what I'm saying? Am I a what? Wait, Judas, have you not seen this? That gonna spawn in here? Shit. How'd you let Saul sleeping on me? Saul's not at school, Judas.
I got you. Especially one that has a smooth buttermilk glaze.
So, yeah. Oh my God. So I read the Crumble menu, you know? I'm just going to spam those till Crumble sponsors me. Just going to go sleep over Saul. Hello, Julian. Hello, Incog. What's up? Hello. What's up? Oh, you know what I just remind now that Phyllis is here, that just reminded me. Jump in the river, nigga. What the fuck? You may call me by my first name. Incog? Catch that bitch alive. That shit is gold. You can make ASMR Crumble videos for people who can't sleep. I'm telling you, bro. It's a whole new market. Jash? Is it Jash or like, how do I say it phonetically? ASMR Crumble cookies? I got it. Phyllis, I got a confession. I said this earlier, but I blamed it on you. I'm not going to lie to you. The first way? Jash. Okay. You said it? Okay. Perfect. Jash. No, because he'll scream into the mic? You right? No, so let me tell you what happened yesterday, Phyllis. I blamed it on you. And this is because we watched a video in which Marvin's Room had to be played. You remember. We were both there. And it had me in my feelings. Okay? It had me in my feelings, Phyllis. I'm not going to lie to you. I was sitting here light off just like, damn, I can't believe it. And then my Twitch suggestions popped up and I thirst followed somebody. And so I don't blame me for that. Who? I'll have to whisper you, Phyllis. Was it Mandy? No, I did not find Mandy. No, I didn't. I did not follow Mandy. I did not. I did not. Hold on. I was right, but I did. It was so bad, Phyllis, I was almost gifting subs. But JT saved me. Thank God. Thank God JT saved me. Let me open a tab and mute it so the audio doesn't play. Skratsx, can you tell me I'm trustworthy as fuck? I'll have to whisper it out. Did you DM the girl? No, I didn't. I did not. I wasn't that down bad. That would have been crazy. You know, I'm not that down bad. That would have been wild, Phyllis. Could you imagine? Skratsx on his Drake era? No. 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 There you go. Slide in her. Pss, 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 pss. It's okay. You can blame me. Thank you. I did. I follow like 2 total thirst traps, and all of a sudden, the recommended streams are killing me. Too much work. Yeah. Crush confirmed. No. It was just a moment of weakness. I'll be honest with you. You know, if you'd have seen the video, I forgot what her name was, Mandy. If you'd have seen Mandy yesterday, my God, it put me in my feels. Skratsx got taste. She's stunning, right? Mandy, what? Mandy yesterday, my God. Yeah, Phyllis popped up on my recommended, and I was like, damn, she bad, and I had to show them Mandy. Yeah, let me find Mandy. I don't have the video, so I gotta go to her Instagram. I gotta go to her Instagram and pull up one that's safe. One that's like legitimately safe. Oh, here she is. I'll wait for it to replay. Hold on. Here's Mandy. Just remembered I showed y'all Mandy first. You did. Skratsx was in there throwing bits. You know how it goes. That's Mandy. That's Mandy right there. You feel me? And so I was in my feels. Like how you enjoy our vibes in Skratsx ADHD, and we appreciate you for just being here and vibing with us. You're one of us. You damn right, Pharaoh's one of us. Is your mustache weird? It is. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? I was in my feels in that video. So, yeah. I was in my feels. And so after it, you know, not for you, it's for her. Yeah. It was an emotional time. Love how you tell Phyllis with no hesitation, but Illy and Sora, you were like, no, that's because they said they were investigating. They were investigating, right? It's different. And so I just had to tell Phyllis because I feel like Phyllis was responsible for this. Although ultimately it was Wolf's fault. But, you know, it's neither here nor there. In My Feelings by Drake? I don't need it now. I'm good now. Yesterday I was in my feelings. What's been crazy vibe? I've enjoyed it all. Y'all fan for show. You damn right. Pharaoh's one of us. You know what it is. You know? Oh, true. Why baby rage, Judas? What's going on? Why baby rage? You gonna blame me? I mean, Wolf did send the video. You know? You did send it. So we like filing for divorce because I want Mandy. I feel like I need to start calling dibs before Illy gets here. Illy calls dibs faster than I think too. Wolf held the gun. I pulled the trigger. Insert Drewski hands up, Gib. They ain't trying to tell Big Brow. You know what I'm saying? True. Like, you did send the video. I don't know, man. Baby rage, because when I'm falling asleep, you scream. I have to, Judas. You got to stay up.
Blink and you'll miss it.
I'm quick on the trigger. Yeah. Illy's dibs trigger finger is so quick.
5th speed. Keep your eyes on the Toyota Prius on the left. According to Chris, the lightning bolt struck the roof.
Did you see that? The lightning just hit the car.
Blink and you'll...
I'm not gonna lie, I'm panicking.
Miss it, even at 1/5 speed. Keep your eyes on the Toyota Prius on the left.
Hold on, I'm slowing it down even more. That's crazy. I thought that was a fart cloud. Look at it.
According to Chris, the light...
You see that? That's crazy. Quick take, Skratsx. What's up? Gorgeous Black Queen. Amen. What's up? That's wild.
Lightning bolt struck the...
I know. I do use those frame by frame. I do use those. But I just wanted to slow it down. Storm video. This is 1 in a billion moments. Hey, can I ask you something? Depends on what it is, Sensational. It depends.
Roof and
Can
left
I get a little
the car...
deep? Okay. I'm scared. Look at Illy sweetening me up before she divorces me. Off topic too. Okay. It depends on what it is. Okay, I got one of those and it's storm related. Okay, bet.
Immobilized. Thankfully, nobody inside got hurt.
I'm head out, gang. Yo, Broward, I appreciate you. Thanks for stopping through. Have a good day, man. Appreciate you. My relationship? All right. Ask away. You got chat here. Ask away. I need your advice. Ask away.
Are shut. Your car.
I'm still scared though. What's up with it? I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared that this is gonna be a troll, but I'm here for it. Telling you I love you. Have a good one. Have a good one now, nephew. Yes, sir. Okay. I'm a little scared.
Car's metal shell will protect you during a lightning storm. The bolt will likely hit the antenna or roof, travel through the frame, and enter the ground through the tires.
Huh. I didn't know that.
However, the superheated jolt can damage the car's
That fast. Hopefully it makes sense. You have to break it up. You have to break it up, Sensational. Because I didn't see it. It didn't send. Break it up so I can see it. Sometimes if it's too long, it won't send. Sometimes if it's too long, it won't send, so you have to break it up into pieces. First time ever a twister was filmed touching down the top of a mountain. Hold on, it's buffering. Whenever I click a Reddit link, it buffers. So. Okay, let me see this. Stop baby raging, Judas. You wake up.
Moms in Focus.
That's crazy.
Finds necessity is truly the mother of invention.
No, my bloody nose is back. Oh no.
It's hard to beat the library.
Right?
Especially when you have to keep
That's crazy.
That I've never seen.
Here I can just get
That either. I just saw it earlier.
That's pretty wild. Now I gotta wake up now? Yeah, take care of that nose. Take care of that nose. Yeah, don't do this either. I hear that's bad. You don't see that? That's crazy. That is wild. All right, I'm off this 1 in a billion video. I'm not gonna lie. I got a better video. I got a better video today. Let me go to my watch later. I'm leaning back. No, don't lean back. Don't do that. Also, peep my memes vid. Okay. Basically, I've been dating my girl for a few years now. Hold on. Basically, I've been dating my girl for a few years now, but honestly, I don't know if I want it no more. I feel like I love her, but not as much as I used to because the stuff she's done to me. So I don't know if it's just love for her or I'm still in love with her, if that makes sense. I met this girl at work. We got drinks the other day and talked to my car for a while. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. I don't know what she did first. That kind of warrants how you feel. You know, because that's like a personal thing. I would say, though, that while you're in a relationship, don't put yourself in bad situations with others so you make a mistake and cheat and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's plain and simple. But if she's done some crazy shit to you, stuff happened, but nothing too crazy. But honestly, feeling her. What do? I think you have a conversation with her. First, you talk, right? You always talk it out. Get your feelings out there. You know what I'm saying? And then based upon that conversation is how you can decide how to move from there. I'm always a big conversation person first, you know? And have you expressed that the things that she did, not that I know what it is, how it affected you? Agreed. You don't want to do something you'll regret if you do end up staying with your girl. Yeah, and don't go meet with that girl in your car again. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Don't put yourself in tempting situations. Okay? So, you have to question your love. I feel like it's not really worth it, to be honest, especially if it's been a few years, but do talk to her. Have a conversation. She basically just done shit with other guys. Oh, that's different. Okay, if she did shit with other guys, that is different. That is a different thing. Me, personally, I'm out of there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, get out of there. Get out of there. Yeah, move on. That's a new spin. Get out of there. Leave. Yeah, get out of there. Know your worth. Don't let yourself get disrespected like that. You know what I'm saying? Definitely make sure that you are respecting yourself and get with that other girl you were talking with earlier. Yeah, get up out of there. Get up out of there. For real. Have enough respect for yourself to not have to deal with stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? So do I try with this new girl? What I would do first is break up with the other girl. Because I think about her a lot. Break up with the other girl first before you do anything. What things have you heard that she did? I say yeah, but break up with the other one first. You're fucking sensational, so you'll find shit better in this future. Exactly. So
sensational.
Yeah, break up with the other one first. Don't start some new shit while you're still in some shit. You know what I'm saying? The other one when you're done and go with the other fresh start. Yes, I agree. So, yeah, that would be my advice. I hope that helps, but yeah. All right, here's the meme video Kurt sent.
White people taco night.
I've seen this. Show the new girl this video. Thank you guys. Absolutely. This is fun.
Taco shells from the
Always here for you. Always here to help. Hold up. Before we say break up, we still need details on why she was doing stuff with other guys.
grocery store and ground beef.
All my kings in here, y'all hold yourself to a high regard. Never lower yourself. Exactly. Just from the grocery store, yeah. Like, is she being sneaky?
White people
okay, let me see.
Night. We're getting taco shells
from the grocery store
and ground beef
from the grocery store
and shredded cheese from the
grocery store
and Ortega sauce from the grocery store.
She needs mail validation. Yeah, get out of there. Yeah, hell no. Get the fuck out of there. Get out of there. Hell no.
We like lettuce and we like cheese and we like tomato.
Wait, I have not heard this part of the song. Yeah, get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there, sensational. Get out of there.
Potatoes and sour
Get out of there.
And we like to pretend we work at Taco Bell, but nobody wants to work at Taco Bell. White people taco night. A white people taco night. It's not limited to only white people, but white people love it the most.
You damn right. There we go. White people taco night. We love it. You love to see it. You love to see it. You know what I'm saying? You love to see it. What are we looking at? 103 people in the Discord. That is crazy. Explain to me, Skratsx. So here's what's happening, Illy. His girl, no, she cheated, then said it was because she needed validation. Yeah, exactly. What Kerr said. So she's out there flirting with and dealing with other guys saying she needs validation multiple times. And I'm guessing, Sensational, that you had a conversation about this before, right? Like, I'm guessing you guys have talked about this and she keeps doing it regardless. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a... Get out of here. Get out of there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, and you have to... Yeah, get out of there. You just got to know, Sensational. Yeah, fuck that bitch then. Exactly. Toss the whole shit in the box to the left of the dumpster. Yeah, like... Honestly, like, you got to know, Sensational. I'm guessing that you're in high school, I'm going to guess, right? And so everything feels so big. She didn't fuck anyone, but still does crazy shit. Okay. I'm going to guess you're in high school, and the love feeling that you feel is pretty strong. I'm not 20? Okay, college. What's up, brody? Yo, what's up, Real Basic? I'm not invalidating your feelings, but I know at, like, early 20s, I mean, like, late teens, early 20s, it's going to feel big, especially if that's like one of your first big relationships, right? And there's a lot of the attachment where you're like, damn, it's going to be weird without her, right? But I promise you, you will find so much better. Like, this is a respect for yourself thing, and you don't want somebody who's out there just disrespecting you like that, especially when you've talked about it before. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Bro, I'm getting lightheaded. Judas, go to the nurse. Go to the nurse, Judas. Go to the nurse. Yeah, I know that, but I kept holding on. I don't know why. It's probably because, like, a lot of people hold on because of I don't know if you know what the sunk cost fallacy is, but the sunk cost fallacy is, because you said it when you first started. We've been here together for years, right? And so you're like, man, it feels like I wasted all these years, right? You feel like you're wasting these years by breaking up with her. Am I right? It's the sunk cost fallacy. It happens a lot. True. You know what I'm saying? And so you're like, damn, I don't want to waste these years. Like, I put 4.5 years, right? and you feel like you wasted those 4.5 years, right? But you have to learn at it. Like, just take it, chalk it up to the game. It's a learning experience. Just because you've been through 4.5 years, that doesn't mean that you have to be taking disrespect like that. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? It feels like what am I going to do? You know, it's been 4.5 years. Our lives are so intertwined. But trust me, break up with her, change your routine, and you'll be fine. Respect yourself. Trust me. As someone who literally just got out of a 3-year, so trust me. The new girl fine as hell, though? Yeah, there you go. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Trust me, though. You will feel so much better getting out of there. If you fell in love with someone else, it's not going to work out. True. You will feel much better. So respect yourself and do not settle for someone who does not respect you. You know, respect, communication, and what else? Those are some keys in a good relationship. You'll need her to get that done. Exactly. So break up with her first before you do anything else. Don't be a cheater. All right? Break up with her first before you do anything else. Respect yourself and each other. Jerry Springer. Exactly. Yo, your boy's back. Welcome back, Ace. Welcome back. Yeah, do not be a cheater. Break up with her first. Then elsewhere. Okay? Because what she's doing is that y'all tension is not there because it's maybe boring and she wants something new. And so she's making options. So when the time comes, she'll break up with you. Yeah, and I think the thing that people need to realize is not every single day in a relationship is going to be super sparks and exciting. You know what I mean? Not every single day is going to be the most fun experience that you've had with each other. Right? And so if the moment things get a little boring, she's just like, yeah, I'm going to go talk to and do whatever with other dudes. It's just not something that you want in your life. You know what I'm saying? Very true, Skratsx. It takes people time to... Yeah, it took me a lot. I've been through some shit. You know what I'm saying? That's how I know, because I've been through some shit. And so I'm just telling you, respect yourself first and foremost. That is my TED Talk. Respect yourself. You know? So I hope that helped. Yeah, relationship is for building and the streets are for the play. Exactly. You think people be in these 5 to 10 year relationships and still feel sparks every day? Hell no. Yeah. The thing is, I heard it and when I was a kid and I felt it was corny as fuck. Like every single day in a relationship, the ones that work, the people choose each other, right? They choose each other every single day. And clearly she's not choosing you, right? You wake up, you choose her. How do you know you choose her? You're not fucking around with other people and you're still thinking about her interests and how she feels, right? And so a big part in relationships is to actively choose each other. That means you don't put yourself in situations where it's easy to cheat. You put yourself in situations where you're actively respecting your partner and you're taking how they feel into consideration. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I feel. Facts, chameleons, I should make the choice daily. Exactly. First few days to the month will always have the honeymoon effect. You will be excited and shit if you're bored after. Yo, thanks for the follow. Thank you for the follow, Sensational. I appreciate that. Let's talk. So that's why I was confused when you said she didn't fuck. Basically, she's basically looking for the opportunity. Yeah. And that's what she thinks it's supposed to be, and that's why she does what she does. You know what I'm saying? You can tell. I've done a lot of healing and growth, you know what I'm saying? That's therapy, my boy, and growth. You know what I'm saying? With her every night. I see Leo. Even when times are tough and we're upset, we still remember that we're choosing each other in good times and bad. Yeah, it's part of the vows. You know what I'm saying? Yesterday, JT for sure didn't choose me. Still salty about his words. Just wait until later. Yo, thanks for the sub. I appreciate you, Sensational. Thank you. Thank you so much. Want that bedroom look like a murder scene? You know what I'm saying?
One of us, gobble gobble.
One of us.
We accept that one of us.
One of us.
Gobble gobble, one of us. We accept that one of us.
Facts. That's the way women are nowadays. You know, it happens. Loyalty is a subject people don't care about anymore. It feels like your girl has no loyalty towards you. There will always be someone better, someone who looks better, acts different, better, has more similar interests, etc. But loyalty comes in when all of these things come by and you still choose that person you're with. This logic doesn't apply because she chose and keeps choosing other people too. Bro, she had to hop in here and ruin my sweet nothings. Yeah, that's just a big thing I've learned. You know what I'm saying?
Described our sex life.
Hold on. Sorry, you just heard the video premature. It's ruining the vibes. My bad. Phil seemed like the loyal type. She's different. I'm back. Had to make some hot cocoa. Yo, good. Welcome back, Celino. I feel it's a social media thing, low-key. That's messed up how a lot of things are. Yeah. The thing is, like, the thing that social media has done is it's made it seem that every moment is perfect and every moment is exciting, right? Because you're not seeing on Instagram people's boring days, right? You don't see those boring moments. You're seeing everybody's best and curated moments, right? And so that makes people think, damn, I need that all the time. All the time. You know what I'm saying? And so it ruins people's their ideas of what a relationship should be. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And then you got like these podcasts that are like, yo, I'm gonna teach you how to be a high value man. You know what I mean? And so there's a lot of things at play that kind of mess up how people view relationships. I've seen videos of women thinking that a man should be making 1 million tops at least. Yeah. TikTok is big to blame. You know what I'm saying? Okay, guys, can you stop joking now? Petty as me, Lino, and Phil. You know what I mean? Nah, because me and my ex, good and shit, until the 3-year mark, we started fighting every single day. And when we broke up, she admitted she was getting in with someone else. Yeah, that happens. But yeah, loyalty's big. And so make sure you respect yourself. And take this as a learning experience. You know what I'm saying? Do not forget the things that you learn. And I wish you the best. Skratsx can tell me something to make me go to the gym. Yo, YK. You got to get in the gym. You know why? You need to be pumped and ready to go for the Lakers game tonight. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be feeling lethargic like, damn, I'm tired. I'm not feeling stuff. You know what I'm saying? You got to get ready. Get that adrenaline, get the testosterone flowing for the Lakers game, YK. You feel me? Hold up, I got a Skratsx. Okay, bad. Respect yourself first, exactly. We don't respect Skratsx, though. He a bitch. Okay, Lev. She cheats, she for the streets. Amen, exactly. We going to the gym tonight? No, Lakers game. I'm going in the morning tomorrow. Hold up, I got a Skratsx. Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm hyped. Yes, sir. Let me show YK some. Okay, bet. For the Laker comment. You know what I'm saying? This is something I want all the people to understand. We all need to hold ourselves accountable. Yes, Lakers in 5. I see you. Sensational. Damn, see, I knew I fucked with you, Sensational. BRB. Yo, what's up, Karina? What's up? How are you? Bro, I need a spotter, especially for what happened last time. Yes, you do. You do. Get that shit out of here. I'm good. What about you? I'm pretty good, you know. I ain't got no one, though. Do you just have free weights or no? Going to the gym tomorrow? My question is, when is tomorrow? Sometimes tomorrow never gets here. No, so here's my plan, Wolf. Here's my plan. Fuck, the Lakers game is late. But depending on how the game goes, I'm going to bed early and I'm setting an alarm. I'm setting an alarm to go to the gym. Wait, has he just streamed? Have you tried the ghost pepper wings from Popeyes? Oh, I heard those aren't hot. Here's the inspiration.
You fat, stinking, and you ugly. Okay. You fat, you stink, and you ugly, and you broke, monkey. And you're the feo mono. Mi tre sismo. Mi tre what? Okay. You fat, you stink, and you ugly. You in my country. I'm the top. You can't live in your own country. You're a monkey in your country.
Me personally, I'm not taking that.
Spanish. I just said Spanish. Fat, ugly Spanish. What you don't think you don't look Spanish? You fat and ugly and broke.
Yeah, you can't.
You ugly and you broke. Like, we all rich over here. And I just fucked a white bitch from France last night.
Whoa.
So what? You fat, you ugly, and you stink.
You can't let him talk to you like that. You got to get in the lab.
Monkey, shut up with your ugly ass. What you think you doing in my country? Yo, ugly, fat, stinking, ugly.
Damn. What'd you say? But I'm going to Disneyland with my girl tonight for one last night. Should I break up with her when I get home? Low key, I just go by my damn self, to be honest. I'm not going with someone I don't like. No, embarrassed her right in front of the public. Break up with her. I have to make her take Uber. Bro, he got to chill. Oh, my God. Yeah. I would run his fade. Nah, I'm going to start cooking, right? I snatch his money and kick him in his nuts. Got to start throwing hands. You know what? This video reminds me, the Instagram reel I sent you, I looked at it. Yeah, it's all like Donkey Kong, right? Like, you can't just take this. You can't. You just cannot. There are 1,000 years of frustration coming out. Yeah, like he didn't had it. Why he get more aggressive?
You kill yourself first, motherfucker. You do it too, motherfucker. You do it too. You do it too. I don't give a fuck.
Can I just say something? I just have to say something. Let me get this out here. There's an ongoing frustration I have with videos, okay? Here's what I have. You ever see those fight videos, bro, where the camera start getting shaky? Like, if you the cameraman, hold the camera straight. Let me see what's happening, bro. Like, hold the camera right. Stop shaking the camera, bro. Oh, God, you know exactly what I'm saying. Like, hold the camera straight. Stop shaking. Like, let me be in the moment with you. Let me be in the moment with you, bro. Like, stop. Stop shaking the camera. Damn. I like how she started being extra after he left. Soft ass. Right. How you start calling someone monkey, you should be last to start. Discord DMs, I got you. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. If you're gonna record the fight, record the fight. Like, don't start recording and then back up and start shaking the camera. Let me see the whole fight. I gotta see who won and how they won. Like, let me see what's happening. Exactly, boss. Let me see. DMCA timestamp? Okay. Let me clip now. DMCA timestamp. Thank you.
I learned all my life lessons growing up on Memphis rap.
Especially school
For
fights?
example,
Yes. You know, like, yes, bro. Let me see what happened.
this was a lesson in financial responsibility.
We love to
Bills
see it.
get paid before upgrading wardrobe.
True. Bills paid before the close. I think because I'm from the Bronx, when I see fights a lot, I never had the thought to record a fight. Well, yeah. If you're not recording, I don't blame you. But if those who are recording, you are now the cameraman. I need the angles. Like, give me the angles. I have a school fight on my phone. It isn't shaky. C. Judas, W. W.
Here we learned looks aren't everything. There's more that a woman can bring to the table than just a pretty face. Never
True.
forget that.
True.
It's important to protect yourself legally from this blatant Fourth Amendment violation. And no matter your status of employment, hard work can and will pay off.
True.
You gotta put yourself first sometimes.
What my dude's looking
Plus, lemon loves Taco Bell. It's a delicacy in their culture.
Want to fight? I mean, I feel like I should not be encouraging. You know what I mean? Chitlins. Oh, Lev, did you hear our new laugh? We got a new laugh soundtrack. That's our new laugh. I'm encouraged every day. I just feel like, me personally, I should not be encouraging it. You know what I'm saying? I should not be encouraging it, is what I'm saying. Yuck. You don't like his laugh? It's great, bro. It's great. It's great. Speaking of hell no, okay, guys, buckle in. We watched the Riz video earlier, and now we have blind dating 8 guys based on their outfits. Are you ready? Bro, someone said I look high. Didn't they say that yesterday too? Me, I'm gonna call him a bitch. So I'm gonna dick you bum and move on, as you should. We have blind dating 8 guys based on their outfits. Oh my God, Skratsx, I'm done with school. There we go. Congratulations. I'll be back gym time. Thanks, Skratsx, and thanks, Chad, for pressing me. Have a good workout, YK. Have a good workout. Hold on. Let me free you, Sensational. I got you. Hold on. Let me free you. Free Sensational. There you go. I got the TikTok too. I see it. I see it. I see it. Don't you worry. I got the link. Bro, I got 2 whole hours left. Oh my God. Have a good workout. Oh my God. Ugly pants with no bangs. Yeah, she's back. She's back. Lev, why did you time him out? God, L mods. I'm sorry, Sensational. L mods. L mods, bro. It canceled. L mod. Sensational, are you back? Is he timed out? I see the TikTok. See, I'd be a good mod. Low key, like, I'm going to have to. Jesus. L mods, I'm telling you. We're usually better than this. Hold on. Oh, yeah, I'm good. Okay, he's free. Sorry about that. I recognize her shiny ass forehead and those ugly ass pants. See, I do a good mod, just saying. Like, okay, let me check this TikTok first. How people record fights. Hold on, I muted the tab.
Ready to get your shit rocked, boy? Nah, you finna get your shit peeled back, boy. Come on, what's up? What's up? Wait.
See, this is the point where someone's like, okay, I see the fight, let me get my phone ready. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, don't fight yet, don't fight. What you mean? I gotta record it,
My nigga says he ain't do nothing,
then,
right?
Hurry up. Okay, just wait 1 second. I gotta get this perfect. Hold up.
That's what I need. Get the tripod out and get some stable footage.
Okay, got that right there. Okay, get my phone. Okay, camera roll. Okay.
Just allow links? No.
Okay, go.
No.
All right, what's up with you?
What's up with you, boy? What's up with you? What's up with you? Nah, bitch, why you backing up? Bitch, why you backing up?
That's my issue. That's when the video starts getting all fucked up and I can't see who's winning. I'm just saying I can be a good mod. Get the tripod out, right? Like, give me some stable footage. Let me see who's getting their ass beat. I don't want to, like, see the aftermath. Who cares about the aftermath? Tripod's gone. He just hit the shit down and start just waving his shit. Like, hello?
Why you backing up? Why you backing up? Stop hiding, bro. Stop hiding. Man, come here, bitch. Pussy boy. What you doing? Man, shut your ass up, bitch. Why is you backing up, bro? Stop riding.
Whoa. Tripod flew. It did. It did. It did. All right. Back to it. Blind dating 8 guys based on their outfits. Yeah, finish school first. Maybe once you're done with school, Judas, you can be a mod. There's so much shaking, you think the camera isn't fighting itself, right? It's like that one clip. Remember the girl hit him? He goes, bitch, I'm the cameraman. Have you seen that clip? Have you seen that? It's like, bitch, I'm the cameraman. I'm almost done. Cap? Yeah. Finish school. Yeah, get your focus in school first. And stay awake. Wait, no? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Is this it? Please tell me I found it on the first try. I did. I found it. Okay, here it is. So this is the video I'm talking about. Oh yeah, my principal came in 8th grade classes today and she said starting today, vaping, drugs, vandalism, fights will result in 9-day suspension. We would miss walking for promotion. Damn. Here we go.
Bitch, I'm just the cameraman.
You see? Bitch, I'm just the cameraman. Damn. Bitch, I'm just the cameraman. I love that video, bro. We at least responsible to let you chill and let you do work. Yeah. Yeah. My principal said that we would need a promotion for things like that, but I did some things and still went to promotion. He wasn't very happy. Yeah, he definitely wasn't. He's like, yo, like, damn, why are you coming after me? They don't want to be great. Like, he's out here capturing stable footage. And why you attack the guy who's not fighting? He was the one guy doing what he needed to do, bro. Let me see. Okay, let me go back. Bitch, I'm just the cameraman. Cameraman's every guy. W cameraman, right? Like, look at this footage beforehand. Look at this. Stable. Stable.
Bitch, I'm just the cameraman.
Like, he's just doing his job. W cameraman. Cameramans never died. They got plot armor. Poor cameraman, right? Right? It was still stable after that too. You see what I'm saying? Like he got it right. He got it right. He got it right after that. W cameraman for real. Like, don't hit the cameraman, bro. Just don't do it. And now, back to the main event. Blind dating 8 guys based on their outfits. You probably recognize her. She was in a previous video. He sound like he was finna cry? Probably. Here we go. Here we go. Man, that's the stability of a surgeon. Like, he needs to give classes. Judas, why are you baby raging? We get so distracted. Yeah, we do, Karina. It's bad over here. You know, the S in Skratsx does stand for sidetrack. Why are you baby raging? Mod. School first, Judas, then mod. Stop baby raging.
If I had to describe our sexual life, it would be Everyday Bro by Jake Paul.
Everyday Bro by Jake Paul. That makes it great. I appreciate it. I finished my work today. See, when I said I would procrastinate? Good. But you're still in school, Judas. Check your pss. Got you. Got you. You're still in school. No, that's wild. Yeah. Jake Paul. Wait, are there two? There's two. Okay. There's two.
I thought I told you to stop fucking with my teammate girlfriend. Now I gotta fuck you up, bitch.
When are you gonna play games? You've been streaming
And I thought I
blind
told
dating.
you if you came back, I was gonna blow your fucking
Oh, it's the same
intestines
one?
to
Okay.
Madagascar. Because you was a varsity basketball player. Bitch, you could have been great in life. Now you gonna be shit in death. You really was on pace to be first round draft pick for the Los Angeles Lakers. And
Mikey Williams.
you woke up and was like, I want to be some airbrush instead. You could have been riding in a Bentley, living in a mansion. And now you gonna lay in a suit and rot in a box. Ain't no way you thought I spent $600 on a GN4 to Russell. You just woke up and was like, fuck shooting the ball. I want to get shot.
I'm just
But you know,
saying,
that's
right?
okay.
You saw Mikey. You saw what happened with Mikey Williams recently. Like, I'm just saying, bruh. I'm just saying.
I know you probably like fucked off.
It's
your
every
only
day,
excitement
bro.
in life, but I got something else that's more exciting, bro. I just was looking through this book and they got scratch and sniff caskets. You can smell yourself. Ooh, and it looked like I blew off one of your fucking eyes. But that's okay, bro, because they got caskets with Braille in them bitches for blind people. I don't make merchandise for the NBA, but I'm happy to put
Mikey
your
Williams
ass on
is
that
not
fucking hoodie
hood,
that you
right?
wanted.
Right? Ja and Mikey's some thugs now, right? Like, what are y'all doing, bro? What are y'all doing? Why are they doing that? I'm just saying, like, I had to say it. I had to. John Wall, a real thug? Yeah, you know. John Wall. There's a few others. All right, here we go. For real, though. For real.
If you were to describe our sex life in a song, what would it be and why?
If I had to describe our sexual
Dennis Rodman,
life,
a big
it would
thug?
be Everyday Bro by Jake Paul. Because when you're with me, girl, it's every day, bro.
Okay. Guys, look up Hood SpongeBob on YouTube, please. Remind me after this video. Let's go. Almost a month. Blind dating seven guys based on their outfits. MC Hammer had shooters? True. Ask my friend Neza to speed date 7 guys. We got distracted again. We're back, Karina. We're back. She kind of bad? Kind of. Hold on. A little loud.
Hi, I'm Neza. I'm a music
That's our 2-month anniversary today. What's my gift? Ooh, what do you want, Illy? I got you.
artist, dancer, also content creator.
Knows how to boogie. Gets views.
You might have heard my song Corazón Frío.
Nice, coach.
I have not heard this song. This song good? Anyone heard it?
Check it out.
Maybe not, no sé.
All right, Neza, so what kind of guy are you looking for today?
What is that song? Do I look it up?
Dancer, also content creator. You might have heard my song.
Nah,
Corazón
baby
Frío.
girl, like.
Nice, coach. Check it out.
I appreciate the plug. Like, let's look at Corazón Frío. All right, hold on. Let me pull her back up so we can look. Let me look it up over here. Cold Hearted? Yes. Corazón Frío. What is her name? Neza. Okay, she don't even pop up first. Here we go. Getting distracted, I see. No, this is her song. I'm just looking.
Dicen que fue mi culpa y quizás sea verdad. No tiene corazón, nena es un cabrón. Cuidado puede lastimar.
Okay. I see it. Sounds like every other Spanish song, no differentiation. Okay.
Maybe.
I'm not hating on it.
Maybe not, no sé.
She's a pain and had her lame ass boyfriend. Ah, okay. Okay.
All right, Neza. So what kind of
Maybe I'll listen to it. Not the whole thing right now. Trash ass track fire. All right, Neza, what kind of guy are you looking for today? What kind of guy you think she's looking for?
guy are you looking for today?
I'm into someone who's very ambitious. I'm very ambitious. I also am very
Hold up, BRB. Gonna walk to gym. Okay. Gay man, tall. Yeah, you know tall.
attracted to like guys who are
She wants him to have a third leg. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
talented or just creatives in the creative space, and just someone who's really kind-hearted. So.
What about
Oh, here we go. What about physically? I can see her going for someone like Hunter. Yeah, she would. Here we go.
physically? We're looking for a big fat chick or what? What up, YouTube?
$50. What do we get?
You get the love of your
John
life.
Cena built niggas? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Incog. She not you dissed her music, bro. If you notice, you saw Bruce and DDG. Like artists don't fuck with that. Oh, go away, David. Yeah, David is annoying.
Also, guys, I just started a Patreon.
Fuck your Patreon.
Hey.
Franny's back.
Epa.
Nice.
Gun your head. Name me three DDG songs. I can't, bro. I can't. I can only name the Calabasas one. I'm geeking. That's 2. Fuck. I'm dead, bro. I'm dead. And it's no knock to DDG. I just ain't heard it. You know what I'm saying? It's not on my TikTok algorithm. I'm dead. I'm just dead, bro. It is what it is. Run it up. There we go. 3. You know what I'm saying? There it is. You know, like, it's easy, bro. It's easy. Who can't name Moonwalking in Calabasas, I'm Geeking, and Elon Musk? There you go. That's 3. That's 3, my boy. Hi, Carly Freestyle. Thank you. Hey, Sexy Daddy. What's up? Obama's third nipple. What up? What up? You know what I'm saying? There it is. There it is. Cottonmouth is his song? Oh, I did not know that, actually. There we go. So we're good. Whew. I lived. The name Wild.
Yes, for this video, so should be a good time.
It's gonna be a good time.
Let's bring in your wing woman.
Yes.
Obviously, everyone knows who it is. Come on,
could only
Franny.
be
Wing woman. It's Franny. Remember that next time. I will try.
Hey, Epa.
Nice.
Welcome back, Judas.
Yo, this is so.
It's Ugly
being on
Pants.
this end of
Me
it.
being on this.
This is so nerve-wracking here. It's so chill here. This is like nerve-wracking.
Yeah, because you got to do all the bad stuff.
all the things.
What's the bad stuff?
Ain't this girl the one who's Little Mermaid? DDG? No, it's her sister. Right? Or is it? No, I think she is the Little Mermaid. Yeah. This nigga need to hurry up. He taking a little too long. Franny is solar panel.
You gotta like let people down. You gotta be like, no, I don't like you. I don't like that answer. Then me, I'm just like,
No, that is his girl. Little Mermaid is DDG's girl, right? Yeah, it's Hallie. Okay. I always confuse the two. I'm not going to lie to you. The other one's the singer. The other one's the singer that Gideon said had a failed CD. Halle Berry, right? She can't be Franny. She can't be the nanny. Yeah, same. He went in that side profile.
you know?
Okay. Got it. All right, Franny, so you know Neza.
I didn't hear what she
let
said.
people down. You gotta be like, no, I don't like you. I don't like that answer. Then me, I'm just like, yeah, tell him. You know?
Okay. Got it. All right, Franny, so you know Neza. What kind of guy do you think she should be looking for? Because I don't know if we can trust her.
I want Neza to find
I like the teeth.
a hardcore dancer. So she
Hardcore dancer. Okay.
could dance with. Like do crazy
Could be fun.
Dance moves with.
500 before Friday. I see you. I'm proud of you. Skratsx, love you. Thank you. I think we're hitting 500 today, to be honest with you. We're hitting 500 today, my boy. We are. When she smiled, her lips went above the gums. I hate that shit. I mean, I don't get mad at it. Today. Dang, she got a sharp-ass chin. Cut the motherfucking diamonds. David, go away. I hate David, bro.
But just someone that's gonna, treat her like a princess. Give her what she needs, what she wants, and just maybe rub her head out.
Oh, yeah, halfway.
Yeah.
Someone who's good at double dates, because
We are.
these
Who's
kind of
gonna
come.
what?
Someone who's good at double
Let's
dates.
fucking go. You know what I'm saying? Who's this racially ambiguous woman? I hate her already. I'm trying so hard to be noticed. That girl don't want him. Yeah. So here's David's goal here. David tries to land the wing woman, or if it's girls behind the curtain, one of the girls. Speaking to existence, yeah, we like 5 away. You know what I'm saying? We're at 495. We're hitting 500 today. Oh God, we are. Oh my God, I see now why she doesn't have bangs. She's balding. That's a shame.
A hardcore dancer, so she could dance with, like do crazy like.
Could be fun.
You know, dance moves with. But just someone
Let's
that's
unfollow,
gonna,
guys.
treat her like
Wow.
a princess. Give her what she needs, what she wants, and just maybe rub her head at night.
Yeah.
Someone who's good at double dates, because
Oh, she wants head pads. Okay. David needs someone to help him. Yeah. He's lame as fuck. Yeah. David.
What?
someone who's good at double dates, because you guys are like a package.
Right. Oh, double dates. I thought you said something else.
Double what?
Double dicks.
Head pats, you say? I got you. You know, some people just like head pats. Your email's been approved? Let me see it. I can't look. I don't even know him and I don't like him. Yeah, he. Confused emo.
Ew, Franny.
I don't even know. I was like, I don't even know what that means.
All right, let's bring in the boys.
Let's see him. All right. I feel like we've seen this dude before. Like head pats is from a person I like. I understand it. Okay. These dirty Air Forces, man. Okay. Rose bit. Okay. Dirty, dirty. These are the cleanest ones here. L shoes. Yeah, these. I love you. I love you. Love you. These babes. Some dirty ass babes. Okay. What are these? These are the cleanest ones here. Rose gold shoes is wild. Yeah. Yeah. Like dick, but I ain't gay. I see you, Obama's third nipple. You know what I'm saying? I see you. All right, guys, I'll come back with some TikTok riz. Oh, God. All right, hit me with it. Hit me with it. Let's see the TikTok riz. Does anyone want to be my victim? I think she a little zesty. I can see that. Hit me with the TikTok riz. Let me hear it. Let me see what's going on here. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see what's going on. I'm waiting. The Pikachu, a little zesty, a little bit. Let me see this. People should know I don't understand emojis, so don't at me with them. I feel you. I feel that. Honestly, I feel that. He's typing. I'm just gonna play the video while he's typing. I said say first. Okay, my bad. I won't play it. Damn, my fault. Put the blicky down. Put the blicky down. It's okay. It's okay. Just put it down, Judas. Put it down. You know what I'm saying? Put it down. It's okay. It is okay. I think he's typing it, though. They say people can only be in one place at one time. That is, in fact, false, for you are both in my heart and mind. Okay. Okay. I see you. Okay. Just giving you fries, sus size, and Squidward sus size. I see you. Okay. Skratsx just checked out some other streamer, and bro is doing a full-on experimental practical shit in his room. Chemicals on his bed and everything. That's cool. That's kind of nice, yeah. That was kind of nice. All right, back to it. Let's see these guys. You don't know what the fuck he doing? Oh, that could be bad. Shoes. This is loud.
You ready?
Yeah.
Your first time, baby.
Turn around.
Don't embarrass me.
Okay.
Distracted again, I see. Oh, we're here, Karina. We're here. We're here, Karina. I'm focused. I'm focused. I'm focused. If it ain't you, I don't want it,
The
though.
love of
Okay.
your life.
The shoes are wild. Okay, so we got some Jordan 12s. Let me go to the corner so we can see it. No ass gang. Hey, you know, I respect all of them. We got Forces with the low socks. Bapes. I don't know what these are. These are okay. Depends on the rest of the fit. He's throwing a firecracker to 12. I'll clip it. Okay. Why are they dirty? It seems to be a pandemic here, Pharaoh. They're always dirty. Ass or boobs? Ass all day. I'm not going to lie to you. You didn't hear that. So we got camel pants here. Okay. Rose gold Jordans. Can really have both. I know. W Skratsx. I'm just saying. You know, I just got to be real. Okay. Dirty as fuck. Okay. And some beat up Jordan 12s. Okay. So I don't think we're really getting somewhere. Ask is the shape. Yeah. Balenciaga. Like, Keep it 100. Can we just say both though? I mean, look. Let me tell you something. I do love both. I'm a lover of women all day. You know what I'm saying? I am. I love them. You know what I mean? I love them. Sun's out, bums out. You know where I'm at. I see you. Yes, sir. Like, I just do, bro. I do. Should bring back black Air Forces. I agree. Black Air Forces, both of them. You know what I'm saying, JT? You know what I'm saying. So this shoe lineup is not too promising, especially these beat-up Jordan 12s. These beat-up Jordan 12s, Skratsx, stop it. What'd I say? Black Air Forces on gang activity? I mean, there was. It was a little aggressive.
Love it. Yes.
Yeah.
I love the enthusiasm.
How you feeling, dude?
I'm not.
That's adorable.
Gonna lie,
I mean,
like,
I just do.
Like my stomach just dropped.
I don't like
It
any,
is
to be
so-
honest, of the shoes. Yeah, I mean, the shoes, the beat-up 12s are the worst ones. I'll be fine, but she got boots no ass, and I can't fuck with her. I love them all. But she got ass, I'm going crazy. You know it.
So weird being here and not there. I get it now.
I get it.
I get it now.
All right, let's check out contestant 1. What do we think about the super shitty shoes?
I also see plaid pants here. So I'm a little questionable about what's going on here. I don't know why they can't clean the shoes before they come on the shoot. Clean your shoes.
What do you mean? I have those.
Everybody has Air Forces. Everybody has Air Forces, bro. Like, that's not special. We've all got them. Everybody. You don't? Oh, everybody except Obama's third nipple has it. Going crazy like Lino. Everybody has these, bro. I'm just like, look, almost everybody does. Beat up is fine. I only wear Crocs. Okay, not everyone has them. Lots of people have these. I like boots. Boots are nice. I wear Skechers, my guy. Hey, if you like it, I love it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, if everyone had, like, the people who have Air Forces, you probably have a beat up pair. But you don't wear them on these shows. Clean your shoes. I need to get new Timbs. I don't know where they at. I feel that. I got Air Forces, but prefer Crocs. Crocs are comfy. I like to keep it barefoot. I feel that.
They're just Air Force One.
Well, that looks like a
I got Legend Blue 11s on the way. Okay, I see you, Celino.
little poopy stain. That's what I was like.
I got new 3s the other day. I just wear Vans. Vans are cool too. But if you're coming on one of these shows, I swear on everything, you better clean your shoes. Godfather, guess what? What, Jay? Who wears light-up Skechers? You're goated. Yo, light-up shoes used to be the wave. Yeah, they had to know what was happening, so that's the only reason why I'm grilling. Yeah, like, clean your shoes.
Yeah, right.
What, Jay?
Question number 1. So I'm a big Marvel fan.
That fit better be on point. If he got the plaid pants, it has to be good. I wear Vans for skateboarding. I wish I could skateboard. I wish. Slide on by in my Heelys. Okay.
Huge. So if you had to choose either a superhero or a villain to describe dating you, who would it be and why?
I would say The Flash, because when you're with me, it's a little quick, but...
When you're with me, it's a little quick. Okay, we respect the honesty, you know what I'm saying? Old toothbrush and toothpaste, they're great for cleaning shoes, yes. Hello, cuties. Hello, Trisco. How are you? He comes fast. Yeah, he's Ed. Already L. I respect the honesty, you know? He just said I bust quick. You know? He's like, yo, it's a compliment. It's a compliment, you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's a compliment. Why is that what you say first? I don't know. I don't know, bro. I don't know. My promotion speech is done. I'm so fucking excited. Now I need to win tryouts so I can get my speech at graduation. Oh, you're going to win, Jay. You're going to win. I believe in you. Scratch me and my little bro. Trying back jit, lost the blunt. Damn. I'm sorry. Damn. Girls with little neck chokers starting to make me act up. I see you. If y'all don't remember the soap shoes, I can't fuck with you. Is this what dating's like these days? God, chameleons, I hope not. I haven't been in these streets in a while because I've been holding back, but God, I hope not.
I also give off Ezra Miller vibes.
Okay, I should have let that finish. Okay, hold on. Let me hear that all together. Thank you, I love you. I love you. How y'all adorable humans doing here today? I am great. How are you? Another Riz video? Yes, sir.
Dude.
I'm not gonna lie, like everything, like my stomach just dropped. It is so weird being here and not.
Yo, what up, Trip?
I get it now.
What up?
I get it now. Let's check out contestant
That was bad?
1.
Yeah.
What do we think about the super shitty shoes?
What do you mean? I have those. home.
Because he was accused of exactly. That's why I paused.
Well, that looks like a little poopy stain. That's why I was like.
I never thought too much, but it was like they wait. I never thought too much about it, but I was like, they look like it. I get what you're saying. Soaps are cool. Another jizz video, you mean? I don't know if it's a jizz video today. I don't think he's in this one. What's his vid? Speed dating based on the fits. On the fits.
Yeah, right.
Those girls are maybe 6 feet tall. I don't know.
So I'm a big Marvel fan.
Wonderful today. I'm glad to hear that.
So if you had to choose either a superhero
Just remember who Ezra Miller is and what he's been accused of.
or a villain to describe dating you, who would it be and why?
I would say the Flash, because when you're with me, it's a little quick, but I also give off Ezra Miller vibes.
Okay.
We can't have nothing. Yeah, my bad. The rating 6s. Yeah, just makes me like him more. Okay, I see you, Jamal. You know, you're into what you into. You know what I'm saying? L. Ezra. Yeah, L. Ezra.
But in a good way,
Okay.
How is that a good way? How is that a good way? He's getting kicked off the movie.
Ezra's kind of crazy right now.
A little bit of a wild answer.
Yeah.
I'm into her. Loco. Okay. Ezra Miller's fucking insane. Yeah, that's a wild thing to say. That dude has done enough. Yeah. Yeah, that was wild.
So I gotta process that.
Franny, what do you think about that? He's quick.
Quick with what?
I don't know. Why don't
All the homies hate Ezra? Yeah, we do. Oh, God, we do.
you ask him?
Whoa, 2-pump chump.
Are they misgendering Ezra? I'm offended. What do you mean?
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Right. There's nothing wrong with that. But I was just confused when you said I'm quick with it, but I just want to get clarification.
I'm quick with my feet. I might be quick with my riz. I might just be quick with.
Ezra today? 2-pump shout. I didn't know who he was till recently. Yeah, Ezra. I'm the biggest hater. You are.
Whatever it is, you know, all it matters is.
That rhymed.
That rhymed.
I don't respect Ezra as a person, but they is they. That is. I didn't know that actually.
Hey, at the end of the day, it's for me to know, for you to find out, right?
Oh, okay. Mysterious.
Okay, sure.
What do you think about contestant number 2's shoes?
They look like they're meant to look like that. Do you know what I mean?
They look a little worn in. Maybe he just likes to walk.
I like a
Stays
worn-in
fit.
sneaker.
Yeah.
I don't like a super clean sneaker. So.
Right. Yeah.
I don't like a clean sneaker. A new sneaker. What?
Oh hell yeah.
As David looks down at his feet.
Sick, dude.
Contestant number 2, what's your answer?
I have to go with Ghost Rider, because at the end of the ride, I'll ghost you.
All right, we're not picking winners here. I don't think it was very well known by a whole lot because people found them irrelevant after what they've done. Yo, that man's shoes look like they've been through some shit. Yeah, pack them up. Yeah, you're right, Trip. Pack them up. I hate David's pants. I hate David. I don't like David.
At the end.
Okay. At the end of what? At the end of the.
Ladies, can a lady answer? I need help. I hate David. Yeah. Think there's me misgendering. Whoops. You're good. You're good. I read it right? I hate David. Yeah. In the UK, we say blitz. It's even worse.
The ride.
Oh.
Okay.
What's this ride like?
I'm just going to fight myself. I was joking. I don't respect their pronouns.
Who's riding this? What is she riding?
What are the details?
No, I ate David. Oh, okay. Got
That's
you.
up to your interpretation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you ever been ghosted?
I have been. Hasn't everyone?
I've never been ghosted. Not once this week.
Okay.
I said this week.
I'm not sure how I feel about being ghosted.
Nah, I don't like that answer.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so number 2's. Okay. Is the person who said they'll ghost you last or is Ezra Miller last? Which one are you putting last here?
Didn't put a pep in my step, you know?
All right, we got.
I got more Riz. All right, hit me with it. Ezra's last? Okay. Manly poetic, though. All right, give it to me.
3. He's got clean shoes. He's still got the tag.
I got press-on nails for graduation, and, well, they came today, and there's, like, these little sticky tabs. What are they for?
So they probably
Okay, some off-whites.
I actually have them in green. Franny bought them for me.
I almost got the green ones, but then I went with these.
So we're matching with his and hers.
Look at that.
His and hers, look at that.
Nice.
All right, contestant number 3. Who would you say describes you? Superhero, villain?
I would just have to go with Spider-Man. I've been told I kind of sound like him. And
You do not sound like Spider-Man.
I'm also from New York. I kind of look like a young Peter Parker.
I know he's lying. I feel like he's lying, bro. I feel like he does not look like Peter Parker at all. I feel like he does not look like him at all, bro. Like at all. Like at all. If ever I felt cold, your smile could have warmed me more than 1,000 suns, for you shine brighter than the fullest moon in the darkest night. Okay. Okay. That is a lot. That's a lot. Which Peter Parker? Yeah, I don't know if he, they call me Peter Parker because my Uncle Ben got shot.
So I just have to go with Spider-Man, yeah.
That's a good answer because that's my
Smart.
favorite.
Your favorite?
Yeah.
Wait, I was gonna say that.
I shouldn't have said that because I feel like now everyone's like,
We love a Spider-Man.
We love a Spider-Man.
Do a little Spider-Man.
My favorite is Batman, obviously, but second is Static Shock. Static Shock, my boys.
Moment. Come from the ceiling.
Kiss.
Backwards, little backwards kiss.
Upside down kiss.
Yeah, upside
And
down.
he's a Spider-Man. Maybe he can shoot something at you.
Oh my god.
Baby.
No, shoot his shot. Like a pick up line.
Okay.
All right, let's see contestant number 4.
Is it weird, like my eyes kind of glaze over whenever David talks?
Can't really see from.
It looks like he's wearing shorts. Doesn't it? Like, based on the shadow, it looks like he's wearing shorts. She talking about hanging from the ceiling? It looks like he's wearing shorts from this shadow.
Oh, are those fear of God?
I roll my eyes when David talks. Like, I missed what just happened. Had 5 ads. I am so sorry. I tune him out. Same. I'll show you what happened. Here's what happened.
Your favorite?
Yeah.
Wait, I was gonna say that.
I shouldn't have said that because I feel like now everyone's like,
We love a Spider-Man.
We love a Spider-Man.
Do a little Spider-Man moment.
Yeah, that could
Come
be
from the
cute.
ceiling.
Kiss.
Backwards,
Spider-Man.
little backwards kiss.
Upside down kiss.
Yeah, upside
And
down.
he's a Spider-Man. Maybe he can shoot something at you.
Oh my god.
He just got that YouTuber Riz, lame as fuck, basic copy, pasta uniqueness. Minus 20 points. I agree.
Baby.
I agree.
No, shoot his shot. Like a pickup line.
Okay. All right.
All right, let's see contestant number 4.
Can't really see.
David wants to get shot at by his webs. Confirmed. Confirmed.
Hello? Are those fear of gods? What are those?
Rick Owens.
Those are not fear gods. Don't you disrespect the fear of gods for Rick Owens.
Oh, I like. Yeah. I like a man of.
Don't you disrespect the fear of God sneaker line. Don't you disrespect those.
Of style.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
See, that's so fancy. I've never even heard of Rick Owens.
Really?
You fuck with them? You like them?
No, they're
I
nice.
thought they were the
I like him
Alexander
a lot,
McQueens,
actually.
but
Yeah,
they're
so did
I
I.
like him because he's probably a short guy, which is why they're kind of thick at the bottom.
Oh,
I gotta check
them
those
bitches,
out.
how much? Oh, I'll show you one more time.
You fuck with them? You like them?
Oh, I like.
yeah.
I like a man.
You know, just a cool, 11:30? Oh, they're so fucking ugly? Yeah. David keeps inserting himself like that, his girl gonna beat his ass. No. Yeah, a cool, 1100, a cool 1100, you know what I'm saying? Something light. Something light, you know what I mean? Just something light.
Man of style.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
See,
Sell them
that's so
bitches
fancy.
back.
I've never even heard of Rick Owens.
Really?
Ultimate School Shooter 11s, you know how it
You like
goes.
them?
No, they're
I
nice.
thought they were the
I like him
Alexander
a lot,
McQueens,
actually.
but they're
Yeah,
not.
so did
I
I.
like him because he's probably a short guy, which is why they're kind of thick.
Oh, that motherfucker. I hate when people do this. Did you notice this?
I like him because he's probably a short guy.
Everyone has that kid in school. This. Did you see that? This guy? I hate this. You got upset? This shit pisses me off. I hate this. Oh, did you get new shoes? And they step. Oh, no, bro. You got Bro, no. Never do this. Farrell gets it. As soon as I saw it, I was like, no. Yeah, that shit's annoying. I hate it. I hate when people do this shit. My man, don't tap my shoe at the bottom of your shoe. Exactly. The fuck. If that happened, hold on. If that happened, would get clocked in his jaw. Exactly. You have to. Unacceptable. Cannot do that.
Probably a short guy, which is why they're kind of thick at
Show would have got interrupted right there.
the bottom. I gotta check those out
It's
later.
okay. I'm a short queen too. I have the.
Especially if them bitches are $1,100.
the
How tall are
platforms
you?
on
How
today.
tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
We're chilling.
I
think we're all
I'm,
chilling.
short,
I'm definitely taller than
I'm
that.
always shorter, so it's all
He's
good.
like, sick, I'm 5'4".
Y'all bringing out the heels right now.
If you were to choose a superhero or a villain to describe basically dating you, what that would be like, who would you choose and why?
I would say.
So Hotel is the host. The host is short as fuck. So she's 5'3", but she has the boots on. Put David in Slammer. David needs to stop talking. So she has the boots on. How tall you think? Let me go to the outfit. So we're at, let me put the time code. My man, get your clown shoes off my kicks before I chin check you, right? So she has... I'm trying to find like a good... Here it is. Okay. So this is what? Those could be 5'5", 5'6". That's what I'm thinking. She's 5'3" without the boots. 5'7" or 5'8". I think so. I think that's about right. That seems about right. Think I tower him if he's slightly taller than her? Yeah.
What that would be like? Who would you choose and why?
I would say the Hulk.
Okay.
Because I'm a pretty chill guy, you know, like I'm calm. But when I get mad,
I'm out of control. That's just what my girl wants, you know? I'm so cool, but then I get mad, I start breaking fucking everything. Anybody in my fucking way is in danger. You know what I'm saying? That's what we want, you know? We want out of control rage. That's exactly what you want, bruh.
I get fucking mad, you know?
When I get mad, I get fucking mad. Don't fucking test me, girl. Don't you fucking don't test me. I'm like that. Trying to be main character vibes. I don't like how the host crosses his arms. It's a sign of insecurity. I didn't like where that was going. He failed, right? Who doesn't want a man who punches holes in the walls? You know, like you want one of them arguments where she's like, yo, I just really don't appreciate how you act. And he's like, God damn it. And just, you know, punch that hole in the wall. You feel me?
Okay. I mean,
but like to your advantage, you know, like I would never get mad at you.
I would never get mad at you. Like I'll never get mad. Here it is again, Ellie. I got you.
what that would be like? Who would you choose and why?
I would say the Hulk.
Okay.
Because I'm a pretty chill guy, you know, like I'm calm. But when I get mad, I get fucking mad, you know?
Okay. I mean,
but like to your advantage, you know, like I would never get mad at you.
Okay.
You feel
good.
me? Like
I like that you're clarifying.
I would never get mad at you. You know what I'm saying? Like, how could I get mad at you? Like, just don't piss me off, and I won't get mad at you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to make an enemy out of me. You know, lies all lies. Now, if you're gonna say it, stick to it. Yeah. Ghost, Hulk, and Ezra are bottom choices. They feel like they're all. I don't even know if I'd say they're tied because Ezra's bad. I'll never get mad at you. News: man found abusing his girlfriend over ketchup stain on his shirt.
Clarifying.
Oh, okay. So like defend.
oh, on
her.
God, like I'm the defensive. You feel me? Like I'll protect you. Okay.
Okay, I like that answer.
I thought it was gonna say something like Hulk smash.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
I'm gonna smash.
You want a Spanish dude to say the word like every 5
It
seconds?
went like domestic violence for a second, but then he saved
But
himself.
then you saved yourself, so
Yeah.
I like that you clarified.
What do you think about a contestant number?
Some more Air Forces.
Hey, these
Classes.
ones are clean though, so like.
They're not clean though. These are not clean. I'm looking at them. They're not clean though.
That's great.
I treat her right.
You know what they say about clean Air Forces?
Clean.
Otherwise, yeah, they're clean though. Them bitches are not clean. Clean dick is what he said. Okay?
What is happening? Contestant number 5. What is your answer?
I would say Groot because I want to show you my wood.
I hate these guys. I hate them, bro. I hate them. I hate them. I just hate them, bro. Replay that real quick.
What is happening? Contestant number 5. What is your answer?
I would say Groot because I want to show you my wood. You know,
She gasped for air because he got that long. I just noticed I hate humans. What in the high school Riz is this? Lame as fuck answers. Ruin Groot for me? Yeah. I love Groot, but not that way.
It started off.
I always have morning. I always have morning wood. So like, you know, if you know she hard, I'm hard.
She hard, I'm hard. You know? It's how the world works. You know what I'm saying? Put that on a t-shirt, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I like.
It started off.
Everything he knows his dick, he's gay, bro. Why? Wait. He can't. If she's hard, I'm hard. You know? That's what I've been told. That's how it works. That's how it works here.
So
My
cute.
blood pressure
Never
just
been hard before as
Hey,
well?
depends, okay, depends what kind of Groot though. I could be the small.
If she hard, that ain't a she, brother. Right? Got Gator. He ain't gay. He's just a terrible human. Imagine aliens landing. Hello, aliens. Take us to. Let's go. The humans are destroying themselves.
Small shrimp, average Groot. Small.
If she ain't hard, I don't want her. I feel you, Broward. I see you. He needs to stop talking. Yeah, they're actively ruining this.
Well, we could be the big Groot,
Right, because he does grow.
Can you give us your best Groot impression?
Yeah.
I'm Groot. Oh no. Yo soy Groot.
Oh, Spanish speaker.
Pues sí.
Okay.
Yo soy Groot. That was enough to make you say Spanish speaker. That is so. That's enough to make you go, oh, you speak Spanish. Shut the fuck up, David. Yeah, I'm saying. I'm saying.
Yo hablo español.
Muy bien.
Oh, okay, okay.
That finally got Fran excited. Who's that?
They're all else. Yeah. Yo, what up, Patty? What up? The bar is in hell. Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, okay. I like.
She's like, hola.
Yo quiero Taco Bell. What up, Patty? How are you?
Hola. Points, big points.
How are we feeling about contestant number 6's shoes?
They are.
They used to be black and white.
I like the color
They're
scheme.
fun.
Dirty.
They're fun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, contestant number 6. What is your answer?
Gru from Minions, the Ride.
Okay. I could write you endless poems, and yet it still wouldn't be enough. For words alone cannot describe your beauty. For words alone cannot fathom my love for you. Okay. Bro, that stance? Yeah. Yeah. What's up, India? Yo, what's up, India? How are you?
Rise of Gru.
India! He posed like he was on the runway? Yeah, he thought he was working it.
I want to steal the moon.
For me?
Hello, what's up, Lenny? What's up? How are you? What up, Lenny? Damn, everyone's coming today. What's up, Lenny? How are you?
Gru from Minions, the Rise of Gru. Because I want to steal the moon.
For me?
Sure.
I'm good. How are you, Skratsx? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. The moon is mine, bitch. Really, got that? I'm not sure. Why do women put blush on their cheeks? Makes you want to pay them to have sex change into a man so I can smack the blush out on him. I mean, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with it. I Skratsx. Like, he goes, I just want to steal the moon. Yeah, like I tell you, he was in here yesterday. He's like, I just want to steal the moon. Like, if you want to be there, that's cool. But like, I just like the moon. Doing great. 5 hours already. I'm late. It's okay. It's okay. We still got 5 hours to go, India. We got 5 more hours here. We're locked.
You just want to steal the moon?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's like, I don't care about you, to be honest. I just want the moon. Sorry, I went quiet because I'm filing my nails, so not that somebody next to anybody else. Oh, you're good. You're good. Do your thing, Jay. You're good. You're good. Do your thing. You're good.
And I have a big.
Going for 5 more hours? Yes, sir. 10 hour today.
nose. But they're in right now, I've heard. So.
Yo, she not bad.
Okay. Nothing wrong with a big nose.
I checked her IG. Whose IG? Whose IG? Whose IG did you check? This her or her? Whose Instagram? Neza? This one. Okay, I see you, Incog. I see you.
I got a big nose.
As long as you got a big
You're
heart.
gonna love the next guy.
Okay.
Damn. I love a big nose. Oh, you're gonna like the next guy. His nose is fucking huge. What's up, Nav?
Yeah, they.
Okay.
I'm just like, who? I just gotta make sure I'm confused. He said she's not bad. Who? Freddie IG is Treesh.
Big nose.
I got a big nose.
As long as you got a big
You're
heart.
gonna love the next guy.
Okay.
Damn, like why are you calling his nose out? Why are you calling his nose out like that?
Oh, God. Contestant number Lucky 7. What is your answer?
No, he didn't just drop money on the ground. What's this? 100? What's this, a 50? He dropped 150 on the ground. He trying to flex? Now you got to check him for playing with his name. He does. Rip the snaz. Like why you making fun of his nose like that? Treats me shit? No, I know. I know what it means. I know. He just dropped $150 just for no reason here. We can definitely get you 500 before Friday. Let me tell you something, India. We're not just hitting 500 before Friday. That shit's happening today. We are 5 away from 500. That shit's happening today. Period. Today. That shit's happening today.
Oh. Take it, Nazik. Wait,
No, my bad. Sorry. I got
W's. So this man was like, my pickup line, I'm just going to drop $150. You know? Here's, I got cash on me, $150, you know what I'm saying?
charity after this.
Bro, them Jays have been through the trials and tribulations of the Lord. Yeah, that man.
Grab it.
What's up? I'm wearing size 14.
Jerk up, nice talking to you, fine people. Have a great stream. Yo, thanks, Obama. Have a good day, man. Thanks. I'll go band for band with him, and you too. Yo, okay, I see you, Incog. Have a good one.
Talk to me
What do you
nice.
got? What do you got? Blazers on?
Yeah, they're Rick Owens.
That was descriptive. I didn't know what to say to that one.
Okay.
They've been in these streets, but I haven't. I'm looking for love.
Right.
Nice.
His voice sounds familiar. Pulls the band out. Your turn, Skratsx. Okay. His voice sounds familiar.
Talk to me
What do you
nice.
got? What do you got? Blazers on?
Yeah, they're Rick Owens.
Okay.
They've been in these streets, but I haven't. I'm looking for
Because
love.
he is?
Right.
He's a content creator.
What is
Yeah, I know
your
that.
answer?
But I don't know if, like, is he is popular?
Because
Okay.
I got that hammer.
Nice.
It's like
I think I know who this is. Hold on, let me see. Let me see if I actually know who this is. Yeah, I do know who this is. It's this guy. It's this guy, right? It's him. It's this guy. It sounds like this guy. Yeah, that's who that is. Okay. Yep, I know who that is. Okay. We're good. From All Deaf? I don't know where he's from, but I've seen him. Run, he said, because I've got a hammer. Sounds like Nick Cage. A little bit. No, it's Miles. If it's Miles, I swear on everything.
it's like a screwdriver, but you know I'm working with.
I mean, I like that answer. My dog's name is Loki, after.
Oh.
Damn, they call me a dog. Bark, bark. Shawty, what's up?
Yeah, that's him. That's him, I'm convinced.
Do you have a dog?
No, but
No, he's got one in him. He's got that dog in him.
Yeah, bark.
I can't hear that phrase the same after the video we heard earlier this week. He's a tool. Yeah. I can't hear that term the same anymore. That video about Dog Lady really ruined that phrase for me.
Call me a dog. Bark, bark. Shawty, what's up? Sorry.
Do you have a dog?
No, but
No, he's got one in him. He's got
Yeah.
that dog in him.
Yeah.
I can't hear that the same. You scarred us all with that vid? Yeah, like, I love you, Skratsx. I love you. I cannot hear that the same anymore.
Bark, bark. You see it, girl? Nah, but I do walk dogs as my career, so like.
Okay.
All the people who are in wheelchairs just walked for the first time to downvote this video.
He got a career.
Yeah. Shout out Wag. Shout out Wag.
Shout out Wag.
Wait. There's an app now where you can have people walk your dog? I did not know that. Huh. You got the dog and I'm getting flashbacks from the dog lady. Exactly. There is? I did not know this, actually. That's a good app. W Dog app. I'm used to make food. Okay, I see you, Incog. There's an app for everything. That is a good point.
Use my promo code BarkBark for 12% off. No, I've never seen the movie.
These Jordans, holy. These Jordans have seen some shit. Pharaoh was right. These 12s.
Thor, but I'm down to watch it with you.
And he's also going to
Uncle
make
12s.
you Thor.
Yeah, what? Hold up, is there
I think he got inward knees.
Let's go.
Man, why did he choose those shoes? I don't know. The actions wouldn't justify the means. I seen those at Goodwill. Remind what? Wait.
Also going to make you Thor.
Yeah, what? Hold up, is there 2 women out there? Let's go.
I gotta see what he looks like. Well, we're gonna find out.
Wake-up call.
All right, final contestant. Can you stick out your? Okay.
Damn.
This is my
Hold
video.
You said Jordan. I thought you were saying something. Bad boy to me? No. I was talking about. I'll show you.
Wake-up call.
All right, final contestant. Can you stick out your? Okay.
These fucking Jordan 12s. Those the Cold War 12s? Yeah, I'm saying, bro. Look at the shoelaces got red spots on them. These bitches. Why did he choose these? He chose the damn. He's had these shits since middle school, bro. These the recess 12s right here. Jesus.
Okay. Love some Jordans.
12s.
12s.
Yeah, 12s. Poor activity shoes.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, but
cool.
Like that.
Very cool.
He chose those shoes because he got a pass. I agree.
Yeah. All right. What is your?
Damn, they didn't even know they was Jordan 12s. They don't know, bro. They're not respecting the drip.
What is your answer?
Well, my answer is Beast Boy. I know it's DC, but you know I'm really versatile. So if you need me to be serious, I can be serious. If you need me to play, I can play.
Okay. Disrespect to society of 12s like that? I'm saying, India. Like,
If you're trying to make jokes, we can write down jokes.
Okay.
Improv jokes. Shit, we can be serious.
What? Why did they choose this Beast Boy photo? Why'd they choose this one? He sound like a commercial? He kind of do. If you need me to kill, I'll kill. On God, I will. I'm a beast. Look at him. I don't know. Shoes could cry. They trying to be put out their misery. They are. I'm gonna be honest with you. As weird as it sounds, that's the comic one. I think so. He's the best one. This guy's the best answer so far.
Really versatile. So if you need me to be serious, I can be serious. If
He's
you
the
need me to
best
play,
one so far.
I can play. If you're trying to make jokes, we can write down jokes, improv jokes. Shit, we can be serious. I can take you on a date. We can drink some wine. We can drink some tequila. Anything you want.
This man's a chatter. Isn't he in Marvel now too? Is he?
We could write jokes.
Yeah.
we could
He's my favorite one. Yeah, he's the best one. He is the best one. He was in WandaVision. I didn't see WandaVision. I'll be honest. I'm behind. I'm lacking.
Whatever you want.
I need to watch it.
I like the assertiveness.
I like it. I like having
He knew
options.
exactly what he wanted to say.
Right. I like that.
Okay, great. All right, we're gonna discuss, and we'll let you guys know. Give us a second.
Is he? No, you're good. I'll probably forget it anyway. I didn't know he was in Marvel now. That's cool though.
Neza, you ready to eliminate someone and break their heart forever?
Well,
They're probably gonna need therapy after
No,
this.
when you put it like that. Everyone was great.
No, they weren't.
But I'm gonna have to eliminate
David wants to be their choice. Fuck off, David.
contestant number 2.
Why?
Just because I don't want to get ghosted. No.
You chose Ghost over Ezra Miller. Ghost over Ezra Miller's kind of crazy.
Who wants to get ghosted?
Fair
So
enough.
I'd much rather be ghosted than Ezra Miller. Look at this High School Musical looking ass guy. Sorry about that. I had to lay down for a bit. Oh, you're good. This man finna hit her with, I'm soaring, flying. Look at him. He about to bet on it, bet on it. We all in this together. Look at him. Look at him.
Hi, I'm Franny. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
This motherfucker about to have a whole musical now. You gonna turn me down? Bet on it. This motherfucker have a whole dance planned.
Dude, you look like a stud, bro.
Yeah, I love the fit. It's great.
Thank you. You didn't like Ghost Rider?
I don't want to be ghosted. I do like Ghost Rider. I don't want to be ghosted, right?
Anyways, I'm gonna go home to my girlfriend. Nice to meet you guys.
Damn, okay. Flexing. That boy trying to be 2000 Justin Bieber so bad. I'm telling you. Then I'm going to go back to my girlfriend. So you can bet on that. Bet. They call me Walmart Zac Efron. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? I was a stand-in for Justin Bieber on the Baby music video. So my ex dressed like him. Oh, my God.
Wait, what? That would makes sense why he would have to ghost me.
Oh, yeah. Wait,
I'd still rather be ghosted than Ezra Millard, though.
does he have a girlfriend?
Yeah, she's a really nice girl, actually.
How do you know that contestant number 2?
Yeah.
He is the girlfriend. He was smooching back here.
Oh.
Like, oh, yeah, I knew I was going to hate this fit. I fucking knew I was going to hate this fit. Why is he still turned around backwards? Is this a stain on his jeans right here? Did he wear dirty-ass jeans? He's got dirty-ass jeans on. This is a stain. I thought it was the camera for a second. This is a stain. Put this fit is crazy. Okay, I knew this in advance. This shit and this shit. Who is this? Who the fuck is this? Dirty ass pants. Turn around, my boy. I knew I was gonna hate this fit. Will you pay attention to the Rick Owens though? That looks a mess with those pants. I'm telling India. I knew I was gonna hate this shit. He can go home with bald ass, ugly ass pants. Yeah, like get the fuck out of here. You can't even wear clean pants. Like, I thought it was a lot to ask them to have clean shoes. Clean pants, though? My boy just got done cleaning the litter box.
Oh, we got one nice ass.
The blazers with the jeans don't go? Oh, how far are we going up? This motherfucker's not wearing a shirt. Okay. 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 If I'm just looking at fits here, I don't think there's a good one here, bro. I don't think we got a good fit, to be honest with you.
Ready to be shown. Ready?
What?
1, 2.
Hold on.
Oh, we got
Hold on.
one nice ass ready to be shown. Ready?
What?
This is crazy. This is crazy, bro. This is crazy. What is happening?
1, 2, 3. Turn around.
Oh.
I'd be like, get out. That boy's zesty. I'm saying almost a month. He couldn't afford a shirt. I think you're up.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a black polo. He flexed tea times? Yeah. Man, hey, almost 1 month Skratsx. You know it. The only one who looks okay is the camo. I feel like the camo the fit is also going to be kind of crazy.
Okay.
Okay, contestant number 1.
Contestant number 5 is really feeling his ass.
Now I'm feeling.
This episode's crazy, bro. This a big-ass dirt stain, too. David would zero in on that? Yeah, he would. 6 days is immaculate. He legit wants to be on runway like he does. This is his... is this a stain, too? What the fuck?
Feeling it.
To have on ones and have a stain right there is wild, right? It is a stain, yeah.
All right, so let's start with contestant number 1. What do you think about the pants?
I like clean, nice, chic, classy.
Yeah.
The stains in front are worse. That's probably why he turned around. He turned around because he's like, God, the front is worse. His mom didn't have time to do his laundry that day. You're right. Number 2, look at, oh my God. Number 2 is about to be crazy, bro.
So let's start with contestant
Them pants
number 1.
flooded?
What do you think
Yeah.
about the pants?
I like clean, nice.
It's too high. It's too high up, I think. I think the ankle's a little too high up. I also feel like with the black shirt here, we don't go Air Forces. I don't feel like Air Forces was the move.
Chic, classy.
Her top is cute? Oh, her. I thought we were talking about him. My fault. My fault. Number 1 isn't that bad. I just feel like a little too high.
Yes.
You know?
Classy and chic. We
Classy
love
and
that.
chic. We love.
But it's an Eastern style, so it ain't too bad.
All right, next question. So I recently kind of just got out of a relationship,
Number 2 is no shirt? Yeah, no shirt. No shirt.
but me and my ex are on great terms. So thumbs up for that.
My boy.
Yeah. If your ex was here, what would she say is your biggest red flag and why?
Funny story with that is
He's prepared for a flood. Number 1's pants. Yeah. Number 2 looks like he's related to number 1 from Phyllis' stream last night.
never had an ex.
Never had an ex. Okay. Okay, he's never had an ex.
But up until recently, I didn't have social media either. So for me, I felt like not having a social media, I was always kind of...
Stop the video. What's up? What's up? What's up? Stop the video. Okay, what's up? What's up? What's up? At least the shoes are clean for the most part. I mean, they got a little stain here, but, you know, a little clean. Ads. She said I'm cool with my ex. Yes, she did. She did. I wasn't going to say nothing. Because for me, like, look, like, I don't do exes like that. Remember she showed her Coco with her tips minus the nip? Oh, yeah, that's right. First thing I pay attention to is the kicks. Can't be trusted. Ain't that a red flag? I would assume it is. For me, it is. I don't fuck with that. You know what I'm saying? Me and exes, I'm not cool with it. The video's over then. I'm not cool with it. You know? It's a flag for me. That's a red flag for me. I'm not cool with it. Some people are different. Some people are like, oh, it's okay that your ex is your best friend. Not me though. I don't fuck with that, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Open shirt also reminds me of Andrew Tate, so hell no. This fit is crazy. Okay, we back? Okay. This fit is actually crazy. Not ex is the bestie. I'm telling you, I don't fuck with being friends with the exes. Like me, I'm a hard no contact guy. Who told number 2 that was okay? I gotta see this whole fit. In the words of Rick Ross, no sir, not me. Just like me, yeah, I just don't fuck with it. I'm no contact. I'm telling you. We talked about earlier when who was it? When Sensational was talking about his ex, right? And he said that she just like no, it was someone else that said they were worried about their ex texting them that the relationship was over. And I said like mine texted me, I was just like bet, and that was it. And the relationship was over. Number deleted, blocked, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? My ex hit me with the let's be friends. Yeah, no sir. I was just like, all right, bet. And then you get rid of the contact information. The words of Lil Jon, what? Ain't that a red flag? Yeah, it is. That's a red flag for real. I can't do it.
Funny story with that is I've actually never had an ex. But up until recently, I didn't have social media either. So for me, I felt like...
If someone tells you they don't have social media, is that weird to you? Like, is that a flag? Like, we cool, but we ain't talking to each other type shit. Exactly. If someone says they don't have social media, like, how you feel about that? That's weird, right? I don't have social media? Yes and no. No. I don't know how I feel. Like, if you're, I'm assuming they're like early to mid 20s in 2023. Kind of a little, like early to mid 20s in 2023. Some people like to just live. That's sketch because you have to have some, like, I feel like we all have, you may not use it. I respect it, to be honest. I feel like we use it, but I don't know. I didn't use social media when I first met you. Oh, that's true. That's right. Because you weren't in the Discord for a while. Or you could also be a serial killer. That's true. If they're early 20s, I don't know. I trained one of my exes when she went in the paramedic field. She tried so hard for me to meet her new boyfriend. Yeah, fuck that. Like, you have nothing at all, I understand. I kind of get it. That's not something I've ever run into, so I just don't know. I guess for me, I'm like, damn, you didn't? Like, you weren't curious? You know?
Not having a social media.
Also, meeting the new boyfriend is fucking crazy, Wolf. Like, you could, like, no. That's crazy. Hell no. Yeah, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I was always kind of fighting an uphill battle. And it was more for myself, just kind of focus on myself for the time being.
Okay, I get it. I understand. I had social medias, but got rid of them. Couldn't deal with it anymore. Lisa, I perfectly get. But if someone said, like, they never had it, like, I'm just like, huh, interesting. You know? I understand getting rid of them, though. That was me with, like, my old Twitter and Instagram and stuff. I couldn't do it. It got weird. My ex, when we broke up, wanted to meet every single new girlfriend. And I told him, if I do meet her, I'm going to tell her I'm your ex and you're talking to me. I know no girl likes that. Damn.
Wow.
So I guess as big as...
Yeah, when she told that, it screamed validation, but I get it. Yeah, like,
So for me, I felt like not having a social media, I was always kind of fighting an uphill battle. And it was more for myself, just kind of focus on myself for the time being.
Wow.
So I guess his biggest red flag is never being in a relationship, never having social media. You can't really creep on him.
Social media.
I'm a heartbreak waiting to happen.
Oh yeah, true. Hey, I get it. Can't stalk me on social media if I don't have it.
Happen right now.
I actually like that he just like
Yeah.
came on.
Yeah, social media is a distraction, so I can respect that. That's a good answer. You got a little bit of boosted attributes. Yeah, he did. I think he's in the lead.
In a relationship,
He's in the
never having
lead.
social media. You can't really creep on him.
Social media.
I'm a heartbreak waiting to happen right now.
I actually like that he just like came onto social media.
Wait, are you a virgin too, or?
No, but I'm the most virgin, non-virgin you'll find.
I'm the most virgin, non-virgin you can find. He's like, I only post in dark web forums. Yeah, run. I'm the most virgin, non-virgin you can. Yeah. What? What does that mean?
Put it that way.
He said too much. Some people just don't know when to stop talking. This guy been doing this since round 1. Started. Watch him. Yo, he don't fuck for sure. What happened? Yeah, he lost his point.
I actually like that he.
Okay, let me see
just,
this.
Like, came onto social media.
Wait, are you a virgin too, or?
No, but I'm the most virgin, non-virgin you'll find. Let's put it that way.
Yo, he don't fuck for sure.
Oh, that's what he said. He said he don't fuck. What?
What did he say?
Why is he doing this? Honestly, out of all the fits, it's probably for me the second to the last guy or the last guy. Why is he doing this?
For me, like I don't want to say superficial or chic, but like standards or what have you. For me, a girl that I would choose as a girlfriend is a girl I would choose as a wife. You know, so for me, I've always kept it very, I kept my standards high.
Okay. He's a dating to marry guy. I see you. I like that. He's blushing. I can tell by his ankles. He's like, we don't play around over here, my boy. We're not playing around. Like, this is a long-term thing I'm hoping for. That stance is wild, though? Yeah, it is.
Kept my standards high.
I knew that was gonna
That's a green flag, bro.
That shit dumb, bro. He's still doing this hand thing.
A girl that I would choose as a girlfriend is a girl I would choose as a wife. You know, so for me, I've always kept it very, I kept my standards high.
Franny, look at Franny.
I kept my standards high.
I knew that was gonna
That's a green.
This motherfucker right here. Why? What is he doing? What is happening? What is he doing? Looks like he's asking for someone to piss in his hands. Like, what is he doing? Practice? He trying to wild out? Bro's hard and trying to show it. Probably.
Flags, bro.
How's that a red flag? You're cheating.
All right, what do you think about contestant number
I forgot what to do with my hands all the time. Like, just put your hands in your pockets.
2's pants?
I love it. I actually have a pair that kind of looks like that.
We're just
Okay, his and hers pants. Good.
Matching everything.
Matching everything. Matching
Wow.
shoes, matching pants.
That's wild.
Dude, what do you carry around those pockets, man?
A whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, but maybe if you're hungry, you could carry your snacks for you.
Yeah.
You can carry all your baggage.
Whoa.
Oh.
David, stop talking. David is killing me. David is killing me, bro. I personally would have done some black shoes with that. I think so. I feel like here, like black shoes, because this and this, you know what I'm saying? Black accessory here, black face on the watch. Like, black would have been good. I also put it with a shirt on. I would have put a shirt on, to be honest. Bro, got cocaine in those pockets? David, shut the fuck up. I swear to God. If not, I will turn the cameras off and whoop your ass in GTA. David makes these videos longer than they have to be. Yeah. Yeah, a shirt I feel like is good here. See, we know what David's here for. David's here to pick up somebody.
All right, contestant number 2, if your ex was here, what would she say is your biggest red flag and why?
So that one's kind of a hard one for me to answer simply because I actually had a really healthy relationship with my ex. It was kind of just one of those ones that just went on for too long and, we kind of ended it as friends. So it would be hard to.
That's a weird way to say that. Actually, I had a really healthy relationship, so healthy that it went on so long that we just got bored and broke up. So, you know, our relationship was so healthy that it ended. So, yeah, do with that what you may, you know. It just went on for too long, so we just said, you know what? It's been a long time. Let's just get out of here. Does that make sense? It doesn't. Bro, he bet he wouldn't do that in front of that guy? Yeah, I know David wouldn't. I know for sure. Yeah, lift the curtain up and do that. Now, if it was healthy, that she wanted to sabotage, I'm sorry, Chad, I'm a victim. It's okay, Alu. It's all right. Let it out, man. Let it out. Let it out.
I actually had a really healthy relationship with my ex. It was kind of just...
I had a really healthy relationship, but I like to not wear shirts out in public, so it was kind of a red line. It was a red line that I didn't wear shirts. So she wasn't willing to accept me for who I am. So, you know, healthily we broke apart. So I'm hoping to find someone who doesn't mind.
One of those ones that just went on for too long, and you know, we kind of ended it as friends. So it would be hard to answer that, but if I had to say,
damn, this mockery is crazy. It doesn't make sense. If it was healthy, she would have stayed. Y'all could have traveled, possibly even settled down. Exactly.
maybe at the time I was a bit of a procrastinator with my work. I was a lot younger, and she wanted me to be a little bit more driven. So I guess that would be the red flag she would say. But since then, I've definitely grown a lot, and I'm a lot more driven of a person.
You know, I'm more driven for work. You know, I will quite literally give you the shirt off my back. That's why I'm not wearing a shirt. Broken David, stop. Y'all know he ain't getting no bitches. Okay. Like, you know, David, she was like, put on a shirt and get a job. You two niggas, bro, I'm telling you, they all do the same thing.
Okay. I mean, I procrastinate sometimes as well.
What do you think about
Segue, my dude, this grilled chicken breast is fire. I am getting hungry. I'm not going to lie to you.
contestant number 3 is shorts?
Why do you say it like that?
I don't know.
What?
What do you think about contestant number 3?
I mean, we like
They're gray sweatpants, David.
being comfortable.
This fit's kind of crazy. This fit's kind of wild. Same energy vibes. Copy and paste. I agree. Actually, no. Should be on the set along with him.
Sometimes.
I'm comfortable.
I don't know if there was too much effort put in, but there
I don't like this fit.
was effort in the shoes.
Thank you.
So,
He looks like an extra from an Adam Sandler movie. I don't like
but
this
I love
fit.
The jewelry. What would your ex say is your
That really is wild. Like, I don't like this fit. I just don't like this fit.
biggest red flag and why?
My ex, she would have said when we were dating that I leave everything for last minute, but I don't no more.
Okay.
I don't.
What? What did he say? Healthy relationships are hard to have anyways because most of the time both people have issues, and if that's not the case, one wants something, the other wants something else, or one is not good with communication, everything else in the others. What did he say?
Thank you.
So, but I love the jewelry. What would your ex say is your biggest red flag and why?
My ex, she would have said when we were dating that I leave everything for last minute, but
Oh, that he left everything for the last minute. Ah, okay.
I don't no more.
Okay.
I don't.
What?
I used to procrastinate, but I don't do that anymore. So I'm healed.
So that's what she would say. That's what she would say. She would be like, yeah, like he leaves everything for last minute because I did.
Like what? Can you give an example? Like what would she get mad? if
Like
you leave last
everything,
minute?
because we used to work together. Like we used to do social media together, and you know, like getting the YouTube video ready, edited, all that bullshit. I would just do it last.
Damn, I feel like I just caught a stray with YouTube edits. I feel like I just caught a stray with that. I'm not gonna lie to you. That kind of hurt. I be waiting to edit. Like I be waiting to edit. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I be waiting. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm bad with it. YouTube is just kind of a headache recently.
Bullshit that makes me money.
I mean, I get it.
As crazy as the ring's a little much, especially for this fit. This fit does not need these rings. Shots fired, man down. Yeah, I really, man. These rings are a lot. I feel like if you wearing sweat shorts or sweat pants, these rings are a lot. Like maybe 1 to 2. What is this? 3, 5 rings? That's a lot.
Like you know, like all the technical work, you know?
Okay.
Like I would just leave it for last minute. I still would do it, but you know, she would get mad, so I know that's a red flag.
All right, contestant number 4, pants, camo.
I can't see him. What's he got? What's he wearing, man?
He's the shortest man? Yeah.
Okay. I mean, camel pants are always kind of in, right? I mean, I have a pair. I'm not hating on it. Don't.
It sounds
Don't.
I feel like he spent more money than he has to, so he's trying to fake flex. I agree. David, it isn't funny. Shut the fuck up. We're only halfway through? Yeah.
kind of hating
I'm
on
not. I'm not. I'm not.
Whoa, what's wrong with the camel
No,
pants?
there's nothing wrong with it.
Is that a hat in the back? What is this? This a hat? This a hat right here? Are you still in this video? Just a lot to break down, you know. God, I want to go home so fucking bad. Almost. It's a Glock? That definitely is not. That feels like, I don't know what that is.
Wow.
Stop! Y'all are fucking annoying.
This man wearing camo so he can blend in and disappear. I feel it.
This will be helping.
I know.
Like, we're gangster.
No, it's good. It's good. All right. What would your ex say is your biggest red flag?
I would say my biggest red flag would be I just cared too much. My heart was just too big for it, you know? She just
That man has no legs. I just cared too much. I was, you know, I cared and she didn't. You know, my heart is too big. I carried too much love for her. You know?
She couldn't handle my love, you know? Just
That's not a red flag. Someone explain what red flags means. He's lying. I just love too hard, you know? I love bomb. That's what I do. I love bomb. You know what I'm saying? He cared too much about other girls. Probably true. I just, you know, I love bombed, and she said it was a bit much. That face makes me want to go over and slap them.
I just love strong. That's all it is.
So you love too much. So you're clingy.
All right, let's move to contestant
Okay,
number
moving on.
5.
They gotta chill with the faces? Yeah.
I know. What is this?
Yeah.
What is two-step happening?
Is he a dancer?
What's the little dance moves happening? We got some jeans.
He's actually got to pee. That's why he's doing that. He's tweaking. I think he has to pee. You know what I'm saying?
They look like Levi's. They got a little rip. Oh.
3 dirt stains. Easy. 3 dirt stains. The right triangle of dirt stains, if you will. You know, for the geometry people. It's a right triangle of dirt.
Yep, back with the.
I like those jeans a lot.
Actually,
Hi, Scratch. Yo, what's up, Sticky? How are you? Let me tell you about Sticky, chat. Sticky has been doing 2-a-days on streams. Morning stream and night stream. If you don't follow Sticky right now, Sticky has been putting in work. Wow, right? 2-a-days. Morning and night. 2-a-days on streams. And they're so good. And the playlist is just incredible. I gotta tell you. I'll be vibing. 2-a-days. If you don't follow Sticky, if you don't, hold on. Let me make this official. Let me make this official. Hold on. I got this. Do it. You know what I'm saying? Do it.
I would wear those.
W Sticky indeed. W Sticky indeed.
Contestant number 5. What would your ex say is your biggest red flag and why?
Too good at sex.
Wow. Okay. I'll drop that file. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Yo, he ain't lying. Give me that.
Yo, you prove?
Okay. I don't know what is still happening here.
With other people, I think with himself. Right? That's what I'm getting here.
If his sex is too good, he ruins it for everyone else and you if you guys ever break up.
Okay, so it's a red flag because I wouldn't find better.
Yeah.
Oh shoot, a future Daria fan, already a dub, right? Right? You don't really see people talk about that anime too much, and I love that one. And you're the best ever? You Sticky. You. To be honest, sketchy something. Well, are you? There we go.
Okay, I get it. Contestant number 6. Oh.
I just had to flex the jewelry one time.
Okay, so, okay.
Oh shit, my phone turned off.
Oh,
Yeah, what's going on? I would say my biggest red flag is like, I just spend too much money on my shawty. It's just like, you know, and I gotta pay it back to the IRS. So like, I prioritize you over the IRS.
Okay.
Because I
I
put
like
the I
that.
in IRS.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like too much of a mama's boy. Like I just
Taking a shower, but I'm here, Skratsx. All right, bet.
don't like my stepmom, but
Yeah, I'm just not even pausing to break these down. Those pants are tight. Yeah.
Stepmommy?
you could be tonight.
Yeah, start the timer. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I got you. I'll start a timer, Celino. Just remind me to stop the timer. You ready? I'm gonna do a stopwatch. Ready? Go. Vote him off, vote him off. We need to. Please. Please vote him off.
Is this bromance happening between 6 and
maybe
7?
they should just
Maybe
like-
they
Yeah,
should just
that's-
like
go and take off.
Boy, say less. I got you,
That's a lot of money.
Celino.
That's good. You like money.
That's what you want.
Okay.
What was the first thing you'd buy her?
A Chanel bag.
Oh yeah.
From
Okay.
Santee Alley. That shit's fake.
Hey, my guy.
I love it. I love it. I love
You hitting
it.
this 500 today? Oh, we are. Look, let me tell you something, Alu. We definitely are hitting 500 today. Today. 500 plus, you know what I'm saying? 5 away. 5 away. We hitting 500 today. 100%.
Yeah.
How'd you know?
Today.
Because I worked there for 6 years.
I damn near got these 6 years ago. That's
Chanel
crazy.
bag, love it.
I love it. I love it. Contestant number 7. Those PacSun?
Yeah.
How'd you know? Because I worked there for 6 years.
PacSun.
Got these 6 years ago. That's crazy. He was
Yeah.
probably-
Long awaited, you know what I'm saying? Long awaited.
All right, what would your ex say is your biggest red flag?
Man, she say my biggest red flag is I'm too friendly, man. I'm just too charismatic. I get along with everybody, so she might be hating and be like, damn, is he talking to her? Is he fucking her? But in reality, I'm
Oh, he flirts with everybody. Hey! Yo, the Furry Destroyer. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. 4 away. Things matter more than money? True. Too friendly ain't nothing? I feel like he flirts with everybody. Right? Not gonna lie, he's a lot bigger based on them shoes. Yeah. Yeah. That's code for he's a flirt. Exactly. I feel like he flirts with everybody. Hold up, Skratsx. What's up? What's up? That's my brother? Okay, I got you. Okay, I got you. 4 more. 4 more. Okay, 4 more. W follow. We're good, Elite. This one's legit. We're good. There was a previous one? I think we're good. That's 8. That's Jay's brother. Oh, God, be prepared. It's real. We're good, Illy. We're good.
I'm just being nice, man.
Get your mods ready? What do you mean? Furry Destroyer's my brother. Yeah, what do you mean get my mods ready? What's happening? What is happening? It's not. I saw a 1. Yeah, I checked. I clicked it. We're okay. Bring forth thy mods. He's not the best.
I the balance to not
I got it.
try to fuck every girl I talk to. But you know.
Wait.
But in reality, I'm just being nice, man. So as time went on, I found the balance to not try to fuck every girl I talk to. But you know.
Wait, while you
So he struggled not to fuck every girl he talked to.
were in the are you in the relationship?
Yo, teach me your ways.
Whoa.
What? So you're trying to fuck the friend?
Wait,
Oh, listen. Okay, I kind of got lost in the question.
I started bullshitting, and then I started speaking the truth, and I was like, wait a second.
Basically, she'd say I'm too friendly because, like, you know, I be nice with everybody, man. You know, I'm a good person. You know what I'm saying? She really was a hater.
Oh, he's like, yo, my last ex was a hater for
I'm a
real.
very secure girl, so
This man is voting himself out. I don't know. Leave pencil sharpeners around him, then if he wants to fuck any hole. Yeah, I agree. This man is,
talking to other girls wouldn't bother me, so
he was the best too, and now he's ruining it.
I feel like that's fine.
What about other guys?
What do you mean?
Contestants 5 and 6.
Oh yeah, 5 and 6 over here going.
Double elim. Thank God. Let's get rid of some of these. Let's go. Double elim.
The first contestant that I'm gonna eliminate is Camo Pants.
We're not sure if you really do love too hard, but.
Right.
It was going good. Yeah, he fucked it up.
Yo.
Make him follow some account. Very tight on names. Oh no, he gonna cheat on you in front of you. Yeah.
Benito.
Sí. Hola.
Hola. Mucho gusto.
Thank you. I've been in meetings, but that's a damn F-boy if I've ever seen one. Yeah. What is that? What? Thank you for the hydrate, Saul. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is...
Muy bien.
All right. Well.
Un placer. I actually like the whole...
You like them?
He just screams insecurities? Yeah. He said, fuck the frosted tips, we bleaching the whole damn thing.
Oh,
I like that, yeah.
I know this man's a Bad Bunny fan. He worships Bad Bunny. Looking like a boy band reject? Mm-hmm. Wait, what? What did he say? Don't make him fall asleep and come very time. Okay. I'm good to have an early dinner? Okay, good. That, man.
Come on. You f***ed up, dude.
Can I go back?
I know you like Benito. That's why I asked him to be on. Yeah. He was kind of Benito.
There'll be more Benitos out there.
She's like, it's okay.
It's
Okay. Los Skratsx to me legit. Okay.
So the next contestant that I'm eliminating is contestant, well, number 4 now, but 5.
Yeah, get this dude out of here. Thank God. Okay.
I didn't recognize your voice.
What? Looks like a creeper? Oh, heck no. Yeah. This is a video, huh? This is definitely a video that's going on here, huh?
Are you really good at sex?
How did we get here? Honestly, JT, I have no idea.
And you know, he was right. His nose is big.
Wait till you see the wild guy, dude.
Hey, hold on. Waluigi, what you doing?
Contestant number 4 right now has got a way bigger nose. But we up.
It's Mario.
Big noses Dude, are send in. his ass home. Shut up. Don't you have Postmates to drive for?
Yeah. All right, Mr. Beans, thank you so much.
Damn. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. I was dead ass thinking that. He kissing a random man off jump. He gotta get to know him first. You know how it goes. All right, let's see the shirts. Okay. Anime tee. Okay, so they mixed the anime tee. I don't know what's going on here. He said, yo, you know, you got to. He got socks on. Yeah, he does have socks on. He has low socks on. Okay, the bait bag. Okay. I feel like,
Okay.
Contestant number 3, we had a switch.
Jordan guy fit. This is, I'm not gonna lie. That moment went from 0 to, yeah, this is,
Him around because he's a little shorter, but.
Oh, he is short.
But he took a
I think this guy is short. I think they're both short.
shirt off. Nice. Contestant number 1.
First and second fit the
What do you
best.
think about the fit, Franny and Neza?
Yeah, first is clearing them right now.
Clean, chic,
Classic.
classy.
Yeah.
I'm Persian, baby.
The fuck does that have to do anything? Who cares if you're Persian right now?
Ooh, okay.
Okay.
I'm the first one above 5'10", I'll tell you that.
Ooh, he's taking shots.
He's hairy. Like, I'm Persian. No one fucking asked, my boy. Like, we're looking at the fit. Calm down. Like, we don't care, my boy. Who asked? Forgot my password to the other account, so I had to make a new one. So now I have a 1 in my name. All right, bad. No problem. First fit the best. He trying to sell rugs.
Wait, how tall are
Sounds
you?
pretty insecure to me.
I'm the only one over 5'10". We didn't ask.
Wait, contestant number 1, how tall are you?
How tall are you?
I'm 6'4" with the shoes on, so like 6'3" without.
6'4" with shoes on.
I want to take out a measuring tape.
I'm with it.
Black shirt with white look, don't get me started, Illy. Me personally, I feel we go black shoes here. You know, we coordinate this. Not matching. I feel we go black shoes. We got the black watch, black shirt. We don't need the white shoes here. You know what I'm saying? We don't. But that's just me.
Let's see if he's telling the truth here.
All right, so next question. So I'm a music artist, so obviously I love music. If you were to describe what making love to you would be like using...
Shoes need to mute? Yeah. Yeah, color coordination is key to me. Yeah. Replace plaid pants with jeans. I feel like I understand the look he's going for. I feel like the pants are a little too high, but that's neither here nor there. Even with jeans, you got to change these shoes. You got to change the shoe color. You got to coordinate it. If you got the black watch, the black shirt, you know, you better tell it. Yeah. Jeans too. Agreed. Dark wash jeans would have been better. I agree. Like, pants is like, I don't know. Fits a little off.
I can see if he's telling the truth here.
All right,
Little
so
off.
next question. So I'm a music artist, so obviously I love music. If you were to describe what making love to you would be like using the title of a song, what would that be and why?
This is going to be bad.
Like, in the beginning, I had to first go with my boy A$AP Rocky with problems. And up until I got my, I got a Blue Chew prescription. So for me, now it's Drake, Is There Any More?
Not the Blue Chew shout out. Not the Blue Chew shout out, bro. The Blue Chew shout out?
So she's going, is there?
He's like, I should make accounts of false Skratsx. And I was like, no, don't get me in trouble with chat. What happened? Oh, was that the other day, Jay, when we got rid of all those other ones? The Blue Chew shout out is crazy.
Anymore?
You know, I guess we decide if that's a blessing or a curse, you know?
You're gonna find out if there is.
I am gonna find if there is any more.
Yeah. Okay.
For me to find out. Okay.
Babe.
Babe.
What's up? What? What's up?
Okay, babe. Okay, Mr. Babe.
Okay, tattoos.
Oh, babe. Oh, I thought you were calling me babe. I was like, oh, let's go.
Oh.
I don't know. Oh, okay.
Oh, no. Not yet. What song would you choose to describe what making love to you would be like?
A tu merced.
This man's trying too hard? Yeah, he is. Waifu shirt? Mm-hmm.
De Bad Bunny.
Okay.
Bad Bunny, okay.
Oh,
Just
okay.
like, just like the title, estoy a tu
Right,
merced,
a tu
¿sabes?
merced.
Estoy para servirte, soy tu esclavo, ¿me entendés? Estás mojadita, yo me quiero beber eso,
I do like the shirt. I fuck with the shirt.
¿sabes?
I have a hoodie kind of like this, but my friend made it.
That ain't fair.
Wow. Are you Puerto Rican?
No, soy hondureño.
Ooh, I just heard a little splat.
Yeah. No, it did something
sounded
to me.
Puerto Rican though,
no,
right?
you did. You did for a second.
Yeah,
To
I
make
know. I
other
thought it was
accounts
hot, bro.
announcing
You
was
got a
not the best
sexy
idea.
ass voice. Oh, thank you,
True.
bro. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
that's
True.
I make music. I make music, so you can hear my voice in my songs too.
Oh,
after
you make
this.
music?
Oh, put the Spotify plug. Let's just get all the plugs.
Yeah.
Dude, give us a little snippet, bro.
Yeah.
Man, nah.
I thought he was gonna start singing.
I know you.
¿De dónde sos vos?
Dominicana, colombiana.
Ah, sos dominicana y colombiana. A ver, háblame en dominicano.
Pues que lo que es.
I feel like he's going to win.
¿Qué lo que es?
I feel like he's finna
¿Qué lo que,
win.
muchacha del diablo? ¿Qué lo que con aquello? O háblame como colombiana. Ay, no, amor. Decime.
Yes. I feel like he's finna win.
Yeah.
Okay. Contestant number 3. I mean, we all like abs.
Whoa. Can't you do that?
Can you do that?
Oh.
It's the same thing, I swear.
What did I just see, bro? What a talent. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Whoa. Shakira. You know what I'm saying? Hips don't lie here. My stomach started to hurt. He taking an L on his own show. Yeah. Okay.
What? All right. What song would you?
David, pull your motherfucking shirt down, you fucking flobber. That was nasty. That was crazy. Saw a little too much. Yeah.
Use to describe and why?
I'm gonna regret this. Probably 22 by Taylor Swift for the amount of times you're gonna come.
Oh.
These answers. Boo! Bald ass just came. Wait, I know I don't see him wearing an Alex Wasabi shirt. Wait, is he? Is he wearing an Alex Wasabi shirt?
Thing, I swear.
What?
Got JPEG,
All right,
thank you.
What song would you use to describe and why?
Let me see.
Regret this. Probably 22 by Taylor Swift for the amount of time
Is he?
you're gonna come.
Okay, Taylor Swift is the song he chose. Stop it. 1409. I got you. 1409.
That's crazy.
Okay. What do you?
Not bad.
Can't breathe. I'm having a panic attack.
I don't think I've ever made anyone come 22 times, like in a relationship.
I don't think I've ever made anyone come, to be honest.
It could be more
David,
like
no.
a weekly thing.
Take an hour to shower, so yeah, that's not bad. When you gonna get a mic, I want to hear you. Squeaky clean clock. There we go. There you go.
It's a good number for the week.
There you go.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, what does 22 mean?
Yeah, one
Like
session might be a little
night,
wild.
In a week, in a year, 10.
I think in a week
10 years?
we can make that happen.
With me, it's 10 years.
Oh.
Number one, just helping himself out.
David, no one asked you, right? Nobody asked you. I wasn't trying to take forever. I got chicken in the air fryer. I feel you. I feel you. Don't let that shit burn.
Kiss shirt?
Oh, you see the logo?
Yeah.
Kith, okay,
Something
we like
light.
Kith.
Okay,
One
we
of
love
one.
Kith.
He wants to blow you a kiss.
David is, I feel like he's extra here. David, I would drive so fast, I feel like it would somehow get sold up. I feel like
If I had to
David
describe
is
our sexual life,
so
it'd be
extra
Every Day
today.
Girl by Jake Paul. Because when you're with me, girl, it's every day, bro.
That is a good song.
That is.
David, you have lost negative 250 attributes, and I'm going to need to cash in and get my money.
You know what?
That Alex Wasabi shirt is kind of crazy now that I'm looking at it.
You speak Spanish?
Oh, fluent.
Yeah?
I'm just saving that for the next round.
Oh, okay.
I can't give it all up at once. Yeah, baby.
David, please go the fuck away.
Contestant number 5. I like the zip up.
Thank you. I really
jacket.
appreciate it.
If you were to describe our sex life in a song, what would it be and why?
Tupac, Do for Love, because in relationships there's a lot of ups and downs and be a lot of bullshit and people try to put bullshit on the relationship, but we're gonna get through that shit and it's gonna be us against the world.
That was a great answer.
That was a great.
See, he has good answers, but then he has rounds like last round, and then he's wearing these fucked up, beat up 12s. You know?
Answer.
Best answer.
Bit corny, but not bad.
Good job.
Good. I like that.
I like that too.
But he's already foreshadowing all the problems you guys are gonna have.
Everybody has problems, David.
But you know that's great.
Double elim.
This one was hard. As the number goes down, it gets harder and harder. Everyone had good answers. First person that I'm eliminating is contestant number 1.
No disrespect to my boy Tupac, but I feel that is a clutch answer for rap music.
Maluma, baby.
Up, here comes Persian. Everyone has problems. You should know, bitch ass soft ass David.
Maluma.
We eliminated Maluma.
You literally eliminated Maluma. Look.
Oh, shit. Hey, Ryan, they didn't do that for you.
I know. Like I said, I apologize.
That motherfucker is tall. Have a good lurk, Patty. This motherfucker is tall.
We eliminated Maluma.
You literally eliminated Maluma. Look.
Oh, shit. Hey,
Jesus.
Ryan, they didn't do that for you.
This motherfucker is tall.
No, I know. Like I said, I apologize.
Nice to meet you.
What's his height? I think he's 6'4", is what he said. 6'4", I think. 6'3", 6'4".
Casted this guy from my Patreon. Make sure to subscribe.
Wow.
We casted him on Patreon. I saw him.
Oh, he's actually, yeah, she kind of sold.
Maluma.
That's your height? Yeah, Farrell, you're a giant. You're a giant, my boy. You are a giant.
I've gone 365 days too, you know.
Massimo.
You sexy?
He knows.
Thanks for
Yeah,
being here.
he is.
If you want to possibly get casted, subscribe to my Patreon.
You found him on Patreon.
That's Wolf's height? With shoes, he's 6'4". Oh, yeah, so he's 6'3". She messed up?
Patreon? It's good casting.
Yeah.
This was really tough, but I am gonna eliminate contestant number 4.
Damn.
I just thought the answer was just a little cheesy.
Kenny.
Wait, that's Kenny?
Cool man.
I know who that is. That's fucking Okay, I know who that is. What the fuck? I know who Kenny is.
It's cool, man. Y'all, hey.
The walk? Yeah.
Thank you. It was so fun.
It's cool. It's cool.
She removed Kenny and the other dude. She kept Taylor Swift, though. Yeah. I'm like 5'7", maybe 5'7.5". Take notes.
I hope y'all.
Jay is tall. Whole lot of gang shit. Yo, what's up, Weeble? What's up? What's up? How are you? Kenny's drip, goddamn.
5-1.
It's always weird seeing Kenny older. Because, like, he blew up as a kid, you know? Yeah, Jay is tall.
You know? I thought I was.
Kenny need a haircut, though. What's up, gang? How are you, Weeble? Kenny need a haircut, though, bro. He need a haircut. He need more than just this line. Like, he need a fade. Need a nice fade right here. You know what I'm saying? Get this cleaned up. I'm tall? Mm-hmm.
The one. But it's cool.
Yeah, Kenny needs a haircut. And buy some new kicks. Dang, he for sure got money. Yeah, Kenny has money. Kenny's been big since Vine, bro.
So Neza loves animals. She has a
Dog
cute
mom.
little
10 and a half,
she's a
11
cute
in women's
little pup
shoes.
named Loki.
Yeah, dog mom.
Also my nephew. So if you had to describe your penis using an animal, what would it be and why?
An anaconda.
Oh.
Ooh. That's it.
So
This was a very obvious question. I knew they was gonna do that.
leave it to your imagination.
That's it?
anaconda.
That's it?
Anaconda, you know, like wrap
That
around
was a
it.
really basic answer. Like, I feel like this question's a throwaway question. You know, penis and animal talk? Yeah, this was... Honestly, especially after the video we watched earlier this week.
Type shit.
Anaconda squeeze.
Bro, you said your penis, bro. Like, what if you're gonna say fucking a cat? What the fuck?
yeah.
What the fuck are we doing, bro?
Yeah, like, what do they expect out of this question? This guy's def a fuckboy, but he could probably get it.
How did I end up here, man?
Okay, contestant number 2. If you were to describe your penis.
Are they
as
thirsty?
an
Legit look down there? Yeah, they did.
I would have to say an electric eel because it's long and it'll leave you shaking.
Okay, that was kind of creative. I'm not gonna lie to you. That was kind of creative.
Damn. I
Insane.
can't follow that.
Scratch just got a noti. Diablo is updating. Ooh, what did he say? He said an electric eel. Because it's long and it'll leave her shaking. Yeah, like that was, I gotta be real. That was kind of creative.
That was an insane answer.
That
It was
was
a very
nutty.
clever answer, but that was insane.
Yeah, that was-
a wild energy.
That's
Okay.
electrifying.
I'm freaking out back here.
Contestant number 3.
Damn, I have to say a beta fish because, you know, I'm not a beta, but I'll fight other fish and I'm always swimming in water. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just walk myself out.
Oh.
I don't know, electric eel is great. I was gonna say that, but
Hell,
'cause you're
yeah.
probably using a vibrator when you're done with me. But,
Yeah.
yeah, I go beta fish because you can't put me next to
Beta
other dudes,
fish.
'cause I'll fight
Don't you mean alpha?
for you.
Trevor,
Oh.
I know that's fucking Trevor.
Okay.
Yeah, here you go.
Respectfully.
Befor we eliminate someone this round, we're gonna
Betas
ask
are better than alphas.
a special question only
2
exclusive
hours
to
on a single
Patreon.
vid.
So if you want
Incog, have you not been here before?
a question and the answer to this,
Have you not been here before?
All right. So the contestant that I'm eliminating is contestant number 3.
It's
Beta
Trevor.
fish.
Watch. Yep. I fucking knew it. It's Trevor.
Stud, baby.
Whatever, dude. I fucking need y'all. Where's the homies at, dude?
Yeah, it's Trevor.
Where are we going? Rainforest Cafe?
Rainforest Cafe.
Yep, I know.
Dap me up?
I knew it from the voice.
Hi.
You said you wanted one of the homies.
I know.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah. Bye, Trev. See you, Trev. All right, face reveal. Here we go.
I know, he's great.
All right, final question.
Here we go.
So I'm a dancer. I've been able to dance and tour with a lot of great artists in the past.
round is wild. It's so wild.
It's obviously very important to me. Would you guys be able to show me some of your best dance moves?
And if you guys want to be a little spicy, you guys could give her a little, you know, a close up dance, you know, maybe touch her a little bit or
What?
something. Sit on her.
Blue hair. Okay. Blue hair. I see it. That's a bit fucking weird. Yeah, this is a weird question. Oh, wait. I saw him. Hold on. We're going frame by frame here. We're dissecting. A little lower. Okay. Here we go. Blue hair. Exposed. Got him. 4K. Got him. The face. Got him.
That's good, bro. That's good.
Okay. Got him.
I saw a lot of tongue in there, and I liked it.
I didn't see some tongue.
Hey, look, we're not gonna lie.
Two, would you want a dance, or do you want to give her a special dance?
I'll let her pick.
David, stop. You know, David.
No.
Guys, I can't.
I'm sweating. No.
David sus? Yeah.
Well, then we have to get a chair.
Yeah, if you get a chair, I'm down.
Bring in the chair.
Oh my god. Okay.
All right.
Bald has to say for you. I told you this is wild. What just happened? Honestly, Wolf, I don't know, but I feel like he won. Discount Magic Mike? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like he won.
Okay.
Yo, clap it up for my boy.
Can it be considered sexual harassment? I mean, her friend signed her up, you know. I don't know. I'd be so afraid he'd follow me. Who wait? That guy looks familiar. I haven't seen him. He hit that last part.
Well, just know this is going on the internet very soon. Well, think about it. Do you want someone to give you lap dances?
Because my friend signed me up for that, and that happened. She ain't my friend. That's
you
true.
Want someone to just dance like Yeah, this is the hardest part.
Yeah, this is awful.
Just so you know.
Hold on, we'll do one last question.
All right, last question. So I'm dating to marry. So if you were gonna propose,
like, how would you do
Ooh, she shouldn't have done that? Yeah.
Yo, I saw this movie once.
I gotta go in 6 minutes? Okay, we're gonna finish this video, Lisa. I promise. I'm not pausing.
That's crazy.
You know, I swear I'm being honest. I saw a movie, and I thought it was so fucking fire how this guy took her to a fire.
Don't accept the lap dance? Yeah.
You know, like walk and talk, you know what I'm saying? Like talk about how we love each other, how we're proud that we made it this far, and how I'm here with you alone. And then I just bust it, but like, hey, would you marry me? You would say yes.
You would say yes.
You would say yes.
Right.
Okay.
Really romantic.
Test number 2.
I would probably have to take you home to the motherland and do it at the Amalfi Coast in Italy.
Yeah, he won.
That sounds
He
nice.
won.
I've never been
So
to
shirtless
Italy.
wins this.
His friends like must be nice.
Shirtless wins.
Must be nice.
They're like, we
This
come
is
together.
really hard. I don't know.
Shirtless
I've had
wins
so much
this.
fun with everyone today. I think.
I don't even know what she's gonna say.
I don't know. I don't either. I think I'm gonna eliminate contestant number 2, just because I really love the Firefly. Like that just like is like
Whoa.
ideal. Like
Okay.
beautiful.
Okay.
Okay.
You got it from a movie, too.
He didn't win.
Movie.
You got Peter.
She made the right decision. He's a good guy. I promise.
Love you, puppy.
Love you guys.
Thank you.
I thought for
Let's get the
sure.
winner out here.
Hey!
All right, bet.
She wanted the guy who spoke the same language. That's true. Yeah, GG's.
Did we say our names? No, huh?
No, you didn't say name.
Fabio.
Fabio, I like that.
King and queen right there.
King and queen.
Let's go.
Hey.
Crazy, huh?
Damn. He's a fuckboy already.
Man.
Are you guys flirting right now?
I think so.
Are you ready to post her on Instagram? What's going on?
Oh, I'm checking myself out if I look good for her. You feel me?
Oh, so
like
you
that.
think you made the right choice?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
Funny,
go.
talented, makes music, speaks Spanish, works out.
Damn. Okay.
Damn. Bro, I think she's beautiful, bro.
Oh, thanks.
All right, what's your Instagram?
You're so annoying.
Okay.
You're so. It's getting real
This-
serious real quick.
It just shows.
Fun
that he's
fact,
already
y'all.
dated me before.
You already have a boyfriend. Really? That was an experience, huh? That was an experience. Huh. Interesting vid. Interesting vid. She does. Oh. Yeah, we all shared it. That was an experience for sure. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Huh. Interesting. Now you can watch SpongeBob trying to sell chocolate in Memphis. I don't know if I want to watch that. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I want to watch that. We had our SpongeBob fill yesterday. You know, like I gave you singing. You did. Singing was good. It was good. But I also let you rizz me up, Incog. Like we traded. You know what I'm saying? You rizzed me up too. So I have 3 vids that I'm looking at. 3. We have, I'm kidding. I don't know if she's still with someone or not. Oh, we have Americans Will Buy Anything, top 10 worst infomercials. I got that, right? I have The Weird World of Ned's Declassified, which was a good show. And I have Yo, MTV Was Weird in the 2000s. Which one do you think? Ned's Declassified, Ned, okay, Ned infomercial, SpongeBob Memphis. We're not watching SpongeBob Memphis, I'll be honest with you. Infomercial, Ned, okay. Infomercial, okay, that's 2 for infomercial. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just being real. I'm not watching SpongeBob Memphis. I'm gonna be honest with you. Can we watch Horse in the Hood instead? No. No. Maybe another day. So I see 2 for infomercials. Lisa, do you want me to save infomercials for when you're back? Or no? Because you said you had to leave in 6 minutes, and it's a 7-minute video. It's a 7-minute video. I don't know, not gonna lie. No, it's okay. All my man enjoy. Okay, bet. So we'll do infomercials into Ned. Infomercial into Ned. Because I saw 2 infomercials. Top 10 worst infomercials of all time. Okay, I just paused here. I'm just going to let this run. I'm going to let this one run, okay? I'm going to let this run.
To run? Nowhere to ride? Now wherever there's carpet, blast off with fun slides.
Carpet skates. I gotta go. Love you. I love you all. Have a great rest of your day. Lisa, we love you. Thanks for stopping through. How long is this? 7 minutes.
Fun slides bring the good times inside.
Have a great rest of your day, Lisa. We love you.
Strap them on and go, go, go. More fun than socks on a polished wood floor. Even your dog can fun slide.
This?
Oh, no, you missed that putt again. You probably don't have enough time to practice. You can have more time to practice your putting.
Okay, I'm sorry. I said I wasn't going to pause it. I have to pause it here. What I got to do for that VIP? I don't know. Hold on. I'm sorry. I said I wasn't going to pause it, but I've never seen this. They had a putting green for the toilet. They had a putting green for the toilet. Who bought this? Who bought this? This is crazy.
Oh, no, you missed that putt again. You probably don't have enough time to practice. You can have more time to practice your putting with the Potty Putter, the amazing new toilet time golf game that lets you practice your putting on the potty. Your Potty Putter comes with its own putting green made of the same professional carpet found in miniature golf courses. It's ideal for the executive washroom at the office.
You may have to.
Don't limit your life to a tiny toilet. Let your imagination soar.
There you go. Sorry, y'all. Judas, we love you.
Instant solution that lets you practice your putting
we love you, Judas.
every day.
Hey, this Christmas party is getting a little too quiet. I think it's time we lighten it up.
Unhygienic is that? It's really unhygienic.
Mr. Microphone. Hey, what's that? Well, you set the dial on your FM radio and testing. Hey, I'm on the radio.
These kids are having a fabulous time with Mr. Microphone. The cordless
I can see this
that
working.
actually puts your voice on the radio. There are no
I can see this being
wires,
popular.
So you're free to move around. Broadcast over any FM car radio.
Hey, good looking. We'll be back to pick you up later.
It's
Not a radio
and
cat
great
call.
fun for the whole family. Only $17.88.
To order, call 1-800-528-6600.
Millions of women like yourself suffer from a poor night's rest. Sleeping on your side without proper breast support can be a major culprit.
Where's this going?
Introducing Cush, the comfortable.
They're selling Kush on infomercials. They're selling Kush. They're selling Kush. What is this? This is 10 worst infomercials, Ashton. The 10 worst.
Nighttime companion, anatomically contoured to gently support and cushion the weight of a woman's breasts. Cush maintains a more natural shape while resting on your side. Call 1-888-OWN-CUSH or shop online at cushsupport.com. Order now.
Does the shoulder strap of your car cut into your shoulder? Is your shoulder strap too tight?
Show Ash the dudes to see if she likes them. Okay, hold on. Let me show Ash. I already know which one. I feel like I know Ash at this point. I feel like I know which one I need to show Ash. Let me just go to it. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. So this was the first guy. I don't think this is Ash's, right? That's the first one. You know I'm a guy, right? Oh, my fault. Let's show Ashton. Right? That's the first one. Bro's back on the vid. This is the second one. That's the second one right there. I know they didn't assume genders. They thought I was a dude too. I'm not gonna lie. Like, as weird as it sounds, I just kind of assume everyone is when they first come through. To be honest with you, like, it's no bad thing. I'm just like, oh, you know what I mean? I just do until you tell me otherwise. To be fair, that's what I'm saying. Like, I legitimately just assume everybody's a guy, right? Like, why be better? Like, I just do. I literally assume everybody is. Same? Yeah, like, I feel like that I was a guy too. Well, to be fair, India, you have a profile picture, so I didn't. What if a woman, girls want girls? I mean, until told otherwise, I do assume. You know what I'm saying? I just do. I'm not going to lie to you. Where's that other guy? Oh, here he is. I just assume, like, your name, it could be like Florence Nightingale, and I'll still be like, yeah. So there's this other one right here. He's tall as fuck. Not gonna lie, she bad. Which one? This one or this one? Oh yeah, you was looking through the Instagrams, right? Holy damn. Yeah, see, there it is. Black? Okay. See, with Ash, I thought of Ashley. See, there it is. Yeah, see? There you go. Like, it may be weird, but I just assume that, you know, I assume guy. You know what I'm saying? He look like Giga Chad, kind of. Giga build, he's just tall. Trevor, I miss Kenny. Who the fuck is Kenny? That's a big boy. There's Kenny. I hate being 5'9". Accept your height. Yeah, I figured Ash would want Sam. Same. You know what I'm saying? I figured. Oh yeah, this happened. 5'9" is so short though. It's not that bad. That happened. There you go. Yeah, it's great. Like, that was pretty wild, you know. And then the final. Let's get to a lot of people don't agree with me. I just assume, like, it's nothing bad, but perfect height is 5'8". Is it? There's the other guy. There's Peter. And then the guy who won, Fabio. So there they are. They're there. Okay, back to the infomercials. Why you say 5'8", Sora? Why 5'8"? Like, what is it about 5'8"? Literally, it's 5'8" or 5'9". How come? Like, for everybody or for guys or for girls? Like, what? Why?
Illinois, introducing the teddy bear.
Wait a minute. Everybody? Did they call this the titty bear? They did call this the titty bear, right? I didn't mishear. I don't just want him. I need that man. Okay, I see you, Ashton. Hold on, let me.
Is your shoulder strap too tight and annoying? Introducing the teddy bear, the cute little guy.
That pause was not purposeful. They did call this the titty bear. They did indeed.
That eliminates all those problems. Designed to make driving more comfortable. The teddy bear snaps onto your shoulder strap and moves up and down to remove the.
So the titty bear, you take the bear and you put it on your titty, and you're comfortable again.
Pressure wherever you need it.
My shoulder strap used to pull so tight I could hardly breathe. Now with the teddy bear, I really enjoy traveling again.
The patent-pending design swivels to work from either the driver's side or passenger seat and fits all makes and
That's
models.
crazy.
My wife used to always complain about the pressure from her shoulder belt.
Why does she
Not
smile
anymore,
like
complain about
that?
the pressure from her shoulder.
Okay, this is my last pause. I wish I was the bear. Why is she looking at me like this? Can we make a coochie bear? I feel like we can make anything at this point, to be honest. This stare is crazy.
Always complain about the pressure from her shoulder belt. Not anymore.
And the teddy bear worked so great, he got one for himself too.
Call and order your teddy bear right now.
For over
That was
100
crazy.
years, we've been scrunching and folding toilet paper. Finally, there's a better way. Comfort Wipe, the sanitary.
Bro, the demon in her was showing. You're not going to tell me you're going to use this. This is what they're going to use. Don't use toilet paper. Get this rod back there. I won't take a man seriously if he's wearing a titty bear poop ladle. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Sanitary paper extension arm and holder.
Like a Swiffer?
The first improvement to toilet paper as we know it since the 1880s. It extends your reach a full 18 inches while.
Do you need to extend your... What the fuck? Do you need to extend your reach? Why my shit just die? It couldn't believe it either?
Nowhere to...
An ass Swiffer. What the... What?
For over 100 years, we've been scrunching and folding toilet paper.
I need to extend my reach for what?
Better way. Comfort Wipe, the sanitary paper extension arm and holder.
18 inches? Damn.
Toilet paper as we know it since the 1880s. It extends your reach a full 18 inches.
And then it said, nah, I'm out. Yeah, it said, I can't believe this shit. It said, no. We didn't seen a lot of shit. This is not cool. This ain't it.
Cleans.
Being a big guy certainly has its advantages.
I see why they need the extension. This is not me being mean. I'm just saying I can see it being practical.
And its disadvantages. This is a great product.
It's embarrassing to have someone help you with your personal matters.
Okay.
The Comfort Wipe allows you to maintain your...
Can I buy that and remake that for research purposes? I feel like the Comfort Wipe makes it more difficult to do the process.
Your dignity.
Shake Weight is the flab-busting breakthrough that trims your arm.
I remember this shit. She's too happy.
To have someone help you with your personal...
This feels like an SNL skit. It's a really nasty gopher grabber. I agree. She a little too excited.
Matters.
The Comfort Wipe comforted me in other ways. A lot of people used it for one thing, but trust me, I use it for a different. They look like the whole wipe process would be more complicated. That's what I'm saying. I feel like it would not make it as convenient as they're trying to make it sound here.
The Comfort Wipe allows you to maintain your dignity.
Shake Weight is the
Shake Weight? Yeah, that's not for working out.
Trims your arms and shapes your shoulders at the same time.
They,
Back of my arm.
They knew what they were doing with Shake Weights. They knew what they were doing here, bro.
You just shake it back and forth. There's no motor, no batteries, and you get the results you want.
They knew what they were doing.
You feel it. If you had the Shake Weight in your hands right now, you'd feel the...
Bro, those things were everywhere? Yeah, they were. They could just they should get you a toilet, sprays your butthole. Yeah, get you a bidet. That Shake Weight was practice. Those things were everywhere. Legitimately everywhere. Even as a kid, I was like, they know what they're doing there.
The results before the end of this commercial. Now you can wear the dress styles you want.
Are you suffering from pungent pits? Beastly butt odor? How do you stop
Why do you put his face there?
Now you can
AFAC grew up seeing these. I
the dress
like
styles you want.
Are you suffering from pungent pits? Beastly butt odor?
Bro, the words are placed perfectly. Why did he do this? Why did he do this?
How do you stop
beastly butt odor? He got a good whiff.
Stink. This is Doc Bottom's Ace Spray, the all-new, all-over deodorant that prevents odors before they start and can be used anywhere, and I mean anywhere on your body. Ace Spray your butt, Ace Spray your feet, Ace Spray under your arms. You can even Ace Spray your private. No bacteria, no stank. Ace spray can be used all over your body. Call and order.
Yeah. You know what? You know what else you could do instead of Ace spray? Shower. And they have this thing. It's new, so maybe at this time they didn't have it. It was called deodorant.
Spray today for only $14.99, and I'll send you the Ace Spray Pocket Shot absolutely free.
Drank a lot of
spray
water.
her? Yeah, she did.
I really have to go. People are waiting to tee off. There's no restroom out here.
Has this happened to you? I've got the perfect gift. Introducing the Euro Club, the discreet sanitary solution for your urgent relief. It looks like an ordinary.
This shit is not discreet. Imagine you're going out golfing with someone and they're like, "Yo, let me I gotta pee real quick. Let me put my dick in a golf club. I'm just gonna put my dick in a golf club real quick. It's real discreet. You know? Nobody will notice. You could just find a bush. Yeah, like this is more discreet than using the golf club. So I don't know what they were talking about there.
Introducing
That's just
the
a
Euro Club,
How's that discreet? That's all metal, bro. It's gonna be hot.
discreet sanitary solution for your urgent relief. It looks like an ordinary golf club, but contains a reservoir built into the grip to relieve yourself. The
And then this is not discreet, bro.
Euro Club comes with.
This is not discreet. This is not discreet. That is not discreet, bro. This is. There's no way. There's no way that someone bought this. There's just no way.
The towel, and appears that you are just checking out your club. Leak-proof, easy to clean, and no
Yeah, it just looks like you're checking out your club. Yeah, okay.
embarrassing moments. Order now and
And
get
then the thing too is now you're carrying that around. That will burn the fuck out of your D. Gotta be hollering. And after you're done, let's say it all works. Still here lurking. Follow Lena if you don't. Follow Lena if you don't. So you piss in the golf club. Sorry, Lena, that's a weird sentence. Now you have to carry that golf club around. I see why APEC didn't buy these now. Now I see why. You're now just carrying around a canister.
the second Euro Club for half price. The Euro Club, the only club in your bag.
Too close. This is too close. This is too close for people to be standing while pissing in bushes. Do not stand near me. That's wild? Yeah, do not stand near me. Wait a minute. Y'all hold up? Only $50? Yeah, and you get a second club half price. Violating. Like, this is weird.
Guaranteed to keep you out of the woods.
I'm going to be shoulder to shoulder holding it for you. You know, teamwork does make the dream work. Pissing with the gang.
Take the work out of your workout. The Hawaii chair.
Shit, that's a steal. Standing too close. The Hawaii chair.
You know, Tamara, the Hawaii chair wasn't designed just for home. I mean, after all, for some of us, at least 40 hours
This
of our
chair
week is spent
is-
sitting behind a desk at the office. So to see what office workers think of the Hawaii chair, we sent Aaron Lee to work.
Oh my gosh, this is amazing.
How are you getting anything done in this chair?
I can really feel
Hey,
this
hold up.
working.
Girl got hips.
Hawaii chair while answering
You know the Hawaii
phones.
chair? I've never seen it until today. That shit would make me sick. I've never seen this. Bro, you seen it too?
Using the computer, balancing books, or
Yeah, for
filing
exercising?
paperwork.
Uh-huh,
You can
sure.
hardly call this work. With the Hawaii chair, it takes the work out of your workday.
If you can sit,
She be twirling on the...
the
That's called the number?
or filing paper.
It ended automatically. It ended automatically. See? Watch. Well, you're actually doing it. Look. You see it? I'm calling it right now. It ended automatically. It didn't do it. It didn't do it. Hey, yo, hold up. What them hips do? As a person who's undergoing spine decompressions, this right here looks like it would tilt those pelvises. They should remarket this and say that's how to learn how to ride properly.
For work. You can hardly call this work. With the Hawaii chair.
Just imagine you're in a meeting. You're in a meeting with someone and they're just going. Like, hello?
It takes the work out of your workday.
If you can sit, you can get fit.
You try to call it? Phone got 15 viruses now. It's showing proper technique. You see it. What is this?
Right here, I'm getting ready to serve. All I do is throw that ball up in the air, and when oh, jeez, and there goes the tennis racket. I didn't have it on there all the way.
Only have a limited number that we can ship out right now because it is very, very popular. We're going to go to the phones. Hi, you're on there with Lisa and Kevin.
The numbers are down this quarter.
That's Renee from California.
Diamond and hack Skratsx. Yeah, it's over. It's over. My phone. If everything leaks,
I got to tell you something. I have.
If everything leaks, I just want to say, like, you know, it's not what it looks like. If everything on my phone leaks, just know it's not what it looks like. It's out of context. Just know that, okay? Like, you know me. It's out of context. You know what I mean? The previous one worked. It worked for you? HSN? It worked? That shit did not work for me. But just know, if it leaks, it's not what it looks like. Like, there needs to be context. You know what I'm saying? Just know that. You know? I'm better than that.
Oh, now what
The leakers added shit. I'm just going to throw that out there now. They added stuff to the leak. So, just know, you know, Skratsx, text, and curse, I like you. You know, like, just know.
Everybody wants this ladder. I live in an apartment with
It's all deep fakes. Yeah, I was framed. So, just know that.
vaulted ceiling.
Holy shit. They climbing the ladder and no one supporting the bottom? Are they nuts? Holy shit. I know that hurt. Oh my shit, double security. This
with vault.
So I'm not scared. I feel that. He sent me a pic, and let me tell you, there's no way to defake something that big and tasty. Wait. Dang, he smacked the taste out of his mouth. Look. Oh.
Uh-oh. Okay, we're going to make sure that Chris is okay. Yep. And that has never happened.
That has never happened. Buy our ladders.
Say you have you have to get up on the wall, high ceiling, vaulted ceiling. Hey, listen, just walk right up. And I tell you, it's very safe, it's durable, and it's lightweight.
Rip,
so really,
that man.
Now it's locked in place, okay? So really, you say, oh God, Harold, are you okay?
This motherfucker. Why did he do that? When that shit was, he tried to, now it's locked in place. He knew damn well that this shit was not locked in place, bro. He's like, don't you worry. Someone made that again. Very safe indeed. That was meant to happen. Oh God, Gerald, you okay? Look at him.
And it's lightweight. Me. So really,
now it's locked in place. Locked in place to the teeth in the back of your head.
Now it's locked in place, okay? So really, you say, oh God, Harold, are you okay?
Oh God, Gerald, are you okay?
1-8.
He must have been getting that money. Yeah, he was like, we can't give up. I know this finna be bad.
1816 is the item number on this one. And the nice thing about these practice katanas.
Eddie Stone stream for
that hurt.
2.5 more hours.
Oh,
that was a backbreaker.
A piece of that just.
He literally ate that shit. Yeah, moments before disaster. It's look at him.
Now it's locked in place. Okay, so really.
Look at it. Oh man.
You say, oh God, Harold, are you okay?
1101, 1816.
The sword guy accidentally stabbed himself there, did he? At least he fell caked up. True. He fell a solid 3 feet. That was, I've never seen that before, but that is crazy.
Is the item number on this one. And the nice thing about these practice katanas. Oh!
Whoa.
Oh!
hurt. Oh, that hurt big time.
I'm back. Welcome back, Sotos.
A piece of that the tip just got me, Odell.
Just the tip. The tip got me. The tip was in me, Odell.
Oh, that got me good.
Oh.
A piece of that tip just got me.
Just a piece of that tip. Oh, just the tip. The tip just got me, brother. It slowly went into me. And for $44.95, you can let it happen to you. The tip, it was just the tip all inside of me. Oof. All right, it's Ned time. Ned.
Nickelodeon.
Clip? Oh, don't clip that. Did you clip it? Is that going to be out of context? A piece of tip that answered me. The tip got me good. Is that going to be an out of context clip? We need the context. I feel like there's a lot of out of context stuff. We got Ned. Ned's declassified. Yeah? Oh, God. Nah, fuck the context. No, look, we need the context. Make a compilation of out of context. I don't know if I'd have to go through everything. Because that would actually be it'd probably be a crazy compilation right now. That'd be a crazy Netty boy. Look at him with his beard. Look at him.
Doesn't care about Ned's declassified.
In a middle school.
Wait, let me get ready. Let's get ready for Ned. The weird world of Ned's Declassified.
Nickelodeon doesn't care about Ned's declassified.
In a middle school full of bullies.
Who on Nickelodeon?
I love this show.
Jamie Lynn Spears. Simple.
Classified school survival. Nobody's
Moe's had to fuck it up for everybody, bro. We had a chance of getting this show back, and Moe's fucked it up for everybody.
Ready. They're just passing on it. That's it.
On a YouTube channel full of nostalgia, insane video lengths, and gross amounts of cringe, Jordan Fringe, that's me, and no one else because I'm stuck in a void.
11-2, I started again on Netflix recently.
Create a video
I gotta
to help
watch
you
it.
Get into Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide. Okay, I'm sorry. You know, I had to start off the video that way. Ned's Declassified is one of my personal favorite shows from Nickelodeon, essentially giving you what would be a live-action cartoon from its presentation.
I love that code
wackiness
episode.
And situational humor so relatable that you might think that this show was a case study on your school experience, and then turned into a show without you knowing. On every level, this show tried to be different by just being itself, fully embracing the low-budget feel that it had. Every character in the show feels like a cartoon character.
Never got to the show. I found it a little boring. I can understand that.
Traits are. Evil teachers are portrayed.
I feel like it also would have got better as they aged, right? So if they could have went like to like high school, to college, like it could have kept going into perpetuity.
As larger than life villains, and school lunches, well, they
got the black kid named Cookie.
Just walk away. The full picture here using how you at this age could and just may have viewed your school experience, played up more so by your imagination. On the surface, Ned's Declassified is a quirky little show that had a nice little run. On a deeper level, it's a quirky show that emphasized the experience of navigating school and everything that comes with that, and doing so with some flair. I can't express how much of a cartoon this show feels like without it being one. So let's dig into it all today on Fringe's Declassified Content Survival Guide.
Let's do it.
Results may vary. Middle school through the eyes of the students going to school. While the wacky and ridiculousness come out to play to make each plot and situation told a lot more over the top for the entertainment factor, it does so in a way to play with the exaggerated perspective a kid would have. You, the viewer, assume the role of the camera, or fly on the wall, that Ned would often directly talk to when offering some advice in the form of a tip to help get you through or understand a certain thing better, usually at the expense of some, if not all of the characters not having a true conclusive answer until the end of the episode.
The Rock Lee haircut? Yeah, that cut.
To school.
Where is it? Let me see.
At a core level, Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide is a show.
This cut right here was crazy. This cut was nuts.
About the ups and downs of dealing with middle school through the eyes of the students going to school, while the wacky and ridiculousness come out to play to make each plot and situation told a lot more.
Damn, that haircut was crazy.
For the top for the entertainment factor, it does so in a way to play with the exaggerated perspective a kid would have. You, the viewer, assume the role.
Do y'all remember computer labs? Like computer labs in school? Like these computer labs? Good times. These were good times.
Role of the camera or fly on the wall. That Ned
yeah, like when it was time to go to the computer lab in school, bro, man, that was a good time. Like, I knew I was about to go play some Flash games. I was ready.
Often directly talked to when offering some advice in the form of a tip to help get you through or understand a certain thing better, usually at the expense of some, if not
cool math, ready to boot up. God, what a time.
All of the characters not have
such a Icy Tower, always good, always good. They blocked us from playing games. That's fucked up. Papa's Pizzeria, goated. I don't think I played that one, I'll be honest with you. I don't think I played that one. I think that was after my time. You know, that was after my time. I'll believe you though. That sucks. You still got time. True. You know, now you can play games all you want.
Having a true conclusive answer until the end of the episode. But man, when Ned turns and looks right at you, the backtrack of the theme song starting to kick back in, and he just starts spitting some facts right in your direction, you believe him from the confidence alone. While the advice from the jump can be legitimately great with nothing to really change, what makes it special is that the events of the episode can offer you a different perspective or alternate way to understand and interpret the tips, giving more nuance than what it seems. Ned, played by Devin Werkheiser, is the every kid, someone with a good heart who wants the best.
Bro, wanna play Icy Tower? See if it still works.
For him, his friends, and those who would read the guide once it's complete. He's not this overachiever who needs to be the best or has the willing to be the best. He just wants to get by doing a decent level of hard work, but can also view things as a drag, often being lazy, so as a main character, he's fairly relatable for those who did okay to good in school while not being on either end of struggling to get.
What are the games they played? The Impossible game? Oh, no internet. That's right. The Impossible game? Do you remember that game? Bloons? Before Tower Defense. Like regular Bloons. Tower Defense was a little later. Bloons was good. You know?
By or overachieving. But thanks to his friends, he made come off as.
Yeah, like OG Bloons. The Impossible game was great. Oh, man. What a time, bro. What a time to be alive.
The one who can't apply himself as hard or have natural smarts since his friends both kind of fit those roles, but Ned outshines them when it comes to having charisma and a natural ability to be more outgoing in most situations.
Pop Tropica, yes. Pop Tropica was good. What else? What else was there? It's going to come like to my brain randomly as we're watching. Pop Tropica was good.
Surrounding him for his trio is Cookie, played by Daniel Curtis Lee, and Mose, played by Lindsay Shaw.
Mose fucked it up for everybody, bro. Mose fucked it up for everybody.
Cookie is the perfect gadgetary nerd who is fairly smart on his own without technology, but heavily relies on it for his everyday to-day interactions, having a spy's level of technology built right into his Google glasses before Google would even think of making that. Seriously, these things were awesome and I think everyone wanted one. While socially he stumbles because of this, it isn't for a lack of trying, always seeing himself cooler than he is portrayed to be seen by his peers, which is great to see true confidence.
Didn't that girl like him in the background?
Socially he stumbles because of this.
Where's
it isn't for a lack of trying, always seeing himself cooler than he is portrayed to be seen by his peers.
This girl right here. Didn't she like Cookie? This one right here?
Is great to see true confidence in action, but true cringe in execution.
Yeah, she did. There it is. There it is.
Especially when his confidence is coming from a place of trying to fit in. He always provides a nice comic relief.
Did she? Yeah, she did. She did.
Because of the character he is and the circumstances he often finds himself in. Most times it feels he's trying to outsmart.
Yep, look, you can just see it. Get you someone that looks at you the way she looks at Cookie. I forgot her name completely.
Smart the adults, whether it's computer lab access or hiding his sickness from the nurse, plus watching him throughout.
Yeah.
The show find a liking to Lisa Zemo and how their relationship ends up cooking. He's just an interesting character the whole way.
Lisa Zemo. Okay, thank you. Lisa Zemo.
Through, which is something I just love about this trio. And for Mose, well, she's more of a tryhard, always having this competitive edge nature in almost anything.
For Mose, she's kind of a tryhard. She doesn't really like Cookie's kind. But you know, other than that, you know, she's a tryhard. Lisa's an addict. Doesn't she like nose spray? Right?
She is doing from academics to athletics. Despite how good or bad she ends up being at anything, it's not for a lack of trying. But she also lacks confidence in certain social fields about how she's seen or compared to other.
She snorts the shit out of epinephrine. Yeah, she's quite literally an addict. Like literally.
Girls in the school, or to truly show her affection towards her crushes, but will be quick to be competitive in conversation as a solid defense for herself. She doesn't open up to her friends as easy as that would sound, which leads to her own stories and plot points to figure things out for herself or find guidance in the school faculty. She tries to work harder than most to get the best results, and because of everything I just stated, all three characters.
I always kind of wanted to try one of these. Like the ones where you just roll around and you just hit the shit out of each other. I always wanted to try one of these.
Characters here have a fair share of shared
It feels
traits,
like it'd be
but
fun.
are also distinctively different, so the redundancies don't truly clash here because of smaller overlaps. As I'll go into, the show I feel is genuinely written with a lot of heart and truth in it, as we break down the student-teacher dynamic. But what makes this show special for me is that it is inherently good-natured, and it's not afraid to embrace the goofiness of childhood wonder in school and how you see things at that age, how you interpret the world around you. And for the most part, as a kid, your life is majority school, so having the show, minus some special moments here and there, being set only within the walls and direct school.
Seeing these computers is just so nostalgic. Even a globe to a small extent. But like these computers especially, even though my monitors were different. My monitors at school were more modern, if you will.
Grounds around it, it really sets the tone that we aren't worried about home life. We don't deep dive into the parents. We don't look into the struggles of getting up early. And we don't see the friendships or other school relationships
balloon busting contest
blossom anywhere else aside from James K. Polk Middle School, which is named after the 11th President of the United States. But what's
Beta has a start time 12 Pacific time?
Started Ned on his journey to be
I need to free up hard drive space.
Why is this seemingly average student the one to offer up advice through how he sees school for others to hopefully read and take away valuable lessons from?
Oh, wait a second. Let me see the games.
He sees school for others to hopefully read and take away valuable lessons from.
Never played it. I never played Digimon. My date was 29 gigs. Okay. Spyro. Oh, man, I love these. I remember going here and just like, because I was Madden. What is this, 2001? That Eddie George right there? That's got to be Madden 2001. Damn. Okay. Madden 2001 right here. This is a dinosaurs game. Anything else I recognize here? No. PlayStation 2s. Right here. Man, what a time. This was back when you could rent a console from Blockbuster.
Sunday night on the brand new Nick Show, Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide.
Here's a tip. You should probably brush your teeth. Yes. True.
Aside from the tips being a mixed bag of definitive truths that I feel anyone can universally agree on, and some that are just very up to the end user if it applies to them and can help them in any way, Ned always has his eye out for his personal struggles and his friends' struggles to truly drudge out these moments of looking at you from the screen with that, hey, we've all been here before, right? Look. As one time he walked into the wrong restroom in kindergarten, and from that embarrassment, he vowed to help make sure others don't have to feel scared or embarrassed about everything that happens and could happen throughout their time in school. So from then on, the guide was born.
I've never accidentally went to the wrong bathroom. That's not something that ever happened to me. So I don't really feel that struggle, to be honest.
And now we see how it really plays out in the middle of your school journey, with that being here in middle school.
Accidentally? Yeah, they say he accidentally walked in. That never happened to me. Ever.
Surviving school, the tips would be pretty important, right? So let's take a look at some of them. Each episode is full of multiple tips.
Who does that on
that's
accident?
Not just heavily
I don't think anyone actually does
on
an accident, right? You're doing that on purpose.
For multiple different tips.
The Diablo beta? Yeah. Diablo beta starts 2 my time tomorrow. 2 my time tomorrow.
will also act like smaller add-on bonus tips that represent a point being made, and now we go through other examples or extensions of that point. For the start of the show, we really get a baseline walkthrough of things to do for the guide, but none of them truly being a full standalone labeled tip. Most of it is general first day of school things like don't be nervous and be yourself, as well as some personal tips about the statement that your clothes make on day one, which is pretty relatable, but a big tip being getting a haircut 2 weeks early for the sake of giving your new do some time to grow into itself. Now, clearly some things here are base level, like of course being on your best behavior, but I do like that there is a mention of the statement that you make based on your outfit. It helps set a tone for you as a person, your interests, just your whole vibe in general. Now, for real though, the way you dress has no bearing on who you actually are, especially to an extent that should truly matter. But as a kid, I personally remember how much your outfit, especially on the first days of every school year, made an actual difference.
I never had this problem in school. I didn't have to worry about outfits until high school, like later in high school, because I wore a uniform for a lot of school time.
I look back at it now as something so silly, and as an adult, I've always...
The only thing that mattered was shoes. Shoes was a big deal, which is probably why I like shoes now. But shoes were the only really thing I had a choice with. Same, yeah, like I was in a uniform. I was wearing a white polo and blue pants. So the only thing I had a choice of was shoes. So I never felt this struggle, ever.
We strive to dress decently for events.
Shoes was a big thing for me too. Yeah, like that was it. That's the only thing I really had the choice over. And so I'd be on East Bay, back when East Bay was like the big thing, looking at shoes, being like, I need this one and this one and this one. And I was trying not to get super popular ones because I didn't want my shoes looking like everybody else's.
Most days, I dress in a hoodie and sweats because it's comfortable. So as superficial as this tip may sound in hindsight, I feel like it genuinely had an...
East Bay is the throwback? Mm-hmm. You remember the East Bay days? I'll be like, okay, let's look at these. East Bay. I go to the computer lab. After I play a little bit of Flash games, I'll be eastbay.com. You know? And I was just looking for them. And I was like, yo, I'd like be like, yo, mom, I really want to get these. Obviously, we can't afford them. I'm just letting you know in advance, so we could try and save up for these. I need to get on Goat and check out some shoes. It's a good place to look. Got the catalog this week and bring it to school to look with the bros. Mm-hmm. You know, you sign up, they send it to your house. You'd be like, okay, guys, let's look at what they got now. Let's look at what they got. I remember one thing they had, black and gold Jordan 1s. And we were all like, we got to get some. Did we ever get them? No. But it was cool to look at, you know?
Effect on how your peers viewed you back then, which
it was cool to look at.
But it really is what it was. And there's a bunch of first day stuff in this episode that offers you a real look into...
Hell no, we ain't get them. All we had were dreams. That's all we had. Dreams, you know? That is it.
Being prepared and keeping your stuff together. Further episodes in season 1 deal with getting to your locker and to the next class in time. When are the ideal times to hit the restroom?
Quite literally $1. Quite literally. Even when I was working, I just couldn't hold my money long enough to get the Jordans as a kid. I couldn't. Money used to burn a hole in my pocket.
Picking the best project partner and how not to be stuck doing all the work or you not doing that to someone else. If we look into some of the tips about...
Cookie and this teacher right here. He was always fantasizing about this teacher.
The teachers, one of them being don't kiss up, do the work. It really sets a level that the show knows when to give some real solid advice that isn't just for fun, playful, or...
I'm not gonna lie. I remember these sweatsuits. Finally got through all my meetings and still for 2.5 hours to spare till we hit 10. Yes, sir. 2.5 hours. Going strong.
To give some real solid...
It's crazy how fast 7 hours can just go. 7 hours goes by quickly, weirdly enough.
Advice.
I didn't have this color, but I had this material sweatsuit. I'm not gonna lie. I had this color sweatsuit. You know, it was a little bit baggier than this, and this part was a hoodie, but I definitely had it.
That isn't just for fun, playful, or bare minimum.
If I had one, I'd wear it right now. And not only did I have it, here was my big flex. Ooh, just got on the Discord? Yes, sir. We're having, you know what's, Pharaoh, we're having a movie night on Saturday, too. We're implementing movie nights in the Discord. There's an art page? Yes, sir. Post away. Post away when you stream. Post in that self and a self promo thing. It is there. Please use it. It also lets me know when you're online. Not only did I have that sweatsuit, I found it in the Lost and Found, but it was Jordan brand. It was Jordan brand. I found it Lost and Found. It was one of those times where they were like, yo, it's been Lost and Found too long. Who wants it? I took it. And I brought it home. I washed it. I was like, Mom, look what I got from the school Lost and Found. It's Jordan brand. You know, I felt cool as fuck with that on.
Minimum baseline common knowledge. The full statement being, I know it doesn't feel like it, but teachers are people too. And if you just do the work, or at least try in class, you'll be amazed how much your grades shoot up, which I personally think is a fairly great tip. If
it's free, it's me. That's my big life saying, you know. If it's free, it's me, for real. Like, it is.
You're athletic and want to get into school sports, they focus on what it takes to make the cut and how to navigate not making the team. Your
Wait, what'd they say?
Shoot up, which I personally think is a fairly great tip.
If it's free, give me 3. I like that better.
You're athletic and want to get into school sports,
don't give up. Just practice, get better, maybe taller. Yeah, this is the part that stopped me. Maybe taller. That stopped me. Like, through high school, I was cool, but it stopped me, you know? It really stopped me there, unfortunately.
Focus on what it takes to make the cut and how to navigate not making the team. So we have general life tips, we have school-based tips, and of course there are relationship tips too. At a time
I'm gonna try that next time I see a free sample in store. Yeah, let me know how it goes. Like, let me get 3 of them things.
More likely to start being interested in others, developing full-on crushes, and even dating. The show gives you perspectives from crushes that like someone.
You like them, but you don't know they like you.
But the other person doesn't like them back, or having a crush on someone else. You know, what it feels like to like someone that is
way out of your league,
considered out of your league, and even the unknown where you're not sure if the
a backpack. Shit, I love sharing my art. I just do it for fun at the moment. Did you post it? Let me see. Let me know if you like it. I will look right now. Oh, JT, I forgot to show you. I had this up just to show you. This is what I kept getting in your stream yesterday. This. Look at this. I was like, I feel like Automod is bullying me. It keeps telling my messages aloud. I was like, what is this? I feel like it was taunting me. It's like, any moment, your message will not be shown. You know what's funny? I've gotten in a few people's chats, so I don't know what's going on there. Okay, let me see. Where is Arts and Crafts? There it is. It's a bug. Refresh to fix. Only you can see. Yeah, I know only I can see it. Okay, let me see. Okay. Yo. Pharaoh. Holy. Okay. I know for sure my automod is not that brutal. Yo. Pharaoh. This is good as hell. How long have you been drawing? These are really good. This is crazy good. Yo. Like, Pharaoh, if you ever thought about doing emotes, like, let me know so I can put you, like, you want the artist tag, Pharaoh? You want the artist tag? Like, I'll give you the artist tag right now. Yo. This? Shit, I'll take it? All right, bet. Hold on. Let me go through the rest of these, and I got you. Let me actually copy your name so I got it. Get you that artist tag on here. Damn. This is good as hell. Okay. Like, for real. Damn. Okay. That's a character I made? This is fire. I'm gonna head off now, my dude. Almost midnight and sleepy. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Yo, Red Fox. Sleep well. Thank you so much for coming through. Sleep well. Have amazing dreams, too. Yo, what up, Yoru? Congrats. Thank you. We're gonna hit 500 today. I believe it. Okay. That's fire. Well, I guess they all are except the Star Wars. These are like good as hell. Oh, I missed this one. This one? What's the name? And Powers, yes. And this one. That's fire, bro. These guys yellow are like, for real, that's cool as fuck. Let me get you that tag. Hold on. Let me get you that tag. Roles manager. Add new. Pharaoh. Artist. Save. There you go. There you go. Never thought about it, to be honest. I've been getting into manhwas recently. Not the homosexual ones. I see you, Yoro. Which one are you reading? Like solo leveling type stuff? Beginning after the end? Those are my two favorites. Those are my two favorites out of those. Those are pretty good.
Person you like has any feelings towards you. I appreciate that the show has a fair balance of not playing too heavily into the relationship stuff in a way that feels forced or overbearing, but rather kept it natural, often weaving it in and out of other storylines or brief.
No lie, I need to read my manga. I'm not gonna lie, Illy, I'm so behind. A lot of anime influence. I love it. I love it. What's your I know okay, let me not ask this question, that's a hard question. What are like 5 of your favorite anime? Like 5 of them. Survival Story of a Sword King. I haven't read that one. I've not read that one. I got you? All right. I didn't want to say favorite because that is a hard question. I get asked that and it is so hard. I want to reread Love Parameter. I haven't read that one either. What is that? Let me pull up my app. Love Parameter. Okay. Okay. You should check it out. Survival Story of a Sword King. Survival Story of a Sword King in a fantasy world? Is it this? Is this it, Yoru? It's on apps, sex manga? Oh, I saw it. I saw it, Illy. I saw it. I saw it. I saw it. Yeah? Okay. I saw it. This app is fire, by the way. This app right here. What you did? Yeah, I did. Watch this. What app? Illy, let me, what, do you have an iPhone or an Android? iPhone or an Android? Because I don't think it's on Android. But I'll message you what the app is. Oh my God, I'm telling you, Illy. So what it does, it pulls from all these sites. iPhone? Okay, I got you. I got you. Naruto, Demon Slayer, Jobless Reincarnation, Death Note, probably the Fate series. Attack on Titan 2? Yes, sir. Okay. Forgot. I'm behind on this week's. Okay. The app is called Paper Bag. Okay. So it's in beta right now. And I'm going to tell you something. Let me go to the Patreon real quick. They have a Patreon where if you want to be guaranteed to get in the beta, it's like $1. And you just pay $1 every month. All those I've read and watched. I think Viz is making a manga app. So, and then Paperback, like you can back it all up. I didn't know Viz is making one, but I read everything on my Paperback app. For $1? Yeah, it's $1. Was trying to find the TikTok I saw about it. And so I believe it's, let me see. Yeah. Making sure, like, I was going to show the page, but here is the, but I found something for your brother JJ. Okay. Might as well finish the 12-hour. Oof. So there is the Patreon for it. Let me see. Oh, the page not available. Try that again. Okay, I will. Okay. Yeah, it's for $1. I'm finna read all these books. Patreon? Yeah. For iPhone manga app. Why is it not working? Why is it not? I liked it, but TikTok's not. Let me see. Let me mute the tab real quick. What's that? So this one is just a way to get into a beta app for a manga app. TikTok's just not working on my desktop. You said I was late. I said, if you need help setting it up, let me know. But go to that. If you do that Patreon, it's $1 to use it. So it's like $12 a year. And that gets you into the beta. And that's how I read it. The only thing I don't like is that it doesn't automatically sync with my iPad. So I read everything on my phone. Like, if I could sync it over, I would. I mean, you can always back it up and send the backup over to your iPad, but I don't like doing that.
Look at my kid, nigga.
Yeah, is there other comics there or just manga? I survived. There we go, YK. I haven't looked at other comics, but I know it also has light novels too, if you like light novels. I'll have to look for comics. It works on Edge, so it's just Chrome. Am I about to be an Edge user?
What? Look at my kid. Look at my kid, nigga. What?
How's the workout, YK?
Look at my kid, nigga. Yeah. Look at my kid, nigga. What? She cute as fuck. Yeah. Look at my kid, nigga. What? Look at my kid, nigga. Yeah. Look at my kid, nigga. What?
Look at my kid, nigga.
She got a flower on her collar. She sounds so small every time she try to holler. Fur is on calico, she ain't even spayed yet.
Okay.
All y'all bitches is her sons for real. Looking so pretty in the sun for real. Still need a shots, but for now let's chill. I got a question. Y'all ever see her face this cute? When I put her food down, she come right on cue.
Okay.
This face means I love you too. She sleepy, that's really all she likes to do. She has a real convenient bag when we on the move. She has a gay pride.
This could be Jaden. This could be JJ for real.
Really love her cause I know she'll never lie to me. Got a puppy on my shirt cause I love irony. Look, we go for Watts and she even go on jazz with me. This pussy better than pussy. Yeah, look at my kitten, nigga. What? Look at my kitten, nigga. Yeah.
It's good. I'm ready for a nap now before this game. There we go. Yeah, you got like 3 hours too. You're good.
I named the Dilla.
You get a good nap.
Why not? She make me feel like it's beats. Like everything would just be alright and shit. I bet you can't make your cat a better theme song than this one, nigga.
That was good. That was pretty good. I like that. That was good. So I guess I have to use Edge for TikTok now. 206 new emotes approved. Yes, sir. Let me see him, JT. Wait, I can't look in mine because it doesn't update. Let me see him. Okay, how do I get my mangas and stuff? Okay. So you have to get repositories. Let me send you the let me go to the thing. Paperback. That actually got me. I was literally looking for something and that actually got me. Let me see where it is. So you need repositories. Where is it? Yeah, you that actually got me, Yoru. That like legitimately actually got me. There's a Discord for it. Let me send it to you, Illy. I'm gonna send it to you. Hold on, let me find it. That one. Okay, focused. I like that. I like the art style. Might just stay on Safari website. I don't got a card. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Focused. Okay. I like that. I like that. Let me send you the Discord and I'll show you where to go. Netsky's basement. Invite. What is your... There it is. I sent you the invite for it. Did you get it? And then once you get the invite, Illy, go to source index 8 and you can tap the links and it'll take you. That sound is crazy, bro. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, I'm glad we did this. I have to look in this. But source index 6 and 8 are where all the sources are. I really recommend the sword manga. It's unique. Okay. I found the manga TikTok. Okay, perfect. You send a link, I can just put it into Brave. I'm not Brave. Edge. Copy. What? What the? And I click on all? No, yeah, just add them all so you have more stuff to search from. That's what I did. Or I can see. Wait, let me send you the. I'll DM you right now the list of all the ones I have. Let me pull up our DMs. Where you at? Where is? Oh, you're right here. Okay, it's. Yeah, it's being weird. I don't know why it's doing that. I shared it to you on TikTok? Okay, bet. I wonder why it's doing that. Maybe I need to like refresh cache and all that stuff. Or eventually I'm going to have to reset my... It's been a while since I reset my PC. So that may be it too. That could also be it. Okay. Okay, I was like, why did it get so quiet? Oh, sorry, I'm just typing. I'm just typing. All right. Illy, check your DMs. There we go. I'm trying to fix this. TikTok keeps on loading and crashing. I'll have to check it, though. I'll have to figure out what's going on. I'll have to figure out what's going on, but we're good. We'll figure out TikTok later. Let me get back to Ned. Okay. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. It's not meant to look at. I'll have to just look at it on my phone.
Mentions for continuity, making it feel true to life, with that being a major focus some kids would have. Again, especially at...
Isn't it crazy we're at 8 hours already? It's been 8 hours already. It feels like today's flown by. You know what I mean? 8 hours strong, I see my boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it feels like it went really quick. Like, really quick.
At that time, but it just weaves it in and out rather than...
Welcome back, by the way. Welcome back.
The show would also tackle rumors in a way of how it feels like to be on the receiving end of them, and the guilt that can come for being a part of its spreading, which I think...
Next up is 24 hours. Hell yeah. No. I literally put a TikTok out about that today. That's just not going to happen. I can't. Time flies when you're having fun. That is true. That is true. I don't think I have it. I don't know what to do for 24 hours. You know what I mean? I don't know what I would even do for a 24-hour period of consecutive time. You know? Especially us. Especially not during the NBA playoffs. I'm not going to lie to you. I could not do that. You got us? That's true. I mean, yeah, we could talk for 24 hours, but like, I feel like eventually you'd be like, this motherfucker does not stop talking. Finish Hogwarts? Oh, we could finish Hogwarts during that 24.
Is valuable to
I need you guys here because they chat in that game.
Experience this no matter what side of it
they chat.
To help
do I gotta activate things? I didn't. Some of them you have to tap that cloud. Some of them, Illy, you have to tap the cloud just to get past the security thing, and then you're good. And maybe start another thing. That is true. I guess we could. And I just made an account just so it remembers me. We literally do one vid and 1 hour passes by. That's true. 24 vids. We could like do a vid and a game.
At the end of the day, you know who you are, or for some introspection and
too easy
of the
low key. I feel like we got to play some Red Dead today. We can't go 10 hours with not playing a game. Right? We can't go 10 hours without playing a single game. It's just not right. It's not right.
Life. While some of this may seem
I thought you did. I have not played a single game yet today. It's been 8 whole hours, and we did not play a single game.
On the show or showing
you
the way
play games. I'm telling you, like, this is a gameplay channel. This is a gameplay channel. We're real gamers over here, you know? We're real gamers, right? Just chatting over everything? I agree. Just chatting is so fun. It's so fun. Like, we can still just chat while I'm doing missions in Red Dead. Like, I feel like with enough time, we can hit Chapter 5 today. I think. You know what? Let's hit Chapter 5. Or try to. We have 2 hours. 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? Realized I was in just chatting the whole stream last night. Oops. Yeah, it happens. It happens. I did that during Cinco de Mayo, and I can agree with you on just chatting. Just chatting, I don't know what it is about it. Someone was like, you never... Do I got to log in and stuff? So I made an account. Illy. That way I can just keep logging in, logging out, and then I have a backup. I can't show you my login on camera, but yeah, I made an account. It was just easier. It was just easier. I can, hold on. Let me send you another. Let me see if I can find it. Here's the other. I'll send you another link that helps, too. There we go. That also helps. I think I explained it better than me, too. Hey, what up, Judas? Welcome back. On Komaga, right? What? Oh, are we actually going for 10 hours? Yeah, we're legitimately going for 10 hours. So we have 2 hours left. I'm not scamming. Let me see. So we have the frequently asked questions. So I use test flight. I'm in the Discord. Yeah, nor clickbait. Like I'm not scamming or clickbaiting. God damn, you know what I'm saying? We're going. Let me see. I've had it for so long, I'm trying to remember what I did. That's pretty good. New record? It is a new record for sure. This will be the longest I've ever streamed by like an hour or two. I'm trying to remember, Illy. I'm looking. I don't remember what the site was because it's been a while since I did it. To be honest with you. I'm like trying to remember. Skratsx camp, like summer camp, it is coming. I'm very proud of us. We are growing. And it's been almost 4 months. Let me change this to Red Dead while I'm booting this up. While I'm booting her up. Done. There we go. And then hit play. I think you can make it on the paperback website, but no summer camp. Why? Oh, you're not ready for the youth. Are you not ready for the youth yet? The youth are coming. Why'd you remind them? The youth are coming. You know what I mean? The youth are coming. Discord. There's a Discord. Okay, let me figure this out, Illy. I think it's... You heard it. Nah, you're not ready for the youth? Every time I look at these babies now, I'm like, oh, God. Like, the youth are coming. They're not that much younger than you, Judas. What do you mean? What's wrong? They're not that much younger than you. You know? They're not that much younger than you. Anything specific going to be done when summer hits? I'm actually not sure what's going to happen when summer hits, to be honest. Not much, sure, but they're in mind. They're like a 1-year-old. Okay, I see you. I see you. I don't know. I want to do more movie nights and stuff, but we'll see. All-nighters. Maybe I'll add some nighttime streams. We'll see. I don't know how See, I don't like streaming during nighttime because I like watching my friends stream. I kind of like how it works. I stream in the morning. I get off. I get to watch my friends, you know? But I do think we're going to do more collabs. We're going to have some, like, collab streams. You know? What about... Collabs are definitely coming. Yeah, instead of watching, just hang out. Instead of watching what? Oh my God, guys, come on. If I have one other person with me, I can stay up all night. All-nighters are like the guest star stuff? I think so. I think the guest star stuff would be cool. Just hang out with him? I think so, too. I think, like, Discord hangouts could be cool. You know? It'll be cool. Especially, like, we have 100, like, we'll have, okay, let me turn this on. 100 people in the Discord, you know? You playing Red Dead before you hop off? And yeah, I kind of did an all-nighter, but I'm up right now. Yo, welcome. Among Us streams so we can all lie to each other. That'd be good, too. Yeah, like, community game days, game nights, stuff like that. Gonna play some Mafia vibes? Okay. Okay. You know, stuff like that, I think. Eating food. Hold on. Oh shit, I drank. We can have a whole side of the screen like Skype call and have the games on the other side? Yeah, we could. Like just Discord stuff, and we can just be playing games like Among Us and Among Us, Crab Game, maybe Fall Guys. I got chicken nuggets right now. Chicken nuggets sound good. Chicken nuggets sound good. But stuff like that. I would like we need to do community game days. Crab game would go crazy. I think a crab game day, granted, I've literally never played crab game in my life. I have it, but I've never played. And so I think that'd be really fun. Me too. Like, that'd be really fun. Among Us stream Mario Kart. Oh, Disney Kart for... Man, I wouldn't be able to play, though. Mario Kart? Maybe. I don't... See, I have a Switch Lite. I don't have the regular Switch, so I don't know how to do that. I seen Berlizzi play it. I watched Mingus play Crab Game. Yeah, it was India. I'd re-download. Yeah, Fall Guys. Fall Guys everybody could play, because that's cross-play on console. So we could do like a Fall Guys day. I only got PS3. Oh. But you can still be in Discord, Judas. Like, you could be talking in Discord and stuff. But we'd have to get... You know what I need to do? Speaking of it, Discord mods. We're going to need Discord mods. You know what I'm saying? We need Discord mods. That is a... What about Jackbox? I need to buy it. I need to buy Jackbox so we can play. That is a good point. Me? You want to be a Discord mod, Judas? I don't know what they do, but you could be Among Us? Yeah, I got Among Us. Discord mod and Twitch mod? I mean, like, if you want to. Let me, we got to put the application in for the mod squad. Because, like I said, I just kind of have a feeling. Sure. I have a feeling like, we've been growing a decent bit. You want to? Okay. I heard that Jackbox servers are different, so you can run pirated versions. Really? Gonna test it this week? Yo, Jamal, if you happen to become a pirate, can you let me know how to get a ship? Wink, wink. We can all buy different Jackbox games. There's 9. Modding about to be serious business soon? Yeah. You want to? Okay. You can be a mod during summertime, because, like, I know it's not going to be easy when you're in school. You know what I mean? I got you. Thank you. Hey, a game. Yeah, what's up, Petty? What's up? What's up? Pirate Jamal, you know? Like, if you happen to find the ship. Your category is set to just chatting? Is it? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Did I not hit done? Thank you. Okay, there we go. Just in time. Thank you so much, Sticky. I'm telling you. Sticky's the best. No, you changed it? Okay, okay. There we go. I just hit done on it. Sometimes I forget to hit done. But yeah, around here, modding's about to be some serious business. Hey! Yo, Master Jakari, thanks for the follow. Sticky's goated, by the way. I haven't shouted Sticky out in a few hours. If you do not follow Sticky, follow Sticky. Sticky deadass yesterday had me like singing like I was on American Idol yesterday in her stream. 4 more to 500. I'm saying, done. Thank you. Like, I legitimately was like singing my heart out, watching Icky streams. You know what I'm saying? I was on the edge of my seat. She was playing Fortnite, and I was on the edge of my seat watching her games while singing. It was great. Yeah, just in time for the game. I just started. Oh, trust me, I understand. I can never change my own title. I got you. Thank you so much. Thank you. But yeah, Mod Squad, we're going to have mod applications around here. I just have a feeling like the way things are going and growing, we are gonna I got you, Judas. The Mod Squad's gonna need to, like, we need serious business. We mean serious business. Bro, I've been calling dibs for the last month. I got you. Mod applications? Yeah.
There, girl.
Especially Discord mods. We're going to need Discord mods pretty soon. What's Mod Squad? The squad of the mods for the channel. And we're going to have maybe a separate one for Discord. I can just be help with anything. Yo, I appreciate that. Mod in Twitch or Discord, I don't care. Okay. Sora would actually be a really good mod. Like Sora helps me a lot. Behind the scenes. Sora helps me a lot. Like, Sora's responsible for the fight command in with Nightbot. Sora helps me a lot. Oh, yeah. Actually, let me mod Sora right now. I'm a Discord mod you right now. I can't go over to my Twitch thing. I mean, I can help if you ask. Damn, W Sora. Like, Sora helps a lot. I used to a little bit back then. I gave up and haven't played in a long time. W Sora. Like, without Sora, you could not be throwing hands. And he reminds me to get to appear online. Moderator. Where is Sora? Sora offline on Discord. See? And that's why you can beat Nightbot's ass. Where is he? Gotcha, bitch. I-H-I. Oh, he's done online. JT1, he did. You damn right he did. Beat his ass. Why do I not see you? Where the hell? Wait, I want to try it. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. I love the emote. Check the block. Okay, thank you. I keep forgetting it's the Monkey King. There we go. Thanks, Sora. Welcome to the mod squad. Fuck. There we go. Thank you. W. Do you mind about VIP versus mod, Sora? Because I can make you either one. Because, I mean, you're obviously already VIP, but, like...
All right, girl.
Welcome to the mod squad. Yes, sir. Haven't what happened? Welcome to the mod squad. I don't really care, to be honest. It's up to you. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay with anything. I just don't like... The reason why I don't just make people mods is because I don't want, like, you to show up and feel like you have to work, right? Like, I don't want you feeling like you have to work or anything. I don't want to, like, ruin your experience. So I don't just, like, make mods, if that makes sense.
Easy, girl.
Yeah. I feel like this summer is going to go crazy. And my schedule is always shit. Yeah. I mean, I don't think much would change. Nobody really comes in here to ban, and I already shout out whenever. That's true. Is summer about to be growth at all costs? Yes, it is. It is. You know how they had mega tribes like those based for 7 years, not gonna wipe? Yeah. It really is. It's gonna be a good summer. A good summer. Yeah, like collabs will be good. I'd pick the sword if you need it, but I don't know any cool trips like Sora Curse. Oh, you're okay. You could be a mod. I just don't want, like, because I know, especially because I know you're working, Apocalypse, right? I know you're working. So I was like, I don't want him to have to work and be modding at the same time. Like, I know you're working. They pretty much reset the servers and now it's back to scratch. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. There we
Ooh,
go.
girl. I'm just getting paid. Exactly. Hello. How are you, Queen? How are you? Want me to work on a Google form for a mod application? Ooh. Potentially. That could be a good idea. I'd say wait a little bit until more people come around. I think having too many swords looks unappealing. Yeah. I don't think we're going to add all these mods all at once, but like slowly but surely, as it keeps growing, we will get mods. You know? I can start the template, and once we grow and stuff, then fix it? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, actually.
Hey, you're okay, girl.
Thank you.
Yeah, good girl.
Uh-oh. There's smoke. Is this guy nice? All right. I appreciate you, Judas. Judas is one of the OGs, for real. For real, for real. She was here when I was streaming on TikTok.
Girl. Someone's coming. Someone's coming. Lift it.
What the? Where is he? They're murderers. They're murderers. Come back here, boy. He's a murderer. I'll start between this week whenever my schedule clears. I'm gonna let you know. Yeah, take your time. Like, it's not like, take your time. Take your time. Scratch, you're probably gonna have to walk me through this. I think so. I think I'm gonna have to. Hold on, my boy. Hold on. I may have to walk you through it. Hold on. We'll get you set up. You're not about to do anything, my boy. Yeah, what? Skratsx is still live after I got off work? You know it. 10 hour today. We're live for like another hour and a half-ish. Someone's getting in this damn campfire. Why is it not? Why is it not? Why is it? What the? Oh, he's dead. Never mind. Oops. That's tough. He's dead. What'd I miss? Yeah, I'm still alive. You might as well do 24-hour. Hell no. We're not there yet. Got the tattoo yesterday because I fell asleep. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll walk you through it, Illy. Still here, just handling some business. Oh, you good, you good, you good. I'm actually having trouble. I can't add anything. The repos or not? Can you not add the repos, Illy, or you can't add the manga? 24 would be crazy. To be honest, I don't know if I could do a 12-hour if I was streaming. 12 hours is a lot. But I feel like, I don't know, like especially if I have like videos, repos. Okay. So let me see. Let me go to the Discord real quick. Let me make a screen recording if I can. Or manga. Okay, let me make a screen recording. Hold on. I feel like if I actually had like videos and stuff, I legitimately probably could do it. You know? Planning is not my strong suit, but, you know, it's not my strong suit, but I probably could. External sources. Okay, Illy, I'm gonna send you a screen recording of how I just did it. I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna hopefully it can upload, but I'm gonna send you a screen recording. Did I just see there's an announcement in my Discord? Planning is key, young man. I'm horrible at it. 1 year anniversary, 24-hour extravaganza. Yo, you know what? 1 year from now, like 1 year, I don't mind doing a 24. January 12th. January 12th. Did I see if there was an announcement or am I tripping? Okay, there is no announcement. I was like, what the? Not gonna lie, I can plan, but when it comes to following it, oh God. I'm more of I can follow it. January 12th, that is the year. That is my year, my 1 year streaming anniversary. 1/12/24. You know, might as well since it ends in a 24. We got to plan that. I don't know what it would do. Did you get the screen recording, Illy? It says it uploaded, but I'm not sure. I don't know what we would do or how we would do it. Someone from Colorado called me. What the fuck? Any requirements? Nothing really. Like, we could watch videos. We could play community games. I think community games would be fun. Let's do a group 24. Remember that shit? What? Someone clip it and send it to me. I legitimately will. I think that'd be a good idea. Plus, in a year, I feel like we're going to have a lot. It's the Hawaii chair people. Yes. Okay. Let me know if that helps. Let me know if that helps. Yeah. We could do community games, watch videos as we normally do. We could probably watch, like, I don't know, shows. Then we're gonna be huge by 2024. Yeah. Think about it. We're almost 4 months in, and we're almost at 500. We're 4 people away from 500. Miami is right after yours. Let's fucking go. Yes, sir. When'd you start, JT? When'd you start? When'd you start? I'm telling you, I got my goals right here. I look at them right like every single day. I have my stream goals right here. I look at them every day. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's important to write down your goals. You know? I feel like it's very important. I'm telling you. We are going places, my friends. We are going places. Why is the music popping up like someone's chasing us? What's going on with this music? And why am I masked up?
Yep.
Someone's there? Like, it sounds like someone's there, right? Be prepared. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Here we go. I'm always prepared. I keep that thing on me, you know what I'm saying? Arthur's like that, my boy. Arthur's like that. Someone get ready to jump scare Julian. I don't need no jump scare. I am a man, my boy. My boy. Okay. Of course, also Skratsx. Sorry, my internet's going a little slow today. Oh, you're okay. I'm telling you, Queen, we're going to have to fight every ISP, I think. We've been talking about this all week. Like, for, like, the last 6-7 days. We're going to have to fight some internet people. Oh, damn, it's a little later than I thought, February 10th. I mean, that's not that far off.
I am a man.
I am. I am. I am a man. We're going to have to fight some ISPs around here. The fuck are these deers running from? What's going on with you guys? Why'd I say deers? It's deer. Yeah. You're good, Queen. These damn ISPs. Yes, let's fight them all. We have to. We're going to have to battle royale these ISPs, my boy. I'm ready to break some ISP kneecaps for damn sure. Like, let's just drop the ISPs in the Hunger Games. You know, let's just drop them in the Hunger Games and have them then like deal with them that way.
You doing good, girl.
Because this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Is that a fire over there? What the hell is that?
Yeah.
In all seriousness, y'all are the real MVP streaming for more than just an hour. I remember my first couple streams I tried last year, and after it hit 10 minutes, I was like, damn, it still ain't an hour yet. It's funny how fast it goes. Like, we'll be like, damn, it's been 2 hours? That means Comcast about to have all the resources? Maybe that's a bad idea. That's true. For real, though? I just swallowed a whole nugget? Holy shit. That is, like, look, I'm telling you, Glitch, my first stream ever was 2 hours. And I was struggling. I showed chat yesterday. I was struggling. I was like, damn, this feels like I've been streaming a long time. I've been streaming a long time, man. Damn, well, how long have it been? I look over, 2 hours. I think as you do it, like as you build the reps up, it gets easier. Because when I first started, it was actually difficult. You know? But now it feels weird. Like, could you imagine if I only had a 2 hour stream? A 2 hour stream would be nuts. I knew I saw me a fire.
How you doing?
How's it going, sir?
Howdy. The fire's warm. You're welcome to share it with me.
Wow. He's nice.
Thanks. You trust me then? Guess so. Sometimes we must trust each other, even when we don't know each other, or else we walk this life alone. For all I know, you're a thief and a killer, but I rely on my instincts to tell me otherwise.
I'm not a killer, bro. I'm a nice guy.
Oh, yeah? Yes, I see in your eyes that you're not a bad man.
I'm a nice guy, bro. Like, I'm a nice guy. I'm not a killer in this game. I barely kill anybody on purpose. People don't realize how hard content creation is. Big props to Skratsx for doing a stream every single day. Yo, thank you. Thank you. High appreciation for y'all. You too, Glitch. I mean, you be out here on YouTube. Like, if you don't, like, copy Glitch's name and go sub to him on YouTube. Glitch be out here, too. Don't let Glitch act like he's not out here making good content, too. Don't let Glitch act like he's not making good content. You know what I'm saying? Don't let Glitch act like he's not out here on these YouTube streets making content. You know what I'm saying?
I was riding through the Heartlands the other day and cut through someone's land. Looked like an old pig farm. When a couple called me over from the house. Very nice man and woman.
What's up, you real quick?
Carry on. You would think this is fine, que no? And they keep saying that a traveler like me deserves some rest and refreshment.
Don't go to that house. That's the incest couple. We got handled by them. I do a little something on the corner here or there. You know what I'm saying? Glitch be out here making the content. You know what I'm saying? He be out here making the vids. I used to post on TikTok, but now it's very, very rare. You could if you wanted to. Skratsx, you won't believe what happened? What happened? What happened? I appreciate your hustle, gang. For real, big ups to you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys for coming here. You buy that house, spin back. Yeah, like, that's the incest couple that took advantage of us, bro. We can't, like, don't go in there.
Inviting me to stay for dinner. I was tired and I was hungry, but mi corazonada, the feeling in my gut said no.
Skratsx, what's up, Jay?
I don't know why,
What
but I
happened?
trusted it. Then the very next day, a man warns me to stay away from that place. So I live by my instincts. I'm also real fast with a gun, which helps me when the instincts fail me.
Looking at the viz, they looking mad fun. I'm telling you.
Well, I've sat long enough. You rest here as long as you need.
This guy was nice. Oh, I featured this up. Now she's my bestie. Okay. That guy was nice. W. We're not going to kill nor steal from him. W. We like him. Let's get out of here, big. Let's get out of here, baby cuz. We out of here. I got to do all this when my internet's back because my mobile sucks in my crib. Yeah, when you get Wi-Fi, at least you have it. That way, because I'm not going to lie, Illy, and it's just between me and you. I'll be reading that too. That's just between me and you. You know, I got to set up too. You feel me? Feel me? I'm going to start posting again next week. Had to let my mind rest. I think it's good to take a break every once in a while. We were talking about burnout yesterday. Next thing you know, Judas finna actually be my baby. Okay, I see you. No, I don't post as much now. I grew for the little videos I posted, but I think about that time. I'm going to stream Brawlhalla right now. Have a good stream, Iser. Iser be killing at Brawlhalla. Yeah, she did. She was making me all giggly and bouncy and shit. Okay, I see you. Damn, look at y'all. Okay. Man, flirting our Rizzler up. I see you. Damn. Okay. The Rizzler's over here. Yep, that is usually a killer. Yeah, burnout is real. That's why, like, take care of yourself. Do what you need to do to make sure you're good. That's also why I tell people, I feel you, Skratsx. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's why I tell people, like, don't apologize for missing streams or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, life first. Should be actually interesting. Like, Illy, you're not lying. You are not lying, Illy. Like, I'm telling you, you are not lying. I'd be like, damn, he did that. You're not lying, Illy. I'm telling you. But like, for real, like, take care of yourself. I much rather you be happy.
Yo, just resubscribed for 2 months.
Oh wow. Yes, sir. Thanks for the resub. Thanks for the resub. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Hey. Yo, BP15, thanks for the follow. W sub, W follow. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Shark bait! Ooh, ha, ha.
Howdy, Skratsx. What up? What up? What up? 3 more. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, it's happening today, boys. It's happening. 3 more. How are you, BP? How's it going? But I missed a message up there. Let me scroll up. I missed one. The only reason she ain't my girlfriend right now is because I have a boyfriend. That's the only damn thing preventing me from her. Damn, I see y'all. Okay. I'm just saying. I'm better than him. Just saying. Twerking at 500? Whoa. Twerking at 500. Well, y'all add that one? This morning, actually. We added it this morning. We got the one of us and we got shark bait. It depends on what you like. You know what I'm saying? Twerking at 500? That's a little. I like the shark bait one. Yo, Curls. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. What's up? Welcome in. How you doing? 2 away. I'm telling you, this is what happens. You speak something into existence and it happens. The lady's gonna love it, so will I. You know what I'm saying? Like, you speak it into existence. 2 more. I told you, when's it happening? Today. 5 hundos today. You know what I'm saying? Happening today. We started the month, I believe it like Eisen and Freddy trying to get everyone to twerk on stream. Yeah, they are. Dos más, you know what I'm saying? Dos más. We started the month at, let me see where we at a month ago. Like at the month. Let's make it happen. It is happening. I'm telling you. Well, you looking good when you back that ass up? Okay, don't hit me with the juvenile songs, you feel me? Don't hit me with that. Let me go from 30th to now. We're at, I actually have to do all time. Hold on. April 30th, we were at 407 followers. 2 more what? 2 more followers till we hit 500. 2 more followers till we hit 500. And you know what's crazy? April 30th, we were at 407 followers. It is May 10th. What is happening? What is happening? Making alt? Don't make alts. It's okay. Don't make the alts. It's okay. It'll happen. Don't make alts. I promise it'll be good. Like, yo, what is happening? Just wait till T-Pain raid. Oh my God, JT, I'm gonna be fanned out. You want to see me fanned out? I'm gonna be fanned out. You see this, Skratsx? See what?
Give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah. We got alt protection. Yeah, like if it's an alt, like, yeah, don't make alts. Do I see what? What'd I miss? I'm probably flat. You talking about this flirting that's going on in my chat? Yo, Hazzy!
Shark bait!
You wanna take sensational of how fast we
Thanks for the raid. Hazzy, we love Hazzy around here. Yo, if you do not already.
From this sign down the hall.
I'm gonna go outside and tell someone to follow. Yo, appreciate you.
I'm gonna line it
You
up.
see that, Skratsx? See what?
Back it up.
Yo, what up? Yo, I love these.
2,
The strong B emotes, I see you.
Hey,
Shout
yo,
out, appreciate you.
Hey, yo.
Appreciate you. But you watching my TikTok? No, that's just a clip. That's just a clip. You know what I mean? It plays when you raid, when you get the shout outs around here. You know what I'm saying? How was your stream?
I told you. What the fuck? I have 88%.
Lurk gonna grab food? Get some good food. Almost 500, you know what I'm saying?
Fast as fuck, boy.
Almost.
Fast as fuck, boy.
You missed my message? Hold on, let me see.
I saw myself move earlier and I was like, whoa, that's fast as hell.
Judas lied to me, gaslit me, laughed at me, then without breaking things off, started flirting with Jay. That's crazy. Yo. Sorry, I just saw that. That's crazy. Damn. Pretty good, homie? What'd you do? What games you played? Sora calling you? I just read it. Crazy, you've been on for 9 hours? Yo, Curls, thanks for the sub. Yo, Original Wealth Finance at? Skratsx, I have a crush on Judas. Hello? Okay, I see you. W sub. You know what that means, Curls. You followed and you subbed. Like, you know what that means officially. I mean, you already were when you followed. Don't get me wrong. When you followed, you already were. But now extra.
One of us will gobble.
One of us.
We accept that one of us.
One of us. W what's up? You know what it is? You know what it is, Lou? You see it? Yo, Frightway, I love the Charizard emote. I love that. One of us. Going through the Breath of the Wild shrines. Yo, Hazzy, are you playing Breath of the Wild now? So when Tears of the Kingdom drops, you're just like fresh and ready to go? I'm excited for Tears of the Kingdom. I am. I can hear in my voice with the clip. I got spooked. Yo, and she's still going. I see you. You got to main 2 days until it comes out. Can't wait. It's going to be good. When's Tears dropping? In 2 days. In 2 days. Dude, I was tempted to stream Breath of the Wild. I'm finna walk into Tears of the Kingdom after not playing Zelda in 4 years. About to get murked. Yeah. Yo, JT, me and JJ, my brother, we were talking. Wouldn't you love if Zelda made like a Souls-like game? You still get all the story of The Legend of Zelda, but it was like a Souls game. Like just difficult as fuck, right? Like you gotta earn each temple win. Bruh, stop. Wouldn't that be like, that'd be hella fun? Like, I want a Pokemon Souls too. That'd be crazy. Master mode has been fun. Yeah, like, just like, you know, like just from rip, it's just hard. Yo, my fucking throat been hurting from that nugget. Yeah, get you some water, Judas. Don't swallow nuggets whole. Also, don't know how. Just check Mr. Gravity gifted me a sub to your channel a few weeks ago. Thank you so much for the gift. Yo, we love Gravity around here. And welcome in, BP. Welcome in.
Yo.
Hey, yo. A turn-based Souls-like game? I'd buy like, that'd be crazy. I love for my games to torture me. Real talk, beat my ass. Right? Like, make it difficult. I don't want no Mickey Mouse boss fights. I want that feeling when I win where you just like, I did that shit. You know what I mean? Bro, I swallowed 2 whole nuggets. Stop doing that, Judas. Stop doing that. Get you some water. Hydrate. Do I have to hydrate command you? I'll do it. Don't make me do it. Where's it at? Where's my hydrate command? I'm about to hydrate command you. Get you some. Where is it? Where's my hydrate? Hydrate right now. Hydrate right now. Drink some water. Judas, rules are rules. Rules are rules. You know what I'm saying? The hydrate plays. You got to hydrate. You got to hydrate. The rules are rules. Hey. Fright Wave, thanks for the follow. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going. Okay, good. Doing it, good. I finished a bottle of water during stream. There we go. That's what we like to hear. Stay hydrated. One more. It's almost that time. I'm telling you. One more. I'm telling you. You speak into existence and it happens. Incoming twerk? I don't know about that. What we doing when you hit it? We got to turn up. What song are we playing when we hit 500? Let's plan that out right now. What are we playing when we hit 500? What song do we play? What is like? All right, got that ball of water. Kanye celebration? I mean, we could. Kanye? Like, we could play Kanye. For real, I want a game where when I start the game for the first time, it doesn't ask me what difficulty I like. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We made by Soulja Boy. We made it. Okay, let me see. Final Fantasy Uzi. Soulja. Let me see. Is it on Spotify? I don't see it on Spotify. Skratsx, what you done? What'd I do? $4.99. All I do is, yeah, I think we got to go with the classic. I think we got this. Let me see. We obviously got this. That's a good one. You know my vote? Dogtooth. I do love Dogtooth. I do love. Just choose for me and beat that out. Exactly, bro. Bro, I have a sore throat. Drink the water. Sweet Victory by SpongeBob. That is always good, Curls. You got me and Judas like each other? I didn't do anything. I've literally just been sitting here watching videos. What you talking about? What did I do? I ain't do shit. I've just been standing here. That's a good one. Chief Keef balling. Okay. Up. Hold on. Let me free YK. Up. Hold on. Let me free YK. right, you're gonna get there soon. Get some good food, Hazzy. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. So glad I didn't miss this.
Turn me up just a little bit in the headphones.
Bro, you in that hypergrowth mode? I'm telling you. I need the WE mode. I do.
International.
We're not talking about shooting the shot right now. Ignore that. Now, homie, I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Hey.
Oh, wait, we gotta let this play. Hold on.
We made
Before
it.
the chart. I forgot how much I love this song.
Nigga, we made it.
I forgot how much I love this. We finna get 1K for the year. Like, we gonna get 1K in like the next 2 months, I feel like.
Nigga, we made
it. No.
Hey.
We're not talking about that.
We made it.
We're not talking about that. You stop flirting to come back to Skratsx?
Nigga, we
made it.
Hey. We made it.
You know what I'm saying? Back? It's not back.
I remember standing in the hood.
I forgot how much I like this
partner
hook.
and my mama, everything gonna be all good.
What's up?
Nigga, we made it.
Let me go swallow a nugget. Judas, I swear to God, stop swallowing nuggets.
Damn.
I
never was supposed to have shit. Now my life is lavish.
Not a
Every night fucking a bad bitch. Nigga, we made it.
Drop a bag in the baddie stream today.
Copping a Lambo cash. The belly 2 times I crashed.
I'm not lying. You know what I'm saying? She did have me almost dropping stuff.
Look at them niggas' faces. Them niggas, they hate it.
No, Jay, it's not like that.
I look a nigga in the face and say, nigga, we made it.
500, you damn right we did, Killmonger. Just now.
Soulja Boy, stun on them haters.
I feel you.
In these days, I don't need no favors. Hey, nigga, we made it.
It's all good. We still here for another hour. You know what I'm saying? Guys, just don't become a tier 3 sub. I will never be a tier 3 sub.
We made it, we made it. Nigga, we made it.
I will never be a tier 3.
Nigga, we made it. We made it.
Don't have me dropping something. Tell you, bro, it's baddies making our brains shut off. It does.
Nigga, we made it.
500. As my friends would call you,
we made it.
No,
damn.
I'm not pussy.
Nigga,
I'm not
we
doing
made
it. Me and Juice get mod. We will talk about that. We have a process for it, though.
You already know, man.
You know what it is.
Phone call back to the old hood, see what's going on.
500 bad bitches, you know what it is.
Nigga, we made it.
Welcome. We made it here to 500. So, let's talk about this. Pussy mod. No. And VIP, I think you can only have one or the other. It doesn't let you do both. Glad to be here. I'm glad that you guys are here. So, let's just look at this. Let's look at this chart. Let's go to the stats real quick. Let's look at this. Because this is crazy. Give us all mod. I feel like that'd be really intimidating to new chatters. So in the past 10 days, we've gained 83 followers. Right? It feels like we literally just hit 400. We ended April. Let me go all time here. We ended April at 407 followers. Like, we literally just hit 400. You know? And we're at 500. We are moving right now. We are moving. And this is since I created my Twitch channel in 2016, obviously. Did you say you was going to drink thick water at 500 subs? Glitched? I see you. I see what you're trying to do. And have you finished Red Dead? We have not finished Red Dead. 100 subs? No, 500. 100 subs every month? Like, it's been nuts. Do Hot Chip? We have that plan too, but we're going to get there. At 500 subs. We said subs, not followers. But it's been crazy. What is Red Dead here? That's true. Way to catch yourself. Yeah. This has been crazy. The last, month and 10 days has been insane. You know? Does that surprise you when that handsome and awesome, you're lovely and just wonderful? And we've only played 20 minutes of games. W, exactly. How many subs? 5 hundos for Thickwater. It quite literally blows my mind that people even watch. I mean, you saw the stream. You saw the first stream yesterday. Right? You saw how bad that was. And it quite literally blows my mind that there's 500 people that follow. Anonymous dropped a smooth 5 on Skratsx. Yeah, no, Anonymous is not here right now. Like, let's chill. The stream makes me want to sprint. Yo, we got you. Like, I'm hyped right now. Like, I feel the adrenaline. We have 5 hundos. 5 hundos. Congrats. Thank you so much, Neff. And it has not even been 4 months yet. 4 months is on the 12th. You know? On the 12th. Since April 1st, half our following has gotten here. It's going to sprint. Like, look at this. Scratchy, my second favorite streamer now because Alu quit. I appreciate that. Like, 250 people since April. You know? And, like, I legitimately gonna celebrate on the 12th with Diablo. Love Diablo. When Alu quit, no, he's just like, you know, life happens. What happened to Alu? I mean, he's in here, like, you know. To be fair, you're my favorite streamer. I appreciate that. I mean, TBH, you're the only reason I'm on Twitch. Like, Judas has been here since did y'all water that nigga to death? Yeah, water. He couldn't take it. He couldn't take it no more, bro. I was gonna say on TikTok, but you know, shit's better over here. It is. It is better over here. It is. And I legitimately could not be more thankful for y'all, for real. Like, Alu quit? No, he did not quit. Alu still streams, just not a lot. The air is nice. He don't want no more water. He does not. Hydrate? I did hydrate. But, thank you. Okay, I was finna say, yeah, he's still streaming. He's still streaming. Don't you worry. Oh, don't cry. I am not capable of crying. I'll be honest with you. Look, not even close. You know what I'm saying? I'm not capable. We drown my dog. Yeah. How you finding Red Dead 2 so far? I actually love it. I get distracted, obviously, you can tell, but I do love playing it. Guys, I'm happy to be here. I've never been happier. You literally, my Twitch parent and my supporter, and you listen to all of us. It's been an amazing 1 month. It has been. I just don't have the capability. Like, if I could cry, like, you want me to poke myself in the eye real quick? I can't even touch my eye. I'm done. I'm too much of a baby. Cry to fuck? I don't know her. I don't. But legitimately, 1 hour, 1 minute to go. Yeah, we still have an hour left to stream. Cut onions? Ooh, yeah, that will burn for a while. That will make me tear up, actually, because onions burn the shit out of my eyes. It does. But, yeah, I legitimately could not be more grateful for you guys. Like, it blows my mind how fast we hit 500 first. Think of Woody about to die, you'll cry. Damn, in Toy Story, that's tough. That is tough. Why do y'all want to see our Twitch dad cry? I don't, like, maybe like 1,000 subs I'll cry, maybe. Cut peppers with no gloves and rub your eyes. Been there, done that. Same, actually. It feels like a fan quite literally blows in my eye, and then it starts to burn a lot. But man, I feel like this has all happened really quick. Like, really quick. And I could not be more grateful. You know, from people who came from TikTok to people who just follow me at random to, like, all the friends that I've made. 500, congrats, man. Thank you so much, Alu. Thank you. Like, I don't know. The support has been crazy, but, like, even more so than the support, like, the friendships that I've made out of this has been, like, cool as fuck, you know? It's been a wild, especially, like, March was cool, but, like, since April, it feels like things have just been feeling different, you know? Like, right now, like, I don't normally look at how many people are in here, but there's, like, 30-something people in here. Ride or die since day 2. You know it. There's, like, 30-something people right now. Like, I remember doing tier lists with 5 people in here. You know what I mean? And we was arguing with 5 people in here. You know? And now, like, yeah, get the flute. Like, the flute. I remember the day I came in here, I was looking for a Red Dead streamer, and when I first joined, you were watching that guy eating the burger in the car with a bunch of strangers, and I just knew I was going to love the community. Not food dip. Food dip. Not food dip, bro. Oh, man, food dip. What a way to come through. Yo, what up, Jaden? What up? Sorry, Capstone, it's okay. Yeah, good clap. Good clap. That's what that sound was. Congrats, thank you. Skratsx, why you been declining my FaceTimes? My phone's on D&D, to be fair. I turned my phone on. Chameleon's reminded me that I saw you on TikTok, and I was like, look at this dude in his chat. He's killing it, and now look at this. Who would have thought, right? And the funny thing is, like, when JT came around, we were like 4 to 5 viewer Andys. You know what I'm saying? Shark bait. There it is. 4 to 5 viewer Andys. And we was fighting over tier lists. And people were roasting me when I was making small streamer stuff, and they were like, you can't with this chat. And I was like, look, bro, I'm just blessed. Like, I don't know what I did to be this best. I remember just being me and Apocalypse. Yeah, it was Jaden and Apocalypse in here. Excuse the voice crack. It was Jaden and Apocalypse and Judas on TikTok. That is who it was. Judas on TikTok, Jaden and Apocalypse in the stream. And now look. And we're only growing. Gotta love them tier lists. Yeah, we gotta do another one soon. Voice crack on point? Yeah. W growth for real? It's crazy. And next up is 1K. Soon. You think the Clock app lives helped you initially or not? Yeah, actually. A lot of people would come through when I post. So I'd post and go live. And a lot of people would come through and just kind of talk. And people would troll. But depending on how you handled the troll, people would be like, okay, let me follow him. And so they'd follow and they'd like the videos. And then, like, I had that one to go crazy. And then here we are. You know? It's been a long time coming, but it's just the beginning. You damn right. As the GOAT says, job's not finished. Job's not finished. You know? Not finished. JD Starks in Apocalypse and Skratsx said they'd buy me an Alaskan house and to move here, so I did. It's true. Rip Kobe, I'm saying. Rip Oswald, too, yeah. And then, like, Phyllis and Petty came through. You know, and we've been dogs ever since. Those are my dogs for real. I'm not going to use dogs anymore. Those are my homies. I can't use dogs after the other day. Those are my homies for real. I love them. They are my family. You know, I still don't like that y'all put Wheaties in GOAT tier. Yeah, Oswald. You know what I'm saying? Oswald. W homies. You better never forget the people that have put you here from the start. You bet your ass I will not. Half of my chat, my ops, but I still love y'all. You know? Just goes to show this journey is very possible. It just takes commitment and the ability to do hard work and push through. True. Wheaties who did this, let's not fight, guys. This is a good moment. You're going to have your own version of Buy Me a Car? Oh, God, I can't wait. I cannot wait. It was a whole hour-long deal with me on TikTok and Jaden and Apocalypse here. It's Skratsx. Yep. Oswald the Octopus? Okay, YK, let me explain what happened. This was back when I was playing Fallout. We had a guy come in here, and he said monkey, and we were like, monkey? What are you talking about? And then all of a sudden, he called me a moon cricket, but I didn't know what that was. But his name was Oswald, and so just like you, I thought Oswald the Octopus. And apparently then he joined the Discord and started spamming hard R a lot, but Kurtz took care of that before I ever saw it. And so from then on, I was like, I'll be damned if Oswald the Octopus calls me a moon cricket. And so we were just in here laughing, right? And I had to Google what that slur was. And I went to my parents, YK. My parents, who people threw rocks at their bus when they went to school kind of racism. And they were like, what the fuck is a moon cricket? Right? And so it was just too funny. And so I literally told them, I was like, that was so creative. I'm not even banning you. I'm just going to time you out. And that's what happened. Fucking Oswald, bro. Like, it was crazy. I didn't even ban him. I timed him out for a week, and we are like, let's see if he comes back with some new shit. That's some old 1923. Yeah, he had like the top hat with the curled mustache. And he was like, she, that's a moon cricket there. She is Oswald here still? I don't know. I haven't seen him since. I think he was so mad that we laughed that he never came back. But you know what he was doing. He had like that vaudeville shit. He was living in black and white. You know? No, what? Like, I'm telling you. I don't think he's still here. And the monocle. He had the whole monocle. He was like, look at these crickets laughing, see? Ruined his bigot trolling because you liked it. Yeah, it was funny. Like, it was funny as hell. And I know he was mad. He's like, they're not supposed to laugh. They're supposed to be mad. But I think, like, stuff like that is what kind of sets the community apart. You know what I'm saying? The dude from Monopoly game got the internet, right? I feel like stuff like that sets it apart. You know? I wish he would come back, though, because I want to interview him. I just want to ask, what made you pick that slur? Like, there's so many, there's classics out here. There's ones that have been doing work for centuries that are still relevant. What made you go with that one? With that Jim? DM him? I need to find his account. I want him to come back to have so many, right? Like, we just need an interview. Let's just call it, like, interview with a racist. Bro had a bunch of shuffle racist slurs on small piece of paper in his hat, and he drew it. Yeah, he's like, and the slur of the day, moon cricket. He definitely time traveled. Yeah, he's from a different time. He's from a different time. We need to sit down and just like, yeah, let's get him in Discord. We'll video call, and I'll be like, all right, explain. Explain. Why didn't you go with the classic? Like, why did you have to go for something that's so obscure? You know? I like the retro movement too, but I got to know a little bit about it. You know what I mean? I got to know at least a little something. You know? We need him to show us his desk. I bet he got a notepad of creative racial slurs there. Probably. Heading to sleep soon, by the way. Yo, Sora, I appreciate you. I hope you sleep well. For real. He gonna be mad when he looks to see if we had a black person or not. He gonna be like, who the hell is Obama? Who is that? There's something you want to tell me? Oh, man. You know? Yeah. I think that kind of stuff is what sets us apart, you know? Like, we've built a community where people can happen on 220, did it. He like, who is this jigaboo? This monkey? Who is this? But like I said, I think the cool thing is like we all laugh at pretty much everything. And we've seen some shit now. Bro, I'm getting another bloody nose. Judas, are you okay? That's when I made the meme? Okay. I'm gonna have to look back. April 20th? Not April 20th. February 20th? That was, let me go all time here. I don't know. Hit him with the RG3. I'm going to have to, bro. Like, I know he's big mad. February 20th. Oh, that's when we got a crazy raid, too. That meme was funny as fuck. Damn, Automod's coming for me now. I think it's coming for all of us. Man, what a ride. What a ride. I'm going to be galloping around while we're doing this. What a ride, though. Like, when I for real, this is a little loud. I for real, like, love the shit out of you guys. I talk about chat a lot, actually. You know? Oh, so it's my third one today. I don't know. I've been really lightheaded, but it's probably from the nosebleeds. Probably. Gallop like Gator Arthur. I need to. Let me turn this down. Yeah, this is why. There we go. There we go. That is better. Yeah. It's been crazy. This Twitch ride. Like, you guys saw the first stream yesterday. Who would have thought? Not me. I thought I was gonna be sitting here talking to myself for a long time. And so to hit 500 today, like, is wild. Before even 4 months. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. And only the beginning. You know? I don't know, I'll consider it. And Skratsx has been saying the same thing. See a doctor? I've been telling Judas that for a while. I've been saying it. I've been saying go to the doctor for a while. You know? Only the beginning is right. Like, it is only the beginning. And I think, like, it's a big example of, like, if you speak something into existence and you do the work, it can happen. You know? It definitely can. Like I said, I have my stream goals on a note card. And I literally put it in like the back of my keyboard, and I look at it every single day. Every single day. Like, I literally, it's in my peripheral. Sometimes I'm staring right at it. But, like, I don't know, man. I just feel it. Like, this is going to be something crazy. You know what I mean? This is going to be something crazy soon. And I love the community. I love the way the community is building. You know, we've had small issues, but we take care of them. And, yeah, I just love where it's going. And I really appreciate y'all. Skratsx, don't forget me when you're famous. What are your goals? So I've been saying by January 12th, by my 1 year, we will indeed have 1,000 consistent subs, like where it's like, boom, that's just it. I want to have, we're beginning the like an AMP / some bros type group. You know, I want to have the Twitch partner numbers, but I'm not going to apply for Twitch partner until like 150 average. And so I have for January 12th, 150 average viewers a stream, 150. Be good, you know? Just some light, you know what I mean? Nice, like some light. And it isn't like, it's possible, you know what I'm saying? Speaking into existence, exactly. For like the other day, I was always joking about I'm gonna get hit by a car. Now I learned to use Uber. Exactly. That shit's pretty good. Like I'm a firm believer that if you speak something into existence, you believe and you do the work, like it will happen. But you have to do the work, obviously. You know what I mean? And so like I firmly and truly believe that it's gonna happen. And I work in the basement of the Skratsx mansion all day, Broward. Not even just the basement. The first floor. You know, the first floor. So my life's pretty eventful? Yeah. Man, it's cool. It's cool. Big W, yes sir. Like I said, like Kobe said, job's not finished. It's not finished. Are there still basements in houses? I think it depends on where you live. In Texas, I've never seen a basement. I know on like the East Coast there's basements, but like I have an attic. I don't have a basement. You know, I think there's some in like Oklahoma's because of tornadoes and shit. But even tornadoes, there's no basement. I get tornado warnings and stuff like that all the time, and I have no basement. I don't think any of the houses near me do. I think in Oklahoma maybe more so because that's like big tornado place, but I just wanted a house with a basement, but here in Arizona, we can't because there's a pocket of toxic gas in the dirt can't. No claps. Damn. Eat food when you end before lake show time? Yeah, I am definitely going to have to get some food. You know how I know I haven't eaten all day? I'm getting that you haven't eaten all day headache. You know what I mean? That, it's been 9 hours and you haven't eaten. Actually, it's been more than 9 hours, but I woke up at 9 a.m. and I haven't eaten. I've never seen one, but friend told me there's a house that he cuts the grass for in my town that has catacombs. Whoa. Time to order crumble? You know it. I gotta edit all those and I'm posting all those TikToks in the next like 3 days. Guys, you need to eat? Yeah. Yeah. I need to make myself a better eating schedule. I just got Mondo Burger with extra Mondo sauce. Okay. Streaming has kind of like, I don't really eat before I stream. The only thing I eat is my multivitamin. And then I stream and I eat when I get off.
Your body needs water, so drink that shit.
Like, how's that possible? Catacombs is wild. Skratsx, you can eat during stream. I'm not going to lie to you, Jay. One of my biggest pet peeves as a viewer is when the streamer is eating on stream. So I don't do it. Watch the game on stream. Don't show it on stream. Just react so I can watch your reactions of your dog shit team losing. 3-1 says differently, Sora. You know what I'm saying? That's why he doesn't use the bathroom during stream. Can't remember. Like, it's one of the things I hate. So, like, I didn't really notice it, but you've probably noticed I rarely ever get up to use the bathroom on stream either. Flintstone gummies, kind of. Want to watch you ASMR? Me on my stream eating? No, you're good. Like, it, like, when, like, so my first streamer that I watched was Tim the Tatman, right? Timothy the Tattooed. And Tim will fuck up food on stream. And it's just like, it's wild. I need a better eat schedule. You food prep though? No. So after I do get off stream, I'm literally worried about content. I need to. Bro hype, Sora, he gives the best advice. Okay. W Sora. Skratsx, who's your biggest op that you had? Probably fucking Oswald, to be honest. Like, that was crazy. Or that dude that comes through and he spams, where's that message he sends? He comes through every once in a while and he says, where the fuck is that Google search? He goes, bro thinks he's tough talking on Twitch. If you ever see me in the streets, hold on, in the streets, you better run because I don't play no games. I like when Tim eats. Tim will fuck up a burrito on stream, right? The Ellen Laker stands for losers, bro? No, it doesn't. It stands for legends. Like, Tim will fuck a burrito up. I see them eat and I type, damn, that looks good. Like, they gonna offer me a piece. You know? And so, one of the things I don't want to do, because I also feel like me eating kind of ruins the thing we have going here. And so I do not eat on stream, and I literally I rarely ever go to the bathroom on stream. You know what I mean? So, I'm gonna let Sora handle this. It's okay. He's not watching. It's fine. These New York fans are mad because Julius Randle plays on their team. You know what I'm saying? If I had Julius Randle on the Knicks, I'd be mad too. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you see it, right? Like, if I had Julius Randle, I'd be mad as hell. That motherfucker, like, I'd be mad as hell, bruh. You know? But yeah, I don't know. I actually really think about stuff like that. You don't like Julius Randle? Let me show you a TikTok, if I can play it, that I recently saw about him. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know what I'm arguing. I'm just hating, bro. I know. I know you are. Is TikTok gonna load? It's not gonna load. Let me clear my cache and shit. Hold on. He's nice, though. Only in the regular season. He's been ass. I'm not gonna lie to you. Skratsx, if you ate on stream and went to the bathroom when you needed, we could have longer streams. We still couldn't. Here's why we can't have longer streams right now, Jay. Wait, but is this football or something? It's basketball. We're not at the point, because I still have to make content for other platforms. Are you serious? He's been terrible. Glitch, he's been so bad. We're at the point where I still have to make content for other mediums, right? So I can't just be on stream all day. I don't watch sports. It's okay. But the moment I get editors, just you wait. Things are going to take off. We can do more stuff because I'll have more time. You know, we're not going to do like my dad says, where my dad's like, why don't you stream twice a day? We're not going to do that. You know, but we're not going to do like my dad. He's like, why don't you stream twice a day? Don't you think people will love that? And I'm like, Dad, I can't do 2 8-hour streams. Stream twice a day. He says it a lot. He's like, why not twice? Why aren't you on stream right now? Like, what are you doing? And I'm like, living. I'm living my life. I can't live. Like, hello? You know? Streaming twice a day, that'd be a lot. He's like, come on, man. Like, come on. Like, you love it, right? And I'm like, Dad, I need time to myself. I want to watch my friends stream. You know? What if you do them in short intervals? I don't know if I could do it twice a life balance. Yeah. I don't know if I personally could do it twice a day. I saw Tim doing it, and there's too many things to think about. Like, let's say I'm playing a game I'm really invested in. I can't play it in the other one. I only have to play it in certain times of the day. And I don't know. That's just, I like one. Like, Dad, you don't get it. As a 14-year-old, I can stream 10 times a day if I wanted to, but I barely stream, but I plan to stream when my bestie gets off work. There we go. I may just have to play you the audio glitch of the video, but they hate, because I can't play it on stream. Oh, here it is. You ready, Glitch? Are you listening? Here's the audio.
A couple weeks before the playoffs started, I was telling people Julius Randle should be in the MVP conversation. I went as far as to say he should be top 10 in the MVP conversation. For everybody who was telling me, Ken, you wrong. You don't know what the fuck you talking about. Julius Randle, one of the sorriest motherfuckers in the league. You was right. Julius Randle, you the sorriest motherfucker I ever seen, fam. It don't get no sorrier than you, bro. You the lowest of the low when it comes to assness, fam. Then you got the nerve to say maybe they want it more. If I'm the GM and I hear this shit right here, pack your bags. After the way you've been playing this series, your bag should already be packed. But after you said this, you out of there, fam. Get ready to enjoy Cancun, fam. And when next season starts, you still gonna be in Cancun because you would not be a New York Knick. Jimmy Butler and Bam had a really good game to take a 3-1 lead. Jimmy Butler said he's the best player in the playoffs, and I agree.
You see? They hate him, bruh. They hate Julius Randle. They hate him. I don't think you stream quite longer than you should, but I don't complain. I think, I do stream longer than I should, to be honest with you. Pop wants that Ferrari right now. I do stream longer than I should. I want to stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but, like, you should try it. Ain't no way. My mind now is like, you can do it, and my mind soon when I start working and shit is gonna be like, be grateful he did these 8-hour long streams. I told you they hate him. Damn, they finna do him like Lance Stevenson. I told you they hate that man, bruh. They hate him. He is ass. He's not good in the playoffs. But yeah, sorry, you're right. Actually, I do stream longer than I should. The only reason why it's not really affecting me in terms of like people coming through is because if I wake up early, I just make TikToks and stuff. Scratch and stream, my brick going away. Damn. Where we at right now? We have 30 minutes, so we're good. We have like a little bit over 30 minutes. But my Corey Kenshin Udi's plushie came. There we go. We love Corey around here. We love Corey around here. Where's Phyllis's emote? Where is it? Why is my stuff getting unfavorited? I have like favorites set up and it unfavorites it. There it is. You see it. You see it. Yeah, my pops low-key do that as well. Like, there's no need to overwork yourself. Man, calm down. But I get what he's trying to tell me. Yeah. My bad, fell asleep, but hey, we almost 10 hours. You know it, chameleons. We are. I hope you slept well, though. Naps are always good. A good nap, you know. Is there no quest here again? It's gone again. I came all the way this way. I put in video suggestions. Okay, let me see. Let me see. Video suggestions. Oh, I can't play it because it's on TikTok. I'll have to look at it later. I wish I could. Yeah. Yeah, we're almost at 10 hours. You know? So we're doing good. We're doing good. Hold on one second. All right. I'm going to try to get 2 hours in tonight. Do it. Get your 2 hours in. Okay. Let's ride back. Not sure if we'll be able to. You can. You can. Hey, Mama Skratsx called. You know what it is. You gotta answer. You feel me? You gotta answer when you can. Stream? Yeah. Jay streams. Yeah. Might go 8:30 my time. The perfect thing about this is like, bro, can I be honest with y'all? Absolutely. Nice you playing. You know it, Patty. We play games around here sometimes. Yeah. What's up, Judas? What's up? We play games sometimes. Well, dang, second time he put up that be right back slide. That wasn't because I left. That's because someone was talking to me. I was accidentally sagging my pants today and never realized till I got home. That's okay. You know? Yo, Killmonger, did I tell you what happened yesterday? I don't think you were in here when I said it. I thirst followed someone on Twitch yesterday. And it's Phyllis's fault. It's Phyllis and Will's fault. I did. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You did what? Yo, India, hey, you're still here? No, what's good? Yeah, I thirst followed someone on Twitch yesterday. It, like, dead ass, almost had me gifting subs. It was bad. JT saved me. I've been here. What's up? What? Say it again. Thirst followed someone on Twitch yesterday. Almost had me gifting subs, but JT saved me. Hot tub streamer? It was not a hot tub streamer. I don't watch those. I'm about to snitch on you. Do not, Sora. Bro code. What happened? You know, like, yeah. I did. Who was it? Hold on. Snitch? No, don't snitch. Don't snitch. Bro code. You know what it is. Who was it? No. No, don't. You naughty. No. Like, I was in there and I almost gifted subs, bro. I almost did. It was bad. I'm not gonna lie. You not no. But then JT saved me. L snitch. Yeah, don't text me. I got you. Almost had you in a Twitch strip club throwing dollars. So I'm telling you, my boy, like it was bad. It was bad. It was bad. Show us your turbulence. No. Check DMs real quick. All right, bad. Bad. I'm checking on my phone. Whoa! Trip!
2-1 hurt.
Trip! Thanks for the raid. Thank you. I'm gonna send you a photo in our DMs. Okay, bad.
I'm gonna clip that.
And then, like, it was bad. JT stream, like,
I just see you.
W raid. Thanks for the raid, Trip. I appreciate you. What you got to say, Sora? I will answer DMs later. I got you. I will answer DMs later. Damn, I missed JT stream. It was good. It was good. JT got the new PC set up. He got the ultra wide. Skratsx, what's up? Trip, what's up? Hey man, Maddie, the girl in the video we watched was a baddie when she lost and was voted out. Yeah. Oh wow, that's what we like to hear. You know what I'm saying? He got the new setup. Got the ultra wide. It was good. This rain is crazy. This rain is insane. Hold on. Let me turn off D&D. There we go. It was good though. What? I'm gonna try to get a nap before the game. Deuces chat and congrats to 500. Thank you. Did JT post a pic of his setup yet? No, he has videos. He drive right now, but he said he appreciates it. All right, have a good lurk. YK. Have a good nap. He said he has videos that he's gonna post, so I actually can't wait. I think they're gonna be on his TikTok. So follow JT on TikTok. Gotta follow that man on TikTok for real. You know. Here we go. Noise. Ultra wide sounds so good though. Like I've seen Wolf's. Wolf has one. You got videos on that? Yes, sir. Wolf has one. JT has one. Like I'm kind of feeling the pull of an ultra wide monitor. You know what I mean? Congrats to me tonight. Let's share personal secrets. All right, bad. I'm good at keeping secrets. You know, I'm a good secrets keeper. You know, research completed. You and me are the same case. I would too. I'm telling you, Killwalk. I was sitting here and I was like, damn. And you know what I'm saying? My motherfucking mouse was hovering over that 10 gifties, and I was like, don't you do it. 10 is crazy. 10 is crazy. Trying to get like y'all. Like that ultra wide be like, that ultra wide monitor looks cool. I also got to get a Go XLR. I think I've decided I'm making a switch. Are you finna text her? Nah. Sent it, Skratsx? Okay. Yeah, we not just gonna be, we not one of them. Ultra wide is nice. Bro, it's legit. If you do, OLED is nice for absolute plex. Speaking of which, let me show you how Dead Island 2 looks on the monitor. I'll send a DM Discord. Okay. YOLO? Nah. In the Twitch go like, who can I help put through college? You know, I was sitting here like, I mean, it's been a good month on Twitch. You know what I'm saying? Drop the gift and she might swing that neck. You know, I'm like, I mean, it's been a good Twitch month. You feel me? You feel what I'm saying? Damn. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get this monitor. I might have to. Damn, Judas. Damn. Whole day. I think she like algebra help. What's the problem, Judas? Drop the equation. What's the equation? What's the algebra problem? This rain is like how it is in my house. That's not me, I promise. Okay, I was about to say, Judas. I was gonna be like, damn. What happened? You're valid, but the monitor, get it. Yeah. Probably be like, you know, I just hit 500s. You know what I'm saying? We growing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta get it. I was like, damn, Judas, that's crazy. Have a good lurk, Patty. Treat yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like, this has been a good, I was thinking like, yo, this has been a good month on Twitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, who trying to holler for this dollar? You know what I'm saying? But my mouse was hovering over that 10, but I did not. I could not do 10. That's crazy. You can show stream? I gotta see who this is. Okay. Hold on, let me pull up Discord. You're hella smart, bro. You got this. You do. You got this. You do. You got this. You know? You do. You got this, Judas. Let me go to Discord. I'm dying laughing until going 10 in the club on Twitch is reasonable, right? Right? You know? Judas is smart. Let me pull up the Discord to show. I dead ass, I was like, Judas, no way. No way was this you at school. No way. Speaking of Discord, how is it on computer? I like it. On computer, it's really good. That's where I primarily use it. I don't really use it on my phone. Also, glitch, check whispers. Check whispers. Check whispers glitched. Shit, I just went through some deja vu. I was like, Judas, how dare you? How dare you, Judas? Discord is way better on PC. I barely use it on my phone, to be honest with you. I like if I'm not at my computer, I'm probably not answering the Discord DM because I barely on it on my phone. I'm telling you, Judas, I was like, wow. We about to fully bond with this horse. Discord's so much better than, yeah, it is. I got to get that add-on again so I can, I don't know what happened. I missed an update and it just uninstalled itself where my Discord was like pitch black. You know? That's how you look on the big screen on my dude? Send a Discord DM. Let me see. Okay, got me on the big screen. I'm honored. Okay. Yo, Wolf, what kind of, is this an LG? What kind of monitor is this? No, my fit was never that. My fit today was pretty good, not gonna lie. I see you, suited and booted. Suited and booted. I see you. This monitor is nice as hell. Look at, like, see, the ultra wide got me like, the ultra wide, like this setup, I kind of, like, I want it. I want it. You know what? I can't even blame you on this one. I'm telling you, Glitch. You see, like, what was I supposed to do, bruh? I got in stream and she said my name and everything. She's like, yo, I like that. And it goes well with her. And she said her name too. And I was like, am I swooning right now? Like, what is this I feel? What kind of monitor? I'll only say in DMs. Okay, bad. I feel you. That ultra wide monitor is nice. It really is. Yo, I agree, bro. Like, I'm telling you, like, Killmonger, I get in this, and she said the name, she did. She said the name, and she's like, yo, I like that. Like, that's nice. And said it with hers, and I was like, yo, what the fuck? You know? And I was like, damn. This 10 looking great. And I was like, stop it. Oop. It was, and it's Phyllis's fault. Don't get me wrong. Whispering stream, okay. For research, like, don't get me wrong. It's Phyllis's fault, 100%. It is Phyllis's fault. I've been shaking with my wallet out. Send Discord DM. Okay, thank you. It's Phyllis's fault. Had we not watched that video on stream, I'd have been a stronger man. You know what I mean? This nigga. It is. I'd have been a stronger man. Like, I would have been. Meme popped in my head. Give me your Gucci. That was funny. I'm just saying. Oh, shit. Okay. Thanks, Wolf. You know, I was in my feelings. Phyllis out here matchmaking. No, so here's what happened. Phyllis didn't matchmake. Phyllis played a video that had me we were playing Marvin's Room, and I was sitting here in my feels. Right, India? I was in my feels, right? And so I was like, damn, let me try to cheer myself up, go to a stream, but none of my friends were on. So then I see my Twitch suggestions, and it was just right there. And I was like, damn, she bad for real. And for a minute, my head was like, no, but my heart was like, bro, we need this right now. We need it. I'm hearing in my head, cups of the rose. And I'm like, damn, like, I can't be feeling like this. And I got in there, I clicked it, and I just was like, I put the wave emote, mine, which I probably shouldn't have done. Okay, put the bass in there, you know, and I get in there, and I wave, and she's like, yo, I like that name. That sounds good with, and she said hers, and I was like, yo, what is this I'm feeling right now? It was new. You know, I haven't felt like this on the internet. You know? And so my mouse was like hovering over a 10 gift, and I was like, stop it. Oh shit, my mouse was doing this. It was doing this, and I was like, stop it. I had to take my other hand and take my hand off the mouse. I'm a tipper, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was like, stop, bro, stop. Swallowed 5 nuggets whole. This is why I can't be left unsupervised. Judas, you got to stop this. You're going to be a camp counselor soon. You know? You got to. Here. You're going to be a camp counselor soon. You know, like, man. It was a whole thing. You know? So, like, it was me and my weakness. Judas, stop deep throat nuggets, set example. Exactly. Like, come on, bruh. Stop swallowing nuggets whole. Chew the nuggets. Chew the nuggets. Yeah, Glitch right. I don't want to lose your love tonight. I was like, damn. Like, bro, like, no. Chew the nuggets. Chew them. That's why your throat hurts. They were fucking good. They had barbecue sauce on them. It's okay, Skratsx. We all got one. We do. Apocalypse approved. You see? Thank you. Right? Like, you can't blame me. No baby rage. Stop, like, chew and swallow the nuggets, Judas. You're going to be a camp counselor soon. Tee up. You know? Tee up. There's been really no gameplay. I've just been, like, galloping. Let's be honest. We ain't did shit. And we're not going to do shit. Swallow nugget? No. Do not. Tee up. Yeah, tee up. What mission you going to? We are going to. Skratsx is like, I'm only in town for one night. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm here for a little bit. We're going to this side quest right here. Jim Boy Calloway. You know? Like, the funny, like, I don't even have a type. It just my eyes see. I heard all this ultrawide talk, but I was driving. Go do it, Skratsx, with that 500 follower though. Like, I may have to. I didn't notice you were riding circle. Yeah, well, I went one place and the quest disappeared. Now we're going back to another one. My eyes see, like, look, my eyes saw, and I was like, all of a sudden all my logic went away. And you know, I literally after JT stream, I looked at myself and I was like, we need to be real introspective here. What are you doing? You know? So I had to be honest about it on stream, even though it was Phil's fault. I swallowed the last nugget. God damn it, Judas. God damn it. Damn it. Love or lust at first sight? Definitely not love. I know, like, I know what love is, and that was not love. You know what I'm saying? That was not love. I know what that feels like. And that was not that. Could be. Twitch recommends? Yeah, Twitch. Every time I have nuggets, I'm gonna swallow them now. Judas, don't you fucking dare. That's why your throat hurts. You know? Yeah. Oh, man. What a day. What a day. I will. You will not. I'm back, technically. What's lurking? Welcome back. Welcome back. That was the apple Eve got? Yeah, like, if that was the apple, I'm fault. Like, we as humanity are done. I'm a weak man. Who's stopping me? I'm a snitch on you, Judas. I don't know how, but I'm a snitch on you. I'll figure out how to snitch, and I will. I'll snitch. This rain is like how I was at my house the other day. At Camp Skratsx, kids gonna be like, Mom, Dad, look what I learned from Judas. Yeah. You had one job, Eve. Honestly, like, look, bro, I'm probably folding too. Unfortunately.
Hey, I'm looking for some fellas sojourned around here. Boy Calloway and a rider called
like,
Evan.
Judas, you're gonna be a camp counselor.
This bar's got bullet marks to remember him by. Last I heard, they was in Saint Denis.
And they was looking at you like they trying to throw the ones. They always do in this game. It's actually wild.
Okay, then.
Some of them get, we're going back to Saint Denis? Okay. I'm gonna be fired. Fuck. Guess I can only swallow nuggets in my free time. You can't swallow nuggets at all. That's why your throat hurts. This is just like the hot Cheetos. This is just like you with the hot Cheetos. Now we're going here. We're going bounty hunting. Yeah, damn. Yeah. I didn't want to bring that up, but I had to. W9 hours. We have 17 minutes left of stream today. I swallow more than nuggets? Okay, I see you, Snow. I see you. Snow, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty impressed with your Sixers. Wait, what nugs you swallow it? Judas has been just swallowing chicken nuggets. Just swallowing them whole. I'm feeling good about your Sixers, I'm not gonna lie. No, that's not good, right? That's what I'm saying. I need to feed my fucking horse. The hell, right? Like, stop doing that. Bro, nuggets are good? Yeah, but you're supposed to chew and swallow them. Chew and swallow. Here we go. We're going this way. Why am I getting shit on when y'all drink water, coffee, and tea whole? Aren't you supposed to drink water and tea whole? You're supposed to, you don't chew water. Bro, gonna need to be pumped. They gonna just see a bag of nuggets on the scan, right? Like, hello? Sup, cute nigga. I just saw that. You don't chew water. Get home this weekend? Are you back in Philly now? Do you have to go back for conditioning? Like, did you go back to campus for conditioning over the summer? How do you know? Because you don't chew water. You're not even supposed to chew ice. It's bad for your teeth. You know? That's how I know. They want us to condition damn near the whole summer. They tripping. Damn. You've been missed? You damn sure he has. Well, yeah, ice is bad for the teeth. I have to tell my I tell my brothers, I'll be like, stop chewing ice. The dentist even said so. Like, you don't do that. You just gotta let it melt. Chew on these. I think that's acceptable. I think that's an acceptable thing to be chewed on. But not ice. You know? Not ice. Fuck the dentist? What you mean, fuck the dentist? It's their whole job. We got optional workouts he expects us to be at if we're starting next season. Yeah. Yo, Snow, are you starting? Were you the starter? Okay. Snow going to the league. Watch. He going to the league. My brother told ice tastes good. It's water. Yeah, it is literally water. But looks like you going? Yeah. Yeah, Snow will be at workouts. He will be there. He will be there. He gotta get the starts if you're going to the league, you know what I'm saying? A man gonna make it out the hood? Mm-hmm. There's a quarterback in the XFL who didn't even start in high school. He never started a single game in high school. Full stream at first game? Ooh, that'd be cool. Going to like one of Snow's game? That'd be cool. Damn, this lightning's going crazy. That'd be cool. IRL stream there? That'd be cool. I start next semester for sure. I was arguably better than a lot of players last semester. Okay, I see you. Snow finna go crazy this season and go D1. Snow finna be playing for Nick Saban. Watch. Snow finna be playing for Nick Saban. What the hell?
Fine. Here it is. What we agreed on. Good man. Well, keep on doing what you do best. Need more? Come along back.
I can't lock. Oh, I have no. They shot at me first. You saw it. Hello? Deadeye? You saw it. You go D1, that's what's supposed to, like, Alabama. You know what I'm saying? We gotta take the wagon back. I'm D1, but I could take 2 or 3 Ds. I'm hyped for you to start, though, Snow, for real. We need, like, a signed jersey. Let me put it up on the wall so I got it before you go to the league. You know what I'm saying? Your Deadeye slow as hell for some reason? Yeah, it is. Like, it won't move. I gotta go to Texas and party with Skratsx in person in the summer. That'd be lit. That'd be crazy. You go to the league, I'm taking credit. All right, we need to go to Wagon Fence and Emerald Ranch. That's King Ranch. Where the fuck is Emerald? Alabama Wash? They gonna be in the playoffs again when it switch over to more teams in the playoffs? Yeah. Alabama will consistently go. Playing in the college football playoffs would be sick, though. That'd be crazy. To the left? Yeah, I found him. Imagine letting one dude take 4 of y'all out and all 4 of you are armed. That's crazy. If UT does good, I'm going to a game. Or if Baylor, because one of my friends coaches for, does he still coach for Baylor? I believe he still coaches for Baylor. He's like a receivers coach. I'm going to see if I can go to one of those if they're good. I got to go to a college football game. Right, you know you got this. I played back in the day, so I know how it be. Yeah, football was different. Like, the commitment it takes, like, that's actually really impressive. Like, for real. Yeah, we got 2 college football players. I think we have a college basketball player in here, too. Because Vex also plays college football. We got offense and defense in this chat. Bye, guys. Gotta go. Sorry, I can't stay here to the end of the stream. Oh, you're good, Judith. You're good. We love you. Thank you for being here so long. Stop swallowing nuggets. I miss high school football. I had to do shit. Yeah, college gotta be way different. I gotta rap with Vex. Yeah, Vex, like, I think last week he finished spring ball. Last week. He said they had 3-a-days. He was talking about 3-a-days, which is crazy. Thank you, of course. I'm gonna go swallow one more nugget. Judas, don't you fucking dare. I'll cook, bro. How many did y'all have during spring ball? Played at SJSU and this shit went crazy. A whole different type of work. Yeah, I quit. I was like, this is too fucking much. I got annoyed. 10 more minutes? Wow. Told you, 10 hours. I got more nuggets. See it, Judas, I swear to God, I'm snitching. I'm telling on you. You know, I'm very anti-snitching, but I will tell. Love you, Skratsx. Sorry, I can't make it 10 more. It's okay. It's okay, Beck. Yeah. It is okay. VI Beck, you see it. You can go wherever if you want to. We will finish this mission and we will stop. I need food. Skratsx, what do you do if you wake up and your schmoinker got a perfect lineup with the chalk? That is a good question. What do I do? Don't? I'll chew, I promise. Okay, good. Pretty much practice from sunup to sundown. Like when I was playing football in high school, we had morning. So we went from like 6 to 8:30 lifting / cardio. Then after school from 2 to 6, we had football practice with class in the middle, obviously. Then I had to go to work. It was annoying. They be working out all day, but only one mandatory, and cardio is mandatory when the coach is on bullshit. Yeah. And so, like, I was like, I want to live. I'm good here. If I remember, like, that's crazy. All right. We wake up and go straight to the gym. They be tripping, especially after losses. Oh, yeah, I'd imagine so. Do you have those coaches that get, like, mean in film study? Like those ones that be talking crazy? One had to work out that much. Part of me wish I tried football then. But it was a lot, Wolf. In high school, it was a lot. So I can only imagine in college. Where, like, that's your coach's livelihood. But I feel I'm happy for my high school coach because we have my high school has someone who was drafted in the first round this year. So I think my school, I mean, it's not a lot, but we have 2 pros. The more you let the coaches boss you around, the more bullshit they put you through. 5 a.m. lift, run team class, 7:07 at 1, classes, then walk through, and then team walk through. Yeah, it's insane. Sleep at some point. Yeah, we have a first round pick this year. Almost 10 hours. Yeah, we got, what, 6 minutes left? Why am I still recording? We have 6 minutes left. Honestly, we can save. We'll do this tomorrow. I'll actually play games tomorrow. I want to try to hit chapter 6, so we're actually going to play. We're going to do these side quests, and then we will, what was I saying? We'll try to hit chapter 5, actually. We're at chapter 4 right now. We'll try to hit chapter 5. Let me overwrite it one more time. Film 2. Film was... What position you play, Killmonger? What position were you? There we go. As soon as the season ended for me, I was injured. Yeah, get right for the season play, and then you be like kind of out for workouts, you know? I feel that. Running back? Okay. I was playing QB for a little bit. QB was where I was. Then I got tired of it because that's a lot of work. So I respect those that like go all the way. Because, like, I remember, like, people coming to school, and I was like, okay, maybe I could go to college and play, but I was like, this is going to be worse than high school. I do not want to do this shit. So I respect it. I respect it for real. That is crazy. You know? That's a lot. Skratsx, is it weird to not like sports? I don't think so. I think it's perfectly normal to not like sports. Like, you know, you don't have to like sports. I just love it like I grew up in it, you know? Like I was playing from a little kid. Foam rolling, massage gun, sleep, nutrition, electrolytes, my guy. your new best friends. Yeah. No, he was injured, if you catch my drift. Like he wasn't actually injured. He was injured to get out of it. He was not trying to keep going. Let me see. I'm picking a raid target right now. I think I know who we're raiding here, but yeah, I know that life. Let me see who we got. Get some food. I will get some food. Congrats again on 500 Skratsx. Be well. Be safe, Pete's. Love from Australia. Yo, BP. Thank you so much. And thank you for following and for being here. It means a lot. It really does. I appreciate you. I hate foam rolling for some reason. Same, actually. And you had to do all this shit in therapy and had to act like I was in pain. I hate foam rolling. Oh, you in the stream? We got 3 minutes, so I'm just vibing, you know? 3 whole minutes. We got 3 whole minutes. And I know exactly who I'm rating today. I know who we rating. We almost there. Yes, sir. Great stream, great stream. Thank you, thank you. I had a foot injury my last season. Had to. I appreciate it. That was a funny moment. For sure, but man, it works. I use one that has a lot of knots on it. Got to get those deep tissue massages. I wish I would have played more spring ball. That shit's fun. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What food should I even get? The worst part about QB, my elbow was hurting a lot. My coach was like, yeah, we throwing like 300 passes today. And I was like, damn. Yes, sir, Brody. W stream today. Hope y'all have a blessed rest of your day. Much love. We love you. Zah. Pizza would be good. Pizza would be good. I definitely got to get some food. Shout out King Von, Soulja Boy, Lil Durk, Kodak, and Riley Reid, please. I mean, shout out. I do love all of them except Riley Reid. I don't really, like, Riley Reid's okay. But her song is goated, you know what I'm saying? We do love Riley Reid's song around here. So, yeah, shout them out. King Von. Ooh. Riley Reid is crazy? Yeah, she is. She's not my type, you know what I'm saying? But I respect it. I respect it. I respect the hustle. I'm never going to hate on that. Best pizza, hands down. Pizza, I think I need it. I need it. Pizza Hut, not my cup of tea. Get your bag. Exactly. We love Riley Reid around here. Oh, word. Not the videos. The rap song. The rap song. Not the videos. You know, not the video. Not the video. You know what I'm saying? Clip it? No. Okay. We have a lot of out of context around here. Got Papa John's, though. I think Papa John's is only good because of the garlic sauce. Riley Reid hangs out with cornbread niggas. She does. I forgot Lil Boosie. Shout out Lil Boosie. That garlic, that's why people like Papa John's, bro. They don't like it for any other reason. You know? They don't like it for any other reason, bro. It's literally gas, though, I can't lie. It is. I'm not even going to lie to you. All right. We did it. That garlic takes over top? Actually true? Yeah, it is. Like, that's what I think. We hit 10 hours, boys. That was easy. 10 hours. Boosie. BOOSIEBADAZZ. That's me. Did it freeze? No, I'm still here. Are you good? Are you good? W10 hour stream. Thank you. We did it. 24 hours is what your TikTok said? No, I said no. I said no there. W stream, thank you. Glad I caught you, brother. Thank you for being here. You streaming today? I will be there. I'm a little tired, but I'll be there. I got you. I will be there for sure. W stream, bro. I appreciate it. 500, bro. Dub stream. We hit 500 today. W stream once again, man. I appreciate y'all. How crazy is that? Like, how crazy is that for real? 500. On to 1,000. W500. W's. You know who we raid today, though, right? Heiser. Is that how you got it? We getting there. We getting there. I gotta keep up. So no, you're going to the league. I gotta get the clout so I can get stuff from the league. You know what I'm saying? I gotta meet you there. We ready, Phyllis? Is Phyllis streaming? Phyllis live? If I can get home in the next hour? All right, bad. Is Phyllis live? I don't think she's live. I'm not streaming. Yeah, I was like, Phyllis ain't streaming. I got my list open. Like, Phyllis ain't here. Or I would. Like, if I'm live and I see Phyllis is live, y'all are going to Phyllis. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, Phyllis's turn. Here you go. Y'all going to Phyllis. 10 hours, yes, sir. Let me try. Like, you know, you go to that's where you go next. You gotta see how streams are supposed to be ran. You gonna be an analyst? You better not ever say shit negative about me. Look, I got you. I'll be like, let me tell you about Snow. I love y'all in here. We love you. I do be in Phyllis' stream. Phyllis' streams are the best. I'm telling you. Like, I gotta take you to somewhere so you can see what real streams look like. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm gonna be on here gassing Snow up. I better get a jersey, motherfucker, for real. Give me a jersey. You know what I'm saying? But alright, today we raid Iser. Alright. He had 5 fumbles last game, but some tell me that kid's special. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, thank you. Copy the raid message. But on stream tonight, we should head to the club Twitch and throw some dollars. Yes, sir. Let's go to Club Twitch. Let me know where we going. Let me know where we going. You know what I'm saying? It's been a good month. I'm feeling generous. I'm trying to get a dollar to make someone holler. Hell yeah. I got dollars to make someone holler. You feel what I'm saying? Get ready. Skratsx raid, you know what I'm saying? Skratsx raid. We about to flood Iser's chat. We are flooding his chat. Trying to be bisexual. You know how it is. I'll see y'all tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central. You know what it is. I love y'all. Thank you so much for being here. 10 hours. And we hit 500. Bye, Skratsx. Bye, India. Thanks for being here. India, are you streaming today? Let me know. Trying to pay for someone's tuition. You know what it is. Go Dubs. All right. 10 hours of W. Yes. Yo, be on the lookout. Go to India's stream and turn them fucking noties on. I'll be there. I love y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'm Alpha. 10 a.m. Central. Bye. Can't put no more guns in my videos. ATF, NDA, no, they ain't props. Has speed shit, we don't never do stops. I'ma bring